Old man, confess, do you truly find my presence a hindrance to your dealings with the widow Qin? At the village's edge? Is that why you deliberately arranged for me to become a son-in-law to someone? Ling Tian, burdened with luggage, stood at the village entrance, indignantly addressing the lecherous elder who had come to bid him farewell. Ridiculous. Am I that sort of person? The old man kicked Ling Tian's backside, puffing out his cheeks and glaring. I merely observe how your eyes light up whenever you gaze at that flower of a woman in the village. Worried you might commit some outrage, I arranged for you to descend the mountain and marry. Don't be ungrateful. Ling Tian scoffed. What are you pretending for? Haven't you feasted on dog meat more often than I have? Stop your prattling. Your fiancée is the most beautiful woman in Yanhai City, and countless suitors are after her. If you don't leave soon, you may find her taken by someone else, and then you'll regret it. The most beautiful woman in Yanhai City? Ling Tian's eyes sparkled. Why didn't you tell me sooner? With a beautiful wife, who would want to be around this old man? Go find my beautiful wife then, Ling Tian exclaimed, his face alight with joy, and he dashed away. As he ran, he shouted, Old man, that widow Qin is a natural seductress. So be cautious. Don't wait for my return before you indulge. Get lost. The elder chuckled, scolding him, his eyes unexpectedly moistening. The elder was a hermit of remarkable skill, who had rescued Ling Tian from the streets when he was 5 and brought him to the mountains. Over the course of 20 years, he imparted his extraordinary abilities to Ling Tian without reservation. Blessed with exceptional talent and wisdom, Ling Tian did not disappoint the elder. Whether in medicine, martial arts, or esoteric practices, he mastered them with ease, reaching a level of unparalleled proficiency. In fact, he had surpassed his mentor, leaving the elder far behind. Now, as they parted ways, the elder felt a pang of reluctance. You little rascal, once you descend the mountain, remember to enjoy yourself. Don't forget the 3 important matters I entrusted to you. Got it? Ling Tian waved without looking back. Watching Ling Tian's receding figure, the elder felt a tumult of emotions, his expression darkening. With Ling Tian's departure, it was certain he would emerge like a fierce tiger from the mountain, or a dragon entering the sea. Little did he know the storm he would stir in Yanhai City. Alas, with great challenges approaching, he feared he would not witness it. 2 days later, in Yanhai City, Ling Tian gazed upward at the towering 20-plus story building of the Su Group, his tongue clicking in awe. My beautiful wife works in there. This was far grander than the modest 2-story home of the wealthiest man in his village. Ling Tian took a step forward, heading toward the building. Stop! What do you want? The security guard immediately stepped forward, blocking Ling Tian's path. Ling Tian smiled and pointed toward the building. I'm here to find my wife. My wife works here. The guard paused, eyeing Ling Tian from head to toe, noting his humble appearance that resembled that of a laborer. What is your wife's name? My wife's name is Su Qingya. Ling Tian replied cheerfully. The guard's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Ha, buddy, among all these people, you are indeed the most unique. Wait over there, and I wish you success. The security guard pointed toward the large tree not far away, speaking with a hint of amusement. Ling Tian turned his head to look, instantly taken aback, for beneath the tree sat several individuals. Why go there? What are those people doing? The security guard rolled his eyes dismissively. What else could they be doing? They're just like you, searching for a wife. Ling Tian, feeling bewildered, approached the tree and crouched down. Are you also a suitor of Su Qingya? Your outfit is quite distinctive. Are you planning to take an unconventional approach? Someone immediately inquired, leaning in with an air of mystery. Su Qingya is my wife, Ling Tian asserted with righteous conviction. The others immediately echoed in unison. No. Su Qingya is my wife. Ling Tian stiffened, shock etching his features. Is the competition this fierce? She's coming out. Su Qingya is coming out. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in excitement. A stunning woman, clad in a sleek black professional suit, with an elegant figure and breathtaking beauty, emerged from the office building. The individuals beneath the tree swiftly stood up, nervously adjusting their attire, urging one another, form a line, approach one by one to confess. Anyone who cuts in line is a dog. The first in line, holding a bouquet of flowers and beaming with anticipation, prepared to step forward. Just then, A resounding roar of an engine approached rapidly. A red Ferrari screeched to a halt in front of Su Qingya. The door swung open, and a well-groomed young man emerged, cradling a large bouquet of roses. "Is that Wang Shi, young Master Wang?" The would-be confessors froze in place, fear evident on their faces. "Get lost!" Wang Shi barked coldly. Whoosh! Several individuals, startled, turned to flee, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Only Ling Tian remained, utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. Wang Shi donned a smile as he approached Su Qingya, extending the flowers. "Qingya, these are for you to..." Su Qingya frowned, her tone frosty as she replied, "No need. Please step aside. Thank you." Unfazed, Wang Shi continued with a grin. "Qingya, I truly care for you. Will you marry me?" At this proclamation, Ling Tian, standing nearby, felt a surge of discontent. He realized this slick-haired fellow was vying for his wife as well. Moreover, he had the audacity to cut in line. Who could tolerate that? Ling Tian stepped forward, confronting Wang Shi. "Hey, don't you understand the order of things? Step back." Wang Shi paused, sizing Ling Tian up before arrogantly lifting his chin. "Who do you think you are? My name is Ling Tian, and she is my wife," Ling Tian declared, pointing at Su Qingya with pride. His elder had not deceived him indeed. His wife was strikingly beautiful. Wang Shi blinked, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Qingya, he claims you're his wife. This is truly hilarious. I must ask, my friend, do you not look in the mirror? With your audacity, what gives you the courage to pursue elegance? Get lost quickly, or I shall break your legs." Su Qingya, with her delicate brows furrowed, was accustomed to the multitude of suitors, each more peculiar than the last. Yet she had never encountered one like this before. "You should leave. He truly will break your legs," Su Qingya cautioned. Wang Zai's father was a renowned real estate mogul in Yanhai City, wielding immense power and influence. Under his father's protection, Wang Shi became arrogant and overbearing, regarded as one of the four prominent young masters of Yanhai. Breaking a laborer's legs was mere child's play to him. "Don't worry, my dear, he cannot best me," Ling Tian replied with a grin. This wife was quite commendable. She showed concern for him. Su Qingya's brows knitted in disapproval. Was this truly about whether one could fight or not? Never mind, she had already warned him, and if he were to suffer injury, it would be of his own making. "Qingya, this car, the high-end Ferrari Roma, I purchased it specifically for you. Do you like it?" Several women passing by let out a chorus of gasps, stopping to admire. Filled with envy, this model cost $3 million in full. Many could scarcely dream of affording it in a lifetime. Wang Zai's public gift to Su Qingya was undeniably romantic. Wang Shi cast a disdainful glance at Ling Tian. "Kid, winning a woman's heart requires more than mere words. What do you plan to give Qingya? Surely not the sweet potatoes and potatoes from your family's fields." Laughter erupted from the onlookers. Ling Tian, clearly from the countryside, probably didn't even possess a few hundred yuan. What could he possibly offer to compare with a young master like Wang Shi? Ling Tian, unfazed by the ridicule, smirked and replied, "I actually have something I intend to give my wife that I dare say that once I present it, my wife will immediately take me home. Do you believe that?" "Ha ha!" Wang Shi burst into laughter, his face a mask of derision. "Stop pretending. If Qingya would take you home, I will eat excrement on the spot." Su Qingya's delicate brows knitted tighter, casting a look of disdain at Ling Tian. She didn't mind the pursuit. After all, the desire for beauty is universal. However, Ling Tian's boastfulness was somewhat excessive, bordering on the absurd. Taking him home? What a fanciful notion. "Oh, then I hope you have a hearty appetite." Ling Tian chuckled, then produced an item, extending it towards Su Qingya. With a hint of disdain, she glanced at the object, but her expression shifted dramatically upon realizing what it was. Su Qingya gazed in astonishment at the object in Ling Tian's hand, her mind blank. "Ha ha ha, I thought it was something significant. After all this fuss, it's merely a broken half of a jade pendant. Young man, you wouldn't claim this is an ancient artifact unearthed while digging for potatoes, would you?" Wang Shi sneered from the side, a look of disdain plastered on his face. "Come home with me." Su Qingya inhaled deeply, her tone icy. "Qingya, have you truly agreed? Are we meeting my parents today? Might that be too abrupt?" Wang Shi's face lit up with excitement. Su Qingya cast a fleeting glance at Wang Shi, her expression frosty. "I wasn't speaking to you. I was addressing him. What? Wang Shi's smile instantly froze. It was not until Su Qingya departed with Ling Tian that he erupted in anger, shouting, Su Qingya, what do you mean? Are you humiliating me with a mere laborer? You no longer wish to pursue the project in the south? Su Qingya halted her steps, turning to Wang Shi, her demeanor calm. I have not humiliated you. Humph. What do you have to say about him? Wang Shi pointed at Ling Tian, his face ablaze with fury. Su Qingya's lips moved as if to speak, but she hesitated. Ling Tian, standing nearby, expressed his dissatisfaction. Buddy, a man's word should be his bond. You ought to eat dirt. I'd rather consume your mother. Wang Shi's expression darkened, his eyes simmering with rage. Darling, let us leave. Ling Tian swiftly suggested, noting Wang Shi's pallor, the signs of distress evident on his face. The oppressive energy around him hinted at an ominous ailment. If he were to collapse in a staged accident, it would spell trouble. Enough of your nonsense. Su Qingya frowned, her distaste evident. To her. Those who resorted to petty verbal sparring were merely displaying their ineptitude. To jest about Wang Shi's health was no different from a shrew hurling insults in the street. She approached a red Mercedes-Benz C-Class, opened the door, and took her place in the driver's seat. As Ling Tian was about to occupy the passenger seat, Su Qingya coldly instructed, sit in the back. Oh, Ling Tian complied, sliding into the rear seat. With a swift press of the accelerator, the car surged forward. Completely oblivious to the fact that Wang Shi stood petrified, terror written across his face. After what felt like an eternity, he hurriedly entered his own vehicle, which roared off in pursuit. Trembling, he dialed a number, his voice quaking. Dad, I might have cancer. I don't want to die. Meanwhile, Ling Tian sat in the car, exploring his surroundings with a look of wonder. Darling, this car is truly magnificent, just like you. Ling Tian beamed at Su Qingya, who was driving. First, refrain from calling me darling. I do not consent to this marriage. Second, don't touch anything. It's difficult to clean if you dirty it. Su Qingya's frigid tone made Ling Tian retract his neck, straightening up in his seat, wary of making any sudden movements. 20 minutes later, the vehicle came to a stop in front of a standalone villa. Get out. We need to clarify everything with my grandfather immediately, Su Qingya stated indifferently, not sparing Ling Tian a glance as she entered the villa. Ling Tian entered the room, and upon crossing the threshold, he was utterly astonished. The opulence of his wife's family abode was nothing short of regal, far surpassing the dilapidated dwelling he shared with his father. Remain here and do not touch anything. Should you damage any item, you shall bear the cost, Su Qingya declared, discarding her high heels and donning slippers as she ascended to the second floor. Before long, an elderly gentleman, his face alight with excitement, descended from the upper level, accompanied by Su Qingya and a middle-aged couple. Upon spotting Ling Tian, the elder grasped his hand fervently, exclaiming, You must be Ling Tian. Your master called me yesterday to inform me of your arrival. I was so elated that I could not sleep a wink. Welcome, welcome. Su Zhenkuan, still holding on to Ling Tian, guided him to the sofa. His warmth leaving Ling Tian both surprised and flattered. You are grandfather Su, correct? Ling Tian inquired with a bashful scratch of his head. However, when his gaze swept across Su Zhenkuan's forehead, a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. Indeed, I am Su Zhenkuan. By the way, did you bring the jade pendant? Su Zhenkuan's expression turned anxious with anticipation. The pendant is with me, Su Qingya interjected, placing Ling Tian's piece on the coffee table. Su Zhenkuan hastily retrieved the other half from his person, uniting it with Ling Tian's to form a complete whole. Before him stood indeed the disciple of that revered sage. Many years ago, your master and I made a pact. His disciple would one day present the jade pendant to marry my granddaughter. I have awaited this day with bated breath. Now, Ling Tian, you have arrived. Tomorrow, you and Qingya shall obtain your marriage certificate. I shall then select an auspicious day for your celebration, Su Zhenkuan proclaimed with fervent enthusiasm. Grandfather. Su Qingya's complexion paled, her lips pressed tightly together in reluctance. I do not consent. Preposterous. Su Zhenkuan slammed his palm on the coffee table, his expression darkening. This matter was settled 2 decades ago. It is not yours to contest. But, there is no but. Su Zhenkuan's voice rang with authority. Su Qingya's father, Su Xiangdong, appeared troubled. Father, is this not a hasty decision? Besides, what era are we in? Love should be free. Before he could finish, Su Zhenkuan interrupted him with a commanding tone. What? Do my words no longer hold weight in this household? Su Xiangdong fell silent. Su Zhenkuan turned his gaze back to Su Qingya, speaking earnestly. Qingya, your grandfather has cherished you since childhood. I would never lead you astray. This matter is settled. Tomorrow morning, You and Ling Tian shall go to obtain the certificate. Grandfather. I. Su Qingya's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. However, she feared for her grandfather's health. Should she oppose him further, she dreaded the consequences. She could not bear to be the cause of his distress. Bring him here. Su Zhenkuan called out, and the housekeeper hurriedly approached. Take Ling Tian's belongings to the young lady's room. Prepare the bedding as well. Tonight, Ling Tian shall stay in the young lady's quarters. As soon as Su Zhenkuan spoke, both Su Xiangdong and Su Qingya's expressions changed dramatically. Father, grandfather. Su Zhenkuan waved his hand with a hearty laugh. Do not oppose. It is futile to resist. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, his countenance shifted, and beads of sweat began to roll down his forehead. Clutching his chest, he collapsed onto the sofa. Father. Su Xiangdong was horrified and immediately shouted to Su Qingya, Qingya, fetch the medicine. Su Qingya, panic-stricken, hurriedly rushed upstairs to find the medication. Meanwhile, her mother, Yuxiuxia, was frantically making phone calls. Dr. Song, where are you? What? You'll arrive in 5 minutes? The old gentleman has suddenly fallen ill. Please hurry. The Su family was thrown into disarray. Ling Tian, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow and abruptly slapped Su Zhenkuan on the forehead. Just as Su Qingya descended from the second floor with the medicine, she was enraged by the sight, her face turning pale as she shouted, What are you doing? You imbecile! Su Xiangdong, filled with fury, pushed Ling Tian away, his gaze sharp as a blade. If not for the urgency of the situation, he would have relished the opportunity to slap Ling Tian twice. This brat, how dare he be so disrespectful? I was trying to help, Ling Tian said, looking aggrieved. However, the Su family paid him no heed. Su Xiangdong cradled Su Zhenkuan in his arms, while Su Qingya hastily administered the quick-acting heart-saving pill. After a short while, Su Zhenkuan's complexion began to improve. Father, are you all right? Su Xiangdong sighed in relief, his voice tinged with concern. I'm fine. I may have just been too agitated. It's an old ailment I am familiar with. Once Dr. Song arrives, he can prescribe medication to help regulate it. Su Zhenkuan said, breathing heavily. However, Ling Tian's expression grew grave. That slap could have sustained Su Zhenkuan for at least 10 more minutes, but with the quick-acting pill, he feared he might not last even a minute longer. Just as he was about to speak, urgent knocking echoed from outside. The housekeeper hurriedly opened the door, and an elderly man rushed in, his expression frantic. How is Mr. Su? Dr. Song asked urgently. Please, take a look. Su Xiangdong exclaimed, relieved. The old gentleman was overly excited and suddenly fell ill. He just took a quick-acting heart-saving pill, and his complexion has improved considerably. Just as Su Xiangdong finished speaking, Su Zhenkuan suddenly groaned in pain, his face paling once more. Clutching his heart, he broke into a cold sweat, clearly in excruciating distress. Father, grandfather. Su Xiangdong and Su Qingya cried out in alarm, their faces etched with panic. Do not panic. Lay Mr. Su flat, Dr. Song commanded swiftly. Su Xiangdong, not daring to delay, quickly laid Su Zhenkuan down on the sofa. Dr. Song closed his eyes momentarily, then placed 2 fingers on Su Zhenkuan's wrist. After several seconds, he opened his medical kit and retrieved a packet of silver needles. Mr. Su, in a state of excessive agitation, experienced a reversal of vital energy, which consequently exerted pressure on his heart. It seems a considerable effort will be required. Upon hearing this, Su Xiangdong hastily interjected, I appreciate your assistance, Dr. Song. Dr. Song nodded, then retrieved a silver needle, narrowing his gaze as he swiftly began to manipulate it. The act of rubbing the needle? It appears he is a descendant of the imperial physicians, preparing to employ the dreaded 7 deadly needles. Ling Tian, observing from the side, felt a growing sense of gravity. Earlier, Su Zhenkuan had been quite cordial with him. He could not simply stand by and watch this elderly man perish. Dr. Song twirled the silver needle in his hand, resembling a spinning top, ready to make his move. If you proceed with that needle, Grandfather Su will be in grave danger. A sudden voice pierced the air, causing Dr. Song to flinch. Su Xiangdong's expression shifted dramatically as he scolded. What nonsense are you spouting? I have yet to settle the score with you for earlier. Step aside and do not create further chaos. Su Qingya, equally incensed, pointed an accusatory finger at Ling Tian and commanded, Leave. Get out of here. Dr. Song's demeanor turned icy, and with disdain, he retorted, I, Song Jisher, have practiced medicine for 42 years, saving countless lives. Never has anyone questioned my medical prowess. Miss Su, do not expel him. I wish for him to witness firsthand how I will restore Mr. Su. Let him comprehend how ignorant and foolish his previous remarks were. With a huff, Su Qingya glared at Ling Tian, her eyes brimming with contempt. At that moment, Dr. Song's focus intensified. Suddenly, his hand moved with lightning speed, inserting the silver needle into Su Jinquan's acupoint. One after another, the second, the third. He swiftly inserted 7 needles before finally pausing. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he remarked, slightly fatigued, "Old Master Su is out of danger. In no more than half an hour, he will awaken and return to his former self." Realizing that Su Jinquan had fallen asleep with a healthier complexion, Su Xiangdong's anxious heart finally found relief. "Thank you, Dr. Song. Here is 1 million in consultation fees. Please accept it." Su Qingya promptly handed over a check for 1 million. Dr. Song, not one to decline, reached out to take it when suddenly a voice interrupted, "Wife, do not give it to him. This quack has been disobedient, not only failing to heal grandfather Su but worsening his condition." Su Qingya's face paled dramatically as she urgently chastised, "Silence. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Dr. Song is a renowned physician in Yunhai City, even celebrated nationwide, a living legend. If not for the long-standing relationship between Su Jinquan and Dr. Song, we would never have been able to invite him. I cannot believe Ling Tian would audaciously label Dr. Song a quack to his face. It is unfathomable whether he is ignorant or simply foolish." Dr. Song's countenance darkened significantly as he regarded Ling Tian, anger bubbling beneath the surface. "Young man, I had intended to overlook your youthful ignorance, but I did not anticipate your persistent doubts regarding my medical expertise." "Very well," he said. "Do enlighten me as to where my treatment falters. Allow this humble physician to broaden his horizons." Su Xiangdong, infuriated to the point of explosion, cast a fierce glare at Ling Tian and hastily interjected, "Master Song, he is merely an ignorant child. It is not worth your health to be angered by him." "No." Song Jisher waved his hand, his expression grave. "I am not angry. I will not permit anyone to question my medical skills. Ling Tian, you should apologize to Master Song." Su Qingya stomped her foot in frustration, admonishing Ling Tian. With a defiant expression, Ling Tian shook his head. "My dear, I have spoken the truth and will not apologize. However, if this incompetent physician seeks enlightenment, I can certainly assist him." "You." Su Qingya was nearly overcome with rage. "Do you even comprehend what you are saying? You wish to help Master Song gain insight? Have you lost your mind?" "Ha ha ha, very well, very well." Song Jisher trembled with anger, repeating the phrase thrice, gritting his teeth. "Then please, do enlighten me." Ling Tian frowned slightly, sighing, "Old Master Su is truly unfortunate to encounter such a quack. He is destined to suffer. In less than a minute, Old Master Su will awaken in agony, blood spewing forth. Subsequently, he will experience respiratory blockage and cerebral hypoxia, leading to fainting. If not treated promptly, it could prove fatal." "Humph." Song Jisher scoffed, his voice laced with indignation. Such words sound plausible, but alas, they are mere nonsense. Just as Song Jisher finished speaking, a sudden agonized roar erupted. Su Jinquan awoke abruptly, groaning in pain, blood spilling from his mouth. His breathing became labored, his eyes rolling back as he neared suffocation. Su Xiangdong and Su Qingya were horrified, exclaiming, "Father! Grandfather! What is happening? Master Song, what is the meaning of this?" Su Xiangdong asked, panic-stricken. A wave of shock washed over Song Jisher, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Impossible! How could this be? He was incredulous to find that Su Jinquan's symptoms precisely matched Ling Tian's description. "Master Song, please save him." Su Qingya cried out in desperation. Cold sweat poured down Song Jisher's brow. He was utterly bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. I am powerless," he uttered in despair, realizing that his esteemed reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. One needle to the Baihui point, another to the Tansong point. Quickly. At that moment, Ling Tian spoke again. "Silence. What madness is this, adding to the chaos at such a time?" Su Qingya shouted in frustration. Yet, Song Jisher was taken aback. If Ling Tian could accurately describe the symptoms, he might indeed possess knowledge of a remedy. With no time to ponder further, biting his lip, Song Jisher hastily produced 2 silver needles and, following Ling Tian's instructions, began his treatment. He had no choice but to place his trust in Ling Tian. I hope he is not speaking without thought. A miraculous scene unfolded. Su Jinquan spat blood but immediately ceased. His breathing became smooth, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. Cough, cough, cough. After a bout of coughing, Su Jinquan opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort. Su Xiangdong and Su Qingya rejoiced, incessantly expressing their gratitude to Song Jisher. "Thank you, Divine Physician Song." However, Song Jisher waved his hand, his expression one of astonishment and momentary distraction. Divine Physician Song. You have saved my life once more, Su Jinkuan expressed gratefully. Only then did Song Jisher come to his senses. His face flushing with embarrassment as he said with a wry smile, Mr. Su, it is not I who saved you, but this young friend. Song Jisher glanced at Ling Tian, his gaze filled with complexity, a mix of shame and astonishment. Oh, Su Jinkuan was taken aback, looking at Ling Tian with surprise. He had been unconscious and was completely unaware of the events that had transpired. Ling Tian, with an innocent smile, replied, Grandpa Su. It was Divine Physician Song's acupuncture skills that saved you. I merely offered a few words of guidance. Song Jisher was taken aback. He had anticipated that Ling Tian would eagerly claim the credit for himself, perhaps even humiliate him in the process, then boast about today's events. Leveraging his reputation as a physician to rise to fame, reaping countless benefits, while he, a distinguished physician, would be reduced to a mere stepping stone for Ling Tian's ascent. To his surprise, Ling Tian not only refrained from claiming undue credit but also preserved his dignity. Song Jisher felt a profound sense of gratitude, shame, and even a deep respect for Ling Tian. I dare not take credit. Had it not been for the young friend's guidance, I would have caused a grave disaster today. Song Jisher quickly asserted. Ling Tian chuckled and remarked, in truth, this is not entirely your fault. Your treatment was sound. Your mistake lay in failing to recognize that Grandpa Su was afflicted by malevolent forces. Your treatment forced the evil energy to retreat nowhere, ultimately converging towards the heart, exacerbating his condition. Su Xiangdong, standing by, scoffed. How increasingly mysterious. This is nothing but feudal superstition. Yet Song Jisher was taken aback. Are you a practitioner of witch medicine? Young friend, which master do you study under? Ling Tian shook his head, saying, I am not a practitioner of witch medicine. I only possess a modest understanding. There was something Ling Tian did not say. In the realm of medicine, there is nothing he does not comprehend. Su Jinkuan, meanwhile, furrowed his brow, somewhat astonished. Ling Tian. Am I truly afflicted by malevolent forces? Such a notion sounds too mystical. Had anyone else said it, I would have dismissed it outright. But Ling Tian is a disciple of that venerable elder, leaving me no choice but to believe. Grandpa Su, you indeed have been afflicted by malevolent forces. However, rest assured, the evil energy has been expelled. Ling Tian indicated the silver needles on Su Jinkuan, stating. The others turned their gaze toward the silver needles, revealing expressions of shock. Why have these needles turned black? They observed that the previously silver needles were now ensnared in a layer of dark energy, a sight utterly bizarre. Ling Tian smiled at Song Jisher, saying, Divine Physician Song, please allow me to keep this needle. It has absorbed the evil energy, which you cannot handle. Song Jisher nodded hurriedly. Please, young friend. Ling Tian stepped forward, his movement swift as lightning, extracting 9 darkened silver needles and instructing the maid to bring a cloth to wrap them. Grandfather Su, have you visited any places with heavy negative energy recently? Ling Tian inquired of Su Jinkuan. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jinkuan replied, Not at all. I have been staying at home and rarely go out. Ling Tian nodded, choosing not to say more, yet a deep-seated suspicion flickered in his eyes. It seemed that Su Jinkuan's affliction was rather unusual. After a brief conversation, seeing that Su Jinkuan was no longer in danger, Song Jisher stood to take his leave. However, he felt a certain reluctance to claim the 100,000 in consultation fees. Young friendling, if you have the time, do come to my Jisher Hall for a visit. I would be honored to receive you. Before departing, Song Jisher extended the invitation to Ling Tian. Certainly. Ling Tian replied with a smile and a nod. Once Song Jisher had departed, the exhausting ordeal had taken its toll on Su Jinkuan, and after the servants assisted him in bathing, he retired to his chamber for rest. It was only then that Su Qingyao looked at Ling Tian with curiosity and exclaimed, You understand medicine? I have learned a bit, Ling Tian replied with a smile. Su Qingyao's delicate face turned cold as she retorted. Do not presume too much just because you have acquired a superficial knowledge. Today, you were merely fortunate. Your haphazard actions avoided a great calamity. Next time, luck may not favor you. Do you understand? Ling Tian chuckled lightly and said, Understood, my dear. Noticing that it was getting late, he suggested. Shall we return to our room to rest? Su Qingyao's face flushed instantly, and she gritted her teeth. Do not overstep your bounds. Oh, then shall I seek Grandfather Su to sleep with? Ling Tian replied meekly, as he intended to further investigate Su Jinkuan's affliction. You. Su Qingyao was incensed. Her silver teeth clenched. This scoundrel was threatening her. If grandfather learned that she had barred Ling Tian from entering, he might fall ill again. Su Xiangdong, observing from the side, spoke sternly, "Listen well, boy, you and Qingya are not meant to be. My daughter is not someone you can aspire to. It would be wise for you to abandon any inappropriate thoughts. Otherwise, even with the old man as protection, I will not spare you. Do you comprehend my meaning?" "Father, I understand," Ling Tian replied cheerfully, nodding. The address of father caused Su Xiangdong's blood pressure to soar. "Remember, do not harbor any improper intentions towards Qingya. In Yuhai, it is not difficult for the Su family to make someone disappear. Mind your behavior." With that, Su Xiangdong stormed off to his room. Yu Xiaoxiao sighed as she glanced between her daughter Su Qingya and Ling Tian, her words caught in her throat. "You both should rest," she said before following Su Xiangdong. "Humph." Su Qingya was vexed but felt powerless. With a cold snort, she rose and returned to her room, with Ling Tian hurriedly following. Upon entering the room, an enticing fragrance enveloped him, intoxicating his senses. Is this what a young lady's boudoir is like? It is incomparably superior to the dilapidated abode of the old man. Su Qingya wore a stern expression as she tossed the extra bedding on the bed to Ling Tian. "Don't think that just because my grandfather has spoken, I will acquiesce to your demands. I shall sleep on the bed, and you shall take the floor." "Very well," Ling Tian replied without a hint of annoyance, chuckling as he tossed the bedding beneath the bed. He then kicked off his shoes and lay down, a look of sheer contentment gracing his face. "This is delightful. The comfort of this quilt far surpasses that of the earthen Kong in the village. Country bumpkin," Su Qingya thought to herself, fuming as she lay on the bed, turning her back to Ling Tian. Yet, internally, she was exceedingly anxious. It was the first time in her life that she shared a room with a man. What if, in the dead of night, he were too? A wave of apprehension washed over her, extinguishing any semblance of sleep. Su Qingya felt a surge of anxiety. Her delicate fists clenched tightly, her breath quickening with trepidation. She feared that in the next instant, Ling Tian might suddenly leap at her. However, mere moments later, a steady rhythm of breathing emanated from beneath the bed. Su Qingya was taken aback and discreetly turned her head to glance. To her astonishment, she found Ling Tian, draped in the quilt, had already succumbed to slumber. A wave of relief washed over her, yet simultaneously, a flicker of irritation ignited within her. After all, she was the most beautiful woman in Yuhai City, with countless admirers vying for her attention. Now, sharing the same room, how could he fall asleep so swiftly? This left Su Qingya with an inexplicable sense of humiliation. Was it possible that she failed to evoke even a hint of desire in him? Heartless. Su Qingya muttered under her breath, her vexation further robbing her of sleep. The following morning, Su Zhenkuan awoke early, rousing both Su Qingya and Ling Tian, urging them to obtain their marriage certificate. Though Su Qingya was reluctant, she had no choice but to drive Ling Tian to the Civil Affairs Bureau to acquire the certificate. Upon receiving it, Su Zhenkuan erupted into hearty laughter, elated beyond measure. "Wonderful. I shall consult Master Huang shortly to select an auspicious date for the wedding banquet." "Grandfather, could we perhaps postpone the banquet arrangements?" Ling Tian interjected. "Address me as grandfather," Su Zhenkuan replied sternly. "Oh, grandfather," Ling Tian scratched his head, adjusting to the title with some awkwardness. Satisfied, Su Zhenkuan regarded Ling Tian earnestly. "Now, share your reasoning." "Grandfather, I grew up in a mountain village and have never experienced romance. I've often heard that the feeling of being in love is the most delightful of all. Therefore, I wish to savor the taste of love before entering into marriage," Ling Tian confessed bashfully. Su Qingya shot a surprised glance at Ling Tian, her heart swelling with joy. "Grandfather, I share his sentiments." Su Xiangdong, standing nearby, quickly chimed in. "Father, let's heed the children's wishes. Marrying without a foundation of affection would be awkward for them." Though Su Zhenkuan was somewhat reluctant, he conceded without further objection, nodding in agreement. Elated, Su Qingya left for work with a buoyant spirit. Meanwhile, Su Xiangdong cast a knowing glance at Ling Tian, a cold smirk forming in his heart. It seemed that the words he had spoken the previous day had resonated with this young man. Well, after some time, he would find a suitable reason to orchestrate a divorce between him and Qingya, and then provide him with a sum of money to ensure his lifetime of comfort. Thus, the Su family would not have treated him unjustly. "Grandfather, may I see your room?" Ling Tian suddenly asked with a smile. "Haha, of course. Come. Let grandfather show you around." Su Zhenkuan laughed heartily, leading Ling Tian upstairs to his room. Upon entering, Ling Tian's brow furrowed slightly as he was met with an eerie atmosphere. Xiao Tian, grandfather enjoys collecting antiques and curiosities. So my room is adorned with various ancient books and paintings, Su Jinkuan explained. Ling Tian's gaze swept across the room, and he had already gleaned much from the arrangement of items within. It seemed there was indeed a masterful hand guiding the setup of his grandfather's room. Did someone advise you on this? Ling Tian casually inquired. Indeed, you were correct, came the reply with a hearty laugh. Grandfather engaged the renowned feng shui master, Huang Wenkue, from Yuhai City to arrange this space. Hidden within is the art of feng shui, designed to ensure the prosperity and flourishing of the Su family. Ling Tian raised his head, fixing his gaze upon Su Jinkuan's forehead, where a spark of insight flashed in his eyes. Just as he had suspected, a new malevolent aura was already present within Su Jinkuan. Ah, quite a clever tactic. Before descending the mountain, the elder had informed Ling Tian that 20 years prior, Su Jinkuan had saved his life. Therefore, his purpose for returning to Mary was, in essence, to repay this debt of gratitude. With that in mind, Ling Tian could not stand idly by while Su Jinkuan faced danger. Moreover, among the entire Su family, Su Jinkuan was the only one who had been genuinely sincere toward him. Grandfather, you cannot stay in this room any longer, Ling Tian suddenly declared. Su Jinkuan was taken aback, confusion etching his features. Why is that? Because this room is saturated with malevolence. What? A tremor coursed through Su Jinkuan, his expression one of shock. Grandfather, do you believe me? Ling Tian asked gravely as he met Su Jinkuan's gaze. After a moment of stunned silence, Su Jinkuan slowly nodded. Of course, I trust you. Xiao Tian, do you mean to say that there is an issue with the feng shui? Is Master Huang deliberately causing me harm? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Su Jinkuan's eyes, and an invisible aura radiated from him. Having built the vast Su family empire from the ground up, Su Jinkuan was no fool. With a moment's reflection, he grasped the crux of the matter. Ling Tian shook his head, saying, in terms of feng shui alone, there is no issue. However, the feng shui here has been manipulated by an unseen hand. That Master Huang is certainly the most suspicious, but he may not be the culprit. Su Jinkuan's brow furrowed in contemplation. So, you mean to say it's impossible to uncover the perpetrator? A sigh escaped Su Jinkuan's lips, as if a heavy stone weighed upon his heart, leaving him in a state of profound gloom. Knowing that someone was conspiring against him, yet remaining unaware of their identity, was akin to having a sword suspended above his head, threatening to fall at any moment, leaving him in a state of unrest. Ling Tian, however, smiled, his demeanor calm and assured. Do not worry, grandfather. Since we cannot ascertain who it is, we shall allow this individual to come to us. With that, Ling Tian suddenly took action, rearranging several antiques within the room. The invisible malevolence intensified markedly, causing even Su Jinkuan to involuntarily shiver, his expression one of alarm. Grandfather, let us depart, Ling Tian said with a serene smile, exuding confidence. Within 3 days, the fish shall take the bait. After moving to another room, Su Jinkuan still bore an expression of skepticism. Ling Tian had servants procure a packet of silver needles, using them to expel the malevolent energy from Su Jinkuan's body. As he witnessed the needles turn black once more, Su Jinkuan became increasingly convinced of Ling Tian's words, his fists clenching tightly with a surge of cold intensity in his eyes. Regardless of who dares to harm me, I shall ensure that you pay a heavy price. After conversing with Ling Tian for some time, Su Jinkuan felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The malevolent energy that had just been expelled required ample rest for the body to recuperate. Ling Tian administered 2 more acupuncture needles to Su Jinkuan, restoring his depleted vitality. Once Su Jinkuan drifted into a deep slumber, Ling Tian exited the room and departed from the Su family villa. His gaze swept toward the horizon, a fierce glint flashing momentarily. Upon descending the mountain, aside from marrying Su Qingya and repaying Su Jinkuan's favor from that day, the elder had entrusted him with 3 significant tasks. Today, he would attend to the first of these matters. Yunwu Villa is nestled on the mountainside of Yunwu Mountain. Built by the sea, it is perpetually shrouded in mist formed by the ocean, resembling a realm of immortals. At the foot of the mountain, vigilant guardians are stationed year-round, adding to its enigma. At this moment, a black Maybach was parked by the roadside at the base of Yunwu Mountain. 2 elegantly dressed gentlemen stood 10 meters away from the sentry booth, casting frequent glances. If members of the upper echelons of Yunhai City were present, they would undoubtedly recognize these 2 individuals as Wang Feiyu, the illustrious chairman of Feiyu Group, and his sole heir, Wang Shi. Father, the proprietor of Yunwu Villa certainly has an inflated sense of self-importance, doesn't he? We've been waiting for half an hour, Wang Shi remarked impatiently, his tone tinged with irritation. Silence, Wang Feiyu chided, lowering his voice. In a week's time, you will celebrate your 25th birthday. Do you comprehend the significance of having the owner of Yunwu Villa in attendance? The entire Yunhai city will revere you, and none will dare oppose you. Wang Shi, upon hearing this, appeared unconvinced and dismissively replied, Is it truly that remarkable? Besides, with my current status, who would dare provoke me? Given the Wang family's standing, why should we seek to curry favor with others? The Wang family's standing? Wang Feiyu scoffed, his gaze fixed on the winding path that ascended into the clouds. A profound awe evident in his eyes. The Wang family, indeed, appeared as a colossus to the world, holding a prominent position. Yet, before Yunwu Villa, they might as well be regarded as mere ants. He would never forget that rainy night 2 decades ago when the White Tiger Gang, an underground organization that had dominated Yuhai City for 30 years, inadvertently offended the owner of Yunwu Villa. In a single night, they were eradicated, with 3,000 gang members perishing without a trace. The gang leader's corpse was hung at the city gate for public display for 3 days. Consequently, Yunhai City underwent a drastic upheaval, with the major powers being reshuffled. Seizing the opportunity with relentless determination, Wang Feiyu established what is now known as Feiyu Group. Although tranquility returned to Yunwu Villa afterwards, with many remaining oblivious to its existence, Wang Feiyu was acutely aware that all major forces in Yuhai City were nothing but a farce in the presence of Yunwu Villa. The true sovereign of Yunhai City was none other than Master Kuan of Yunwu Villa. Father, the security personnel is approaching. At that moment, a guard emerged from the sentry booth and walked up to Wang Feiyu. Wang Feiyu immediately bent down, smiling humbly. Security brother, may I inquire whether Lord Kuan has consented? The guard cast a cold glance at Wang Feiyu and replied indifferently, Lord Kuan has ordered you to leave. Wang Feiyu's smile abruptly faltered, replaced by profound disappointment. Before he could utter another word, the guard had already turned to depart. Damn, how arrogant. Wang Shi felt a surge of anger. He had never endured such humiliation. However, Wang Feiyu's expression drastically changed as he hastily covered Wang Shi's mouth, urging him, Be quiet, do you wish to court death? Only after confirming that the guard was not looking this way did he exhale in relief, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Even a mere security guard at Yunwu Villa was not someone they could provoke. It seems you are not destined for this, Wang Feiyu sighed, pulling Wang Shi along as they prepared to leave. Suddenly, a figure caught their eye, and Wang Shi's eyes widened in shock. Damn, it's that bastard. Dad. He's the one who cursed me with cancer. I was so frightened I almost wet myself. Wang Shi immediately recognized Ling Tian, who had terrified him the previous day. Ling Tian had described symptoms that Wang Shi possessed, and upon hearing the word cancer, he rushed to the hospital for an examination. The results revealed nothing alarming aside from excessive liver heat, leaving him feeling deceived and enraged. Had it not been for Wang Feiyu bringing him here today, he would have sought retribution from Ling Tian long ago. To his surprise, he encountered Ling Tian at Yunwu Villa. Oh, it's you. Your mouth's quite foul. Did you eat a lot of dung yesterday? Ling Tian said cheerfully, addressing Wang Shi. I'll beat you up. Wang Shi's face darkened, and he yelled as he attempted to charge forward, but Wang Feiyu swiftly restrained him, whispering, Do you wish to act recklessly at the entrance of Yunwu Villa? Let us discuss this later. Wang Shi halted, glaring hatefully at Ling Tian, his anger simmering. Ling Tian disregarded him entirely and approached the guard station. Halt. This is a private estate. Please leave immediately. The guard's demeanor was cold as he blocked Ling Tian's path. Ling Tian smiled lightly and replied, I seek Su Kuan. Please convey a message for me. With the left hand, I save the living. With the right, I traverse the netherworld. The guard's expression changed drastically, and he quickly bowed, saying, Please wait a moment. I will inform him right away. After speaking, the guard dashed up the hill, leaving Wang Feiyu and his son in stunned silence. What on earth did he say? The guard runs like a rabbit. Wang Shi remembered that the guard had been reluctant to relay their message earlier. Had it not been for Wang Feiyu's humble pleading, he likely would have ignored them entirely. Even so, it was merely a phone call. Yet, unexpectedly, after Ling Tian spoke, the guard took off running. Are you abandoning your post? Wang Feiyu squinted, his heart racing. It appeared that this young man held an extraordinary identity. Ling Tian stood before the sentry post, casually surveying his surroundings, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Nearly in the vicinity of the post, there were concealed sentinels numbering in the hundreds. This Yunwu mountain manor was indeed extraordinary. He pondered the old man's words, uncertain of their validity. Just then, A black Rolls-Royce bearing the license plate High C88888 descended the mountain road, followed by an extensive convoy, imposing and magnificent. Upon sighting the vehicle, Wang Feiyu felt a jolt of apprehension. "Son, we must leave at once. That is Master Kuen's car." He hurriedly ushered Wang Shi into the vehicle, akin to fleeing for their lives. "Dad, why are we leaving? Master Kuen is here. It would be perfect to invite him directly." "Perhaps he would feel too embarrassed to decline," Wang Shi remarked, puzzled. Wang Feiyu's heart raced as he delivered a sharp slap to the back of Wang Shi's head. "You fool! Do you dare to gaze upon Master Kuen when he is out? If you witness something you shouldn't, it could cost you your life. Listen carefully. That individual named Ling Tian is likely acquainted with Master Kuen. Henceforth, unless absolutely necessary, you must not provoke him. Do you understand?" "Understood," Wang Shi replied dismissively. Yet inwardly he scoffed, thinking, what could a mere laborer possibly pose as a threat? We still have unfinished business from yesterday. At that moment, the Rolls-Royce came to a halt before the sentry post. The car door swung open, and an elderly man clad in traditional attire, exuding an air of authority, stepped out, followed by a retinue of dozens. The elder strode with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, approaching Ling Tian and scrutinizing him from head to toe. In a deep voice, he inquired, "Young man, I am Su Kuen. What do you mean by that statement?" Upon encountering the elder, Ling Tian felt an unexpected sense of unease. The elder radiated an undeniable aura of power, clearly a formidable figure. The old man's claim that Su Kuen would bow to him upon presenting the token seemed increasingly dubious. Was the old man truly attempting to ensnare him? However, with the moment upon him, there was no turning back. Ling Tian steeled himself and responded to Su Kuen with a grin. "You will understand what I mean upon seeing this." With that, he revealed the token given to him by the old man, fully prepared to flee should the elder turn hostile. Upon seeing the token, Su Kuen's expression shifted dramatically. He fell to his knees before Ling Tian, his face alight with fervor. "Young master, I have finally awaited your arrival." Ling Tian was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Su Kuen, brimming with excitement, turned to the throng behind him and bellowed, "A bunch of rascals. With the appearance of the underworld command, why do you not kneel to welcome the young master?" The individuals behind him, shocked, hastily knelt before Ling Tian, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the young master." Ling Tian's mind buzzed. How had he become the young master? Was the elder of such significant stature? "Everyone, please rise and speak." Ling Tian helped Su Kuen to his feet. Su Kuen looked at Ling Tian, tears streaming down his face, and choked out, "Young master, I have waited for this day for 20 long years. Today, I finally see you. This is not the place for conversation. Young master, please get in the car. Let us return home." Su Kuen respectfully ushered Ling Tian into the vehicle, leading him to the Cloud Mist Manor. Upon entering, Ling Tian was utterly astonished. The Cloud Mist Manor was vast, larger than their entire village. The interior decor was luxurious yet elegant, exuding an air of nobility and taste. In Ling Tian's eyes, the Su family's villa had already been quite upscale. However, in comparison to this place, it appeared utterly crude and unworthy of attention. "Is this your home?" Ling Tian asked in disbelief, astonished. "No, this is your home," Su Kuen quickly replied. Not only was the Cloud Mist Manor a grand estate, but everything he possessed was bestowed upon him by the master. Now that the young master had returned, it rightfully belonged to him. Ling Tian nearly choked, cursing the old man's ancestors in his heart. All this time, the old man was so wealthy. How infuriating to have endured 20 years of hardship in the mountains. Following Su Kuen, Ling Tian arrived at the reception hall. After taking a seat, Su Kuen nervously inquired, "Young master, how's the master?" Ling Tian nodded and replied curtly, "Rest assured, he is quite well. Especially since he kicked me out. He and Widow Qin must be living in great comfort." Su Kuen chuckled awkwardly. He dared not jest about the master. With a serious expression, Su Kuen cautiously asked, "When the master departed, he instructed me that upon your return, I should assist you in reorganizing the underworld palace. May I ask what your plans are, young master?" Ling Tian shook the underworld order in his hand, feeling somewhat speechless. "You first explain the situation to me. The old man is so lazy, he left me with nothing." Thinking of this, Ling Tian's anger flared. Before descending the mountain, the old man had given him a secret code and a token, saying that everything would become clear upon meeting Su Kuen. Yet, he had not mentioned anything about being the young master of the underworld palace, not a single word. How unreliable. Su Kuen quickly nodded, speaking respectfully, "Young master. The master is the head of the underworld palace, the most mysterious organization in the Great Xia Kingdom. The underworld palace has influence worldwide, wielding immense power and wealth. However, 20 years ago, the master suddenly vanished, leading to chaos within the underworld palace. It is now fragmented, with warlords vying for control, having split into many factions. Its former glory long gone. As the master's steward, I accompanied him to Yunhai City and have been waiting here for the young master, as per his instructions. The head of the underworld palace? Ling Tian's heart surged with disbelief. The old man, so lecherous, was actually the leader of a world-class superorganization? Hadn't he claimed to be a vagabond? What a cruel deception he had endured. Upon reflecting on the significant responsibility entrusted to him by the old man, which was none other than the reorganization of the formidable organization known as the Underworld Palace, Ling Tian was immediately beset by a wave of anxiety. Moreover, from Su Kuan's words, it was evident that the Underworld Palace was in a precarious state, facing dire circumstances. This old man, while indulging in a carefree life with Widow Qin in the village, had left Ling Tian to deal with such a colossal mess. What a cunning way to exploit a Navi youth. Nevertheless, despite his grievances towards the old man, Ling Tian had spent 2 decades with him, considering him as dear as a grandfather. Therefore, he felt compelled to fulfill the old man's wishes, no matter the cost. Is there a branch of the Underworld Palace in Yunhai City? Ling Tian inquired, rubbing his temples. Su Kuan promptly responded, indeed. There exists a sub-hall of the Underworld Palace in Yunhai City. The hall leader is named Zhang Biao, who is the chairman of the Wanrong Group, the largest real estate developer in the city. Su Kuan paused, letting out a sigh. Initially, I could leverage the old master's influence to keep Zhang Biao in check. However, over the past 2 decades, with the old master missing, Zhang Biao's ambitious nature has become apparent. Not only has he ceased to heed the commands of the Underworld Palace, but a year ago, he also betrayed us and allied with the provincial government. I had intended to cleanse our ranks, but Zhang Biao has a formidable expert by his side. The 2 groups I sent were utterly decimated and never returned. Furthermore, he desecrated the bodies of our fallen brothers, dismembering them and discarding their remains at the foot of Yunwu Mountain Villa, threatening to kill anyone who dared to send more men. As Su Kuan spoke, his eyes burned with resentment as he lamented, "Young master, Zhang Biao is heinously guilty, his hands stained with the blood of our brothers. He must not be spared." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's fury ignited. Betrayal was one thing, but to murder former comrades and disrespect their corpses was unforgivable. Such a wretch deserved death. Ling Tian gradually rose, his gaze icy, emanating an invisible authority. The reorganization of the Underworld Palace shall commence with Zhang Biao. Su Kuan's spirit soared, his demeanor invigorated. As he coldly proposed, "Young master, the 7th of next month marks Zhang Biao's 50th birthday. Why not use his blood on that day to commemorate our fallen brothers?" "You will handle the arrangements," Ling Tian replied indifferently. "I shall focus solely on the killings." Su Kuan's body stiffened, sensing an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from Ling Tian. It was as if he stood before a fierce tiger with its jaws wide open, causing his hair to stand on end. Little did he know, despite the young master's seemingly gentle appearance, his presence was indeed terrifying. His respect and reverence for Ling Tian grew exponentially. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Tian had been cast into the wilderness at the tender age of 8, battling wild beasts. The creatures that had perished at his hands numbered no less than 800, if not 1,000. Even the fiercest of predators would cower in fear before Ling Tian's bloodlust. What chance did humans stand? "Young master, your return today is a momentous occasion for our Underworld Palace. This evening, I wish to gather some core members and host a banquet to welcome you back." "How does that sound, young master?" Ling Tian pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. All right. Since he had embarked on this dubious journey with the old man, he felt compelled to fulfill the tasks entrusted to him. Therefore, it was indeed essential for him to familiarize himself with the key figures of the Underworld Palace. Su Kuan proceeded to elaborate on various aspects of the Underworld Palace to Ling Tian. At noon, Su Kuan invited Ling Tian for a meal, which was politely declined. The 2 exchanged phone numbers, after which Su Kuan arranged for someone to escort Ling Tian back to the Su family's villa. Shortly thereafter, Su Qingya returned home from work. After lunch, Su Jingkuan suddenly spoke up. "Qingya, don't go to the company this afternoon. Take Ling Tian and purchase a few outfits. Additionally, since Ling Tian has just arrived in Yuhai, take him around to explore." Su Qingya's expression shifted momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. "All right, grandfather." She smiled gently at Ling Tian, her beauty captivating enough to stir his heart. It must be said, his wife was truly stunning. "I appreciate your assistance, my dear. There's no need for such formality," Su Qingya replied sweetly, making Ling Tian's heart flutter. Observing Su Qingya's warm demeanor towards Ling Tian, Su Zhenkuan nodded approvingly. Sensing their harmonious rapport, once outside, Ling Tian instinctively settled into the back seat of the car, remaining still. However, as Su Qingya entered the vehicle, her smile vanished, her countenance turning icy. Throughout the journey, Su Qingya remained silent, creating a palpable tension in the air. After several minutes, the car halted in front of a shopping mall. This card contains 100,000 yuan. Purchase a few garments and feel free to browse. I will call you when it's time to return. Oh. And please share your number with me, Su Qingya said coldly, tossing a bank card to Ling Tian. Thank you, my wife, he responded without hesitation, accepting the card with a smile and exchanging phone numbers with her. Upon returning, do you know how to explain to the old man? Of course. I will simply say you accompanied me to buy clothes and took me to many places, and I had a wonderful time, Ling Tian replied with a cheerful demeanor. Su Qingya frowned slightly. Seeing him in such spirit stirred a sense of compassion within her. Ling Tian, we are fundamentally from different worlds. Therefore, please do not hold it against me. You may exit the car now. As Ling Tian opened the door and stepped out, a vibrant young woman approached, carrying a bag. Xiaoli, over here. Su Qingya called out eagerly, stepping out of the vehicle. Upon reaching them, Xiaoli, slightly breathless, remarked, I happened to be nearby when you sent the message. Where are we headed to have fun? Then, noticing Ling Tian beside her, her expression shifted to one of surprise. Qingya, is this the laborer you mentioned? He certainly looks quite rustic. With a dismissive curl of her lip, she placed her hands on her hips, exuding an air of arrogance. Listen, I warn you, don't think you can aspire to someone like her. Be discerning and keep your distance from us, lest I be compelled to find someone to teach you a lesson. Enough of this, get in the car. Su Qingya hurriedly pulled Xiaoli into the vehicle. The moment the car began to move, Xiaoli rolled down the window and shouted, Get lost, you country bumpkin. Ling Tian's expression darkened. The old man was indeed correct. Women in the city were undeniably superficial. It appeared that one could not afford to be too modest. Shaking his head, Ling Tian turned and entered the shopping mall, only to be astounded upon entering. The opulence of the DCOR was breathtaking, the variety of clothing overwhelming, and the saleswomen's long, fair legs were striking. Ahem. Ling Tian felt a blush creeping to his cheeks. He had never before encountered such a glaring display. With an air of a rustic individual stepping into the city, he instantly attracted countless scornful glances. This piece of clothing is quite nice. At last, Ling Tian spotted an outfit he fancied and stepped into the store. As he reached out to take the garment to try it on, an unpleasant voice suddenly cut through the air. Don't touch it. If you soil it, you won't be able to afford it. The saleswoman, arms crossed and leaning against the counter, regarded him with evident disdain. Ling Tian frowned, about to respond when, unexpectedly, a figure burst in from outside and approached the saleswoman directly. With a resounding slap, he admonished her, How dare you speak to young Master Ling like that? The saleswoman was momentarily stunned, and once she recognized her assailant, her face paled in horror. Mr. Wang, I'll deal with you later. Wang Feiyu shot a fierce glare at the saleswoman before turning to reveal a servile smile. Young Master Ling, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Wang Feiyu had just found his romantic interest working as a saleswoman in the mall when he stumbled upon Ling Tian. After all, Ling Tian had made quite an impression, prompting the security at Yunwu Mountain Villa to abandon their posts to inform him. Such a splendid opportunity to curry favor was not one he could afford to miss. Ling Tian was taken aback, a look of surprise crossing his features. Wasn't this the father of that fellow who had insulted him? They had met earlier that morning at the entrance of Yunwu Mountain Villa. What a remarkable coincidence! Ling Tian chuckled. Encountering him twice in one day could hardly be deemed mere chance. Young Master Ling, are you here to purchase clothing? This mall is a property of my Feiyu group. Please, feel free to choose any item you desire. With that, Wang Feiyu turned back to the saleswoman, his tone menacing. Are you daft? Why aren't you retrieving that garment for young Master Ling? The saleswoman nodded frantically, her demeanor flustered as she hurriedly handed the clothing to Ling Tian, her smile more akin to a grimace. She could scarcely fathom why Mr. Wang would treat a laborer with such courtesy. Ling Tian tried on the outfit. It fit perfectly, and he was quite pleased. However, when it came time to settle the bill, Wang Feiyu insisted vehemently against it. Young master, it is my honor for you to shop here. If I were to let you pay, it would be a disgrace to me. Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback, then realized this Mr. Wang was certainly expressing his gratitude for pointing out his son's early-stage liver cancer. Generally, by the time liver cancer is discovered, It is already in its advanced stages, and survival is highly unlikely. Pointing it out in advance could be considered a rescue for Brother Sure. If that is the case, there is no need for pleasantries. I shall explore other establishments. I shall accompany you. Wang Feiyu followed closely behind Ling Tian, his demeanor lively. Are you truly so foolish as to carry Ling Xiao's bag? Lacking in discernment, the sales assistant hurried over to assist Ling Tian with his garments, her expression resembling that of a bitter melon. Ling Tian perused each store, and with Wang Feiyu in tow, no one dared to look down upon him. Each sales assistant regarded Ling Tian as a young master experiencing life, eager to attach themselves to him, enthusiastically presenting various clothing styles. Throughout, Wang Feiyu bent slightly, a broad smile plastered on his face, exuding humility. Ling Tian purchased 3 or 4 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes before nodding in satisfaction. Please keep the clothes here. I shall retrieve them when I return home. I will arrange for someone to deliver them to you, Wang Feiyu promptly replied. He then glanced at Ling Tian, hesitating momentarily. Is there something else? Wang Feiyu rubbed his hands together, visibly anxious, with an ingratiating smile. Ling Xiao, a week from now is my son's 25th birthday. I would like to extend an invitation for you to grace the celebration. Might I inquire if you would honor us with your presence? Ling Tian did not hesitate at all, responding with a smile, certainly. Given the generous gifts of clothing, it would be ungracious not to oblige. Wang Feiyu was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with excitement. Thank you, Ling Xiao, thank you. I shall send someone to fetch you. He had never anticipated Ling Tian's swift agreement. He hurriedly noted down Ling Tian's number, and after watching him depart, he clenched his fist in exhilaration. Splendid. Although I could not invite Lord Kuan, having secured the attendance of Ling Xiao, who is connected to him, is an indirect association. This marks a promising beginning. After leaving the mall, Ling Tian wandered aimlessly on the street for several hours. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar car parked ahead. Su Qingya and Xiaoli emerged from a nearby shop, laden with bags, chatting and laughing. Upon seeing Ling Tian, their expressions changed instantly. Are you following me? Wife, this is merely a coincidence, Ling Tian explained. Do not call me wife. I advise you to refrain from such thoughts. With that, Su Qingya, her face stern, entered the car. Xiaoli scoffed at Ling Tian, disdain evident in her tone. Humph, shameless. As the car started, Su Qingya rolled down the window and coldly remarked, I will be attending a gathering tonight, which may last late. You may go wherever you wish. But you must not return alone. You must wait for me. Do you understand? Furthermore, do not follow me again. With that, Su Qingya pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away. At that moment, Ling Tian's phone rang. He retrieved his old mobile device and answered. Master, this is Su Kuan. The evening banquet is set at the Golden Splendor Hotel. Where are you? I will come to collect you. Ling Tian reported his location, and soon a black Rolls-Royce arrived. Young master, I apologize for the wait. Su Kuan hurriedly stepped out of the car to open the door for Ling Tian. Once Ling Tian was seated, he closed the door and entered the vehicle, which then began to move slowly. The driver was a robust middle-aged man who, at that moment, glanced at Ling Tian in the rearview mirror with a hint of excitement and spoke. Young master, I had the honor of driving for the master back in the day. It is truly a privilege to drive for you today. Su Kuan, sitting in the passenger seat, quickly introduced him. Young master, this is Yi Feng. 20 years ago, he was just a young lad driving for the old master. Now, he has risen to become the leader of the underground circles in Yunhai City. Upon hearing that the young master was to be entertained today, he insisted on being your driver. This splendid Golden Splendor Hotel is one of Yi Feng's enterprises. Thank you. Ling Tian replied with a smile, though a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. He sensed a faint, chilling aura emanating from Yi Feng, a presence commonly referred to as a murderous intent, one that could only be cultivated through countless acts of violence. While an ordinary person might remain oblivious to such a sensation, it was unmistakable to Ling Tian. It seemed that Yi Feng's ascent to the pinnacle of the underground world was not without its share of struggles. Upon arriving at the hotel and parking, Su Kuan led Ling Tian to the supreme private room on the 6th floor. As they entered, a few individuals who had been waiting there quickly stood up, visibly flustered, their expressions a mix of nervousness and excitement. Young master, these are the elders who once stood by the old master through thick and thin. After the master's departure, the perseverance of Yunwu Mountain Villa owes much to their efforts. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian immediately bowed deeply to the group. Ling Tian expresses his gratitude to all the elders. Not at all, they exclaimed, hastily supporting Ling Tian, their faces alight with emotion. Upon learning of your return, We old souls are truly overjoyed. Our Ming Wang Hall finally has a backbone. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats, and Yifeng personally assumed the role of server. As the dishes were served, the atmosphere became lively with conversation and laughter. Meanwhile, in a different private room on the same floor, Su Qingya sat with a displeased expression. Xiaoli had told her that she was meeting a few friends for a night out. However, upon arrival, she discovered that Wang Shi was also present. Initially intending to leave, she hesitated, recalling the project in the southern part of the city that required her attention, so she endured the situation. Unexpectedly, after a few drinks, Wang Shi grew increasingly brazen. Qingya, I truly like you. You are destined to be my woman. Come, let us leave together. Tonight, we shall consummate our union. Wang Shi declared, pulling Xiaoli aside and sitting next to Su Qingya with a grin. Furrowing her brow, Su Qingya leaned back slightly and replied, Wang, please conduct yourself with respect. I am already married. Taken aback, Wang Shi paused momentarily before smashing his glass to the floor. In the private room, a sudden shriek erupted as several girls panicked. Are you referring to that laborer named Ling Tian? Believe me, I can eliminate him in an instant. Su Qingya's delicate face turned pale as she gazed at Wang Shi, whose eyes were now red with fury, and a sense of unease washed over her. Beside her, Xiaoli hastily interjected, Qingya, Wang Xiao is genuinely devoted to you. You mustn't let him down. If you stay with Wang Xiao, let that laborer go to hell. Qingya is involved with a laborer? The other girls gasped, as if they had just heard breaking news, and immediately began to gossip. Xiaoli eagerly fanned the flames. Indeed, we saw him on our way here. His clothes were so shabby, he looked like a rustic bumpkin. He doesn't even compare to a fraction of Wang Xiao. Qingya, I truly don't understand your hesitation. If Wang Xiao were pursuing me, I would have accepted him without a second thought. I'm sorry, I need to use the restroom. Su Qingya's expression darkened as she stood up and exited the room. Wang Shi, noticing this, quickly signaled Xiaoli with his eyes. She nodded and followed suit. Qingya, Wang Xiao is the heir of Feiyu Group. If you stay with him, you'll never have to worry again. Do you have any idea how envious the other girls are? You must cherish this opportunity. Xiaoli continued her persuasion, but Su Qingya kept her head down, her expression as cold as ice, remaining silent. She regretted listening to Xiaoli and attending this gathering, longing instead for a secluded spot to collect her thoughts. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught her eye, causing her brows to furrow in anger. Ling Tian, she screamed in exasperation. I have warned you before, do not follow me. Why are you still tailing me? Have you no shame? The fury within Su Qingya erupted as she pointed at Ling Tian, her voice cracking. Tears began to well up in her beautiful eyes. Reddened with rage, it was all Ling Tian's fault, an insignificant, backgroundless country bumpkin. If not for him, she would not be subjected to this humiliation. Ling Tian had just finished his meal and was surrounded by Su Kuan and others, preparing to leave, when unexpectedly, he encountered Su Qingya in distress. On the verge of tears, this left him utterly bewildered. I'm not stalking you, Ling Tian hurriedly explained. The evidence is right before our eyes, and you still deny it? Are you even a man? Su Qingya yelled in frustration before turning and running back to the private room, sobbing. Young master, what is happening? Should I intervene? Yifeng's heart raced, cold sweat breaking out. This was in his hotel, and the young master had been reprimanded. If he angered the young master, the consequences would be dire. Leave my family matters to me. Ling Tian sighed. This misunderstanding was beyond clarification. Meanwhile, Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with excitement. This damned laborer has appeared at just the right moment. What an opportunity. Xiaoli, adorned in high heels, approached Ling Tian with an expression of disdain. You wretched toad. Do you have any idea how difficult you are making things for Qingya? Come, you must accompany me now. We need to clarify matters in front of her. Yifeng's eyes turned icy, a chilling aura of menace emanating from him. How dare this woman insult the young master? She was clearly courting disaster. Sensing the impending danger, Ling Tian hurriedly interjected, You need not concern yourselves. I will follow her. At least you know your place. Xiaoli scoffed, pivoting to sway her hips as she strode ahead. Ling Tian exhaled softly and followed her into the private room. Young Master Wang, look who has arrived. Xiaoli exclaimed as she entered, eager to claim credit. Wang Shi, irritated by his inability to subdue Su Qingya, immediately rose upon seeing Ling Tian. Damn it. It's you. Leaning against the doorframe, Ling Tian cast a disinterested glance at Wang Shi. I have no desire to engage with you today. I am here to explain to my wife. My dear, actually, who is your wife? Who wants to hear your explanations? Get lost. Just get lost. Su Qingya suddenly shouted, losing her composure. Ling Tian furrowed his brow and turned to leave. It was clear that Su Qingyu was in no state to listen to him. Remaining here served no purpose. Did I give you permission to leave? Wang Shi slammed his hand on the table, his expression menacing as he advanced. This was a golden opportunity to show off. And he intended to trample Ling Tian in front of Su Qingyu, making her see who she should truly choose. Ling Tian halted, turning back with a cold gaze. What? Must I seek your approval to leave? Wang Shi raised his chin, brimming with arrogance. You're absolutely right. Ling Tian, kneel before me and apologize. Then get out of Yunhai and return to your rural home to tend to pigs. From now on, you are forbidden to disturb Qingyu. Or else I shall ruin you. Ling Tian's eyes suddenly sharpened, his voice icy. Do I appear to be someone who is easily bullied? Humph. Wang Shi scoffed, pointing at Ling Tian with arrogance. What do you think? In an instant, Ling Tian struck, delivering a stinging slap across Wang Shi's face. The room fell into stunned silence. Everyone stood aghast, unable to comprehend that Ling Tian had dared to strike Wang Shi. Who was Wang Shi? The only son of the chairman of Feiyu Group. One of the 4 prominent young masters of Yunhai. Did he wish to throw his life away? Even Su Qingyu looked on in shock, her expression one of disbelief. Wang Shi, clutching his face, took a moment to process before erupting in fury. How dare you hit me? Smack. You. Smack. You will die. Smack. Wang Shi, now silent and covering his face, could not utter another word. The onlookers were paralyzed with fear, gazing at Ling Tian with terror in their eyes. This worker was truly ruthless. With every word Wang Shi attempted, he received a resounding slap in return. Such dominance. My dear, it is getting late. Let us return home. Ling Tian remained unfazed, gazing at Su Qingyu with an air of indifference. He discerned that if her tears were merely a result of misunderstanding regarding his supposed stalking, she would not have wept so profusely. The sole remaining possibility was Wang Shi. Thus, Ling Tian's slaps were not only a reaction to Wang Shi's provocation but also a means of avenging Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu bit her rosy lip, frowned at Ling Tian, and attempted to exit. Wait. No one is allowed to leave. Xiao Li suddenly obstructed the doorway. Wang Xiao cannot endure this humiliation. It was only then that Wang Shi realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it was unacceptable for him to be publicly struck by Ling Tian without repercussions. If he did not reclaim his dignity, how could he ever hold his head high again? Wang Shi swiftly retreated to the back, ensuring Ling Tian could not reach him, and gritted his teeth, declaring, Ling Tian, you dare to strike me? You are finished. Do you know who my father is? Ling Tian regarded him with a patronizing gaze, responding nonchalantly, well, he certainly isn't me. I believe that is a question best directed at your mother. Laughter nearly erupted among those in the room at Ling Tian's audacious retort. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated entirely. Wang Shi, infuriated to the point of nearly spitting blood, muttered, I was asking you that. This is a threat, not to be taken literally. Do you understand? Ignorance is truly terrifying. Fine, just wait. If I don't deal with you today, I'll change my surname. Ling Tian shrugged innocently. If you take my surname, your father isn't mine. Really? That is a question for your mother. Scoundrel. Wang Shi cursed under his breath, no longer willing to engage in a verbal duel with Ling Tian. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Dad, I'm about to be beaten to death. Hurry. After the call, a smug expression returned to Wang Shi's face. Kid, you are finished. My father is on his way. If you have any guts, don't even think about leaving. Your father is coming? Ling Tian scoffed, a playful glint appearing in his eyes. What a coincidence. Shall we meet 3 times in one day? Ling Tian, you are done for. Wang Xiao's father is the chairman of Feiyu Group, a man no one in Yunhai dares to provoke. Eliminating you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. After this, let us see how you continue to pursue Qingyu. Xiao Li interjected, her expression rife with mockery. A flicker of concern crossed Su Qingyu's face. This Ling Tian, appearing so listless, how could he be so reckless? Today, it seemed, would not end well. Barely 10 minutes had elapsed when a commanding voice resonated from outside, laced with fury. Who dares to lay a hand on my son, Wang Feiyu? As the words fell, Wang Feiyu entered with a dark expression, followed by 4 imposing, fierce-looking men. The powerful aura he exuded caused the air in the room to thicken, rendering the atmosphere stifling and suffocating. The hearts of those present raced, silenced by fear, hardly daring to breathe. Dad, you finally arrived. It's him. Wang Shi was instantly elated and hurried over, pointing at Ling Tian with a fierce demeanor. Wang Feiyu, filled with rage, turned to look. However, upon recognizing Ling Tian's visage, his expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Ling, young master? He stammered. Humph. Ling Tian, you truly are audacious. Today, no one can save you. Wang Shi exclaimed, his face brimming with arrogance as he shouted at Ling Tian. Slap. Before his words could fully escape, Wang Feiyu swung his hand, delivering a sharp blow to Wang Shi's face. Silence. Wang Shi was left dumbfounded, clutching his face and staring incredulously at his father. Dad, why did you hit me? You wretched fool. I was too lenient. Wang Feiyu's face turned a shade of green with fury. How could you be so useless? What did I advise you this morning? Young Master Ling is connected to Lord Cohen. You must not provoke him. He had spent an entire afternoon ingratiating himself with young Master Ling, only for his son to offend him that very evening. Is your efficiency really this alarming? You've put me in a dire predicament. Apologize to young Master Ling this instant. Wang Feiyu's face was ashen as he bellowed. Apologize? Wang Shi was bewildered, disbelief etched on his face. Dad, you need to understand the situation. I am the one being struck. Why should I apologize? No, Dad. I command you to apologize. Wang Feiyu roared in exasperation. Seeing his father genuinely enraged, Wang Shi instinctively recoiled, falling silent. Casting a resentful glance at Ling Tian, he begrudgingly uttered, I'm sorry. Be more sincere. Wang Feiyu kicked Wang Shi in the rear, causing him to stumble. Wang Shi's heart raced. He had never witnessed his father so furious. If he failed to appease him, he feared he would not escape the day's troubles. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger, resolving to settle the score with Ling Tian after this encounter. He bowed deeply to Ling Tian, speaking earnestly, I apologize. I was in the wrong. Seeing his son's sincere attitude, Wang Feiyu finally exhaled, managing a strained smile. Young Master Ling, it is entirely my fault for not educating him properly and causing you distress. I hope you can overlook this incident for my sake. Upon hearing these words, the others in the private room were left aghast, mouths agape, utterly unable to comprehend. The formidable Wang Feiyu, who commanded respect in Yuhai, was actually pleading for mercy from Ling Tian? Had the world truly turned upside down? Make sure he no longer harasses my wife. Otherwise, next time, it won't be so lenient, Ling Tian stated coolly. Yes, absolutely. Wang Feiyu nodded vigorously, cold sweat once again trickling down his forehead. This young man was indeed formidable, audacious enough to disturb young Master Ling's wife. It seemed he would have to discipline his son thoroughly upon their return, lest he bring ruin upon them both. This place is quite lively. Suddenly, a languid voice emerged from outside the private room. The atmosphere was tumultuous and boisterous, drawing the attention of onlookers. A young man of remarkable demeanor, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, parted the crowd and made his entrance. Who are you? Wang Shi, brimming with anger, pointed at the man and demanded an answer. However, the bespectacled gentleman did not even glance at Wang Shi, proceeding directly to Su Qingya, offering a slight smile. To his surprise, he noted the presence of such a stunning girl in Yuhai. Hello, beautiful. Would you mind accompanying me for a drink? The crowd gasped in disbelief. Who is this person? Openly courting trouble? Isn't he aware that Wang Shi has just been beaten? Su Qingya furrowed her brows and coldly replied, I'm sorry, but I don't know you. The man, however, maintained his calm demeanor, gazing directly at Su Qingya as he said, No worries, a drink will change that. He reached out, attempting to encircle Su Qingya's delicate shoulders. Wang Feiyu, observing from the side, felt a surge of joy. This young man was indeed a timely savior. His son had just offended Ling Xiao, and he was at a loss for how to amend the situation. To his surprise, an opportunity to appease Ling Xiao had presented itself. Wang Feiyu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Qingya. The smile of the bespectacled man faltered, his expression darkening as he spoke. Get lost. Wang Feiyu narrowed his eyes, his countenance grave as he responded coldly. Do you know who you are speaking to? The glasses-wearing gentleman scoffed disdainfully, his voice icy. Oh? Then do enlighten me. Who are you? Wang Shi stepped forward, chin held high, exuding arrogance as he declared, Listen carefully. My father is the chairman of Feiyu Group. You still have time to kneel and apologize. Feiyu Group? The man scoffed derisively. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as he struck Wang Feiyu's face. With a mocking tone, he coldly remarked, Do you even know who you are addressing? A profound silence enveloped the gathering. The crowd gaped in terror, unable to believe their eyes. No one anticipated that this bespectacled man would be so formidable. Striking down Wang Feiyu. You're courting death. Wang Shi fumed, enraged that while he dared not provoke Ling Tian, he would not shy away from confronting this four-eyed fool. Just as he was about to charge forward, Wang Feiyu restrained him with a hand. Wang Feiyu narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. As he gently touched his cheek, Then, he chuckled in exasperation, nodding as he said, "Very well. It seems I, Wang Feiyu, have been overly modest these past years, and some have long since lost their respect. If today does not." Before he could finish his sentence, the bespectacled man raised his hand and delivered another slap. "You talk too much. You." Wang Feiyu's veins bulged, completely consumed by fury. "Take him down," he bellowed, as four imposing men behind him surged forward menacingly. "I dare anyone to try." A chilling voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. The crowd turned to see an elegant woman in a qipao, her expression cold and detached. As she walked in, upon catching sight of Wang Feiyu, his pupils instantly constricted and his complexion shifted. "Zhao Xiaoyu?" This woman is none other than the manager of the resplendent Golden Splendor Hotel, Zhao Xiaoyu. If she were merely a manager, Wang Feiyu would not be intimidated. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that the Golden Splendor Hotel is the property of the underworld leader Yi Feng in Yunhai City. Behind Zhao Xiaoyu stands Yi Feng. Even with 100-fold courage, he would not dare to act against Zhao Xiaoyu. "Manager Zhao, you arrive at an opportune moment. This individual has caused a disturbance without cause and has even resorted to violence. You must uphold justice for me," Wang Feiyu urged, hastily signaling for his associates to cease their actions. With Zhao Xiaoyu present, it was no longer his place to intervene. The bespectacled man who dared to cause a ruckus at the Golden Splendor Hotel was bound to face grave consequences. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when the bespectacled man swung his arm and struck Wang Feiyu across the face once more. "What about it? Not satisfied?" The bespectacled man jeered mockingly. "You." Wang Feiyu trembled with rage, his eyes reddening. When had he ever endured such humiliation? If he did not make this bespectacled man pay dearly today, he, Wang Feiyu, would have no future. "Manager Zhao, you witnessed this. I hope you can provide me with an explanation." "What sort of explanation do you seek?" Zhao Xiaoyu replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Feiyu. "It is an honor to be struck by the scion of the Yang family from the provincial capital." The Yang family of the provincial capital. Wang Feiyu's head buzzed, and he felt as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, cold sweat cascading down his brow. He looked at the bespectacled man with a face full of terror. He was a member of the Yang family from the provincial capital? His body swayed, nearly toppling over as a profound fear engulfed him. The Yang family was a colossal entity, rumored to be connected with several prominent families in Xinjiang, their background unfathomable. Not only would his Feiyu group be dwarfed, but even Yi Feng would have to show deference before the Yang family. He had never anticipated that in his attempt to curry favor with Ling Tian, he would stumble upon such an unyielding obstacle. This was disastrous. "I strike you. And you have objections?" The bespectacled man extended his hand, forcefully slapping Wang Feiyu's face, arrogantly inquiring. Wang Feiyu lowered his head, his face burning with humiliation, not daring to meet the man's gaze. His fists were clenched tightly, his body quivering slightly, though his heart was filled with indignation. He could hardly muster the courage to retort. "And no objections," he stammered, feeling as though all his strength had dissipated. The bespectacled man regarded his palm with amusement, sneering. "You have no objections, but I do. Just now, your face made my hand ache. Do you not think you ought to kneel and apologize to me?" Wang Feiyu was taken aback, then abruptly raised his head, shock evident in his eyes as he stared incredulously at the bespectacled man. His fists tightened in disbelief. He had been struck, yet he was expected to kneel and apologize to his assailant. On what grounds? However, soon enough, Wang Feiyu's fists gradually loosened, a bitter smile escaping his lips as he felt an endless sorrow within. In the provincial city of Yang, the Yang family was far beyond his reach. With but a mere thought, they could cause the Feiyu group, for which he had devoted half his life, to crumble into ashes. Offending the scion of the Yang family left him with no choice but to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Anger, humiliation, despair, and resentment all converged into a profound sense of helplessness in that fleeting moment. If there was anyone to blame, it was his own weakness. Wang Feiyu's gaze dimmed. His expression one of bitter sorrow as he closed his eyes, slowly lowering himself to his knees. At that moment, a voice of astonishment rang out from a corner. "What you said is quite reasonable." Everyone turned abruptly towards the sound, only to see a man dressed as a laborer approaching. Su Qingya's delicate face paled instantly. "Ling Tian, have you lost your mind?" she hissed, her beauty marred by fear. She could not fathom why Ling Tian would dare to speak at such a moment. Did he not realize this was not a time for his folly? It was nothing short of courting death. However, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded. Suddenly, Ling Tian raised his palm and delivered a resounding slap across the bespectacled man's face, sending his glasses flying. The crowd was left in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. The bespectacled man stood there, dazed, touching his stinging cheek, staring at Ling Tian for what felt like an eternity before finally reacting. You dare to hit me. You dare to strike me. Ling Tian, with his head bowed, examined his palm and murmured to himself, well, that does sting a bit. He then raised his head and, with a look of astonishment, addressed the bespectacled man. Why are you standing there in shock? Your face hurt my hand. Don't you think you ought to kneel and apologize? Su Qingya stood by, her mouth agape in terror, her face drained of color. This fool, does he even realize what he is doing? Does he think he is being humorous? When the scion of the Yang family says the same words, it exudes authority, for he has the backing to do so. What does it signify when you parrot those words? It only makes you appear foolish. The bespectacled man's eyes blazed with fury as he pointed at Ling Tian, his hands trembling with rage. All right, kid, no one can save you today. Everyone, come in. At his command, a dozen burly men in black surged into the room, their imposing presence striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. Young master, are you all right? These were bodyguards brought by the bespectacled man, who had remained outside due to a lack of orders. They had not anticipated that their master would be struck. In their hearts, they harbored an intense hatred for Ling Tian. Cut off his hand. The bespectacled man roared, his gaze menacing. As soon as he spoke, two bodyguards advanced towards Ling Tian with threatening intent. Su Qingya, witnessing this, felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. It was over. What shall we do now? As two bodyguards prepared to take action, a sudden voice rang out at the entrance. Stop this at once. Everyone turned towards the sound, and there stood an elderly man, frowning as he walked in. It was none other than the renowned Dr. Song Jishur. Young Master Yang, might you extend a favor to this old man? Please do not make things difficult for him, Dr. Song stated directly, approaching the bespectacled man without hesitation. Su Qingya felt a surge of relief, her anxious heart calming at his presence. Dr. Song, known as a miraculous physician, had treated numerous prominent figures. Generally, when he spoke, people were inclined to listen. After all, illness is an inevitability for all, and one may find themselves in need of Dr. Song's expertise one day, unless absolutely necessary. No one wished to offend a life-saving figure. With Dr. Song stepping in, Ling Tian's safety seemed assured. However, upon returning home today, she resolved to persuade her father to find a way to swiftly rid themselves of Ling Tian. This young man was far too troublesome, and she feared he might one day drag the Su family into dire straits. Yang Ke furrowed his brow as he addressed Dr. Song. Dr. Song, under ordinary circumstances, your words would command respect from me. However, this young man had the audacity to strike me. If I do not deal with him today, how can I uphold my dignity? How can the Yang family retain its honor? Upon hearing this, Dr. Song's expression shifted dramatically. Ling Tian had struck Yang Ke? This was indeed a grave situation. He had come today at Yang Ke's invitation for a meal, yet after Yang Ke had been absent for some time in the restroom, he had come out to investigate. Seeing the crowd, he had approached curiously, only to witness Yang Ke inciting his bodyguards to violence. That was why he had intervened. What are you waiting for? Deal with him, Yang Ke shouted, prompting the bodyguards to prepare for action once more. Young Master Yang, hold on, Dr. Song urgently interjected. What do you mean by that, Dr. Song? Yang Ke's countenance darkened instantly. Dr. Song inhaled deeply, casting a serious glance at Yang Ke before speaking. Young Master Yang, you must not harm him. What? Yang Ke's gaze turned icy as he regarded Dr. Song, his tone frigid. Dr. Song, did you not hear my previous words clearly? Dr. Song looked earnestly at Yang Ke. Young Master Yang, Ling Tian has done me a favor. If you insist on harming him today, I regret to inform you that I will not accompany you to the provincial city to attend to your esteemed father's medical needs. Yang Ke's brow arched in disbelief, his anger surging to a boiling point. Are you threatening me? Dr. Song shook his head, sighing. I would not dare. But I, Song Jishur, have always stood by my word. You. Yang Ke found himself momentarily speechless, veins bulging on his forehead, his facial muscles twitching as he struggled to contain his fury. Yet, Dr. Song's gaze remained resolute, indicating he was unwavering in his decision. Very well, very well. Yang Ke, filled with urgency and amusement, fixed his gaze intently on Song Jishur, gritting his teeth and enunciating deliberately. Dr. Song, I extend this courtesy to you. His visit to Yuhai City was solely to invite Song Jishur to the provincial capital to attend to his ailing father. If Song Jishur were to decline due to the presence of Ling Tian, the situation would become quite troublesome. Thank you, young Master Yang. Song Jishur breathed a sigh of relief, expressing his gratitude towards Yang Ke. Su Qingya's joy was palpable. Indeed, The influence of Dr. Song was substantial, resolving matters with his mere presence. However, Yang Ke's subsequent remark plunged Su Qingya's heart into despair. With a playful smile and a mocking expression, Yang Ke added, "Nonetheless, this splendid Golden Splendor Hotel adheres to its regulations. If this fellow dares to cause a ruckus here, I cannot vouch for whether Manager Zhao will extend any courtesy to Dr. Song." Standing nearby, Zhao Xiao comprehended Yang Ke's insinuation immediately. She promptly seized her walkie-talkie. Her voice icy as she commanded, "There is trouble in room 602. Send someone over." Song Jishi's complexion changed dramatically. "Manager Zhao." Yet Zhao Xiao turned her back, clearly indicating that in her eyes, Yang Ke's word held far more weight than that of Song Jishi. With a pallid face, Song Jishi cast a helpless glance towards Ling Tian. Just yesterday, Ling Tian had saved Su Jinkuan's life from the clutches of death, impressing Song Jishi with his medical prowess and preserving his reputation, earning both gratitude and admiration. Seeing Ling Tian in distress today prompted him to step forward in return for yesterday's favor. Unfortunately, Yang Ke's treachery had brought Zhao Xiao into the fray, rendering him powerless. "Xiao, who would dare to cause a ruckus here?" Before long, a man with a buzz cut, accompanied by a group of burly men in black, stormed in. Zhao Xiao pointed at Ling Tian, coldly stating that he assaulted young Master Yang from the provincial capital. "You know what to do." The man, named Li Bing, the head of security at Golden Splendor Hotel, felt a flicker of menace in his eyes upon hearing this. "Understood. Take action." The men in black advanced menacingly towards Ling Tian. "Wait, are you truly going to lay hands on me?" Ling Tian suddenly raised his head, his gaze sharp and cold as he addressed Zhao Xiao. Zhao Xiao sneered dismissively, choosing to ignore Ling Tian's words. A country bumpkin was hardly worthy of her response. Yang Ke let out a sinister laugh, glaring at Ling Tian with clenched teeth. "What's the matter? Are you afraid now? Let me tell you, it's too late. Today, no one can save you." Ling Tian shook his head, his demeanor indifferent as he retrieved his phone. "I'm making a call." Zhao Xiao crossed her arms, her expression one of disdain as she scoffed. "Looking for someone to intercede? Go ahead. I'm curious to see who would dare to stand up for you in Yanhai." Disregarding her, Ling Tian found a number and dialed. "Today, I am granting you this courtesy. You come here to handle it yourself." After finishing the call, Ling Tian hung up and lifted his gaze towards Zhao Xiao, asking, "Do you think Yifeng would dare to take the lead for me?" Zhao Xiao froze for a moment, her face reflecting disbelief. "You called Big Brother Yi?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, Zhao Xiao burst into laughter, tears nearly streaming down her face. "You actually called Big Brother Yi? And expect him to give you face? Please, if you're going to put on a show, at least make it believable. This is absolutely hilarious." On the side, Su Qingya bit her lip, her face turning pale with frustration. Witnessing Ling Tian's calm demeanor during the call ignited a flicker of hope within her. Perhaps he genuinely knew someone who could converse with Zhao Xiao. However, her hopes were dashed when Ling Tian uttered, "Who is Yifeng?" "He is the head of the underground circles in Yuhai City, a towering figure at the pinnacle. Not even Ling Tian, or Wang Feiyu for that matter, has the privilege to know him. Calling Yifeng and expecting him to show you respect? Do you think everyone here is a fool? Such a clumsy performance only serves to make you look more like a clown." Outside the private room, Yifeng felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground as cold sweat drenched his body. "Kid, when is Big Brother Yi coming? Are we going to wait until dawn? Or will he inform us last minute that something came up and he cannot make it?" Zhao Xiao regarded Ling Tian with the same expression one would reserve for a jester, mockingly saying, "I've seen plenty of pretentious people, but none as utterly unconvincing as you. Calling Big Brother Yi? You think you're worthy?" Yang Ke wore a mocking expression too, his eyes filled with derision. He was no longer in a hurry to deal with Ling Tian. Instead, he was eagerly anticipating the splendid expression Ling Tian would wear when his charade inevitably failed. Ling Tian took a seat, grinning at Zhao Xiao. "Don't worry, he'll be here shortly. If he takes any longer, I might get angry." "Ha ha ha, you getting angry?" Zhao Xiao laughed uncontrollably. But suddenly, her laughter ceased abruptly as her gaze turned incredulous, fixed on the entrance. A tall, imposing man with a stern visage parted the crowd and entered with a countenance as dark as thunder. Who else could it be but Yifeng? It truly was Big Brother Yi. Wang Feiyu's eyes lit up, his body trembling with excitement. If anyone in this room still believed Ling Tian was merely posturing, it was only Wang Feiyu. Truly, Ling Xiao was unfathomable. He had indeed summoned Big Brother Yi with just a phone call. Today, there was hope. Su Qingya's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her voice barely above a whisper as she asked, Mr. Wang, is this person truly Big Brother Yi? Wang Feiyu nodded, his certainty unwavering. Absolutely, there's no mistake. I had the fortune of meeting him once a year ago. Su Qingya's heart raced, her brows knitted in disbelief. Was it really Ling Tian who just called Big Brother Yi? This seems implausible, does it not? How could a poor boy from the mountains possibly know such an eminent figure? Big Brother Yi, what brings you here? Zhao Xiaoyu greeted him with a smile as warm as spring, yet her heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that what that boy said was true? However, she quickly dismissed this thought. The stature of Big Brother Yi is such that only a select few in Yuhai could summon him with a mere phone call. He must have come over simply because he noticed a gathering here. It is merely a coincidence. With that, Zhao Xiaoyu's heart settled. Yet, Yifeng paid her no heed. His gaze roamed until it finally rested upon Ling Tian. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead, and he swallowed hard, nervously speaking. Xiao. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow, signaling Yifeng to be discreet. Yifeng, taken aback, soon comprehended that Ling Tian wished to keep his identity concealed. He promptly shifted his gaze to Yang Ke, squinting slightly. Young Master Yang is also here? Yang Ke glanced at Yifeng and then replied with a smile. I merely came for a meal, so I did not alert Big Brother Yi. Yifeng nodded, then turned his attention to Zhao Xiaoyu, his expression darkening. What transpired here? Though his voice was not loud, it brimmed with authority. Zhao Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming pressure wash over her, nearly suffocating her. She hurriedly explained. It is like this. Young Master Yang came here to dine today, but an inconsiderate young man offended him. I was just about to teach him a lesson on young Master Yang's behalf. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's head spun, and his blood pressure soared. Although Zhao Xiaoyu's account was brief, he understood all too well. The so-called inconsiderate young man could only refer to Ling Tian. The mere thought of Zhao Xiaoyu intending to act against Ling Tian drained the color from Yifeng's face, causing his legs to tremble. He finally grasped what Ling Tian meant by giving him face today. Had it not been for his past service to the old master, he would have been doomed on this matter alone. This fool has truly put me in peril. Seeing Yifeng's grim countenance, Su Qingya assumed he was enraged. And a wave of deep fear surged within her. Summoning an unknown courage, she blurted out, "It is not like that." The moment those words escaped her lips, Su Qingya was taken aback, hastily covering her mouth, her delicate face paling instantly. Yet, there was no time for regret. Oh? Yifeng's gaze shifted to Su Qingya, recognizing her as the very girl who had just insulted the young master. The young master had stated that it was a familial matter and not for him to interfere. This implies that this girl is a family member of the young master? Yifeng's expression softened instantaneously, even bearing a hint of deference as he smiled and said, "Do not be anxious. Please, take your time to explain what happened. Rest assured, I shall advocate for you." Su Qingya was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Yifeng with disbelief. The legendary Yida, was he not supposed to be a fearsome figure who instilled dread in others? Yet now, he appeared rather affable. This was Yida? Su Qingya took a deep breath, unable to conceal the truth. She recounted how Yang Ke had come in to harass her, how Wang Feiyu had bravely intervened only to be slapped by Yang Ke, who demanded an apology on his knees. Ling Tian, unable to stand idly by, had then stepped in and struck Yang Ke. Following this, the entire process, including Dr. Song's plea for leniency and Yang Ke's insinuation for Zhao Xiao to intervene, was detailed. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's expression darkened, and he understood the situation entirely. Ultimately, it all stemmed from Yang Ke. Is this true, young Master Yang? Yifeng inquired coldly, fixing his gaze on Yang Ke. Yang Ke shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "Indeed. That is the case. Yida, I came to your territory intending to enjoy myself, yet I was thwarted and beaten. Do as you see fit." Yifeng's eyes instantly turned icy, a dangerous aura emanating from him. Under normal circumstances, he would not fear the scion of the Yang family from the provincial capital. But he would not provoke him lightly either. However, today, Yang Ke had audaciously crossed paths with the young master, and Yifeng would not let this transgression go unpunished. This matter is straightforward. Kneel and apologize. Remain in that position until you are forgiven. A triumphant smile spread across Yang Ke's face as he regarded Ling Tian with disdain. Hey, did you hear that? Yida has commanded you to kneel and apologize. Zhao Xiao, standing nearby, quickly pointed at Ling Tian and snapped, "Are you deaf? Hurry up." Slap. Before she could finish, Yifeng swiftly struck Zhao Xiao across the face. "Ah!" She cried out in pain, nearly losing her balance, staring at Yifeng with a mix of fear and confusion. "Yida, you." We will settle your account later. Get out of my sight. Yi Feng glared at Zhao Xiao, his voice laced with menace. Trembling, she hurriedly stepped aside, rendered speechless, yet bewildered as to why the usually indulgent Yu Do would strike her. Yi Feng turned his gaze back to Yang Ke, his tone icy. Are you foolish? The one who should kneel and apologize is you. Yang Ke's smile froze, and he stood in stunned silence for a long moment before his eyes narrowed in anger. What did you say? Did you not hear me clearly? Yi Feng met Yang Ke's gaze unwaveringly, enunciating each word deliberately. I will repeat myself. I command you to kneel and apologize. The moment Yi Feng uttered these words, not only did Yang Ke freeze, but everyone present was struck with disbelief, unable to trust their own ears. The atmosphere grew intensely silent, with no one daring to breathe. Nobody had anticipated that Yi Do would demand the scion of the Yang family from the provincial capital to kneel and apologize. Truly, as a leader in the underground world, he was as formidable as they come. Yi Feng, are you out of your mind? After a tense pause, Yang Ke finally roared, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Did Yi Feng dare to make him kneel? Had he lost his senses? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade, coldly fixated on Yang Ke. Young Master Yang, do not compel me to take action. I dare you. Yang Ke bellowed in genuine fury, kicking over a nearby stool. His face ablaze with anger as he pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, I addressed you as Big Brother Yi to show you respect. Do you truly consider yourself significant? At the end of the day, you are merely a petty figure unworthy of notice. Do you believe that my Yang family would hesitate to obliterate you in an instant? Yi Feng remained silent, acknowledging the truth in Yang Ke's words. Though he commanded authority in Yunhai City, revered and celebrated, he was ultimately just the head of a small underground faction in a minor city. Before the formidable Yang family of the provincial capital, he was but a fragile entity. However, having crossed paths with the young master, Yi Feng would not let this affront go unpunished. Young Master Yang, do not forget the adage, a powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake. The Yang family may have the means to extinguish me, but I am equally capable of spilling the blood of your clan. If you are unafraid, let us test this. Yang Ke was momentarily rendered speechless, his lips trembling in indignation as he regarded Yi Feng, taken aback by his unyielding stance. Yi Feng, consider the consequences. You lack the standing to challenge my Yang family. At that moment, a sudden cold snort echoed from outside the door. Yi Feng lacks standing? What about me, Su Kuan? Do I possess that standing? As the words fell, an elderly man clad in traditional attire, his demeanor imposing, stepped into the room. Master Kuan, Wang Feiyu exclaimed, trembling with excitement. He had not anticipated that even the esteemed Master Kuan of Yunwu Mountain Villa would appear amidst the troubles faced by Ling Xiao. It was clear that his suspicions were indeed correct. The relationship between Ling Xiao and Master Kuan was extraordinary. Wang, who was Master Kuan? Su Qingya inquired softly from the side, puzzled. Although she was familiar with several prominent figures in Yunhai City, this Master Kuan was an enigma to her. Wang Feiyu inhaled deeply, gazing at Master Kuan with admiration. Master Kuan is like a celestial being among us mere mortals, whom we can only look up to. Su Kuan? Yang Ke's pupils constricted suddenly, terror flashing across his face. If there was anyone in Yunhai City capable of instilling fear in Yang Ke, it could only be this mysterious master of Yunwu Mountain Villa. To ordinary onlookers, figures like Wang Feiyu and other business magnates were already towering giants at the pinnacle of society. Yi Feng, as a dominant figure in the underworld, wielded the power of life and death, instilling dread in all. Yet Yang Ke, as the scion of the Yang family in the provincial capital, was well aware that the truly formidable individuals in Yunhai City were never those ostentatious figures, but rather the elusive master of Yunwu Mountain Villa, Master Kuan. Master Kuan was the true sovereign of Yunhai. Yet, he never imagined that he would encounter this mysterious king in such a setting. After a moment of shock, Yang Ke's expression returned to normal as he smiled politely at Su Kuan. I am Yang Ke, a junior. I had the honor of celebrating your 60th birthday last summer with my father. He continued, it has been a year since we last met. And you still possess your remarkable spirit, Sir Kuan. Su Kuan, with his hands behind his back, cast a glance at Yang Ke and replied nonchalantly, Are you finished? If so, kneel and apologize. Yang Ke's face instantly changed. Disbelief etched across his features as he stared at Su Kuan. Sir Kuan, what do you mean by this? Su Kuan narrowed his eyes slightly, snorting coldly and declaring arrogantly, Yunhai is not a place for you to act recklessly. Yi Feng, if he kneels to apologize, then all will be well. If not, break his legs so he learns a lesson. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng shuddered and quickly responded with respect. Yes, Sir Kuan. Yang Ke's face flushed crimson, fury surging to his head. Sir Kuan, is this how you disregard the Yang family? Su Kuan snorted again, asserting with authority. The Yang family is the Yang family, and you are you. When I see your father, I will clarify matters with him. With that, Su Kuan glanced at Yi Feng and coldly instructed, give him 1 minute. If he does not know his place, take action immediately. Understood, Yi Feng replied, his gaze growing ever colder. Meanwhile, Wang Feiyu, standing nearby, felt his blood boil with excitement. Sir Kuan is truly formidable. What of the young master of the provincial Yang family? If you dare to defy, you will still be forced to crawl out. Yang Ke's expression turned extremely grim. To have the esteemed young master of the Yang family kneel and apologize to Ling Tian? If he truly did so, how could he ever face anyone again? I will call my father. Yang Ke shouted in anger, trembling as he took out his phone and hurriedly dialed. This time, he was genuinely terrified. For he understood that when Sir Kuan threatened to break his legs, he meant it. As soon as the call connected, Yang Ke frantically yelled, Dad, the Kuan of Yunhai wants me to kneel and apologize, or he will break my legs. The other end fell silent in an instant. Dad, did you hear me? Dad. Yang Ke cried anxiously. After a prolonged silence of several seconds, a commanding voice finally responded, do as Sir Kuan says, and promptly hung up the phone. Hello? Dad? Dad. Yang Ke listened to the beeping sound from his phone, his body swaying as he fell into a state of utter disbelief. What did his father mean by that? To follow Sir Kuan's orders? Did that truly mean he had to kneel and apologize? Why? Why was this happening? Yang Ke's face twisted with a mix of confusion, anger, and frustration. He could not fathom why his father would act this way. Was the dignity of the Yang family no longer a concern? Meanwhile, Wang Feiyu observed this scene. Overwhelmed with excitement. What is true power? Just a single command, and the head of the provincial Yang family dares not utter a word of dissent. Now, that is true power. Little did anyone realize that all of this stemmed from Yang Ke's provocation of young Master Ling. Unable to resist, Wang Feiyu discreetly turned his head to glance at Ling Tian, only to find him seated, utterly unfazed, as if the unfolding events bore no relation to him whatsoever. The calm demeanor he exhibited left Wang Feiyu thoroughly impressed. Even amidst the most daunting circumstances, he remained unperturbed. It seemed that, in the presence of young Master Ling, this was merely a trivial matter. Who, after all, was Ling Tian? Wang Feiyu could not fathom the depths of his identity. Yet one conviction burned brightly within him. From this moment forth, he would devote himself entirely to cultivating a favorable relationship with Ling Tian. Perhaps the Wang family would ascend to unimaginable heights. Time's up. Suddenly, Yi Feng's voice cut through the tension as he turned his gaze towards Yang Ke, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Young Master Yang, you know what to do. Yang Ke shot up, his eyes bloodshot, his body trembling uncontrollably. Young Master, the dozen or so bodyguards shouted in alarm, ready to charge forward. However, they were swiftly encircled by Li Bing and his men. Make a move, and you shall find yourselves trapped within Yunhai. Yang Ke, in a daze, gritted his teeth, gasping for breath, his face contorted in anguish. Anger, despair, and resentment surged within him, mirroring the earlier turmoil of Wang Feiyu. Yi Feng's gaze hardened, and he bellowed like thunder. Yang Ke, I shall ask you once more. Will you kneel, or will you not? Yang Ke abruptly lifted his head, glaring at Su Kuan and Yi Feng with a twisted expression. Fine, I apologize. I apologize. With that, Yang Ke turned, his eyes like daggers aimed at Ling Tian, and through gritted teeth, he declared, I am sorry, I apologize to you. Kuan Ji's eyes gleamed coldly. He demanded that Yang Ke kneel and apologize. Offending the young master and expecting to stand and utter a simple apology would not suffice. Yi Feng, break his legs. Yi Feng nodded and stepped forward. Yang Ke's complexion changed drastically, and with a resounding thud, he sank to his knees without hesitation. Yet, the hatred in his eyes surged like a tidal wave. A wise man does not suffer needless losses. He had no choice but to yield, though he vowed that this humiliation would be repaid in blood. I apologize. Today was my fault. Please forgive me. At that moment, Yang Ke's emotions settled, and he regarded Ling Tian as though he were a corpse. Seeing you so obedient, I shall grant you forgiveness. Ling Tian nodded, then suddenly pointed at Wang Feiyu. And him, you must also apologize. Yang Ke's previously calm demeanor ignited with fury once more, his eyes flashing with coldness. Yet, he quickly suppressed his rage, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. It's nothing of great consequence, merely one more corpse. Turning to Wang Feiyu, he offered a peculiar smile. So, you are the chairman of Feiyu Group? Very well, I apologize. Although Yangke's words were laced with a semblance of apology, the chilling undertone was unmistakable. Wang Feiyu felt a shiver run down his spine as he beheld Yangke kneeling before him, his face ashen and helpless. No, I dare not, I dare not. Young Master Yang, I. Before he could finish his sentence, Yangke had already risen to his feet and turned away. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at Su Kuan and said with a smile, Master Kuan, may I take my leave now? Su Kuan remained silent, his attention shifting to Ling Tian. Without uttering a word, how could he dare to let Yangke go? Ling Tian subtly nodded. Only then did Su Kuan turn to Yangke, offering a faint smile. Young Master Yang, please convey my regards to your father upon your return. Certainly, Yangke replied through gritted teeth, then departed the private room with his entourage. With Yangke's departure, the tension in the room dissipated like a heavy weight lifted from their chests, allowing them to breathe easily once more. Dear, shall we head home? At that moment, Ling Tian suddenly stood up, smiling at Su Qingya. Dear? Su Kuan and Yi Feng's pupils widened in shock. This girl is the young mistress? Su Qingya furrowed her brow, casting a disdainful glance at Ling Tian. What a country bumpkin, utterly oblivious to social niceties. Today, Big Brother Yi and this gentleman Kuan have been of tremendous help. Can't you even muster a word of gratitude? Ignoring Ling Tian, Su Qingya hurriedly approached Su Kuan and Yi Feng, slightly bowing. Thank you both for today. Su Kuan and Yi Feng were nearly brought to their knees in astonishment. The young mistress was bowing to them. Was this not a life-threatening situation? Too kind, too kind. Yi Feng hastily exclaimed. Such events occurring in my hotel are due to my mismanagement. I beg your forgiveness. He continued to apologize, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. No, no, it has nothing to do with Big Brother Yi. We share in the fault as well. Su Qingya was flustered. This was the infamous underground leader, Yi Feng, apologizing to her? It was utterly astounding. However, her admiration for Yi Feng surged instantly. She had assumed that someone who ruled the underworld would be brutish and ruthless, yet here he was, so polite and humble, devoid of any arrogance or superiority. Moreover, his handling of the situation was exceedingly fair. Such composure and grace were truly admirable. This was what it meant to be a significant figure. Dr. Song, Mr. Wang, I extend my gratitude to you as well. Su Qingya smiled in thanks to Song Jisher and Wang Feiyu. The two waved their hands in dismissal, asserting that it was truly Master Kuan and Big Brother Yi who had rendered assistance today. They dared not claim any credit. After expressing her thanks, Su Qingya picked up her bag and bid farewell to everyone before leaving the private room. Ling Tian smiled at Su Kuan and Yi Feng before promptly following Su Qingya out of the hotel. Once inside the car, Su Qingya's expression turned icy. Whipping her head around, she glared at Ling Tian, her voice sharp and accusatory. Do you have any idea how dangerous today was? That was young Master Yang from the provincial city. How could you dare to strike him? He could have killed you in an instant. Do you understand? Ling Tian remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. The main issue is that fellow was simply asking for a beating. Moreover, I did summon Yi Feng, did I not? It is better not to mention Yi Feng, but the moment he is brought up, Su Qingya's ire swells uncontrollably, pretending to call Yi Feng. She genuinely believed that Ling Tian was acquainted with him. In reality, Yi Feng had not exchanged a single word with Ling Tian from beginning to end. She discerned that Yi Feng's appearance was merely a coincidence, as it was his hotel. Ling Tian, your lack of ability and connections I can tolerate, but must you not possess even a modicum of dignity? Cease your nonsensical chatter. Calling Yi Feng? Bestowing him respect? Do you realize how ludicrous that statement sounds? Ling Tian, with an innocent expression, meekly replied, My dear, I speak the truth. Silence. Su Qingya's vision darkened with fury, and her disappointment in Ling Tian deepened. Clearly, he was just a poor boy from a mountain village, devoid of any talent. Yet he audaciously spewed such absurdities. I am embarrassed for you, and I find it shameful myself. Were it not for the necessity of returning home with Ling Tian, she would have relished the opportunity to cast him from the vehicle. In exasperation, Su Qingya started the car, ready to drive away, when suddenly, Xiaoli came rushing over. Qingya, wait for me. Xiaoli opened the passenger door and climbed in. Su Qingya's brows furrowed instantly, her expression darkening. If it weren't for Xiaoli's deceit today, none of these events would have transpired. She felt utterly disillusioned with her confidant. What are you doing? Let go of me. Xiaoli suddenly exclaimed in shock. Su Qingya turned her head only to discover that Ling Tian had inexplicably exited the vehicle. He seized Xiaoli and yanked her from the passenger seat. Subsequently, he lifted Xiaoli and unceremoniously tossed her into a nearby trash bin. After dusting off his hands, he returned to the vehicle, flashing a grin at the astonished Su Qingya. The trash has been taken out. My dear, let us depart. Su Qingya's mouth fell agape, staring at Ling Tian. Her lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately, nothing emerged. She pressed the accelerator, the car speeding away in a cloud of dust. For reasons unbeknownst to her, an urge to laugh stirred within her. How could this Ling Tian be so uncouth? To hurl such a delicate girl like Xiaoli into a trash bin? Who else could commit such an act? Was he seeking to vent his frustrations through this? Ugh. Xiaoli struggled to emerge from the trash bin, spitting out the remnants of vegetable leaves, her face contorted with rage. Ling Tian, you scoundrel. I shall not let you off so easily. No sooner had she spoken than her expression shifted as she noticed another presence before her. Upon recognizing the person's visage, Xiaoli's body trembled in terror. Just as she was about to articulate her thoughts, she was seized by her hair and forcibly dragged into the car. Su Qingya drove with a countenance so gloomy it seemed as though it could drip water. Ling Tian sat in the back, his hands resting on his knees, back straight. Sitting upright with a demeanor of utmost propriety, not daring to move an inch for fear of inciting another reprimand from Su Qingya. The oppressive atmosphere left Ling Tian feeling utterly uncomfortable, his mind brimming with silent grievances. His wife, while undeniably beautiful, possessed a temperament as fierce as a tempest. Clearly, adjustments were necessary in the future. As Ling Tian pondered this, his phone suddenly chimed. Upon checking, he found a message from Su Kuan. After reading it, his brows furrowed in surprise. No wonder that crafty old man had entrusted Su Kuan with the role of steward. Indeed, Su Kuan proved to be a cunning old fox. Initially, Ling Tian had thought that the evening would simply involve a confrontation with Yang Ku. Yet, it appeared that Su Kuan had gleaned significant information from Yang Ku's father's demeanor. Was a storm brewing? Ling Tian's gaze turned icy, a flicker of killing intent flashing across his eyes. If that were the case, then let it come with greater ferocity. Upon arriving home, Su Qingya alighted from the vehicle and coldly addressed Ling Tian. When you see my grandfather, you know what to say. Ling Tian nodded, and the two entered the house. Qingya, Xiao Tian, you are back. Did you have fun? Su Jinkuan, seated in the living room watching television, inquired with a smile upon seeing them return. Grandfather, we had a wonderful time, Su Qingya replied sweetly, casting a meaningful glance at Ling Tian. Indeed, Grandpa, Qingya has been exceedingly considerate towards me. Ling Tian added with a smile, his hand resting on Su Qingya's slender waist. Soft and warm, it was rather delightful. Su Qingya's body instantly stiffened, her expression shifting. Where do you think you're placing your hand? She thought, feeling a mixture of indignation and embarrassment. That's splendid. Affection is nurtured over time, Su Jinkuan remarked, pleased by their intimacy. By the way, the clothes Qingya bought for you have been delivered. I had the maid place them in your room. Thank you, Grandpa. Ling Tian replied obediently. He then turned to Su Qingya with a tender gaze, saying, Wife, it's getting late. Shall we retire for the night? Let us strive to present Grandpa with a great-grandchild soon. Uft. Su Qingya nearly stumbled at his words. What nonsense are you spouting? Had it not been for her grandfather's presence, she would have loved to kick Ling Tian across the room. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is late. Hurry along to rest. Su Jinkuan chuckled heartily. Grandfather, we shall take our leave. Su Qingya managed a forced smile before heading upstairs. Good night, Grandpa, Ling Tian also greeted, following her upstairs, his hand remaining firmly at her waist, much to Su Qingya's chagrin, who felt as though she might gnash her teeth in frustration. Once inside their room, Su Qingya slammed the door shut and removed Ling Tian's hand. With her beautiful eyes narrowed in fury, she exclaimed, Who allowed you to touch me? Ling Tian shrugged innocently. I was merely cooperating with you. Do you think your grandfather's discerning eyes can be easily deceived? You. Su Qingya was rendered speechless by Ling Tian's words. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a heap of shopping bags in the corner, and her eyes widened in disbelief. You bought all of this? My goodness. And they are all high-end brands. You truly have no reservations. She exclaimed. This scoundrel, spending my money without a hint of remorse. She had assumed that Ling Tian, a poor boy from the mountains, would only splurge on a few items priced around 1,000 or 800. To her astonishment, he had purchased an array of luxury brands, and in such abundance. The thought of her 100,000 yuan likely being squandered by him made her heart bleed. Although she was the president of the Su Group, it was a family enterprise with intricate internal dynamics. As president, Su Qingya's responsibilities far outweighed her authority. Moreover, as a member of the Su family, To avoid gossip from family shareholders, she received no special treatment at all. In fact, her salary was just over 10,000, hardly surpassing that of an ordinary employee. 100,000 yuan was, after all, equivalent to her half-year's salary. Don't fret. I haven't touched your money at all. Here, Ling Tian said as he produced his bank card and handed it to Su Qingya. She was taken aback, her beautiful eyes flashing with anger. Do you find this amusing? If you didn't use my money, where did all these clothes come from? Each piece here is worth over 10,000. Which one do you think you could afford? Ling Tian was momentarily stunned, his expression one of disbelief. Are they really that expensive? I thought clothes at the village market were only a few dozen yuan each. Over 10,000 for a single piece? Are they made of gold or something? In fact, all the clothes had been gifts from Wang Feiyu, and Ling Tian had never actually paid for them. He was genuinely unaware that clothing could be priced so exorbitantly. They were all gifts, he explained. Gifts? Do you take me for a fool? Who would give clothes to a poor boy from the mountains? Ling Tian. I truly did not expect you to be both incompetent and incapable of uttering a single truth. Ling Tian was about to retort. But Su Qingya had already flopped onto the bed, covering her head with the blanket in utter frustration. Disappointment washed over her. Ling Tian furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of displeasure. I told you, I did not use your money. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Su Qingya kicked the blanket aside, refusing to cast him another glance. Ling Tian quietly lay down on the floor, turned off the lights, and prepared to sleep. After all, he had made himself clear. Whether she believed him or not was her choice. Before long, the sound of even breathing filled the room. Su Qingya, startled, cautiously lifted a corner of the blanket and glanced over. Seeing that Ling Tian was sleeping soundly, her annoyance intensified. This scoundrel, who had spent so much of her money, showed no sign of shame and could still sleep soundly? It was infuriating. Unable to contain herself, Su Qingya picked up her phone, trembling as she opened her banking app. She wondered how much money she had left. However, when she saw the displayed balance, she froze in disbelief. Her money was intact? How could this be? Su Qingya's heart raced as she looked incredulously at Ling Tian. Could it be true that he hadn't spent her money at all? Had she wronged him just moments ago? How could this be? The memory of her earlier words left Su Qingya feeling utterly humiliated. How would she face Ling Tian tomorrow? A tumult of emotions surged within her. In that moment, she fervently wished that Ling Tian had spent her money instead. Though it would still sting, at least she wouldn't be so embarrassed. How infuriating. Su Qingya fumed, knowing that tonight would be another sleepless one. It was only with the first light of dawn that she finally succumbed to a troubled slumber. Meanwhile, Ling Tian awoke with clarity, quietly departing the Su residence. His movements were as swift as a dragon, racing towards the rear mountains of the villa. Should anyone have witnessed this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be astounded by his extraordinary speed. The vast distance of several kilometers was traversed in mere minutes, far surpassing the world record for long-distance running. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Ling Tian exhibited agility akin to that of a monkey, using both hands and feet to scale the rocky ascent. Within moments, he stood at the summit, exhaling a breath that formed a delicate white mist in the crisp air. Ling Tian had long cultivated the habit of morning exercises during his years in the mountain village. This mountaintop, devoid of human presence and rich in fresh air, was the perfect sanctuary. He sat cross-legged on the ground, palms facing the sky, aligning his breath with the rhythm of his heart. Suddenly, Ling Tian's eyes flew open, and he rose with purpose, striding forward with keen perception. There was someone ahead, desperately trying to suppress their breathing to avoid detection. However, such subterfuge could not escape Ling Tian's keen ears. In an instant, he covered several dozen meters and halted before a large stone. Come out, Ling Tian commanded coldly. A live figure emerged from behind the stone, staggering as she approached. Her beauty was striking, rivaling even that of Su Qingya. Yet her eyes bore a palpable hostility towards Ling Tian. Who are you, and what do you want? She demanded, but before her words could fully escape her lips, she collapsed, her body succumbing to pain and weakness. A dark aura enveloped her features. This is bad. She's been poisoned, and the venom is severe. Ling Tian rushed forward, kneeling beside her, and tore open her clothing with urgency. Ah, she gasped, her eyes filled with a mixture of resentment and terror, her voice weak. You bastard! How dare you? I will kill you. Despite her threats, she lacked the strength to retaliate, drowning in humiliation and despair at the thought of being insulted by this bastard in her final moments. I will haunt you as a ghost. Let me die, let me die. She shut her eyes, too frightened to confront the impending fate. Don't speak. Ling Tian's expression was grave as he retrieved a needle pouch from his person. With swift precision, he plunged the silver needles, infused with malevolent energy, into her acupoints. The dark energy surged within her, rapidly targeting the poison coursing through her veins. It was a battle of toxins against toxins. The woman waited for a considerable time, perplexed by Ling Tian's lack of further action. Upon opening her eyes, she was startled to find several slender black needles embedded in her body. "What are you doing?" she stammered, her confusion evident. Ling Tian cast her a silent glance and retorted irritably, "What do you expect me to do?" Suddenly, he reached out and grasped her delicate hand. "Let go, you scoundrel." Her charming face flushed with anger as she scolded him. Yet, Ling Tian unexpectedly placed her fingertip into his mouth and bit down gently. Instantly, dark blood began to flow. "Do not overthink it. I am extracting the poison from you. If left untreated, you will perish," he stated calmly as he released her hand. The woman, momentarily dazed, began to comprehend the situation. However, upon noticing where Ling Tian had administered the needles, her face turned crimson with embarrassment, feeling utterly exposed. "Damn it! I've been completely seen." Trembling with shame, she raised her hand in a futile attempt to cover herself. "Do not move. The needles are too fine, and any external force could be detrimental. If your clothing brushes against them, not even a deity could save you," Ling Tian warned with utmost seriousness. The woman froze, then, in a fit of exasperation, exclaimed, "Then turn around." Ling Tian shook his head, his tone resolute. "No, I must observe when you expel the poison completely. Only then can I remove the needles. Otherwise, your situation will worsen." "You." The woman, exasperated, finally closed her eyes tightly, her face resembling a ripe apple. For nearly an hour, she expelled all the toxins from her body. Ling Tian then used a silver needle to thoroughly extract the remaining malevolent energy. Only after securing the needle did he breathe a sigh of relief. "All right, the poison has been neutralized." At that moment, the darkness in her brows dissipated, and she regained some strength. She hurriedly stood, attempting to shield her body. Suddenly, she drew a dagger and lunged toward Ling Tian's eyes. "I will gouge out your eyes." Her attack was swift, revealing her skill. Ling Tian, taken aback, effortlessly pinched the dagger between his fingers. "You little girl, how can you be so unreasonable? I just saved you. You men are all the same, no good whatsoever." She retorted angrily, launching a fierce kick at him. Quick as lightning, Ling Tian swiftly clamped her calf with his legs. "You." Her face paled, a mix of shame and fury washing over her. "Release me at once. This position is utterly undignified." With a swift motion, Ling Tian slapped her sharply on her backside. "Ah!" she shrieked, nearly fainting from embarrassment. "You scoundrel, I'll kill you." Another slap resonated through the air. "You." The woman seethed with rage, yet found herself rendered speechless. Two beautiful eyes, filled with resentment, fiercely glared at Ling Tian, wishing fervently to end his life. "If you continue to act up, I shall strike you," Ling Tian admonished, his face stern, yet a sense of satisfaction swelled within him. The old man's words rang true. Indeed, women require proper discipline. When they become unruly, a swift slap to the rear often restores their compliance. Should that fail, a second slap will suffice. The results were evidently effective. Ling Tian's mind drifted to Su Qingya's haughty visage, and a thought emerged, perhaps he should return and give her a couple of slaps as well? Surely, that would temper her ferocity. Noticing the woman no longer dared to move, he seized her dagger and finally released his grip. Once she stood in place, she began to gather her energy, her expression dark. "What is your name?" she inquired. "Ling Tian," he replied. The woman nodded vigorously, gritting her teeth. "Very well, I shall remember that. You saved my life, so I shall not kill you, at least for now. But mark my words, I will eventually carve out your eyes and sever your hands." With that, she turned and swiftly departed, her agility rivaling his own, disappearing from view in an instant. Ling Tian shrugged indifferently and lowered his gaze to examine the dagger in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a blood-red character etched into the hilt. Charming. Was this the woman's name? He decided to keep the dagger, intending to return it the next time their paths crossed. Having been delayed by the encounter, Ling Tian could no longer practice in the morning. He retraced his steps back to the Su residence, where he found Su Qingya already awake, seated at the dining table enjoying breakfast. Upon seeing Ling Tian enter, she coldly asked, "Where have you been?" "I went out to exercise," he replied with a smile. Su Qingya chose not to respond further, rising to head into the kitchen. She soon emerged with a plate of pan-seared steak and a glass of milk, placing them on the table with a frosty demeanor. "Eat," she commanded. As Ling Tian sat down, the nanny could not suppress her comments. "Sir, this meal was prepared personally by the young lady." Su Qingya's face flushed crimson at the revelation, and she retorted icily, "Mind your own business." Feeling Ling Tian's gaze upon her, Su Qingya's heart raced, her face burning with embarrassment. Having wronged him the previous day, she felt a pang of guilt that had robbed her of sleep. Cooking breakfast for him was her way of indirectly atoning for her actions. However, hearing the nanny speak up made her wish to vanish into the ground. Ling Tian chuckled at the situation. "Thank you, my dear wife. You are truly wonderful." "Humph," Su Qingya huffed, rising to retreat to her room. By the time Ling Tian finished his meal, Su Qingya had changed into her business attire, preparing to head to the office. At that moment, Su Jinquan and Su Xiangdong descended the stairs for breakfast. "Qingya, will you be meeting with Feiyu Group today regarding the Chengnan project? Do you feel confident?" Su Xiangdong asked, his expression grave. The Chengnan project had been under discussion between the Su family and Feiyu Group for over a month, yet progress had stagnated, causing considerable frustration for Su Xiangdong. If they failed to secure a deal today, they would have no choice but to abandon it, as they could not afford to prolong the negotiations. Su Qingya furrowed her delicate brows, acutely aware of the project's underlying issues. The root of the problem lay solely with Wang Shi, whose ulterior motives had led him to seize the opportunity to threaten her. However, after yesterday's incident, she found herself enveloped in confusion. She could not comprehend why Wang Feiyu was so courteous, even seemingly obsequious, towards Ling Tian. In her frustration upon returning home, she had neglected to inquire about it with Ling Tian. Unconsciously, Su Qingya cast a glance in Ling Tian's direction. "My dear, do not worry. Proceed with the negotiations. Shortly, I shall have a word with Wang Feiyu," Ling Tian remarked with a smile upon noticing her gaze. At this, Su Xiangdong's expression shifted dramatically, and he admonished, "You impudent young lad, speaking nonsense." Su Xiangdong wore a look of disdain. Who was Wang Feiyu? He was none other than the illustrious chairman of Feiyu Group. Even he had not exchanged a word with Wang Feiyu. Ling Tian, a mere mountain boy, truly spoke with unfounded audacity. Su Qingya, however, was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at Ling Tian. Given Wang Feiyu's attitude towards Ling Tian yesterday, it seemed plausible that Ling Tian could indeed achieve something by merely speaking up. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Su Jinquan's eyes as he scrutinized Ling Tian, before smiling and suggesting, "Xiao Tian, why don't you accompany Qingya? Getting acquainted with the company's operations early on would be beneficial." "Dad." Su Xiangdong's expression shifted dramatically as he looked at Su Jinquan in confusion. How could they allow a mere novice like Ling Tian to attend negotiations of such magnitude with Feiyu Group? "All right, Ling Tian, you shall come with me." At that moment, Su Qingya unexpectedly interjected. Su Xiangdong stared at her in disbelief. "Qingya, have you lost your mind?" He could not fathom why his father was so obstinate. And now his daughter was joining in this folly. "Grandpa, Dad, we're leaving." Ling Tian rose promptly, departing with Su Qingya under Su Xiangdong's astonished gaze. Once they were in the car, Su Qingya, while driving, coldly inquired, "What is your relationship with Wang Feiyu?" Ling Tian chuckled lightly and replied, "There is nothing significant. He might simply be grateful to me for pointing out his son's early-stage liver cancer. By the way, those clothes were a gift from him." Upon mentioning the clothes, Ling Tian smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to wear any of the new garments he had purchased. Su Qingya paused, looking at Ling Tian through the rearview mirror. Her expression one of incredulity. Is Wang Shi truly suffering from cancer? She had always believed that Ling Tian was merely jesting when he spoke of cursing Wang Shi that day, but now she found herself beginning to believe it. Otherwise, it was unfathomable why Wang Feiyu would treat Ling Tian with such courtesy. It's early stage, it might not be detectable yet. However, an outbreak is not far off. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya furrowed her brows, the flicker of trust she had just begun to feel evaporating. "If it can't be detected, how could you possibly know?" she questioned. "Ling Tian, do you ever speak the truth?" Ling Tian raised an eyebrow and grinned. "My dear, do you doubt my words? How about we place a wager?" Su Qingya's heart stirred. This was an opportunity. "Let us wager. If you lose, you must voluntarily propose a divorce to my grandfather and leave the Su family." "All right," Ling Tian replied with a smile. "But what if you lose?" Su Qingya was momentarily at a loss, having not considered that aspect. "If you lose, you must kiss me in front of everyone." "How does that sound?" Ling Tian teased. "What are you dreaming about?" Su Qingya shot him an incredulous glare, her voice laced with anger. Ling Tian shrugged nonchalantly. If you're afraid to bet, then so be it. Who is afraid? Su Qingya, exasperated, glared at Ling Tian. Her teeth clenched in determination. Fine, let us wager. In her quest to prompt Ling Tian to file for divorce, she was determined to go all out. The car swiftly arrived at the company, where Su Qingya instructed her secretary to bring down the documents before driving directly to Feiyu Group. En route, Ling Tian placed a call to Wang Feiyu, who, accompanied by Wang Shi, had been eagerly awaiting their arrival downstairs. Upon spotting Su Qingya and Ling Tian alight from the vehicle, he hurried over with alacrity. Ah, the esteemed Ling Xiao and Su Zong have graced us with their presence. Illuminating Feiyu Group, he exclaimed, ushering them in with enthusiasm that left Su Qingya pleasantly surprised. Once they entered the conference room, Su Qingya, adorned with a beaming smile, began. President Wang, I am here today. Su Zong, there's no need for formalities, Wang Feiyu interjected with a grand gesture. Is it not concerning the project in the southern city? Do you have the contract? I shall sign it right away. Elated, Su Qingya promptly retrieved the contract, intending to provide an overview of its particulars. However, Wang Feiyu took it from her and immediately inscribed his signature. Su Qingya was momentarily taken aback, finally reminding him. President Wang, aren't you going to review it? Wang Feiyu laughed heartily, displaying his unreserved spirit. What is there to scrutinize? Can I not trust Su Zong? A mix of surprise and gratitude welled up in Su Qingya's heart as she sincerely replied, Thank you for your trust, President Wang. Rest assured, I shall devote myself entirely to this project. Ling Tian, witnessing Wang Feiyu's promptness, felt a surge of joy. He had initially harbored concerns that Wang Feiyu, having already assisted him the previous day, might not extend such a favor again, possibly needing to contact Su Kuan or Yi Feng for support. To his astonishment, Wang Feiyu proved to be exceedingly generous. Thus, feeling compelled to reciprocate this kindness, Ling Tian turned to Wang Shi and suddenly declared, President Wang, I appreciate your assistance today. Your son's health is in my hands. Ling Tian's words left both Wang Feiyu and Wang Shi momentarily perplexed. I am not ill, Wang Shi protested. Silence. Wang Feiyu interjected sharply. If Ling Xiao says you are unwell, then you are indeed unwell. Following this, he turned to Ling Tian with a playful grin. Ling Xiao. He is ill. He is ill. Ling Tian found himself at a loss for words, bemused by the peculiar dynamic between the father and son. Su Qingya, equally bewildered, sensed that something was amiss yet chose not to dwell on it. After securing the contract, she rose and addressed Wang Feiyu, President Wang, I shall not impose further. I must return to the company for a meeting and expedite the project's commencement. Wang Feiyu promptly stood, escorting Su Qingya and Ling Tian downstairs. He watched the car depart, his smile gradually fading as he exhaled deeply, a glimmer of fervent ambition igniting in his eyes. The Wang family is truly on the verge of soaring. He would forever remember the change in attitude from Kuan Yi and Yi Feng after Ling Tian and Su Qingya had left the previous evening. Kuan and Yi Feng not only graciously raised their glasses in a toast to him, but also referred to each other as brothers, exchanging phone numbers. This left Wang Feiyu utterly astonished, feeling as if he were in a dream. After returning home, he spent an exhilarating night unable to sleep. Kuan and Yi Feng are towering figures at the pinnacle of Yuhai City. In the past, merely catching a distant glimpse of them would have been a tremendous honor. He never dared to hope for any interaction with these two magnates. Yet now, he has forged a friendship with them, something he never even dared to dream of. He understood all too well that this was entirely due to young Master Ling. Wang Feiyu even felt compelled to express his gratitude to Yang Ke. Had it not been for Yang Ke granting him the chance to take a few slaps on behalf of young Master Ling's woman, he would never have encountered this opportunity. Now, having established a collaboration with Su Qingya, he realized he had firmly latched onto young Master Ling's coattails. The future of the Wang family was destined to be as vast as the stars and the sea. Dad, how can Ling Tian claim that I'm sick? I think he must be the one unwell. Wang Shi muttered discontentedly from the side. Smack. Wang Feiyu swiftly delivered a sharp slap to the back of Wang Shi's head, his expression tense as he admonished, Silence. If you dare speak ill of young Master Ling again, I'll make sure to break your legs. If young Master Ling says you're sick, then you are sick. Understand? Tomorrow, you're going to the hospital. Oh. Wang Shi shrank his neck, his face filled with reluctance, yet he dared not utter another word. However, he silently cursed Ling Tian, thinking, with just one word from you, I'm off to the hospital. Truly impressive. At that moment, Ling Tian, quite self-aware, had alighted from the car midway and did not follow Su Qingya back to the company. They had agreed to return home together in the evening, just as they had the day before. As Su Qingya drove away, Ling Tian hailed a taxi. As a person of integrity, he felt compelled to honor his commitments. Ling Tian took a cab straight to Jishitang, only to learn that Dr. Song had already departed for the provincial city that morning to attend to the elder of the Yang family. Ling Tian purchased several medicinal herbs, but one particular herb was not in stock due to its rarity. The staff at Jishitang informed him that it would take 3 days to arrive. After contemplating, Ling Tian decided that 3 days was not too long to wait. Wang Shi's illness was merely in its early stages and not life-threatening. He could present the herbs as a birthday gift during Wang Shi's celebration next week. Having gathered the medicinal materials, Ling Tian was preparing to leave when a cool voice rang out. Buying medicine? A graceful figure entered, but upon stepping in, she paused, her beautiful eyes instantly revealing a glint of menace. It's you? What a coincidence. Ling Tian smiled, surprised to see the woman he had encountered on the mountain that morning. Humph, don't think you can leave just yet. The woman coldly snorted, purchasing her herbs from the Jishitang staff before turning to Ling Tian and commanding, come with me. Ling Tian shrugged and followed the woman to a secluded area. Return my dagger. She extended her hand towards Ling Tian, her tone icy. Ling Tian smiled faintly, extending his hand to retrieve the dagger, and remarked with a grin. Is your name Mei? The woman's delicate face shifted, and she retorted sharply, silence. Do not call me that. With a swift motion, Ling Tian raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap toward the woman. Such a fierce tongue. Are you asking for another? Ah, the woman shrieked, her face flushed with anger. You bastard, striking me there again. She glared at Ling Tian, her eyes sharp as daggers. Yet her heart was a tempest of surprise and fury. Earlier that morning, Ling Tian had struck her when she was caught off guard, but now, having fully regained her strength, she had not anticipated that she would still be unable to evade his slap. It felt as though she were haunted. If you dare. Smack. Still not learning your lesson. Ling Tian delivered another slap. You. The woman gasped, her breath quickening, her face burning with embarrassment. Yet she dared not retort further. Curse be her luck. How could she not evade him? She had lured Ling Tian to this secluded spot, not only to reclaim her dagger, but also to teach him a proper lesson and avenge the morning's humiliation. Yet, she had not expected Ling Tian to be so formidable, leaving her no opportunity to retaliate. Seeing that the woman had quieted, Ling Tian nodded in satisfaction, his admiration for the old man reaching new heights. Previously, he had doubted the old man's claims, but now he realized that such tactics were indeed effective against women. Here, after returning the dagger to the woman, Ling Tian inquired with a smile, what is your name, truly? The woman, gritting her teeth and glaring at Ling Tian for a long moment, finally huffed, I am Lu Mei. Just as Ling Tian was about to respond, 2 men clad in black suddenly appeared at the alley's entrance, their faces radiating murderous intent as they approached him briskly, clearly with ill intentions. Men from the Yang family? Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as he recognized them as 2 of Yang Ke's bodyguards from the previous night. It seemed that this was Yang Ke's retaliation. Without a word, the 2 men quickened their pace, drawing their daggers, their murderous aura palpable. Suddenly, Lu Mei dashed forward, a glint of cold steel flashing. The 2 bodyguards halted abruptly, shock dawning on their faces as they instinctively reached for their throats, blood cascading down. Thud. The 2 lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground. Never having comprehended how Lu Mei had struck, Lu Mei wiped the blood from her dagger onto the corpses, turned to Ling Tian, and declared angrily, You saved me yesterday, and today I save you. I owe you nothing now, but mark my words, I will one day gouge out your eyes and sever your hands. With that, Lu Mei turned on her heel and departed swiftly. Hey, the medicine you purchased cannot be taken indiscriminately. Otherwise, the poison will resurface. However, before Ling Tian could finish his warning, Lu Mei had already vanished from sight. Ling Tian shook his head, exasperated. He had initially believed that Lu Mei had been poisoned that morning, only to realize that this girl was adept at using poison herself. It was a pity she had inadvertently poisoned herself instead. Lowering his gaze to the 2 corpses on the ground, Ling Tian's expression turned icy. An hour later, in the resplendent private suite of the Golden Splendor Hotel, Ling Tian sat at the center, flanked by Su Kuan and Yi Feng. That scoundrel Yang Ke dares to lay a hand on the young master? I shall head to the provincial capital and kill him. Yi Feng's face burned with fury as he attempted to storm out, only to be restrained by Su Kuan. Turning to Ling Tian, he respectfully inquired, Young master, what are your intentions? Ling Tian glanced at Su Kuan, rubbed his temples, and replied nonchalantly, Kuan, your stewardship of the underworld palace over the years is a testament to your prudence and sagacity. What do you suggest we do about this matter? A glimmer of insight flashed in Su Kuan's eyes as he responded. The reason Yang Ke sent assassins after the young master is that he perceives him as an ordinary individual. Even if the assassination were to succeed, it would not stir any significant turmoil in Yunhai City. Otherwise, he would never dare to jeopardize the grand scheme of the Yang family. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, what exactly does the Yang family intend to achieve? Su Kuan narrowed his eyes and sneered, young master, I sent you a message yesterday detailing my analysis. The Yang family is known for their ostentatious conduct and overwhelming dominance. Logically, after Yang Ke's humiliation, the Yang family would not let this pass lightly. However, the head of the Yang family has endured this quietly, which is highly unusual. Furthermore, Yang Ke specifically came to Yunhai yesterday to seek medical treatment for his father from Songjishir. Therefore, I boldly speculate that the head of the Yang family is in a dire state, possibly facing a terminal illness. The Yang family's immediate priority must be to strategize, preventing any upheaval upon the head's demise. At such a critical juncture, the Yang family would certainly wish to avoid conflicts with anyone, lest they suffer greater losses and jeopardize their grand designs. After listening, Ling Tian nodded thoughtfully. So you believe the Yang family is playing a grand game? Indeed. Su Kuan replied gravely, and the pieces are likely already in place within Yunhai. I have mentioned to the young master before that Zhang Biao, after his betrayal, allied himself with a powerful faction in the provincial capital. Zhang Biao is exceedingly cautious and inherently suspicious, operating in a manner that is remarkably discreet. We have yet to ascertain precisely which faction he is allied with. However, it seems highly probable that he is allied with the Yang family. Ling Tian massaged his temples, fell into silence for a moment, and then spoke. The head of the Yang family is aware that his time is limited. The powerful factions in the provincial capital are certainly eyeing the head's health with keen interest. Should the head of the Yang family pass away, they will undoubtedly launch a fierce assault and encroach upon the Yang family. Thus, the Yang family appears to be retreating and feigning weakness, deceiving others while quietly establishing their own plans in Yunhai. Zhang Biao is the most crucial piece in this strategy. In the event the Yang family faces peril, he would serve as a sharp blade, striking at the heart of their adversaries to safeguard the Yang family's interests. The Yang family's greatest fear is that this blade will be prematurely revealed. Hence, even in the face of Yang Ke's humiliation, they must endure and refrain from instigating conflict in Yunhai. With a hint of admiration, Su Kuan glanced at Ling Tian and remarked, the young master is indeed exceptionally astute. What I mean is precisely this. Ling Tian nodded. It was evident that the Yang family had no intention of provoking Su Kuan, not because they feared him, but rather to avoid unnecessary complications and greater losses. The powerful factions in the provincial capital were not to be underestimated. The Yang family's most crucial piece was in Yunhai, and should it be exposed, all previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, the Yang family dared not act recklessly. Yi Feng also grasped the situation. Unable to suppress an expletive, how could the Yang family capitulate so easily? It turned out they were scheming in the shadows. So, what should we do? Su Kuan sneered, stating that the current Yang family would not dare to act impulsively for fear of revealing their weaknesses. Then we shall do the opposite. Yi Feng ordered that a corpse be placed at the Yang family's doorstep to gauge their reaction. If we could provoke them into revealing their true colors, that would be ideal. If they remained unresponsive, it would further imply their guilt. Indeed, Yi Feng promptly arranged for someone to transport the body to the provincial capital. Ling Tian cast an appreciative glance at Su Kuan, remarking that calling him a cunning old fox was no exaggeration. With the suspicion that Zhang Biao was backed by the Yang family now confirmed, the plan to eliminate this traitor required careful deliberation. Ling Tian and Su Kuan deliberated until nightfall. The personnel dispatched to the provincial capital finally returned. Young master, Lord Kuan, the Yang family collected the corpse without any reaction. Yi Feng reported. Upon hearing this, Su Kuan could not help but smile coldly. Just as I suspected. However, the head of the Yang family should be on high alert now. Although he would not dare to make a grand move, he would undoubtedly take some action against us. Young master, a storm is approaching. Ling Tian remarked with an air of intrigue. Isn't this precisely what we desire? The two exchanged knowing smiles, each sensing a thrill in the other's eyes. Only Yi Feng, scratching his head, looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the implications of their words. The successful signing of the Southern City project kept Su Qingya busy until past 11 at night, when she called Ling Tian to pick him up at the designated location to return home. Meanwhile, the Yang family in the provincial capital was brightly lit. The head of the Yang family, Yang Zhengxiong, surveyed the two corpses on the ground, his expression as dark as a stormy sea. Yang Ku stood opposite him, head bowed, silent as a mouse, afraid to breathe. The atmosphere was suffocating. Suddenly, Yang Zhengxiong struck Yang Ku across the face, scolding, "You wretched fool! How could you let this happen? Do you wish to doom the Yang family?" Yang Ku trembled, filled with fear and grievance, stammering, "Father, the people are dead. Hitting me won't change that. We should discuss what to do next." "You." Yang Zhengxiong clutched his chest, showing signs of distress. "Father, are you all right?" Yang Ku panicked, rushing to support him. Yang Zhengxiong took several deep breaths to regain his composure, sighing heavily, his countenance grave. "Son, remember, there must be no mistakes beyond the sea of clouds. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain, and the Yang family shall suffer irreparable consequences." Yang Ku, with his head bowed, expressed his frustration. "Father, I understand. It is my inability to swallow my pride that has led me to wish death upon that boy. Who would have thought that by killing a mere laborer, we would provoke Yifeng?" A grave expression crossed Yang Zhengxiong's face. "This matter is likely not as simple as it seems. It is highly probable that Su Kuan has already sensed something." Yang Ku's gaze turned cold, his demeanor fierce. "Then shall we kill him?" Yang Zhengxiong let out a disdainful snort, reprimanding, "It's easy for you to say. Su Kuan is an enigma, even Zhang Biao, who has followed him for so many years, knows little of his true nature. A misstep could lead to dire consequences. What shall we do then?" Yang Ku asked, disheartened. "By the way, what caused the altercation with them last night? Tell me every detail without omission." Yang Ku, unwilling to conceal the truth, recounted the events. Upon hearing it, Yang Zhengxiong's brow arched and a burning light ignited in his eyes. "So, it was all because of that woman? Yifeng and Su Kuan even risked conflict with you, incurring the wrath of the Yang family for her sake? This woman must be extraordinary." Yang Ku quickly interjected, "Father, I captured that woman as friend last night and have uncovered her background." Yang Zhengxiong, upon hearing this, was even more perplexed. She is merely the president of a small company? Such a trivial figure would not even attract a glance from Yifeng. How could she compel Su Kuan to intervene personally? Something is amiss. After a moment of contemplation, a cold smile appeared in Yang Zhengxiong's eyes as he devised a thorough plan. The following dawn, as the first light broke, Ling Tian departed from home once more, heading towards the peaks 10 kilometers away. Upon reaching the summit, he did not hasten to practice but instead searched around. "Ah, where is that girl? Could she have met with some misfortune?" Ling Tian, not finding Lu Mei, shook his head. He then settled into a meditative posture. As the sun rose, Lu Mei still had not appeared. Ling Tian had no choice but to descend the mountain and return to the Su family villa. After breakfast, Su Qingya left early for work at the company. Ling Tian intended to follow her but was stopped by Su Zhenkuan. "Xiao Tian, come with me." Su Zhenkuan led Ling Tian into a room, his expression dark and filled with fury. "Just now, Master Huang called me. He is coming to our home in an hour to appraise antiques." "Oh." Ling Tian raised an eyebrow, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Su Zhenkuan had fallen under a curse, and this Master Huang, who had arranged the feng shui, was undoubtedly the prime suspect. Coincidentally, today marked the third day of his visit. Bang! Su Zhenkuan suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his anger palpable. "My acquaintance with him spans nearly 2 decades. 2 decades indeed. Why would he seek to harm me?" Ling Tian, upon hearing this, felt a stir in his heart and comforted. "Grandfather, please do not be angry just yet. Let us await his arrival and see for ourselves. I shall discern whether it is truly him." However, Su Zhenkuan was filled with indignation, snorting coldly. "You were quite clear before. The fish must be caught within 3 days. Today marks the 3rd day, and he chooses this very moment to arrive. What an astonishing coincidence. If it is not he, then who could it possibly be? I must have been blind to form an alliance with him." Ling Tian furrowed his brow and fell silent. All would be revealed when Master Huang arrived. An hour later, an elder clad in simple robes and exuding an ethereal aura entered, his face alight with a genial springtime glow. "Ah, Su, my old friend. It has been many days since we last met. I felt compelled to visit today to appraise your collection. I hope you will not be stingy." Master Huang greeted Su Zhenkuan with a fist salute, his countenance radiating warmth. "Your timing is indeed fortuitous. Please, come in." Su Jinquan replied coldly, his voice laced with frost. Master Huang was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the cause of Su Jinquan's unfriendly demeanor. However, given their deep friendship of over 20 years, he chose not to take offense and followed Su Jinquan into the room. Upon entering, Su Jinquan let out a soft gasp, his brow furrowing. My dear friend, I have warned you countless times. The principles of feng shui are such that a minor deviation can lead to dire consequences. How could you make such alterations? A careless mistake could cost you your life. Master Huang quickly realized that the antiques in the room had been moved. As he spoke, he began to restore the artifacts to their original positions. Seeing this, Su Jinquan could not help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. Gritting his teeth as he said, "Cost me my life? Would that not suit your wishes perfectly?" Master Huang was taken aback, and his expression shifted dramatically as he retorted angrily. What do you mean by that, my friend? Su Jinquan slammed the table in frustration, exclaiming, Do you not understand the implication of your words? With a derisive laugh, Master Huang regarded Su Jinquan and nodded, I do not know where I have offended you. But your words truly chill the heart. If I am unwelcome, then I shall take my leave. With that, Master Huang's face was a mask of fury as he turned to exit. However, a cold, indifferent voice suddenly pierced the air. Do you think you can simply walk away? Master Huang looked up sharply, his pupils dilating in horror. There stood a young man, one hand resting casually behind him, calmly positioned at the doorway. Yet the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. A chilling wind began to swirl within the confined space, and the light flickered ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. Creating a formation with your own body. This is a feng shui calamity. Who are you? Master Huang's face paled as he exclaimed in shock. Ling Tian remained silent, suddenly raising his hand and pressing it toward Master Huang's forehead. Master Huang, stricken with terror, attempted to evade but found himself ensnared by the malevolent forces of feng shui, rendering him immobile. Ling Tian's palm hovered just an inch above Master Huang's head, pausing there. Yet, Master Huang's face was instantly shrouded in darkness, contorted in agony. What do you intend to do? Who are you? Master Huang shouted in fear, his eyes revealing profound dread. Meanwhile, Su Jinquan stood beside them, aghast and utterly dumbfounded. Is this a haunting? The scene before him transcended his understanding. At that moment, Ling Tian unexpectedly withdrew his hand and stepped aside casually. The malevolent forces dissipated, the chilling wind ceased, and the light returned. Everything reverted to normal. Thud. Master Huang's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his expression one of shock and terror, as though he had narrowly escaped death. Xiao Tian, what on earth is happening? Su Jinquan asked anxiously upon witnessing the bizarre spectacle, which had truly frightened him. Though he had never believed in ghosts or spirits, he felt a disorienting sensation, as if he had experienced something supernatural. Ling Tian shook his head and addressed Su Jinquan calmly. Grandfather, it wasn't him. With that, Ling Tian extended his hand to help Master Huang up, expressing his apologies. I am sorry for the offense. Master Huang, however, angrily swatted Ling Tian's hand away, glaring at Su Jinquan with fury. Su Jinquan, what exactly are you up to? If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I will not let this matter rest. Master Huang was genuinely enraged. He had merely sought to admire some antiques on a whim, only to find himself ensnared by the legendary malevolent feng shui, nearly losing his life. He was resolute that without clarity from Su Jinquan, he would not be appeased. Su Jinquan, bewildered, was at a loss for words. Allow me to explain, Ling Tian interjected calmly, recounting the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing the account, Master Huang was left dumbfounded. So, someone exploited the feng shui I set up to target Brother Su? Ling Tian nodded, his gaze narrowing as he spoke nonchalantly. I made slight alterations to the feng shui, causing the malevolent energy to backfire upon the perpetrator. Within 3 days, if they do not revert the feng shui, they will inevitably succumb to the corruption of the malevolent energy. Coincidentally, today marked the 3rd day since the alterations, and that was when Master Huang had arrived. Only then did Master Huang comprehend the sequence of events, his expression shifting to one of deep astonishment as he regarded Ling Tian. The ability to manipulate feng shui to cause malevolent energy to backfire, and to set up the legendary malevolent feng shui as a formation. This young man's understanding of feng shui was truly profound and unfathomable, realizing how insignificant he was in comparison. Despite his self-proclaimed status as a feng shui master, Master Huang felt a surge of reverence, and any lingering resentment dissipated. He quickly composed himself, slightly bowing towards Ling Tian with respect. I am Huang Wenkui, May I ask how I should address this master? I am Ling Tian. Thank you, Master Ling, for your mercy. Master Huang clasped his fists and expressed his gratitude hastily. Had it not been for Ling Tian's timely intervention, he feared he might have met his demise. Ling Tian shook his head with a smile, explaining, "Just now, I harnessed the malevolent energy through the principles of feng shui. If you were indeed a malicious individual, the dark forces within you would have spiraled out of control, leading to your instant death. Your survival indicates that you bear no ill will towards my grandfather, and thus, I shall not take your life." Su Jinquan, standing nearby, fully comprehended the situation. He turned to Master Huang, his expression filled with remorse. "Master Huang, my previous actions were rash, and I wrongfully accused you. I sincerely apologize and hope for your forgiveness." Although Huang Wenkui harbored some dissatisfaction towards Su Jinquan, he acknowledged the context and chose not to pursue the matter further. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he snorted, "Enough of this. I can't be bothered to argue with an old man like you." "Ha ha." Su Jinquan laughed heartily, realizing that Master Huang had let go of his anger. "Come, let us go out for some tea." The three of them settled into the sitting room, where it was evident that Master Huang regarded Ling Tian with a mix of reverence and curiosity. "The intricacies of Master Ling's feng shui are unparalleled in my lifetime. Truly deserving of admiration. May I inquire from whom Master Ling has learned?" After taking a sip of tea, Master Huang could not help but ask. Su Jinquan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Ling Tian, equally curious, as he too was unaware of the old sage's name. Ling Tian, with a hint of apology, replied, "I'm afraid my master forbids me from disclosing his name." "Oh, I see." Master Huang's expression shifted to realization. "I was presumptuous. Please forgive me, Master Ling." Indeed, within the martial world, there exist certain reclusive sages who shun fame and fortune, wishing to remain anonymous to avoid worldly distractions that might disrupt their cultivation. "Master Huang, you needn't call him Master Ling. It sounds rather awkward. Ling Tian is my granddaughter's husband, so let us simply refer to him as Xiao Tian." Su Jinquan chuckled from the side. Unexpectedly, Master Huang's expression changed, and he appeared quite frightened. "I dare not. Master Ling's expertise in feng shui far surpasses my own. In the presence of Master Ling, how could I dare to act with hubris?" Ling Tian found himself at a loss for words and chuckled. "Master Huang, there is no need for such formality." No. Master Huang hastily waved his hands, insisting, "The customs of the martial world must not be disregarded. Master Ling, you need not address me as Master Huang. It is too flattering. Perhaps you could simply call me Xiao Huang." Ling Tian nearly spat out his tea. "You are a man in your 60s, and you want me to call you Xiao Huang? That hardly seems appropriate," he replied, bemused. "Appropriate? Quite so. Let us settle on this." After Master Huang's persistent insistence, Ling Tian, though reluctant, had no choice but to acquiesce to the moniker. As the trio engaged in light-hearted banter, Master Huang's demeanor suddenly shifted to seriousness. "Master Ling, the one who seeks to harm Brother Su is still lurking in the shadows. I wonder what your plans are." Ling Tian took a sip of tea, unhurriedly responding, "Do not worry. Today marks the third day. He will inevitably make an appearance unless he has no desire to live." Upon hearing this, Master Huang slammed his teacup onto the table, seething with anger. "This treacherous scoundrel dares to use the feng shui array I set up to harm Brother Su. I, Huang Wenkuai, shall not let this matter rest." Turning to Master Ling and Brother Su, he declared, "I will remain here with you both. I am eager to uncover the identity of the perpetrator." Naturally, Ling Tian and Su Jinquan had no objections. The three of them indulged in tea and casual conversation, discussing various matters of the martial world. Although Ling Tian possessed strength far beyond that of Master Huang, his secluded life in the mountains had left him somewhat naive to the wider world. Through Master Huang's narratives, Ling Tian learned of many strange and wondrous tales from the Jianghu, eliciting his astonishment. Su Jinquan, captivated as if he were listening to a riveting story, was equally engrossed. Unbeknownst to them, nightfall arrived. Su Xiangdong and his wife, along with Su Qingya, had returned home and retired for the evening. Yet, Ling Tian and Su Jinquan remained alert, thoroughly engaged in Master Huang's discourse. Suddenly, an impulse struck Ling Tian, prompting him to glance at the clock. It was nearly midnight. "Silence! Turn off the lights." Su Jinquan swiftly extinguished the illumination, leaving the three men enveloped in darkness, their breaths the only sound breaking the stillness. The atmosphere grew tense. Minutes passed, and a faint sound echoed as the villa's door creaked open. Su Jinquan's body trembled, his heart racing. In the shadows, a figure stealthily entered, seeming disturbingly familiar with the Su household as it hastened towards Su Jinquan's room upstairs. Suddenly, a sharp noise pierced the silence as Ling Tian flicked on the lights. The sudden brightness caused the intruder to freeze, a look of horror washing over his face. "Who are you?" Su Jinquan shouted. The intruder, clad in black attire with a cloth mask obscuring his features, revealed only a pair of menacing eyes. Upon being discovered, a savage gleam flickered in his gaze. He drew a dagger, radiating murderous intent, and lunged towards Su Jinquan without hesitation. In an instant, Ling Tian executed a powerful kick, striking the assailant squarely in the chest. The figure let out a pain scream, his body soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, his ribs surely broken. Ling Tian swiftly approached, pinning the assailant's neck with his foot. He grasped the cloth mask and tore it away. Both Su Jinquan and Master Huang hurried over, peering down in disbelief. "It's you," they exclaimed in unison. The man on the floor suddenly revealed a sinister grin, then coughed up a stream of black blood, expiring almost immediately. Ling Tian's pupils constricted as he realized that any attempt to save him would be futile. At that moment, Su Xiangdong and the others were awakened by the commotion, rushing from their rooms. Upon seeing the lifeless body on the floor, they were struck with shock, their expressions frozen in terror. "Brother Su, do you recognize him?" Master Huang inquired gravely, looking at Su Jinquan. Su Jinquan nodded slowly. "I do. He is an antiquities dealer. The bronze artifact in my room was purchased from him." "An antiquities dealer?" Master Huang was taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't he a member of the witch doctor sect? How has he become an antique dealer?" "The witch doctor sect?" Su Jinquan was momentarily stunned, then suddenly turned to Ling Tian. He recalled that 3 days ago, Song Jishir had inquired whether Ling Tian belonged to the witch doctor sect. That had been the first time he had heard of such a term. He never anticipated that Master Huang would mention it again today. "Does Master Huang know his background?" Ling Tian inquired. Master Huang shook his head, furrowing his brow. "He once came to me seeking knowledge about feng shui, claiming to be a descendant of the witch doctor sect." Upon finishing his words, Master Huang's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Could it be that he sought my counsel on feng shui to harm Brother Su?" "Master Huang, when did this occur?" Su Jinquan suddenly asked. 3 months ago. Indeed. Su Jinquan clenched his fists, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. 3 months prior, this man had introduced himself as an antique dealer, visiting uninvited to explore his residence. In the end, he had even sold him a bronze artifact at an enticing price. It appeared that everything had been orchestrated. At this moment, Ling Tian was certain that the individual who intended to harm Su Jinquan was the man lying on the ground. The dense malevolence emanating from his brow was the best evidence of this. Regrettably, the man had acted decisively, committing suicide by poison. "Ling Tian, have you truly killed someone?" "Qingya, call the police. Hurry, alert the authorities to arrest Ling Tian. We cannot allow him to implicate us." At this moment, Su Xiangdong finally snapped out of his shock, glancing at the lifeless body on the floor, and shouted in panic. Su Qingya, already terrified, turned pale and instinctively reached for her phone. "I dare anyone to try?" Su Jinquan bellowed, his face darkening with rage. This man was the one who intended to harm him, and it was Ling Tian who had exposed him. To report Ling Tian would be an act of ingratitude. Furthermore, it was not Ling Tian who had killed him. The man had taken his own life. "Dad, this is a life we're talking about. Our family cannot let this little wretch ruin us." Su Xiangdong shouted urgently, then turned to Ling Tian, his voice rising in anger. "Ling Tian, if you have any conscience, you should turn yourself in. Don't drag our Su family down with you." Master Huang, astonished, cast a disbelieving glance at Su Xiangdong. It was utterly incomprehensible that someone of Ling Tian's caliber would be reported to the authorities. Had he lost his mind? "Leave this matter to me," Ling Tian stated, then lifted the corpse from the ground, departing the Su residence under the astonished gaze of the onlookers. You scoundrel!" Su Jinquan was nearly overcome with rage, pointing at Su Xiangdong and cursing vehemently. Had Master Huang not intervened, he would have lunged at him in fury. Ling Tian was a disciple of that venerable sage. If he were angered, the consequences would be dire. Su Xiangdong wore a look of grievance, stubbornly retorting, "He killed someone. Naturally, he should bear the consequences. I have said nothing wrong. Enough. Just go back inside." Yu Xiaoxia hurriedly pulled Su Xiangdong back into the room. Su Qingya also returned indoors, but lay on the bed, unable to find sleep. Her mind was plagued by the image of Ling Tian trampling over the dead, leaving her in a state of unease, both frightened and alarmed. "Master Huang, please enlighten me about the matters concerning the witch doctor sect," Su Jinquan sighed. suppressing the fury within him as he spoke to Master Huang with a grave expression. He truly had no idea where he had offended the witch doctor sect to incite their wrath against him. Master Huang shook his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. All I know is that the witch doctor sect is a branch of traditional Chinese medicine, shrouded in mystery. Their methods of healing are akin to feudal superstition, incomprehensible to the average person. The most common practice involves calling back the souls of children. When a child cries out at night or falls into a deep stupor, summoning a witch doctor will remedy the situation instantly. The underlying principles of this phenomenon remain a mystery to all but the witch doctors themselves. Su Jinquan nodded, his brow furrowing even more. The practice of calling back a child's soul was, indeed, quite commonplace. Although he had always been skeptical of the supernatural, he found himself compelled to accept the existence of such inexplicable occurrences. He had not anticipated that this was the essence of witch doctors, a branch of traditional medicine. Indeed, traditional Chinese medicine was profoundly intricate. Unfortunately, Master Huang was unaware of the specific details. They would have to wait for Ling Tian's return to seek his insights. At that moment, Ling Tian had already ventured into the mountains with the corpse. Subsequently, he placed a call to Yifeng, who arrived with a group of people in less than half an hour. Master, Yifeng hastily bowed, uncertain of the instructions that awaited him at such an hour. Uncover this person's identity, as well as the matters pertaining to the witch doctor sect. Ling Tian commanded. Yifeng promptly acknowledged the order and departed with the body. As Ling Tian was about to return to the Su residence, he suddenly raised an eyebrow and came to a halt. He gazed toward the summit of the mountain. In the next moment, Ling Tian, like a monkey, swiftly scaled the heights, arriving at the peak in no time. His gaze was vigilant as he advanced cautiously. Step by step, suddenly, a cold glint flashed behind him, accompanied by a murderous intent. Ling Tian swiftly sidestepped, extending his hand to grasp the icy light. With a firm pinch, he seized the glimmer, while his other hand struck forcefully. Crack! A piercing scream erupted. Lu Mei, it is indeed you, Ling Tian declared, recognizing the unmistakable touch. Why, you bastard? Lu Mei retorted, a mix of shame and fury flooding her features, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. Though the night was dark, obscuring her appearance, she recognized him instantly. No one else would dare to lay a hand in such a manner. Ling Tian released the dagger and offered Lu Mei a bemused smile. What brings you up the mountain at this hour, instead of resting? None of your business. Lu Mei snapped back, both embarrassed and enraged, retreating a few steps while shielding her back, her expression wary, fearful of another slap from Ling Tian. Ling Tian rolled his eyes and replied with irritation, had it not been for my concern about you being poisoned, I wouldn't have bothered. Stop pretending. I heard the commotion from down the mountain. Lu Mei's charming face shifted dramatically, and she suddenly collapsed onto the ground, emitting a sound of agony as she gritted her teeth. You scoundrel, why didn't you tell me sooner? I've endured this for so long. Ugh, it hurts. Ling Tian approached with a sigh, his expression one of exasperation. Clearly a novice, yet practicing such toxic arts. You'll eventually poison yourself. Come, let us descend the mountain. As he spoke, Ling Tian abruptly scooped Lu Mei into his arms, intent on leaving the mountain. No, Lu Mei exclaimed in alarm, struggling desperately. Let me go? I refuse to descend. Her voice was tinged with panic. Ling Tian, not wishing to impose, gently set her down and replied calmly, if you are unafraid of death, I shall not force you. Farewell. Wait. Seeing Ling Tian about to depart, Lu Mei hastily called out to him. How did you know I was practicing toxic arts? The herbs you purchased that day were indeed materials for toxic cultivation, Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. However, you miscalculated the proportions, which is why you are suffering so. If you continue on this reckless path, you will inevitably bring about your own demise. His voice was soft, yet to Lu Mei's ears, it resonated like thunder. Who exactly are you? Lu Mei inquired, bewildered. Ling Tian, however, sidestepped her question and stated coolly, reduce the third ingredient's proportion by 10%, and increase the fifth by 20%. Following this, you shall no longer endure such torment. With that, he swiftly departed from the mountaintop. Lu Mei gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily dazed, before her fists clenched tightly, a surge of emotion swelling within her heart. After a considerable pause, she murmured 2 words. Thank you. Upon returning to the Su residence, Su Jinquan and Master Huang awaited him in the living room. Xiao Tian, have you resolved the matter? Su Jinquan asked with concern upon seeing Ling Tian's return. Ling Tian nodded and smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, grandfather. Sighing, Su Jinquan continued, alas, I wonder who wishes to take my life. Grandfather, what exactly is the witch doctor sect? Ling Tian's gaze hardened as he replied solemnly. The witch doctor sect is a branch of traditional Chinese medicine. Its practitioners wield the forces of nature through sorcery, capable of both healing and harming. They belong to a fearsome group that straddles the line between righteousness and malevolence. However, there is no need for concern, as I shall set up a protective feng shui arrangement to ensure that no evil can penetrate your being. Without delay, Ling Tian rose and proceeded to Su Jinquan's room. After a moment of contemplation, he began rearranging the antiques within the room. In no time, the space transformed dramatically, standing amidst the altered surroundings. Su Jinquan felt an invigorating freshness in the air, each breath uplifting his spirits. "This is astonishing," he exclaimed in surprise. Master Huang, standing nearby, was left utterly speechless, his jaw agape in disbelief. This feng shui arrangement surpasses mine by countless degrees. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely have believed it. Let us leave it for today. At dawn, I shall set up another feng shui formation around the villa. Thus, it became all the more secure. Upon hearing this, Master Huang's pupils constricted, and he urgently inquired, "Master Ling, may I observe your formation from the sidelines?" Master Ling smiled and nodded in affirmation. Of course. Master Huang was instantly elated, expressing his gratitude with fervent thanks. "Thank you, Master Ling. Thank you." To witness a master of Master Ling's caliber arrange a feng shui formation firsthand was worth decades of solitary cultivation. He understood that a monumental opportunity had arrived in his life. Naturally, the extent of his comprehension would depend on fate. Fearing to disturb Su Qingya, Master Ling refrained from returning to his room, opting instead for a brief nap on the sofa in the living room. As dawn broke, he departed for the mountain to practice in the morning light, only to discover that Lu Mei had already left. An hour of breathing exercises invigorated Master Ling, leaving him devoid of any fatigue. Upon returning to the Su residence, he did not accompany Su Qingya but rather commenced the arrangement of the feng shui array. Following Master Ling's instructions, Su Jinquan arranged for the procurement of numerous decorative stones and trees. Master Ling directed the workers, beginning the layout according to the specified positions. Master Huang, clutching his notebook, remained closely attentive to Master Ling, diligently recording every word spoken. Even while sleeping, he clutched his notebook, fearful of misplacing it. He knew that the heights he could achieve in this lifetime depended upon this little book. 3 days later, the feng shui formation finally took shape. As an outsider, Su Jinquan could not discern any difference from before. However, at the moment the array was completed, Master Huang stood frozen, nearly dropping his notebook in astonishment. Subsequently, he frantically shouted to Su Jinquan, "Brother Su, quickly, send a car to take me to the mountain." Perplexed, Su Jinquan hastily arranged for transportation, delivering Master Huang to the foot of the mountain. Trembling with excitement, Master Huang scrambled to the summit. Eagerly, he gazed towards the Su villa. Upon looking, his mind buzzed, and he was momentarily stunned. Surrounding the Su villa, the decorative stones and trees intertwined like a colossal dragon lying in wait, awe-inspiring in its presence. The coiling dragon formation, impervious to all malevolence. This was the coiling dragon formation, the pinnacle of feng shui arrays. Oh my heavens, I have witnessed the birth of the coiling dragon formation. To witness such a marvel in this lifetime is a blessing beyond measure. Overcome with emotion, Master Huang trembled uncontrollably, tears of joy streaming down his face. Having devoted his life to the study of feng shui, it had become the most significant part of his existence. To see the coiling dragon formation take shape was worth any sacrifice. Suddenly, he remembered his notebook and, in a frenzy of joy, clutched it tightly. With trembling hands, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. I have recorded the method of arranging the coiling dragon formation. Truly, heaven has favored me. From this day forth, this shall be the treasured heirloom of the Huang family." Standing atop the mountain, Master Huang pressed his notebook to his heart, as if in a state of ecstatic delirium. At this moment, the Su family villa is graced by the arrival of a guest. Upon hearing that Wang Feiyu, the chairman of Feiyu Group, sought an audience, Su Jinquan was utterly astonished, even questioning if he had misheard. Feiyu Group was a colossal entity in the entire Yuhai city, and although the Su family possessed some influence, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of Feiyu Group. He could scarcely fathom that Wang Feiyu would visit the Su family. Overwhelmed with surprise, Su Jinquan personally stepped out to welcome Wang Feiyu. "Your esteemed presence graces my humble abode." After they were seated, Su Jinquan, brimming with excitement, spoke with utmost reverence. Wang Feiyu, taken aback, hastily replied, "I am unworthy of such flattery, Su Lao. Your reputation in Yuhai is illustrious, and as a junior, I should have visited you long ago. However, I have been entangled in mundane affairs and could only spare time today. I hope for your understanding. With a humble smile, Wang Feiyu's demeanor left Su Jinquan momentarily dazed. Although Su Jinquan had built a considerable reputation from scratch in Yunhai City, to claim such esteem as to warrant a personal visit from Wang Feiyu was simply absurd. Mr. Wang, you are too modest. I wonder what brings you here today. After a round of pleasantries, Su Jinquan directly inquired. Wang Feiyu smiled and produced 2 invitation cards, placing them before Su Jinquan. Su Lao, tomorrow is my son's birthday banquet. I dare to invite the rising stars of the Su family to attend, fostering camaraderie among these young individuals. Upon hearing this, Su Jinquan was instantly elated. A banquet hosted by the Wang family was not an event everyone could attend, and by rights, the Su family had no such qualification. To receive an invitation from the Wang family was a tremendous honor for the Su family. Ah, indeed, indeed. Su Jinquan beamed, affirming repeatedly. Then, I shall not keep you any longer. Once Wang Feiyu departed, Su Jinquan promptly called back Su Xiangdong and Su Qingya. The birthday banquet of Wang Shi? Su Qingya furrowed her brow upon seeing the invitation. She had never been fond of Wang Shi, and after the incident at the Jinbi Huiguang Hotel, she was even more reluctant to engage with him. Meanwhile, Su Xiangdong was overjoyed, exclaiming, to receive an invitation from the Wang family is a symbol of status. Father, it seems the Wang family wishes to draw our Su family into their circle due to the project in the south of the city. This is an extraordinary opportunity for us. Su Jinquan nodded with a smile, reflecting, I share your sentiment. Moreover, Wang Feiyu personally delivered the invitation, which greatly honors our family. This matter must be treated with utmost seriousness. After a moment's thought, he suddenly addressed Su Qingya. Qingya, go fetch Ling Tian. Having completed his feng shui arrangements, Ling Tian had returned to rest. Upon being summoned, Su Jinquan wore a grave expression and stated, tomorrow is the birthday of Wang Shi, the son of Feiyu Group. Qingya and Xiaodian are to attend the event together. They are both young, and nurturing their connection would greatly benefit the Su family. Upon hearing this, Su Xiangdong's expression changed, and he exclaimed urgently, Father, such an important matter, why should Ling Tian handle it? He is merely a country boy. Would his presence not bring shame to our family? Su Jinquan furrowed his brow, displeased. They are all young. It is not as complicated as you think. Father, Su Xiangdong insisted, there are only 2 invitations. Wouldn't it be a waste to give one to Ling Tian? What could he possibly contribute to the Su family? How about this? Qingya and I will go. The banquet will surely host prominent figures from Yuhai City. If we can establish connections with even 1 or 2 families, it would greatly aid the future development of the Su family. This made Su Jinquan hesitate. Su Xiangdong was correct. If Ling Tian attended, he would merely socialize with the other young people. However, if Su Xiangdong were to go, it would be a different story. As the chairman of the Su group, he could use this opportunity to cultivate numerous connections. If he could secure even a couple of business deals, it would be immensely beneficial for the family. Yet, he found it difficult to refuse Ling Tian's attendance. Ling Tian. Su Xiangdong suddenly turned to face him, his expression stern. You cannot possibly comprehend the significance of the Wang family's invitation, being a poor boy. I hope you will voluntarily withdraw, so as not to put the old man in a difficult position. Ling Tian shrugged and smiled at Su Xiangdong. Father, you and Qingya should take these invitations. Su Xiangdong was taken aback by Ling Tian's prompt acquiescence, and he couldn't help but let out a cold snort. At least you have some conscience. In her heart, Su Qingya felt a pang of sympathy, her lips parting as if to speak, yet she hesitated. Others might not understand, but she was acutely aware of Wang Feiyu's respectful demeanor towards Ling Tian. Some might even say it bordered on flattery. The 2 invitations from the Su family were likely a gesture from the Wang family because of Ling Tian. Would it not be inappropriate to deny him attendance? Ultimately, Su Qingya sighed, swallowing her words. Her father was right. Ling Tian's presence would be of no benefit to the Su family. It was her father who should attend, forging connections that would greatly benefit them. My dear Tian, I apologize for this inconvenience, Su Jinquan said with a hint of remorse. Ling Tian smiled and reassured him, Grandfather, please do not say that. I can attend the Wang family's banquet without an invitation. Su Xiangdong scoffed derisively from the side, mocking, what audacity. Ling Tian, one must possess self-awareness. Otherwise, you will only be the subject of ridicule. Do you understand? Ling Tian chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Su Xiangdong's glare intensified. The sensation of being disregarded ignited his fury. Just as he was about to rebuke Ling Tian, Su Zhenkuan intervened. Enough, let us not continue this discussion. Hasten to deliberate on what gift to present tomorrow. The moment gifts were mentioned, Ling Tian suddenly remembered that it was time to procure medicinal herbs. Grandfather, father, my wife. I shall step out for a moment. With that, Ling Tian departed from the Su residence and hailed a taxi to Jishir Hall. Dr. Song Jishir was attending to patients when he noticed Ling Tian entering and promptly rose to greet him. Ah, my young friend Ling, what a pleasant surprise. Welcome, welcome. Dr. Song, I am here to collect the herbs, Ling Tian replied with a smile. The attendant had already prepared the herbs that Ling Tian had ordered. Dr. Song, taken aback, remarked, is it true that these herbs are what you requested? They are seldom utilized in clinical practice. I am curious about what ailment you intend to treat. Ling Tian chuckled softly and, without reservation, responded, they are for treating cancer. Dr. Song nearly stumbled in disbelief, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Cancer? Is it truly treatable? Just as Dr. Song was grappling with this revelation, a frantic shout pierced through the air from outside. Is Dr. Song here? Please, help us. Startled, Dr. Song turned to see a pallid elderly man being carried in. Dr. Song, please save my father, implored a richly dressed middle-aged man, his voice laced with urgency. Dr. Song's countenance shifted, and he hurried over, brow furrowed deeply as he inquired, what has happened to Mr. Lee? The middle-aged man shook his head in panic. I don't know. He was fine just a moment ago, and then he suddenly collapsed. Dr. Song placed 2 fingers on the elderly man's wrist, squinting slightly. His face etched with concern. Shaoyan, bring me the needles. He called out to a nurse clad in scrubs. Shaoyan rushed to fetch the silver needles and handed them to Dr. Song. With a grave demeanor, he loosened the old man's collar to expose his chest and swiftly inserted a needle. However, the elderly man showed no sign of response. Furrowing his brow, Dr. Song attempted a second needle, yet the elderly man remained unresponsive. Sweat began to bead on Dr. Song's forehead. How could this be? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, his voice darkening. Dr. Song, can you truly provide assistance? If you are incapable, do not feign competence and waste precious time. Otherwise, should anything happen to my father, you will find Jishir Hall no longer in operation. Dr. Song's expression changed, revealing a flicker of anxiety as he stammered, Mr. Lee, please, remain calm. I shall try again. He reached for another silver needle, yet his heart was already in turmoil, rendering his hand unsteady. Shaoyan, standing at a distance, paled in fear, tears welling in her eyes. It's over. It's over. Ling Tian, momentarily taken aback, inquired softly, what is over? With profound resignation, Shaoyan replied, the patient is Mr. Li Zhenxiang, the patriarch of the Li family in Yuhai City. The man beside him is his son, Li Shanhai. The Li family is one of the 5 great families in Yuhai City, wielding immense power. If something were to befall Li Zhenxiang, regardless of whether Dr. Song is at fault, all blame would undoubtedly be cast upon him. Not only would Dr. Song's illustrious reputation be irrevocably tarnished, but the Jishitang would also be forced to shutter its doors. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian furrowed his brow. He had long been warned by the elder that for a physician, treating prominent figures is fraught with peril. Successfully curing them often yields little reward, while any misstep could lead to utter ruin of one's reputation, or even worse, the loss of life. Such a reality is undeniably unjust for a doctor, particularly for court physicians, whose duty in ancient times was to attend to the emperor's health. No matter how skilled one may be, one cannot prevent the inevitable end of life. Yet, when the emperor passes, the court physician bears the blame and may even face dire consequences. As a disciple of the court physician lineage, would Dr. Song Jishitang ultimately be unable to escape this grim fate? As the elder's breath grew weaker, Song Jishitang found himself in a state of frantic helplessness. Li Shanhai's face twisted with rage, unable to contain himself any longer. You quack. You've caused my father's demise. Prepare for the closure of Jishitang. With that, the middle-aged man shoved Song Jishitang aside and beckoned others to carry Li Zhenxiang away. Song Jishitang stumbled, his gaze unfocused, and his expression vacant. A wave of bitterness surged within him. Although he was hailed as a miracle worker, how could he possibly cure every ailment in existence? Faced with such a perplexing case, what recourse did he have? Overwhelmed by a profound sense of impotence, he painfully shut his eyes. After a lifetime dedicated to saving lives, he never imagined he would face such a devastating blow to his reputation. Would even the legacy of Jishitang, passed down through 3 generations, be lost? Do not move if you wish for your father to survive. Suddenly, a soft voice pierced the tension. Li Shanhai froze and turned to see Ling Tian gazing at him with a cold demeanor, even harboring a hint of disdain. Get lost. Li Shanhai erupted in fury, his face paling. How dare this young upstart speak so boldly? Were it not for his urgency to seek treatment for his father elsewhere, he would have relished in teaching the boy a lesson. However, a glimmer of hope ignited within Song Jishitang as he gazed at Ling Tian. Ling, is there still hope for elderly? Without uttering a word, Ling Tian retrieved a needle pouch and approached Li Jinxiang. What are you doing? Li Shanhai shouted in anger. Ling Tian swiftly pushed him aside, his movement swift as lightning, and a silver needle pierced Li Jinxiang's throat. You're courting death. Li Shanhai gasped in horror, his voice filled with alarm. Two bodyguards from the Li family rushed forward to seize Ling Tian, but he did not look back, delivering two swift kicks that sent them crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Ling Tian's second needle had already been inserted. You bastard, how dare you? Li Shanhai was consumed by rage, never having imagined that someone would dare to harm his father. Just as he was about to charge forward, a sudden fit of coughing erupted, causing him to halt abruptly. He then looked towards Li Jinxiang in shock, his face lighting up with joy. Father, you're awake. Li Jinxiang opened his mouth and expelled a mouthful of thick black phlegm, his complexion finally regaining some color. After several moments of gasping for breath, I finally regained my composure. I felt as if I were suffocating. Xiaoyun, with a face full of astonishment, hurried over to assist Li Jinxiang in sitting up. Li Jinxiang glanced around, his gaze settling upon Song Jishir. Thank you, Dr. Song, for saving my life, he expressed gratefully. Song Jishir, momentarily dazed, felt a weight lift from his heart and, with a sense of relief akin to that of one who has narrowly escaped disaster, replied, Mr. Li, it was not I who saved you, but rather, it was young Master Ling. His eyes turned to Ling Tian, filled with gratitude. Once again, Ling Tian had come to his aid. Oh, Li Jinxiang exclaimed in surprise, astonished that it was this young man who had rescued him. Thank you, young Master Ling. After a brief moment of shock, he smiled and expressed his gratitude to Ling Tian. However, Ling Tian wore a cold, indifferent expression and furrowed his brow, responding curtly. There's no need for thanks. If it weren't for my concern about Dr. Song's potential misfortune, I wouldn't have bothered to save you. Li Jinxiang's expression stiffened, bewildered by the evident disdain in Ling Tian's tone. Beside them, Li Shanhai's anger flared. Pointing at Ling Tian, he shouted, How dare you speak like that? Ling Tian cast a scornful glance at Li Shanhai, his gaze filled with amusement as he retorted, Why the uproar? Do you possess no sense of decorum? With someone like you as a supposed heir to a prestigious family, the Li clan is bound to fall into ruin under your stewardship. Upon hearing those words, the crowd present was taken aback, their expressions shifting to shock. No one had anticipated Ling Tian's audacity in publicly reprimanding Li Shanhai and uttering such audacious remarks. Was he courting death? Indeed, Li Jinxiang's demeanor darkened instantly. Li Shanhai, incensed, laughed in anger, his eyes glinting with malice as he coldly warned, You little brat. Don't think that just because you saved the old master, you can speak recklessly. If you dare to utter another word, you won't see the sun rise tomorrow. Ling Tian merely scoffed, full of disdain, and remarked, You, a man on the brink of death, presume to threaten me? What? Li Shanhai was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in fury, pointing at Ling Tian and bellowing, You little rascal, are you cursing me? Ling Tian, uninterested in further discourse, grasped the herbs and turned to leave, leaving behind a parting remark that sent chills down Li Shanhai's spine. If you have time, perhaps visit the hospital to check your stomach. It's likely in the late stages. Utter nonsense. You're talking rubbish. Li Shanhai cursed at Ling Tian's retreating figure, yet within him stirred an inexplicable anxiety. Recently, his stomach had indeed been uneasy, often causing him to dry heave and regurgitate bile without reason. He had attributed it to overwork and irregular eating habits. Now, with Ling Tian's words echoing in his mind, uncertainty gnawed at him. Could it be that his stomach truly harbored a problem? Shanhai, let us go. We cannot delay matters concerning the company, Li Jinxiang urged as he rose and beckoned to Li Shanhai. Li Shanhai finally regained his senses, supporting Li Jinxiang as they prepared to depart. Yet, a thought lingered in his mind. He must visit the hospital for an examination tomorrow to ensure peace of mind. Dr. Song, although that young man spoke rather indiscreetly, he ultimately saved my life. This card contains 100,000. Consider it my consultation fee. And I kindly ask you to pass it along. Li Jinxiang placed a bank card down before leaving Jishir Hall. Ling Tian returned home and soon received a call from Yifeng. Young master, the person you inquired about, Lu Sun, is not from Yunhai. He hails from the provincial capital and frequently sells antiques in the antique market. His movements are quite mysterious. He sells his goods and departs without interacting with anyone. This is all the information we have been able to gather thus far. As for the witch doctor sect, we have found no leads. Understood, Ling Tian replied, a slight frown creasing his brow. This meant the trail had gone cold. However, he had already established a dragon-twisting feng shui formation at the Su residence, making it difficult for the witch doctor sect to inflict harm. In the short term, there was no need for excessive worry. Su Xiangdong and Su Qingya had prepared gifts for Wang Shi. Just as they were about to head to the company, they were interrupted by Su Zhenkuan. Qingya, starting today, take Ling Tian to the company. Arrange a position for him, so he can familiarize himself with the workings of the business. In the future, it will be beneficial for you. As soon as Su Zhenkuan's words left his lips, both Su Xiangdong and Su Qingya's expressions shifted dramatically. Father, how can that be? The minimum requirement to enter our company is a college degree. These are elite individuals. He is just a boy from the mountains, with no experience. What can he possibly do? Su Qingya's brow furrowed in concern as she addressed Su Zhenkuan. Grandfather, there are no suitable positions for Ling Tian in the company. Su Zhenkuan, displeased by their protests, replied sternly, who was born knowing everything. If he lacks skills, let Qingya teach him. It's settled. Su Xiangdong and Su Qingya attempted to voice further objections, but Su Zhenkuan had already turned to return to his room. Bring him out, Su Xiangdong exclaimed, his face darkening as he addressed a nearby servant. The servant, startled, hurried to the room and summoned Ling Tian. From today onward, you will accompany Qingya to the company. Su Xiangdong's expression was grim as he delivered his order. Then he snorted coldly and stormed out. This left Ling Tian utterly perplexed, glancing at Su Qingya with confusion. Wife, what is happening? Su Qingya shot him an exasperated look and replied, Grandfather insists you start working at the company today. Noticing that Ling Tian was still clad in his work attire, she could no longer contain her frustration. Are you born with a death wish? Can you not throw that outfit away? Going to the company dressed like that? I'm embarrassed for you. Change your clothes. Ling Tian was at a loss for words. He had grown accustomed to the comforts of the mountains and was not particularly keen on going to work. Still, given that it was the directive of Su Zhenkuan, he had no choice but to comply. Ling Tian returned to his room and emerged in a new outfit. Why are you so slow? Su Qingya scolded him with an irritated expression, but her words abruptly ceased as she gazed at Ling Tian, momentarily stunned. Clad in exquisite attire, he appeared transformed. Standing tall with a ruggedly handsome visage radiating vitality and charisma, he looked rather dashing. Anyone unaware might mistake him for the young heir of a wealthy family. My dear, are you captivated by my handsome exterior? Ling Tian chuckled upon noticing Su Qingya's dazed expression. Realizing her momentary lapse, Su Qingya shot him an annoyed glance and retorted, narcissist. With that, she clacked her high heels and strode out to the car. Ling Tian quickly followed, grinning as he asked, what do you have in store for me, my dear? Su Qingya's brows furrowed at his question, a headache brewing. The Su group was inherently a family enterprise, tangled with complexities. As the president, she was acutely aware of the countless family members waiting to criticize her decisions. Regardless of the position she assigned Ling Tian, it would undoubtedly provoke discontent. Is Grandpa deliberately creating trouble for me? Noticing Su Qingya's displeasure, Ling Tian wisely refrained from further inquiries. Upon arriving at the company, Su Qingya exited the vehicle, increasingly agitated, not sparing Ling Tian a glance as she entered the building. Dear, please slow down, he called after her. With those high heels, be careful not to twist your ankle. Su Qingya halted abruptly, turning to face him, her expression frosty. Be quiet, and do not call me my dear. Ling Tian was taken aback, then quickly understood, nodding earnestly. Got it. At home, I'll call you my dear, and in the office, I'll address you as President Su. Hee, I comprehend. Su Qingya was momentarily speechless, glaring at him before turning on her heel, storming into the company building. Good morning, President Su. The security guard at the entrance immediately stood at attention, saluting without averting his gaze. Although Su Qingya was already in a foul mood, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in her mind upon seeing the guard. Once in her office, Ling Tian perched on the sofa, surveying the surroundings appreciatively. My dear, your office is truly beautiful. Shall I work here alongside you from now on? Dream on. Su Qingya rolled her eyes and picked up the phone, dialing out. Have the human resources manager come to my office. Before long, a woman in her 30s, with an alluring figure and an air of maturity, entered. President Su, you summoned me? The HR manager, Zhao Qian, inquired with a slight bow. Su Qingya pointed at Ling Tian, her tone icy. This is the new security guard. Please assist him with his onboarding procedures. Zhao Qian appeared taken aback and quickly responded. President Su, there are no recruitment plans currently. Su Qingya's expression shifted to one of displeasure. What is this? Am I not permitted to appoint a security guard as the president? Zhao Qian hastily waved her hands, attempting to clarify. President Su, that is not what I meant. However, you are aware of the company's regulations. What if other shareholders? Enough. Su Qingya suddenly interjected with a sharp reprimand, her voice laced with ire. Which significant department in the company lacks personnel arranged by them? Have I said anything? Now, I am simply assigning a security guard. And you dare to lecture me on regulations? I ask you, can it be done? Witnessing Su Qingya's fury, Zhao Qian hesitated before finally nodding. Very well, Su General Manager. I will arrange it immediately. Upon finishing her words, Zhao Qian cast a cold glance at Ling Tian and remarked indifferently, What are you still standing there for? Come with me. Ling Tian stood up, astonished, chuckling as he said, Dear wife, are you assigning me to be a security guard? It seems I provide you with a substantial sense of security. You be quiet. Su Qingya's face flushed with embarrassment. The reason she arranged for Ling Tian to take on the role of a security guard was precisely because such a position garnered little attention and would not raise any eyebrows. Yet, with Ling Tian's utterance of wife, it became nearly impossible to avoid attention. Ling Tian quickly covered his mouth, realizing his blunder. In the company, one should address her as General Manager Su, not as wife. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in her eyes. So, this gentleman is General Manager Su's husband? General Manager Su, why did you not mention it sooner? Not only can we arrange for your husband to be a security guard, but even the position of security captain could be accommodated, don't you think? Zhao Qian wore a broad smile. Yet even a fool could discern the teasing undertone in her words. Su Qingya's face turned crimson with anger, and she felt an overwhelming urge to find a hole to hide in. Zhao Qian, known for her loose tongue and being affiliated with the company's second-largest shareholder, Su Zhiming, would undoubtedly ensure that this incident spread throughout the company before the end of the day. The mere thought of it made Su Qingya want to scold Ling Tian fiercely. Zhao Qian, noticing Su Qingya's displeasure, let out a giggle as she looked at Ling Tian and taunted, Come on, let us go complete the paperwork. President's husband Zhao Qian deliberately elongated her words, her tone dripping with sarcasm. The implied mockery was unmistakable. Although Ling Tian lacked social experience, he could easily perceive Zhao Qian's derision towards Su Qingya. Bullying his wife in front of him? You are quite audacious, old witch. Hey. Who are you calling husband? Ling Tian glared at Zhao Qian, his face contorted with disdain. I have noticed that while you may not be particularly attractive, your thoughts are quite delusional. I warn you, abandon such fantasies at once. Do not set your sights on my buddy. He is not a man you can attain. You. Zhao Qian was instantly infuriated, glaring at Ling Tian as she ground her teeth in anger. Who are you calling ugly? Who has any fantasies about you? Is that what I meant? Humph. With a huff, Zhao Qian turned on her heel and stormed away. Ling Tian then flashed a grin at Su Qingya, whispering, Dear wife, do not be upset. I shall go handle the paperwork with that old witch now. Get lost. Su Qingya snapped, her heart brimming with frustration. Yet she was nearly amused by Ling Tian's antics. Earlier, Ling Tian's words were exceedingly venomous, leaving Zhao Qian's face a shade of green with anger. However, it was quite cathartic. Su Qingya's spirits lifted considerably. All right then. Ling Tian chuckled and merrily exited. Upon reaching the Human Resources Department, Zhao Qian summoned an employee, instructing him with a sarcastic tone as she pointed at Ling Tian. Shaoli, this gentleman happens to be the husband of our esteemed President Su. Please expedite his onboarding process. If you fail, be wary of President Su's wrath. Shaoli was bewildered. Wasn't President Su single? How could she suddenly have a husband? He dared not slack off. Manager Zhao, what position should I arrange for him? Shaoli began with a polite smile directed at Ling Tian, then leaned closer to Zhao Qian for further clarification. The husband of President Su? Surely, a mere ordinary position will not suffice. Let us assign him to the security department as a security guard. Ha. Zhao Qian remarked, her laughter laced with derision. A security guard? Shaoli was taken aback. He had worked in human resources for quite some time and had arranged positions for numerous connections. Even distant relatives of the Su family shareholders typically received roles as minor leaders. Despite lacking any qualifications, they were still compensated well, as their status warranted. Yet here stood the president's husband, only to be relegated to a security guard? Was this not absurd? If the president learned of this, would he not be at risk of losing his job? Zhao Qian, noticing his hesitation, darkened her expression and admonished him. What are you dawdling for? Process the paperwork. Once completed, have him start immediately. With that, she rolled her eyes and strutted away. With no other recourse, Xiaoli nervously proceeded to handle Ling Tian's paperwork, silently praying that this arrangement was at Zhao Qian's behest, and if President Su were to be displeased, it would not be his fault. The paperwork was swiftly completed, and Xiaoli personally escorted Ling Tian to the security office on the first floor, introducing him to the team leader, Hu Dong. Hu Dong had already received a call from Zhao Qian. Upon Ling Tian's arrival, Hu Dong sized him up with a disdainful smirk, snorting dismissively. What is your name? Ling Tian. Change into your uniform, and you'll be on duty in 10 minutes. Understood, Captain Hu. Ling Tian replied with a smile, changing into the security attire. A burly security guard approached Hu Dong, expressing concern. Captain, he hasn't undergone any training yet. Isn't that inappropriate? What if he causes trouble? Hu Dong rolled his eyes, his displeasure evident. Is this your concern to manage? The burly guard fell silent, recognizing Hu Dong's authority as Zhao Qian's trusted lieutenant, a veritable ruler within the security department. Should he provoke Hu Dong's ire, his own position would be jeopardized. 10 minutes passed swiftly. The burly guard approached Ling Tian, patting him on the shoulder with encouragement. Don't be nervous. I'll guide you through the essentials as you start your shift. Thank you. Ling Tian chuckled, standing at the entrance of the building alongside the towering security guard. You look somewhat familiar, the large guard suddenly remarked, gazing intently at Ling Tian. After a moment of realization, he smacked his forehead excitedly. I remember now. Aren't you the guy dressed like a migrant worker from a few days ago? Impressive, my friend. You actually managed to win over our general manager, Su. Let's keep a low profile. Ling Tian quickly waved his hand. It just dawned on him that the guard was indeed the one on duty that day. But why are you back as a security guard? What's going on? The guard asked, his expression puzzled. Ling Tian shrugged, a hint of pride in his voice. Of course. It's because I provide our general manager, Su, with a sense of security. The guard was speechless, muttering, What security? You're just a doorman, aren't you? The true guardians of safety are bodyguards, not security personnel. By the way, your name is Ling Tian, right? I'm Lu Feng, but everyone calls me Lu. He introduced himself, then lowered his voice. Ling Tian, that was our team leader, Hu Dong. We secretly call him Fat Hu. Let me tell you, Fat Hu is quite cunning. Even with General Manager Su backing you, you need to be careful and ingratiate yourself. Otherwise, he will definitely make things difficult for you. Also, the company has strict requirements for security personnel. If you start without training, it could lead to problems. Allow me to briefly explain our duties and points of caution, especially regarding the 3 individuals you must avoid. Lu enthusiastically began his introduction, causing Ling Tian to feel drowsy. Just then, a black Porsche Cayenne pulled up at the company entrance. A young man donned in a flamboyant floral shirt, with an open collar and a swaggering demeanor, whistled as he strode towards the building. Lu's expression changed, and he hastily warned, Ling Tian, get ready to salute. Ling Tian was taken aback, and then suddenly said, Lu, didn't you mention that those who are poorly dressed cannot enter the company? Lu's face went pale. Oh my goodness. Can you please keep your voice down? Whether he can enter or not depends on who he is. At that moment, the young man had reached the entrance, strutting in with his nose in the air. Salute. Lu quickly stood at attention, respectfully saluting while signaling urgently to Ling Tian. However, Ling Tian frowned. It was absurd. His wife trusted him to ensure the company's safety. And this young man, dressed so inappropriately, was clearly up to no good. There was no way he would let him in. Stop right there, disheveled individual. You cannot enter the company, Ling Tian declared, stepping forward to block the young man. Lu was nearly paralyzed with fear, almost collapsing to the ground. Oh my gosh. Ling Tian, are you crazy? You dare to stop him? This is madness. The young man was visibly taken aback, then erupted in anger. Are you blind? You dare to block me? He shouted, glaring fiercely as he raised his hand to strike. However, Ling Tian effortlessly seized the young man's wrist with a swift motion. Oh. Still daring to make a move? Do you think I, as a security guard, am merely a decoration? With a forceful kick, he sent the young man sprawling onto his back. The sight left Lu, who stood nearby, momentarily blinded with shock, nearly causing him to topple over. My ancestors. You have landed yourself in deep trouble. You bastard, how dare you strike me? I will make you pay dearly. The young man was nearly driven to madness. Never in his wildest dreams did he anticipate being assaulted by the company as security. This was an utter humiliation. Rising from the ground, his face contorted with rage, He charged at Ling Tian. Yet, before he could close the distance, another kick from Ling Tian sent him flying back once more. Such a pathetic display. Am I not a formidable security guard? Ling Tian rolled up his sleeves, preparing to teach this insolent youth a proper lesson. Lu, terrified, felt as if he might wet himself. He hurriedly grasped Ling Tian's arm, his face pale as he urgently whispered, "My ancestor, are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten the 3 untouchables I mentioned? This is the first one." Upon hearing this, Lu was on the verge of tears. Ling Tian had been excessively reckless. On his very first day of work, he had already clashed with someone he was expressly warned to avoid. No amount of backing could withstand such audacity. Oh, he is the esteemed grandson, Ling Tian suddenly realized, recalling the 3 untouchables Lu had mentioned. The first was Zhang Hao, the grandson of the company's second largest shareholder, Su Jinming. According to Lu, this young man was notorious for indulging in a life of pleasure, never contributing to the company's affairs, relying on Su Jinming's influence. He roamed the company with impunity, showing utter disdain for Su Qingya. On several occasions, he had audaciously confronted her in public, reducing her to tears more than once. Even the CEO was powerless against him, prompting others to steer clear at all costs. To Ling Tian's dismay, he had encountered him on his very first day. Meanwhile, Lu, now visibly anxious, rushed over to assist Zhang Hao, bending low in a subservient manner as he implored, "Young Master Zhang, are you hurt from the fall? I sincerely apologize. Ling Tian is new and did not recognize you. Please allow me to extend my apologies on his behalf. I beg your pardon." Before Lu could finish his sentence, Zhang Hao delivered a sharp slap to his face, sending him reeling backward with a powerful kick that forced him to stumble several steps. "What do you think you are? How dare you apologize for him? Get lost." Zhang Hao's face twisted with fury as he barked at Lu. Lu, drenched in cold sweat, bowed his head, rendered mute by fear. Zhang Hao, seething with rage, pointed menacingly at Ling Tian and hissed through clenched teeth, "You dare strike me? You will pay dearly for this." With that, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Hudong! Fat Hu! Get out here!" Hudong, sipping tea in his office, was startled by Zhang Hao's voice, his heart racing. "Zhang Hao? What does this esteemed individual want with me?" he thought, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. I'm coming. Hudong, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily set down his teacup and rushed outside. "Ah, young Master Zhang, how may I assist you?" he inquired with a forced smile, bowing slightly. Zhang Hao's face was a mask of fury as he pointed an accusing finger at Ling Tian, his voice dripping with venom. "This little brat dared to lay a hand on me. Hu fatty, you deal with it." At these words, Hudong felt a chill run down his spine, his countenance shifting dramatically. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ling Tian had struck Zhang Hao? How audacious! Hudong's anger flared. Zhang Hao was the grandson of the second largest shareholder, Su Jinming, the crown prince of the company. How could a mere lowly security guard dare to strike the air? If Zhang Hao sought retribution, Hudong, as the head of security, would face dire consequences. A fierce glint ignited in Hudong's eyes as he turned his gaze menacingly towards Ling Tian. Initially, he had intended for Ling Tian to begin work simply to find fault and vent his frustrations on behalf of Zhao Qian. Little did he expect this troublemaker to create such chaos from the onset. "How dare this brat strike young Master Zhang? I will ruin you." With a thunderous curse, Hudong lunged at Ling Tian, delivering a ferocious punch. He knew he had to assert his dominance to please Zhang Hao, otherwise, his tenure as captain would come to an abrupt end. Ling Tian, however, merely furrowed his brow and caught Hudong's fist with ease. "Captain." He was improperly dressed and violated company regulations. Furthermore, he initiated the confrontation. "I have done nothing wrong," Ling Tian calmly explained. "Are you a fool?" Hudong spat through gritted teeth. "Zhang Hao violates company rules. This company belongs to him. Who are you to enforce anything? Let go of me," he shouted, attempting to free himself from Ling Tian's grip. Yet, in the next moment, his expression changed as he felt an immense force holding his fist firmly in place, leaving him unable to escape. "Release me," Hudong roared, his fury boiling over as he launched a kick at Ling Tian. Ling Tian's gaze turned icy as he effortlessly flung Hudong aside, causing him to tumble awkwardly to the ground, his hat rolling far away. "Captain, I've told you. I am in the right. If you strike again, I will not hold back," Ling Tian warned. Hudong, now rising with a distorted expression of rage, retorted, "What will you do about it? Do you really think I cannot handle you? You think you can fight, huh? Good. Everyone come out," Hudong bellowed, summoning a dozen security personnel. "Attack," he commanded, pointing at Ling Tian. The guards, bewildered yet obedient to Hu Dong's orders, surged forward en masse toward Ling Tian. Observing the approaching crowd, Ling Tian raised an eyebrow, a slight smirk playing at his lips. So, you wish to engage? Then do not blame me for being unmerciful. In that instant, the sound of fists meeting flesh filled the air. You little brat, see if I don't. Hu Dong's malicious words were abruptly cut off as he found himself overwhelmed. Suddenly, as if a duck had its throat seized, everything came to an abrupt halt, leaving a visage of astonishment. One could see a dozen security personnel sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. The entire episode lasted less than 10 seconds. Hiss! Hu Dong inhaled sharply, his face a canvas of shock. Before assuming the role of captain at the Su Corporation, he had mingled in various circles. He had encountered many capable fighters, yet never had he witnessed, nor even heard of, anyone capable of incapacitating a dozen security guards in a mere 10 seconds. This Ling Tian, how formidable! A chill of sweat broke out upon Hu Dong's brow. Ling Tian, however, appeared unfazed, casually clapping his hands before raising his gaze towards Hu Dong, arching an eyebrow. Captain, why not join in? Hu Dong cursed inwardly. He was not foolish enough to seek unnecessary punishment. There was no way he could match Ling Tian's prowess, and with Zhang Hao observing, failing to retaliate would certainly incur his wrath. What to do? Yet soon, a glint of cold determination surfaced in Hu Dong's eyes, and he devised a plan. Ling Tian, do not overstep your bounds. To cause a disturbance in the company warrants your dismissal, Hu Dong declared, pointing an accusatory finger at Ling Tian, his tone resolute. Ling Tian's gaze turned icy, striking Hu Dong like a sharp blade, fierce and unyielding. Hu Dong felt a tremor in his heart, as if a wild beast had set its sights on him, instinctively retreating a step. What a terrifying gaze. Disturbance? Captain, are you not distorting right and wrong? This is sheer nonsense, Hu Dong retorted. You first assaulted young Master Zhang, disobeyed orders, and injured your colleagues. Your actions are egregious, truly heinous. Lu, escort him to process his resignation. Once completed, he is to leave immediately. Hu Dong's face was aflame with fury. At this juncture, dismissing Ling Tian was his only recourse to appease Zhang Hao's ire and preserve his own position. Lu stood by, at a loss, glancing at Hu Dong, hesitating to speak. Are you daft? Go. Hu Dong, infuriated, kicked Lu, commanding him to act. Gritting his teeth, Lu gathered his courage and spoke up. Captain Hu, you cannot dismiss Ling Tian. He is President Su's husband. What? The moment those words escaped, both Zhang Hao and Hu Dong were rendered speechless. Nonsense. Where did Su Qingya find a husband? Zhang Hao, bewildered for a second, then shouted at Lu. Hu Dong also regained his composure, delivering another kick to Lu, glaring fiercely. What do you mean by that? Lu, his face awash with grievance, stammered, Young Master Zhang. Captain Hu, I speak the truth. With that, Lu incessantly gestured towards Ling Tian, urging him to invoke Su Qingya's name for his own salvation. Yet, Ling Tian seemed oblivious, turning away and returning to his post. Standing there with a tranquil demeanor like a guardian deity, wholly ignoring Zhang Hao and Hu Dong. His duty, as requested by his wife, was to serve as a security guard and safeguard the entrance. As for other matters, Ling Tian chose to disregard them. Young Master Zhang, what on earth has happened? Company employees, witnessing Zhang Hao's grim expression at the entrance and the security guards sprawled on the ground, were immediately struck with fear. They found themselves at a loss. Unable to enter or exit, their anxiety palpable. This is none of your business. Cease your prying. Go about your duties. Zhang Hao barked, his face darkened. How foolish to think that I would confide in you about my misfortunes. The crowd fell silent, retreating hastily around Zhang Hao, apprehensive of provoking his ire, which they could not afford. Rest assured, young master, I will ensure you do not suffer in vain. I shall summon Supervisor Zhao immediately. Hu Dong, frustrated by Ling Tian's indifference and unable to retaliate, stormed towards the Human Resources Department to fetch Xiao Qian. However, just as he reached the doorway, Ling Tian barred his entry. Uniformed personnel without a hat are not permitted inside. Hu Dong's fury ignited, nearly causing steam to erupt from his nostrils. Are you out of your mind? You dare to stop me, the captain of the security team? He shouted, thrusting Ling Tian's hand aside, determined to force his way in. Yet, Ling Tian seized him by the collar and unceremoniously tossed him out. Thud. Ouch. Hu Dong grimaced in pain, his eyes rolling back, nearly losing consciousness from rage. Ling Tian, you scoundrel. He stammered, struggling to his feet, his face contorted in fury, at a loss for words. As a captain of the security team, being obstructed by another guard, wasn't that absurd? Zhang Hao's expression darkened further, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. He discerned that this Ling Tian was intent on challenging him. How utterly naive. If I cannot handle a mere guard, what right do I have to be called Zhang Hao? Pulling out his phone, Zhang Hao dialed Zhao Qian. The call connected immediately, and Zhao Qian's cheerful laughter echoed through the receiver. Hee hee, young Master Zhang, what brings you to call me? Feeling lonely? Zhang Hao replied tersely. Enough of your nonsense. I am being barred at the entrance by a guard named Ling Tian. How did such trash get hired? Have him dismissed immediately. Zhao Qian paused. Then her eyes lit up with delight. That brat has actually crossed paths with young Master Zhang? How splendid. You dare to call me ugly. And now even Su Qingya cannot save you. Young Master, I am powerless in this situation. Ling Tian was personally arranged by President Su. Rumor has it he is her husband. I am but a lowly HR supervisor. Who am I to confront him? Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, then in disbelief. He questioned, he is truly Su Qingya's husband? Zhao Qian's tone dripped with mockery. Whether it is true, I cannot say. However, I did hear Ling Tian refer to Su Qingya as his wife. Zhang Hao stood there, stunned for a moment, before a cold smile crept across his lips. Very well. I understand now. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hao looked at Ling Tian with an expression of astonishment before striding over to him. I truly did not expect this. You are indeed Su Qingya's husband. I must inquire with her how she could so casually insert someone into the company without anyone's consent. With a sardonic smile, Zhang Hao advanced inside. However, he suddenly felt a tight grip around his neck, as if caught in a vice, causing his breath to catch. Are you foolish? I told you, disheveled attire is not permitted within. Why can't you comprehend that? Ling Tian disdainfully shook his head and unceremoniously tossed Zhang Hao out. With an exclamation of frustration, Zhang Hao fell backward, wincing in pain, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Ling Tian. You scoundrel, just wait. He pulled out his phone and called Su Qingya directly. What is it? Su Qingya's cold voice came through once the call connected. Su Qingya, Zhang Hao roared. Is that man named Ling Tian really your husband? You certainly have a knack for causing disturbances at the company with such a fool. Prepare to face impeachment from the board. Su Qingya's expression changed instantly. She stood up, urgency lacing her tone. Zhang Hao, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Zhang Hao sneered, his tone menacing. Go downstairs and see for yourself. I assure you, Su Qingya, you're finished. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone, casting a triumphant look at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, I have unexpectedly found a reason to thank you. Your commotion has landed Su Qingya in quite a predicament. Ha. Ling Tian furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at Zhang Hao. Had he inadvertently caused trouble for his wife? Yet, he quickly found solace in the thought that he had acted according to the rules and had done nothing wrong. He could justify his actions anywhere. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of crisp high heels echoed through the corridor, and a graceful figure hurried toward the entrance. It was Su Qingya. Hello, Suzong. Upon seeing Su Qingya, Ling Tian immediately brightened, greeting her with a smile. However, Su Qingya ignored him, her gaze fixating on the sprawled security guards, rendered speechless. Hudong, what is going on here? Su Qingya's face grew cold as she turned to Hudong and inquired. Hudong smirked inwardly, although Su Qingya was the president of the company. He was aligned with Zhao Qian, who had the backing of the second shareholder, Su Jinming. Thus, he felt little trepidation towards Su Qingya. Responding to her inquiry with a mocking smile, he retorted, This is something you should ask your husband about. Su Qingya's expression darkened considerably. In such a short span. Even the security personnel were aware of this? Turning to Ling Tian, she confronted him, her face flushed with anger. What on earth happened? Ling Tian maintained an air of calm, addressing Su Qingya. Suzong, I was merely enforcing company policy. He recounted the events that transpired to Su Qingya. After listening, she was left speechless, shock rendering her momentarily at a loss for words. She genuinely had not anticipated Ling Tian's assertiveness. On her very first day at work, she had already struck Zhang Hao, although a sense of vindication surged within her, even prompting her to silently applaud Ling Tian. She was acutely aware that this incident could have grave repercussions. The company's second-largest shareholder, Su Jinming, was her great-uncle, who had long aligned himself with numerous shareholders, persistently seeking to undermine her position and replace her with his grandson. Ling Tian's outburst had merely granted Su Jinming a fortuitous opportunity. With a throbbing headache, Su Qingya realized that there was no turning back. She turned and coldly addressed Zhang Hao, stating, I am already aware of the situation. Ling Tian acted in accordance with company regulations. His actions were purely in self-defense. Therefore, I believe he has done no wrong. Huh? Zhang Hao scoffed derisively. His face twisted with disdain. Of course, the esteemed Su always protects this unknown man she has brought in. But just because you say he is innocent, does that make it so? Will the board see it that way? He waved his phone mockingly at Su Qingya. I've just informed my grandfather. He'll be here shortly. Let us see if you still possess such confidence then. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya's countenance changed dramatically, a look of anxiety washing over her. Was Su Zhenming truly coming? Just then, a sleek black Bentley pulled up outside the company building. The door opened, and a gaunt, brooding elder emerged. Su Qingya's heart sank as she recognized him, her face paling in an instant. Grandfather, you've arrived. Zhang Hao, upon seeing the elder, immediately put on a beaming smile and rushed forward. Su Zhenming nodded slightly before striding directly to Su Qingya. His furrowed brow emanated an invisible pressure that made her heart race, filling her with an involuntary sense of dread. Great uncle, Su Qingya managed to force a smile as she greeted him. Without acknowledging her, Su Zhenming pointed sternly at the security guard on the ground. What is going on here? Before Su Qingya could respond, Zhang Hao quickly pointed at Ling Tian, exclaiming, Grandfather, it was he who struck me. He is an unknown man that Su Qingya brought in. He was just appointed as a security guard today. How outrageous. Su Zhenming thundered, his anger directed at Su Qingya. Su Qingya, as a young woman, your lack of shame and self-respect is appalling. To misuse your authority and allow this man to disrupt our company is unacceptable. Is this how you conduct yourself as president? Su Qingya's face turned pale with humiliation and anger as she hastily replied, Great uncle, it's not like that. And Ling Tian is not just any man. Enough. Su Zhenming interrupted her sharply, his voice cold. I have already summoned the board members. You must provide them with an explanation regarding this matter. With that, he strode away, his expression grim, heading towards the company building without listening to any further explanations. Zhang Hao approached Su Qingya with a triumphant expression, whispering, Su Qingya, just wait until class is over. Today, you must truly thank your wild man. His laughter echoed, sending a wave of humiliation through her. Su Qingya clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears, trembling with a mix of indignation and distress. Although she had anticipated trouble, she never imagined that Su Zhenming's words could be so hurtful. How could he accuse her of being shameless and lacking self-respect? Was this the kind of thing an elder should say? Did he comprehend the profound hurt such words could inflict on a young girl? Stop! A cold voice suddenly resonated from behind. Su Qingya turned around, her mouth agape in shock. There stood Ling Tian, extending his hand to block Su Zhenming. With an expression of indifference, he stated, no formal attire, no entry. Su Zhenming's eyes narrowed, icy as steel. What did you say? He asked, incredulous. Ling Tian shot him an impatient glance and reiterated, didn't he hear me? I'll repeat myself. Company policy, no formal attire, no entry. You are wearing casual clothes. Leave at once. Ha ha ha. Su Zhenming was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Did you all hear that? He says I cannot enter. Su Qingya, did you hear him? He wants me to leave. His mirth vanished as fury overtook him, his veins bulging as he strode forward. I'll see who dares stop me. Out. Ling Tian unceremoniously shoved Su Zhenming, causing him to stumble. Relying on your age, do you think you can have your way? Ah. Su Qingya gasped, nearly collapsing in shock. She quickly looked up at Ling Tian, her mind blank. Heavens, have you lost your mind? That's Su Zhenming, the company's second-largest shareholder. My grandfather. Zhang Hao rushed to support Su Zhenming, his anger boiling over as he pointed at Ling Tian. How dare you push my grandfather? You're seeking death. The Lu trembled in the background. It's over. It's over. Ling Tian has gone too far. Pushing Su Zhenming is a line that even Su Qingya cannot cross to save him. Su Zhenming, bewildered, could hardly believe he had been pushed out. After a long pause, rage flared within him. Get away. He shoved Zhang Hao aside, glaring at Ling Tian, his voice a mix of anger and disbelief. You dare to push me? Huh. You dare to push me. Su Qingya. She hurried forward, flustered, addressing Su Zhenming. Second granduncle. He didn't mean it. I'll make him apologize right now. Turning to Ling Tian, she exclaimed, what are you waiting for? Apologize at once. Ling Tian shook his head, his expression resolute. I beg your pardon, Mr. Su, but I am fulfilling my duties. I have committed no wrongdoing. Why should I apologize? Does he believe he can disregard company regulations? You. Su Qingya rolled her eyes in exasperation. Do you not realize the gravity of the situation, even now? You're being so obstinate? All right, all right. Su Zhiming's vision darkened with rage as he repeated the word thrice. He cast a sinister smile at Su Qingya. How fortunate you must feel to be in charge of the company. And now, even I am barred from entry? Are you planning to exclude all of us shareholders so you can reign supreme? Su Zhiming roared, confronting Su Qingya. Grandfather, that's not true. Su Qingya's voice quivered, on the verge of tears. Ling Tian, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, displeased. This old man, not only unreasonable but also daring to bully his wife. Did he truly believe Ling Tian was merely a decoration? Hey, do not cast such aspersions. At your age, can you not comprehend basic decency? I ask you, is there a regulation that forbids entry without proper attire? Ling Tian pointed directly at Su Zhiming, his voice raised. Fury enveloped Su Zhiming's face as he retorted, You have no right to speak to me. Ling Tian glared back, unwavering. I am the security guard of this company. I have every right to question anyone entering or exiting. What? Are you not human? Uft. You are the one who is inhuman. Su Zhiming gasped, his anger reaching a boiling point. What are you to speak to me in such a manner? Ling Tian, with a face of disdain, replied, Do not try to wield your age as a weapon. Just tell me, does the company have this regulation? Su Zhiming. Is there a regulation? Do not interrupt. Is there a regulation? Do not be insolent. Is there a regulation? Ling Tian seized upon this phrase, his voice booming, not allowing Su Zhiming to respond. Su Zhiming clutched his chest, nearly rolling his eyes back in exasperation. Yes, there is. Is that satisfactory? Su Zhiming nearly shouted at Ling Tian. Oh. Ling Tian's expression immediately returned to normal as he turned to Su Qingya. Ms. Su, he has acknowledged that the company has such a regulation. Therefore, my actions in stopping him are entirely justified. Indeed, I am merely adhering to reason. Su Qingya was left speechless, staring in disbelief. Do you think discussing company regulations with Su Zhiming is effective? You're jesting with me, are you? Indeed. Su Zhiming's face darkened further as he fumed. A regulation is a regulation, but I am Su Zhiming. This rule does not apply to me. Before he could finish, Ling Tian interrupted, astonished. The regulations apply to every individual in the company. What makes you exempt? This, in essence, suggests you are not even human. Uft. You are the one who is inhuman. Your entire family is inhuman. Su Zhiming struggled to catch his breath, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed. Grandfather, what is happening? Grandfather. Zhang Hao rushed to support Su Zhiming, panic-stricken. If anything were to happen to him, Zhang would lose his support within the company. Why are you still standing there? Call an ambulance. Zhang Hao shouted angrily at Hudong. Hudong, stunned by fear, hastily pulled out his phone to dial for help. Second grandfather, Su Qingya, standing nearby, was equally taken aback, clearly not expecting such an outcome. Could it be that Su Zhiming had been driven to this state by Ling Tian's provocations? Zhang Hao shot up, glaring fiercely at Su Qingya, and scolded, Su Qingya, if anything happens to my grandfather, I will not let you off easily. And that wretched security guard, you are finished. Ling Tian merely shrugged, his demeanor relaxed as he replied, Do not worry, it's merely a case of anger. He won't die. Haven't you heard? Good people do not live long, while scoundrels endure for a millennium. This old scoundrel has a long life ahead. At that moment, Su Zhiming managed to catch his breath and regain consciousness. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, he rolled his eyes in anger, nearly fainting again. You little beast. Su Zhiming pointed a trembling finger at Ling Tian, unleashing a torrent of curses. Grandfather, please calm down. Don't let your anger affect your health. Zhang Hao hurriedly rubbed Su Zhiming's chest, anxiously advising him. The earlier incident had truly frightened him. Now that Su Zhiming was awake, he dared not provoke him further. Su Zhiming forcefully pushed Zhang Hao aside, turning his furious gaze towards Su Qingya. Su Qingya, you must fire him immediately. However, Su Qingya had regained her composure. Taking a deep breath and summoning her courage, she shook her head resolutely. Second grandfather, Ling Tian is acting in accordance with company regulations. He has committed no offense. And I cannot dismiss him. You. Su Zhiming was left speechless, his lips trembling with rage. Very well. The board members will arrive shortly. If you do not dismiss him, I shall dismiss you instead. With that, Su Zhiming stormed towards the building, but halted abruptly upon seeing Ling Tian standing like a sentinel. This fool truly dared to push him away. Su Zhiming turned back to Su Qingya, exasperated. Why aren't you making him step aside? I need to enter the company. Su Qingya hesitated, her gaze dimming as she looked at Ling Tian. Just as she was about to speak, Ling Tian meaningfully interjected, Ms. Su. The company's regulations cannot be mere decorations. Otherwise, it would be a dereliction of duty on your part as president. Ling Tian's words caught Su Qingya off guard, and she quickly realized the gravity of the situation. What had transpired was irreversible. No matter what she did, Su Zhenming would never forgive her during the board meeting. Given the circumstances, the only path left was to confront the situation head-on. As long as one maintains their stance in the boardroom, firmly asserting compliance with company regulations, there is no fault to be found. Su Qingya cast a surprised glance at Ling Tian, astonished that this rural lad possessed such wisdom. It served as a reminder to herself. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingya turned to Su Zhenming, her tone resolute. I apologize, second granduncle. The company has rules that must be upheld, and no one is exempt. If you wish to enter the company, you should first return home and change your attire. What did you say? Su Zhenming's face contorted in disbelief, his anger boiling over. Su Qingya, how dare you? Even Su Zhenkuan would not speak to me in such a manner. You insolent girl, this is utter lawlessness. I command you to have him leave at once. Immediately. Su Zhenming's complexion turned ashen as he raged, directing his ire towards Su Qingya. Su Qingya turned her head, regarding Ling Tian with a calm demeanor. Ling Tian, fulfill your duties. Anyone who violates company regulations is prohibited from entering. Ling Tian immediately saluted, declaring loudly, rest assured, Miss Su, while I am here, no harm shall enter the company. Initially, Su Qingya bore an expression of indifference, but upon witnessing Ling Tian's demeanor, she nearly broke into laughter. She shot him a stern look and whispered, Fool, the salute is with the right hand. Did I raise the wrong hand? Ling Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor gradually faded as Su Qingya turned to enter the company. This infuriated Su Zhenming, causing him to tremble, as he pointed at Su Qingya's departing figure and erupted in rage. You've crossed the line. Su Qingya. Just wait until you're expelled from the company. Ignoring Su Zhenming's tirade, Su Qingya stepped into the elevator. Once inside, her legs weakened, and she sank to the floor, her breath coming in rapid bursts, her complexion pale, feeling as if all her strength had been siphoned away. The composure she had just maintained vanished in an instant, replaced by overwhelming fear and anxiety. Since her first day at the company, Su Qingya had lived under the shadow of Su Zhenming, always cautious and restrained in his presence. Little did he know the courage it took for her to utter those words moments ago. It was an act of sheer audacity for her. After several deep breaths, Su Qingya endeavored to regain her composure. She needed to stabilize her emotions and maintain her best mental state. She understood that her recent actions had irrevocably severed ties with Su Zhenming, and what awaited her was undoubtedly a tempest of repercussions. One misstep could lead to her utter ruin. Damn Ling Tian, you've truly put me in jeopardy. Su Qingya cursed under her breath, yet for some inexplicable reason, this time, she felt little animosity towards him. Instead, amidst her fear, there was a flicker of excitement and exhilaration. It seemed as though she had long awaited this moment of impending turmoil. Grandfather, what shall we do? Outside the company building, Zhang Hao gazed at Ling Tian with a hint of apprehension, then turned to Su Zhenming and inquired. Su Zhenming let out a cold snicker, his eyes gleaming with an icy intensity. We shall not go anywhere. We will wait right here. Soon, the other shareholders will arrive. If he possesses the audacity, let him attempt to block everyone. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, but then his eyes lit up with excitement. Grandfather, your strategy is brilliant. If the shareholders enter together and he does not obstruct them, we can accuse him of targeting you. Should he indeed attempt to block them, he would alienate all the shareholders. At that point, those who typically support Su Qingya will likely turn against him. Ha ha, Su Qingya. It seems you have shot yourself in the foot. The corners of Su Zhenming's mouth curled into a sinister smirk, a chilling glint flickering in his gaze as he remarked. Su Zhenkuan built the Su group from the ground up, brimming with ambition. In the end, was he not forced out of the boardroom and reduced to a life of retirement at home? And this Su Qingya, merely a young girl yet to mature, dares to contest me? Today, I shall make it abundantly clear who holds the reins of this company. Of course, it goes without saying, it is you, grandfather, who holds the power. Zhang Hao quickly lauded, his face aglow with pride. It is only with Su Zhenming's authority that he can traverse the company with confidence. Grandfather, the other shareholders have arrived. At that moment, several cars pulled up to the entrance of the company. Zhang Hao's eyes brightened instantly, a cold smile forming as he glanced at Ling Tian. Let's see how you handle this. Brother, you arrived quite early, greeted one shareholder. Uncle, it has been a long time. As the shareholders noticed Su Zhiming standing at the entrance, they approached him to exchange pleasantries. These individuals had invested in the company years ago, but had not been involved in its operations, spending their days indulging in leisure, with limited opportunities to meet outside of board meetings. Su Zhiming surveyed the crowd and smiled. It has been a while, everyone. After the meeting, I shall host a gathering for us to reconnect. Absolutely, that sounds delightful. Several shareholders laughed heartily, then one raised his hand and said, "Let us not linger, brother. Let us head inside." However, Su Zhiming did not move. Instead, he cast a sidelong glance at Ling Tian and remarked with a mocking tone, "I would love to enter. Unfortunately, Su Qingya has grown wings and denies me entry." The shareholders' expressions shifted dramatically, disbelief etched on their faces. "That cannot be true. Su Qingya has mustered the audacity to block you?" With a cold laugh, Su Zhiming's eyes reflected a menacing light as he replied, "Do you all wonder why I called this board meeting? It is precisely because Su Qingya is attempting to rebel." "How outrageous." One of the shareholders exploded. His face flushed with anger. "Even if her grandfather were present, he would not dare deny you entry. What qualifications does this young girl possess? Moreover, why should the shareholders be barred from entering? I shall confront her and demand to know who granted her such boldness." As he spoke, the irate shareholders stormed toward the entrance. "Let us go together." Other shareholders, incensed, stormed toward the company building. Zhang Hao, standing nearby, could hardly contain his amusement, his eyes crinkling with delight. What a masterstroke by Grandpa! Without lifting a finger, these shareholders had become mere pawns. Ling Tian, that scoundrel, so arrogant. I'm eager to see how he handles this. Stay right there. Suddenly, a resounding voice cut through the air. Ling Tian stood like a spear, blocking the shareholders' path. "Are you blind enough to dare obstruct me? Get out of my way." The shareholders were furious. Even the security guards at the entrance dared to confront them. It appeared that Su Zhiming had not lied. Su Qingya was indeed rising against the odds. Yet, Ling Tian remained unyielding, showing no intention of retreating. "I said move aside. Are you deaf?" One shareholder shouted angrily, pushing towards Ling Tian's chest. To his surprise, not only did he fail to budge Ling Tian, but he also twisted his wrist in the process, grimacing in pain. "What kind of physique is this? Like solid iron." "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak." At that moment, Ling Tian addressed them. "The company has regulations, no formal attire, no entry. You lot, dressed in casual wear, cannot go inside. If you attempt to force your way in, those two will serve as your examples." Ling Tian pointed directly at Su Zhiming and Zhang Hao, speaking candidly. Perhaps fearing disbelief from the shareholders, he gestured towards Zhang Hao, saying, "Hey, good grandson, tell them how I threw you out. If you feel embarrassed, let your grandfather share the tale. His face can withstand anything." Uft. Su Zhiming and Zhang Hao, initially reveling in the chaos, were incensed by his words, their expressions twisting in anger. This little brat certainly knows how to cut deep. Zhang Hao was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Having been thrown out was humiliating enough. And now he wanted to share that with others? You dare say anything? The shareholders, however, were momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. Su Zhiming let out a cold snort, his demeanor unflinching as he spoke. "You may not know, but this lad is a plaything Su Qingya found outside. With her backing, he has no regard for us shareholders. Speaking so arrogantly. Old Five, perhaps it's best to let this go. If you force your way in, who knows, he might actually throw you out," he warned. The man referred to as Old Five, the leader among the shareholders, was Su Zhenxiang. Provoked by Su Zhiming's words, he bristled with anger. I don't believe it. Throw me out? I dare him to try?" With that, Su Zhenxiang glared defiantly at Ling Tian and strode forward. Ling Tian sighed, casting a sympathetic glance at Su Zhenxiang. "Old man, he is leading you astray, can't you tell? Nonsense you." Before Su Zhenxiang could finish his retort, Ling Tian sent him staggering back to square one with a firm shove. The shareholders were left in stunned silence. After a brief moment of shock, a wave of outrage erupted. "How dare you really deny us entry? Su Qingya, come out this instant. I refuse to believe that I cannot enter my own company." The other shareholders were instantly incensed. This was the Su family's enterprise. They were the shareholders, the proprietors of the establishment. Now, they found themselves thwarted by a mere guard? It was utterly absurd. A throng of over a dozen surged towards the entrance. Observing this, Su Zhiming's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Now, let us see how you will obstruct us." However, in the next moment, Su Zhiming's grin froze, his face registering sheer astonishment. In the blink of an eye, all the shareholders were pushed back to their original positions by Ling Tian. Not a single one had managed to breach the threshold. Su Zhiming was dumbfounded. How could one person hold back a dozen? Everyone wishing to enter must return and change into formal attire. Otherwise, as a security officer, I must uphold my duties. You shall not pass, Ling Tian declared, arms crossed, in a languid tone. Preposterous. The shareholders, undeterred, charged forward once more, yet were effortlessly repelled by Ling Tian again. Not only did they fail to gain entry, but they also found themselves panting and exhausted. Meanwhile, Ling Tian stood resolutely, akin to an impregnable guardian. Truly, one man could hold back a multitude. The shareholders were left utterly speechless. You security guard, do you wish to resign? One of them shouted. Where's Hu Fatty? Why doesn't Tigi come out? Dolly, trembling slightly, ventured to speak. Our team leader who took the security personnel to the hospital. The ambulance just left before you arrived. What? The shareholders were bewildered. Why had the security personnel gone to the hospital? Zhang Hao's lip twitched. Hu Fatty was indeed cunning. Originally, the ambulance was called for his grandfather, who was fine, yet who had cleverly utilized it for himself. He had effectively whisked away the security team, clearly in an attempt to avoid being implicated. With Hu Dong absent, the shareholders found themselves at a loss. They turned to Su Zhiming. His eyelids twitched violently, fury bubbling just beneath the surface. He glared at Ling Tian, his eyes sharp as daggers. He had never anticipated that Ling Tian would so effortlessly dismantle his seemingly foolproof strategy. A dozen individuals were thwarted by a single person. It was utterly confounding. Brother, what shall we do? Su Zhenxiang inquired, sensing Su Zhiming's silence. This question struck a nerve, igniting Su Zhiming's simmering rage as he bellowed. What else can we do? Go home and change. With that, Su Zhiming, his face ashen, stormed off in his vehicle, leaving the remaining shareholders in stunned silence. Change our clothes? What sort of nonsense is this? Though reluctant, the shareholders had no choice but to sulk back to their cars and return home to change. Grandfather, is this how it ends? This is utterly frustrating. Zhang Hao fumed, his face a mask of indignation as he glared out the window. Su Zhiming, however, had long since relinquished his anger, instead wearing a smile that hinted at his confidence. Haozi, feeling stifled is precisely what you should be. Remember, the shareholders' frustration will translate into fierce intensity at the board meeting. Su Qingya, you are digging your own grave. Zhang Hao was momentarily taken aback, but then comprehension dawned upon him, his gaze towards Su Zhiming filled with admiration. His grandfather truly was a cunning strategist. In less than an hour, all the shareholders had donned formal attire and returned to the company. Under Su Zhiming's leadership, they approached the corporate building with somber expressions, exuding an air of formidable authority. Even from a distance, they emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Dai Liu promptly stood to attention, his posture rigid, eyes straight ahead as he saluted. His heart raced with anxiety. These were individuals he rarely encountered, each capable of determining his fate with a mere utterance. Today, however, they had all been offended by Ling Tian. As the thought crossed Dai Liu's mind, his legs trembled uncontrollably. He feared that one of the shareholders might unleash their ire upon him, which could spell disaster. Ling Tian, on the other hand, remained unperturbed, standing there with an expression of tranquility. While he chose not to intervene, he also did not acknowledge the shareholders, treating them with utter disdain. As Zhang Hao passed in front of Ling Tian, he suddenly halted, casting a contemptuous glance at him, and arrogantly inquired, "Oh, why don't you stop us? What happened to your earlier bravado?" Ling Tian did not even spare him a glance, dismissing him as if he were mere air. "TCH, you lapdog," Zhang Hao scoffed, raising his middle finger in defiance. Unexpectedly, Ling Tian's hand shot out, seizing Zhang Hao's finger and twisting it sharply. Zhang Hao let out a cry of pain, bending over as agony coursed through him. "Ouch, let go of me. What are you doing?" Witnessing this, Su Zhiming was infuriated, his anger flaring. He had intended to ignore Ling Tian, focusing instead on confronting Su Qingya at the meeting. Engaging in dialogue with a mere security guard at the entrance seemed beneath him. Yet, Ling Tian had audaciously crossed the line, resorting to violence without provocation. Ling Tian, without lifting his gaze, looked at the grimacing Zhang Hao with amusement. "Are you satisfied with my display of bravado now?" Zhang Hao's face contorted in pain, his thoughts filled with curses aimed at Ling Tian. Yet, he no longer dared to speak defiantly. Yes, just let go. My finger is going to break." Ling Tian warned, "Remember to mind your words next time, or I shall not hesitate to slap you." Only then did he release his grip. Zhang Hao hurried into the building, maintaining a safe distance from Ling Tian, his face twisted with malice as he muttered, "You wait, kid. This matter is far from over. Su Jinming and the other shareholders also snorted disdainfully, casting a fierce glare at Ling Tian as they entered the elevator. Oh my goodness. Liu, facing Ling Tian, finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his legs buckling almost to the ground. A moment ago, the fury emanating from Su Jinming was truly terrifying. It left him feeling as though he could scarcely breathe, on the brink of asphyxiation. Raising his head, he observed Ling Tian, who appeared unperturbed, and sighed deeply. Ling Tian, you have landed yourself in serious trouble. Although you are the husband of President Su, those shareholders are not to be trifled with. Both you and President Su are likely to face repercussions. Ling Tian merely shrugged, wearing a nonchalant expression. I haven't done anything wrong. What trouble could there possibly be? Dalu's lips moved as if to speak, but ultimately he shook his head in resignation. He truly could not discern whether Ling Tian was emboldened by confidence or simply oblivious. In this world, does true right and wrong even exist? Ultimately, strength is what prevails. Yes, what you did today was not erroneous. You acted in strict accordance with company regulations. But what of it? Do not forget, you are merely a lowly security guard. A single word from those shareholders could see you dismissed, regardless of whether you are right or wrong. In the eyes of those lofty magnates, your moral standing is entirely insignificant. What truly matters is that you have displeased them. Thus, misfortune shall befall you. Your fate is sealed. Though it may sound harsh and unjust, such is the reality, the lament of the insignificant. The sudden arrival of Su Jinming and the shareholders at the company immediately stirred Su Xiangdong. He hastily set aside his current tasks and rushed to the conference room. Uncle. Esteemed shareholders, what brings you here? Su Xiangdong greeted them with a broad smile, though a profound unease welled within him. These shareholders, typically preoccupied with indulgence and leisure, seldom visited the company. Why have they all come unannounced? Humph. Su Jinming scoffed, offering Su Xiangdong no semblance of cordiality. Do you even have the audacity to ask us that? Is this how you conduct yourself as chairman? A wave of dread washed over Su Xiangdong, prompting him to reply hastily. Uncle, have I done something amiss to displease you? Despite his title as chairman, Su Xiangdong understood that the Su Group was a family enterprise fraught with complexities. As a junior member, his authority as chairman was largely nominal. Real power resided with the shareholders. Seeing the hostility in Su Jinming's demeanor, Su Xiangdong's anxiety intensified. Perhaps you should inquire with your esteemed president's daughter, Su Jinming retorted. Brimming with ire, Su Xiangdong furrowed his brow and commanded his secretary with authority, Go, summon the president. The secretary promptly departed and soon returned with Su Qingya in tow. Upon her arrival, the shareholders collectively let out cold snorts, their tempers flaring. Oh, our esteemed President Su certainly exudes an impressive presence. It seems we, the old guard, may soon find ourselves barred from the company altogether. If you possess such power, why not simply expel us all? The shareholders seethed with indignation at the recollection of having been turned away by a mere security guard moments ago. They had never endured such indignities and immediately began to pound the table in uproar. Su Xiangdong's expression shifted, and he turned to Su Qingya, asking in a hushed tone. Qingya, what is happening? Su Qingya furrowed her delicate brows but remained surprisingly calm. She understood that at this juncture, words would be futile. The only course of action was to hold firm to reason, for perhaps that would grant her a sliver of advantage. Chairman, is this a board meeting you convened? I am also a company director. Why was I not notified? Su Qingya did not respond directly, but instead directed her question towards Su Xiangdong. I did not call a meeting, Su Xiangdong replied, momentarily taken aback. Su Qingya's expression darkened instantly as she coldly addressed the shareholders. The chairman did not convene a meeting. You shareholders are merely investors and do not partake in the management. What are you doing here at the company? The shareholders were rendered speechless, suddenly at a loss for words. According to the internal regulations of the Su Group, while they held shares and were directors, they were not permitted to involve themselves in the company's operations unless a board meeting was called. Otherwise, they should not be present in the company. This was a rule established by Su Jinkuan to prevent them from meddling in the company's affairs. To their surprise, Su Qingya effortlessly invoked this rule without hesitation. Su Jinming was clearly taken aback. He had not anticipated that the normally cautious Su Qingya would exhibit such fortitude today. Do you truly believe that with newfound boldness, I cannot manage you? Su Jinming's expression turned cold as he slapped the table, rebuking, How dare you speak in such a manner? These are your elders. Is this how you treat them? Unfazed, Su Qingya met Su Xiangdong's gaze with unwavering resolve and replied, Do not attempt to intimidate me with the notion of elders. If we are to discuss family matters, let us do so when I return home after work. But here, in this company, Since the chairman has not called for a board meeting, you should not be present. Now, I kindly ask you to vacate the conference room immediately. Su Zhenming, both furious and amused, looked at Su Qingya with a challenging demeanor. And what if we refuse to leave? Refuse to leave? Su Qingya's brows knitted together as she replied coldly. In that case, I shall have to call security. With that, Su Qingya took out her phone and dialed. Su Qingya had naturally called Ling Tian. The company's security guards did not dare to intervene in such matters, and she was unable to command them. The only person she could rely on was Ling Tian. Someone was causing a disturbance, and they needed to come forth. With a deep breath, Su Qingya exhaled. Yet her heart was anything but tranquil. Today, she had decided to take a stand. She had long been fed up with the oppression from the shareholders led by Su Zhenming. Previously, she had feared resistance and felt unable to fight back. But that did not mean she lacked the desire to do so. In fact, she had yearned to rebel for quite some time, merely lacking the courage to take that first step. Today's events served as a catalyst, igniting the pent-up anger that had simmered within her for years. Since it was unavoidable, why not embrace the madness? Su Zhenming and the others were momentarily stunned, staring at Su Qingya in disbelief, their mouths agape. A moment later, their rage erupted. Su Qingya, you wretched girl. We are shareholders, so what right do you have to prohibit us from entering the company? To accuse us of causing trouble? You have truly overstepped your bounds. It seems our esteemed president is ready to resign. I shall see who dares to expel us. The audacity of Su Qingya attempting to summon security to remove them? These shareholders, who were accustomed to their arrogance and superiority, could hardly tolerate such an affront. They immediately pounded the table, unleashing a torrent of curses, their faces turning a deep shade of green with fury. Su Xiangdong, standing to the side, was so frightened that his legs felt weak. Qingya, what on earth are you saying? This is sheer madness. Hurry and apologize to your second granduncle and the esteemed shareholders. Su Xiangdong admonished Su Qingya loudly. Yet, Su Qingya furrowed her brows tightly, remaining silent, her delicate face etched with determination. You are absolutely infuriating. Su Xiangdong exclaimed, pointing at Su Qingya, his finger trembling in anger. Internally, he was consumed by anxiety. The presence of Su Zhenming and his associates clearly signaled ill intentions. If she did not placate them, what was she doing escalating the situation? Second uncle, Qingya is young and naive. Please do not be angry. I sincerely apologize on her behalf. Su Xiangdong quickly bent down, offering a contrite smile to Su Zhenming. Humph. Su Zhenming snorted coldly, turning away. Apologies? Were they of any use? He would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Today, he would not back down. Su Zhenming, who was causing the disturbance? At that moment, a languid voice echoed at the entrance. Everyone turned towards the sound, only to find Ling Tian standing at the door, his gaze unfriendly as he scrutinized them. The shareholders' faces turned pale with anger as they shouted, Su Qingya, you heartless wretch. You really called security. Come. Let us see if you have the audacity to expel us. I dare you. The shareholders were genuinely furious now. Ling Tian had already obstructed them once at the door. That was infuriating enough. Now, in the conference room, this insufferable security guard had the audacity to confront them again? Did he truly believe they were easy prey? Ling Tian. Is that you? Su Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback. He had no inkling that Su Qingya had arranged for security to protect Ling Tian. Upon Ling Tian's arrival, his anger flared, and he unleashed his fury upon Ling Tian. Get out. This is not a place for you. Leave. Enraged, Su Xiangdong seized an ashtray from the table and hurled it at Ling Tian. With a swift motion, Ling Tian raised his hand and caught the ashtray effortlessly. His gaze shifted to Su Qingya. Miss Su, how may I assist you? Su Qingya's complexion paled, her fist clenched tightly as her breath quickened. Despite her resolution to confront Su Zhenming and the shareholders to the bitter end, she found herself gripped by fear in this moment of confrontation. The intimidating presence of Su Zhenming and his cohorts was not to be trifled with. How dare you show your face here? Zhang Hao, standing nearby, erupted in anger. Previously, Ling Tian had unceremoniously thrown him out multiple times at the entrance, leaving him humiliated. Now, witnessing Su Xiangdong's apparent retreat, his audacity surged anew. Pointing at Ling Tian, he charged forward with bravado, convinced that with Su Xiangdong present, Ling Tian would not dare retaliate. Zhang Hao swung a fist at Ling Tian. A glint of disdain flashed in Ling Tian's eyes as he brandished the ashtray. Bang! Ouch! The ashtray struck Zhang Hao on the head, eliciting a cry of pain as he staggered back, blood streaming down. The scene was shockingly abrupt. The shareholders gasped. their expressions turning to horror as they fell into an uneasy silence. No one anticipated Ling Tian's ferocity, especially in front of such a crowd. "How are you, Haozi?" Su Jinming's head buzzed with disbelief as he rushed over to support Zhang Hao, his voice laced with concern. Zhang Hao grimaced in pain, tears brimming in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Grandfather, he hit me. I want him dead." An overwhelming fury erupted from Su Jinming. He glared at Ling Tian, his eyes sharp as knives. "You little brat, how dare you strike someone?" Ling Tian shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "He struck first. I was merely acting in self-defense." "You." Su Jinming seethed, turning to Su Xiangdong, gritting his teeth. "Su Xiangdong, you handle this." Su Xiangdong, bewildered, could scarcely believe that Ling Tian had bloodied Zhang Hao's head. This was a monumental blunder. "Ling Tian, what have you done?" Su Xiangdong shouted in a fit of rage. Ling Tian did not spare him a glance, instead turning to Su Qingya and casually asking, "Ms. Su, shall we proceed to handle each one individually?" The shareholders nearly choked in disbelief at Ling Tian's audacity. "Are you truly that ruthless? One is not enough. You propose to deal with each of us?" Yet, beneath their shock, a flicker of fear began to take root. This security guard was undeniably reckless. It is perhaps best not to provoke such a hot-headed and impetuous youth with careless words. Should he truly lose his temper, it would be an utter embarrassment. Su Qingya stood in stunned silence, her heart racing to the point of nearly choking her. She had merely summoned Ling Tian to help her regain control of the situation, never anticipating that he would act so decisively. His initial move to strike Zhang Hao was rather excessive, wasn't it? Furthermore, it appeared he intended to take on everyone present. A wave of dizziness swept over Su Qingya, and she suddenly regretted inviting Ling Tian to intervene. "Expel him. Have him removed at once," she thought frantically. Su Jinming could no longer contain his fury and bellowed at Ling Tian, pointing an accusing finger. Upon hearing this, Su Xiangdong rushed towards Ling Tian, seething with anger. "You are fired. Get out." Su Qingya's expression shifted suddenly, and she interjected hastily, "Hold on. Chairman, I am the president. According to the company's regulations, the authority over personnel decisions below the executive level rests with me. You have no right to dismiss Ling Tian." Stunned into silence, Su Xiangdong's face turned a shade of green with rage. His daughter, normally so astute, seemed utterly foolish today. Would she not act swiftly to expel Ling Tian and quell the fury of Su Jinming and the others? Was she waiting for disaster to befall them? Indeed. Su Jinming's anger flared, and he slammed the table, exclaiming, "You claim I lack the authority to dismiss him? Very well, then I shall dismiss you first." Su Jinming's countenance turned ashen as he addressed the assembly. "Now that all the directors are present, I propose the dismissal of Su Qingya from her position as president." "I concur. I too agree." A significant majority of the shareholders raised their hands, vociferously expressing their support. Su Xiangdong's expression shifted dramatically. Although he was the chairman, he possessed only one vote in the board meeting. If Su Jinming took the lead in advocating for Su Qingya's removal, he would find it impossible to intervene. "Uncle, esteemed shareholders, please quell your anger. Allow me to reason with Qingya. She shall provide you with an explanation." Su Jinming hurriedly implored with a visage of humility. However, the assembly was already incensed by Ling Tian and paid him no heed. With a cold smirk, Su Jinming turned to Su Xiangdong, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Chairman, please take your seat. Shall we commence the meeting?" "Uncle, this." Su Xiangdong wished to intercede, but Su Jinming closed his eyes, refusing to acknowledge him any further. Alas! Su Jinming struck his thigh in frustration, his gaze fixed upon Su Qingya and Ling Tian, fury boiling within him. What on earth should he do at that moment? However, Su Qingya suddenly regained her composure. With a stoic expression, she took her seat. "Chairman, since the directors have called for this meeting, let us proceed. You are to blame for this." Su Xiangdong glared fiercely at Su Qingya, sinking into his chair with a weary sigh. Wasn't his daughter usually quite sensible? What madness had possessed her today? It must be Ling Tian's fault. That wretched scoundrel. We are about to convene. You should leave at once. Su Xiangdong bellowed at Ling Tian, his frustration boiling over. Ling Tian, however, turned his gaze towards Su Qingya. As she remained silent, he saw no reason to depart. The events of the day were intertwined with Ling Tian. He could not simply walk away. "Ling Tian, you shall remain present for the meeting." Su Qingya's voice, though unassuming, brooked no argument. Su Jinming smirked. This was precisely to his liking. Having Ling Tian present was ideal. He wanted him to witness how Su Qingya, whom he relied upon, was unceremoniously ousted. It would be amusing to see how he would act then. Su Xiangdong sighed. turning to Su Jinming with a conciliatory smile. Uncle, the events of today are merely a misunderstanding. You see. Chairman, I propose the dismissal of Su Qingya from her position as president. Su Jinming coldly interrupted Su Xiangdong. Seeing no glimmer of hope for reconciliation, Su Xiangdong's expression darkened considerably. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Qingya was his daughter. Should she be dismissed from her presidential role, the reins of the company would indeed fall into the hands of Su Jinming and his ilk. And what is your justification? Su Xiangdong, emboldened by desperation, questioned Su Jinming, furrowing his brow. Do I even need to elaborate? Su Qingya, as president, has abused her power, hiring that rogue as a security guard without due process. Is that not sufficient grounds? Su Jinming proclaimed with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya's face flushed with anger as she glared at Su Jinming. Director Su, I implore you to be mindful of your language. What is meant by a wild man? Ling Tian is my husband, and we have already registered our marriage. Su Jinming was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Su Qingya with surprise, clearly caught off guard. However, this is of little consequence. If he is your husband, it further substantiates your abuse of power for personal gain, as far as I am aware. The company currently has no hiring plans. How did this Ling Tian manage to join the company? Su Qingya let out a cold laugh, her gaze fixed on Su Jinming. Her eyes ablaze. I will concede this point. Ling Tian's entry into the company was facilitated through my influence. As the president, I did indeed exploit my position for personal benefit. If this is grounds for my dismissal, I shall accept it. Qingya. Su Xiangdong's expression changed drastically. He had initially thought that Su Qingya's resolute stance indicated she had some form of support. Yet, unexpectedly, from the outset, Su Qingya had capitulated. Had I known this would occur, why provoke Su Jinming and others? Isn't this a path to self-destruction? Su Jinming was also taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a smooth turn of events. Soon, a smug smile crept onto his lips. At least you possess some self-awareness. However, Su Qingya shifted her tone, addressing the shareholders. Before dismissing me, do I not have the authority to terminate those who were not hired through proper channels? The shareholders immediately echoed her, exclaiming loudly. Of course, you have that authority. Until you are dismissed, you remain the president. Those who were hired through backdoor means must be terminated. A rogue among us is a disaster waiting to happen. As they spoke, their gazes turned to Ling Tian, filled with disdain and arrogance. Look, there's no need for us to intervene. Su Qingya is expelling you herself. Su Qingya nodded, her expression unyielding. Since I still hold this authority, Secretary, please take note. Ling Tian, not hired through proper channels, terminated. Zhang Hao, not hired through proper channels, terminated. Duan Ziying, not hired through proper channels, terminated. Zhao Qian, not hired through proper channels, terminated. Lu Yunhai. Su Qingya recited the names of dozens of individuals in one breath, all of whom held positions of middle management or higher within the company. The shareholders present were suddenly rendered speechless. Zhang Hao, seated nearby, held his head in his hands, his complexion shifting dramatically. Su Qingya, what do you mean by this? Su Jinming slammed the table, his voice rising in anger. The other shareholders were equally incensed. On what grounds do you dismiss Duan Ziying? Lu Yunhai has committed no offense. Why terminate him? The individuals Su Qingya mentioned were all relatives of the shareholders. If they were dismissed, the consequences would be dire. Su Qingya maintained her calm demeanor, regarding them with composure. Did you not all agree just now? Before dismissing me, I have the right to terminate anyone who entered through backdoor means. The secretary has it all recorded. You. The shareholders fell silent, their faces turning ashen with fury. Damn it, we agreed to dismiss that security guard. Who allowed you to terminate our connections? With the shareholders rendered speechless, Su Qingya turned to the secretary of the board. Immediately draft the meeting minutes and send them to the Human Resources Department. These individuals will be dismissed today. After speaking, Su Qingya glanced at the astonished Su Xiangdong, her tone indifferent. Chairman, we may now proceed to discuss my dismissal. Su Xiangdong was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Su Qingya's audacious maneuver. It was executed flawlessly. With this move, who would dare to propose her removal? Indeed, one of the shareholders could not contain himself. Ahem. Well, actually, Qingya has made significant contributions to our company. Although she erred today, it hardly warrants her dismissal. I suggest we let it go. Once one took the lead, the others quickly chimed in. Yes, Qingya is still young. Who among the youth is without fault? Let's consider this a lesson learned and move on. Some shareholders even adopted a stern demeanor, admonishing her as if they were elders. Yet, it was evident to all that they sought to quell the situation. Su Qingya's heart brimmed with disdain as she observed the shareholders' hypocritical expressions. Raising her head, her beautiful eyes fell upon Su Zhenming opposite her. And what is your opinion? Shareholder Su Zhenming? You. Su Zhenming was immediately furious, his face darkening with rage. Damn it. He had not anticipated that Su Qingya would so deftly manipulate the situation, effortlessly altering the attitudes of numerous shareholders. Clearly, any attempt to remove her was futile. If she were dismissed, it would not only affect other shareholders, but would also cost him 5 of his own relatives. These 5 held lucrative positions, one of whom was his most cherished grandson, Zhang Hao. The potential losses were simply too great to bear. Suppressing his fury, Su Zhenming coldly remarked, "Since the shareholders are willing to support the younger generation and grant you another chance, I shall not complicate matters for you. I hope you take this as a warning and refrain from repeating such mistakes." Upon hearing this, Su Xiangdong was overjoyed. "Thank you, esteemed directors, for your care towards Qingya. Qingya, do express your gratitude to the shareholders." Su Qingya curled her lips in disdain, deeply contemptuous. Such concern for the younger generation was merely a matter of self-interest. A group of sanctimonious hypocrites. "Thank you all," she coldly retorted, preparing to rise and leave. "Wait," Su Zhenming suddenly interjected. His eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Ling Tian. "Not dismissing your position as CEO does not mean this matter is resolved. This security guard has flouted the law and committed misdeeds. He must be terminated." Upon hearing this, the other shareholders quickly echoed his sentiments. "Indeed. How dare he obstruct our entry? This is utterly outrageous. This watchdog cannot distinguish his place and must be dismissed. Let him be gone, or this matter will not end here. Moreover, the matter of his assault cannot simply be overlooked. I advise the company's legal department to ensure he faces the consequences of his actions." The shareholders, recalling how they were barred from entry by Ling Tian and ultimately left feeling humiliated, felt their indignation rising once more. If Ling Tian is not dealt with accordingly, where would their dignity reside? Observing the situation, Su Xiangdong hastily spoke up. "This is not an issue. I shall announce." "Wait." Su Qingya interjected abruptly, interrupting Su Xiangdong. "On what grounds do you intend to dismiss Ling Tian?" The shareholders erupted in fury, pounding the table. "Su Qingya, what do you mean? Isn't it clear enough what we just discussed? He obstructed us and assaulted Zhang Hao. Shouldn't that be grounds for dismissal? I warn you. We have already shown you considerable leniency. Do not overstep." Su Qingya maintained a cold demeanor, addressing the shareholders. "Then please explain to me why he obstructed you and why he resorted to violence." The shareholders fell silent, rendered speechless. "Regardless, we are shareholders, the masters of this company. His obstruction is a blatant act of insubordination. There is nothing more to discuss. He must be dismissed." Su Zhenming stated darkly from the side. "Indeed. What right does a mere security guard have to dictate terms to us?" Zhang Hao added, his face contorted with animosity. Su Qingya suddenly turned. Her gaze icy as she fixed it on Zhang Hao, articulating each word with precision. "Zhang Hao, mind your manners. Do not allow your personal behavior to tarnish the image of the entire company." "You." Zhang Hao was infuriated, yet before he could respond, Su Qingya continued. "Zhang Hao has violated company policies and assaulted a security guard who was merely fulfilling his duties. Such conduct is utterly unacceptable. I propose a demotion." "What?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao was enraged, rising to shout. "Su Qingya, how dare you?" Su Qingya narrowed her eyes, fixing her cold stare on Zhang Hao. "Zhang Hao, this is a board meeting. Am I to interpret your actions as a threat against a board member?" Zhang Hao found himself speechless, panting as he looked at Su Qingya. He was inherently a person of no substance, and in this setting, he could not possibly contend with Su Qingya. Stunned into silence, his face flushed with embarrassment. He found himself at a loss for words. Isn't it excessive to demote Zhang Hao? After all, who initiated the violence remains uncertain. Who knows if that guard, emboldened by his connections, did not abuse his power and assault employees? Su Zhenming scoffed derisively, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao's eyes lit up, and he hastily exclaimed, "Exactly. He struck first. I did nothing to provoke him. He attacked me outright. Furthermore, he assaulted the other security personnel as well. Hu Dong and the others can attest to this." Zhang Hao sneered maliciously, attempting to turn the tables. Hu Dong, after all, was aligned with Zhao Qian, who was in turn affiliated with Su Zhenming. Ultimately, they were all part of the same faction. As long as we summon Hu Dong to testify, Ling Tian will find himself at a loss for words. "Call Hu Dong immediately. We shall ascertain the truth," Su Zhenming declared promptly. "I will make the call." Zhang Hao replied, retrieving his phone to dial Hudong. Hudong, come to the conference room at once. What? You're still at the hospital and cannot return? Your phone is about to die? Hello? Hello? Hudong abruptly hung up, and further attempts to reach him were met with a dead line. Zhang Hao nearly hurled his phone in frustration. That scoundrel clearly wishes to avoid offending either side. No need for such trouble. We can simply check the surveillance footage. Su Qingya interjected. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao's expression shifted dramatically. If we were to review the footage, how could we pin the blame on Ling Tian? Su Zhenming, maintaining his composure, quickly dispatched a message. Shortly thereafter, the individual sent to retrieve the footage returned. President Su, the surveillance system is malfunctioning. We were just about to arrange for repairs. Su Qingya's brow furrowed immediately, her thoughts laced with disdain. How convenient that the cameras break down precisely at this moment. What a farce. Su Qingya, Hudong has already stated that the security personnel are at the hospital. They were all injured by Ling Tian. This is an undeniable fact. Why do you continue to shield him? What is your true intention? Su Zhenming bellowed, slamming his hand upon the table in indignation. I acted in self-defense. Ling Tian interjected from the doorway. Silence. You have no place to speak here. Su Zhenming reprimanded. Ling Tian smirked lazily. Am I simply to allow you to slander me? I am not even permitted to explain? How unreasonable you are. Before Su Zhenming could retort, Su Qingya interposed. Enough of this bickering. The surveillance may be down, but we still have witnesses. Bring in the receptionist from the first floor lobby and the security guard at the entrance. The conference staff hurriedly exited, returning shortly with a tall man named Lu and a receptionist who stepped into the conference room. Good day, Chairman. Good day, President Su, esteemed board members. Lu and the receptionist quickly bowed, their legs trembling at the sight of the high-ranking officials before them. They were but the lowest tier of the company, unaccustomed to such grandeur, keeping their heads bowed and hardly daring to breathe. There is no need for you to be anxious. You have been summoned merely to clarify one matter. What exactly transpired between Ling Tian, Zhang Hao, and Hudong? Su Qingya inquired gently, directing her attention to the two witnesses. Before Lu and the receptionist could respond, Su Zhenming's gaze turned icy as he addressed them sternly. This is a board meeting. Think carefully before you speak. The pallor on Lu and the receptionist's faces shifted, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Zhang Hao was Su Zhenming's grandson, a fact that was no secret within the company. Lu and the receptionist were acutely aware of this, and Su Zhenming's words carried an unmistakable warning. Particularly, Zhang Hao held his chin high, casting a fierce glare at the two, displaying an utter lack of subtlety and an air of arrogance. If they were still oblivious, it would be sheer foolishness. Director Su Zhenming, are you threatening them? Su Qingya, visibly angered, questioned with a stern expression. Su Zhenming, with a cold smile and legs crossed, replied in a sarcastic tone. What do you mean, Su? Which of my words constitutes a threat? Is this not an accusation against an innocent person? You. Su Qingya gritted her teeth, her face flushed with rage. Yet, on the surface, Su Zhenming's words appeared unassailable. She was acutely aware that he was indeed issuing threats, but felt utterly powerless to counter him. Reluctantly, Su Qingya turned to Lu and the receptionist, adopting a gentle tone. You two need not be afraid. Just recount what you witnessed. Observing both individuals with their heads bowed, nervously gasping for air, Su Qingya pointed at the receptionist and said, You go first. The receptionist trembled, her face a mask of helplessness. She glanced at Su Qingya, then at Su Zhenming, and ultimately steeled herself. Director Su, it happened like this. The receptionist recounted the events in detail. Zhang Hao's face turned pale upon hearing it. With a loud bang, Su Zhenming slammed his hand on the table, his face contorted with fury. I told you to think carefully before speaking. You must take responsibility for your words. Defamation is a criminal offense. The receptionist, startled, went pale and hurriedly insisted, It truly happened that way. I did not lie at all. I swear. Su Zhenming, infuriated, cursed under his breath. Fool. I meant for you to think carefully before speaking, not to blurt out the truth indiscriminately. Can you not grasp this simple notion? Her words alone are not credible. You tell me. Su Zhenming pointed at Lu, his expression darkening, his gaze sharp as a blade, laden with warning. The receptionist was just a Navi girl. Lu had been with the company for several years, and surely he could not be so oblivious. Lu clenched his fists, his mind a tumult of conflicting emotions. He understood Su Zhenming's intent perfectly. If he did not defend Zhang Hao, it was certain he would lose his job. However, to defend Zhang Hao meant, would that not be betraying his conscience? Cat got your tongue? Speak up. You cur. As Lu's eyes darted anxiously, unable to respond, Zhang Hao, unable to contain himself, shouted in anger. Yet, those words ignited De Lu's fury. How dare you treat me like a dog, expecting me to betray my conscience for you? Dream on. Even if I lose my job today, I will speak the truth. Director Su, the receptionist, Zhang Xiaowei, has already recounted what happened. What I saw aligns with what Zhang Xiaowei said. With that, De Lu exhaled deeply, feeling an unexpected sense of relief. If they were to fire him, so be it. He could find another place to work. Would he truly starve without Su's company? Damn it! Zhang Hao exclaimed, immediately agitated. As he rose to rush forward to strike, Ling Tian unexpectedly stepped forward, positioning himself beside De Lu, and cast a cold gaze upon him. Zhang Hao's footsteps abruptly halted, a tremor coursing through his heart, his eyes betraying a sense of trepidation that rendered him hesitant to advance. Zhang Hao sat down. Su Zhiming barked, his expression a portrait of displeasure. He had never anticipated that the implications of his warning would be so overt. The receptionist and security guard had the audacity to testify on Ling Tian's behalf. Did they truly believe Su Zhiming was a mere plaything? You two may return to your duties, Su Qianjia remarked with a smile towards De Lu and Zhang Xiaowei. The pair breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly exited the conference room, only to realize that they were drenched in cold sweat, experiencing an overwhelming sense of fatigue. De Lu, did we say anything amiss? Zhang Xiaowei inquired anxiously during their journey. De Lu let out a bitter smile, his gaze complex as he looked at Zhang Xiaowei. Praising her. Xiaowei, you are a good person. Huh? Zhang Xiaowei stared at De Lu, bewildered, her large eyes filled with confusion. Director Su, do you have anything further to say? Su Qianjia asked with a sense of triumph, regarding Su Zhiming with a nonchalant demeanor. Humph. Su Zhiming scoffed, his countenance dark and foreboding. At this juncture, what more could he possibly say? The situation, which he had believed to be firmly in his grasp, had been so dramatically reversed. His chest felt as if it might explode with fury. Since you have nothing to add, we shall proceed as previously stated. Zhang Hao is to be demoted from market department manager to deputy manager. Wait a moment. Su Xiangdong interjected hastily upon hearing this. Qianjia. While Zhang Hao is indeed at fault initially, he has already sustained injuries to his head, which can be considered punishment enough. Let us forego the demotion. Su Qianjia furrowed her brows, wishing to maintain her stance, but upon seeing the worry etched on Su Xiangdong's face, she ultimately sighed. Very well. I shall grant him one more chance. Should he err again, there will be no mercy. Su Qianjia was acutely aware of Su Zhiming's formidable influence within the board. Achieving this outcome today was already an unprecedented victory. To press too hard might provoke Su Zhindong into retaliatory measures that could jeopardize the company's progress, resulting in far greater losses. Humph. Su Zhiming finally let out a cold snort, his expression slightly improving. Then today's meeting concludes here, Su Qianjia announced, preparing to rise. Wait a moment. A languid voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to see Ling Tian, his lips curled in a playful smirk, speaking with a hint of mischief. Director Su, today I disregarded my personal safety to uphold the company's regulations. In doing so, I faced personal threats and narrowly avoided injury in the line of duty. Is there truly no reward for my efforts? As Ling Tian's words echoed in the room, Su Zhiming and others were nearly driven to the brink of fury. You've already inflicted a head injury on Zhang Hao, and our security personnel had to be sent to the hospital because of you. Do you still expect a reward? Have you no sense of shame? However, Su Qingya raised her brow and nodded solemnly. Ling Tian's words were indeed correct. The company should cultivate such commendable practices. There should be rewards for merit and penalties for faults. In my capacity as president, I hereby decree a cash reward of 10,000 yuan for Ling Tian. Oh. Disregarding personal safety, upheld the company's image. Furthermore, Security Captain Hu Dong shall be demoted to Deputy Captain due to severe negligence, assuming the responsibilities of acting captain pending future evaluation. Damn it! Su Qingya's decision infuriated Su Zhiming and Zhang Hao, their faces turning an ominous shade, teeth nearly grinding to dust. Ling Tian had struck Zhang Hao, thwarted a shareholder, faced no repercussions, and yet received a bonus? Was this not a blatant slap in Su Zhiming's face? Would not the other security personnel follow suit? This was outrageous. Su Zhiming felt darkness envelop him, a whirlwind of emotions rendering him breathless with rage. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of rebuttal. He could only rise in a huff, his expression stormy, and exit the conference room in silence. The remaining shareholders, witnessing the scene, also left, their heads hung low, retreating in defeat. To remain would only invite further ridicule. A futile endeavor. Today had indeed been a monumental embarrassment. I am utterly infuriated. Grandfather, can this matter be left unresolved? In the car, Zhang Hao seethed with fury, directing his ire towards Su Jinming. Su Jinming's countenance was dark, his gaze chillingly fierce as he gritted his teeth. Humph, how could this be allowed to stand? This matter is far from over. Once the attendees had departed, Su Qingya remained seated, lost in thought. Qingya, are you all right? Su Xiangdong inquired with concern. Father, I'm fine. Please, go about your business, Su Qingya replied with a faint smile. Su Xiangdong sighed, hesitating to speak further. Ultimately, he shook his head and rose, only to be met with a solemn expression from Ling Tian at the door. Humph. Su Xiangdong scoffed, glaring at Ling Tian with disdain. Look at the trouble you've caused. With that, he shoved Ling Tian aside and stormed out. Ling Tian shrugged, appearing indifferent. He then turned to Su Qingya, smiling as he asked, President Su, where do I collect my bonus? Su Qingya glanced at Ling Tian before suddenly rising and declaring, come with me. Huh? Ling Tian was taken aback. But Su Qingya had already stepped out of the conference room. He hurriedly followed her down the stairs and out of the company, where Su Qingya entered a car. Just as Ling Tian was about to sit in the back, Su Qingya unexpectedly said, sit in the front passenger seat. Oh. Ling Tian scratched his head, taking his place in the front. Su Qingya sat beside him, her fragrance intoxicating him. Ling Tian pondered why Su Qingya had suddenly allowed him to occupy the front seat. As Su Qingya pressed the accelerator, the car surged forward, its speed jolting Ling Tian's body. Beautiful wife, something feels off, he thought. Soon, they were on the highway. Su Qingya's expression impassive as the speed escalated. Suddenly, she let out a scream. Ah! Ling Tian was taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed, my dear, what has happened? However, Su Qingya seemed oblivious to his concern, liberating her pent-up emotions with fervent shouts. Ah! Her voice pierced the air like a siren, causing Ling Tian's eardrums to throb painfully. He was utterly shocked, filled with deep concern. Could it be that his wife had lost her composure? After several minutes of releasing her emotions, Su Qingya finally took a deep breath and regained her tranquility. After a brief silence, a spark of excitement ignited within her, and she suddenly declared, do you know? Since I started working at the company, I have never felt as liberated as I do today. These parasites are arrogant, selfish, and insatiable, merely leeching off the company. I am enraged, I am tormented, I loathe them, and their mere presence disgusts me. Yet, they are united in their interests, and I felt utterly powerless against them. There was a time when despair consumed me. I believed the company was doomed and would ultimately fall into their hands. But today, they have been defeated. They have bowed their heads. These parasites are not invincible. Su Qingya poured out the words she had long suppressed over the years. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor, radiating a strong fighting spirit. The shadows of her previous despair vanished. Today's desperate struggle had revealed confidence and hope to her. These parasites were not as formidable as they appeared. She could indeed triumph over them. Ling Tian, thank you, she said earnestly, gazing at him. Ling Tian felt a pang in his heart as he looked at Su Qingya. She was still so young, merely in her early 20s. Yet she had endured such immense pressure and unjust burdens. It seemed that she had not been living happily at all. What are you being so polite for? Do not forget, you are my wife. Ling Tian replied with a grin. Pa, who is your wife? Su Qingya's cheeks flushed, playfully scolding him. The fleeting display of her youthful charm was utterly captivating, leaving Ling Tian momentarily spellbound, his heart fluttering. Unable to contain himself, he said, Wife, you are truly beautiful. Su Qingya shot him a disdainful glance, quickly returning to her indifferent demeanor, frowning as she retorted, Do not be so glib. Yet, for some reason, she suddenly found that Ling Tian was not as intolerable as she once thought. The distance between them seemed to have diminished significantly. Suddenly, Ling Tian's phone rang. Upon checking, he found a text message. Haha, dear, my bonus has arrived. How about I treat you to dinner? He said with glee. Su Qingya pondered for a moment, a slight smile gracing her lips as she replied with a mock huff. Since you have caused such a ruckus today, I will grant you an opportunity to make amends. Ha ha, that's wonderful. Ling Tian exclaimed joyfully. Does this signify that the bond between myself and my beautiful wife is deepened? The car descended from the elevated highway, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. The couple paused at the entrance of a barbecue restaurant by the roadside. Ling Tian ordered skewers and a few bottles of beer, and they settled down. Cheers, my wife, to victory. They clinked their glasses together, sipping their drinks while enjoying the skewers. The words were few. Su Qingya found immense pleasure in the moment. As the sole granddaughter of Su Jinquan, She had been rigorously trained since childhood to be the successor of the family business. Even dining out meant visiting five-star hotels, where decorum and elegance were paramount. How had she never experienced such earthly delights before? Suddenly, Su Qingya felt as though her previous life had been in vain. This was what life was truly about. Dog brother, look at that girl over there. A few tattooed men with bare backs at a nearby table shifted their attention. The man known as Dog Brother, a burly figure in his 30s adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck, was already flushed from drink. He turned his gaze towards Ling Tian's table. And upon spotting Su Qingya, his eyes widened, nearly drooling. Oh my, where did this stunning beauty come from? She's far more appealing than those women at the bathhouses. I can't resist. I must go over and share a drink with her. With a beer in hand, Dog Brother staggered over, inciting whistles and laughter from the ruffians behind him. Su Qingya was just bringing a lamb skewer to her lips, delicately biting down and pulling it into her mouth with an alluring grace that was utterly captivating. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Dog Brother slammed his beer bottle onto the table and unceremoniously sat beside her. Startled, Su Qingya furrowed her brow and eyed him warily. Dog Brother, nearly entranced by her expression, leered at her, grinning broadly. Sister, you are truly beautiful. Come, let us share a drink. He reached out towards her hand. Quickly, Su Qingya withdrew her hand, her demeanor shifting to one of shyness as she coldly replied, I'm sorry, I don't know you. Dog Brother's mirth only grew, as he lewdly chuckled, not knowing each other is no problem. After we finish our drinks, let us find a hotel and get to know each other better. With that, he attempted to wrap his arm around her shoulder. Alarmed, Su Qingya gasped and stood up, prompting Ling Tian to pull her protectively behind him. Dog Brother stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Angered, he pointed at Ling Tian, barking, Get lost, you little brat. Ling Tian's gaze turned frigid, his displeasure palpable. After all, he had finally managed to share a meal with Su Qingya in hopes of nurturing their relationship. How dare this scoundrel interrupt them? Ling Tian opened his mouth, finishing the lamb skewer in hand, and then addressed Dog Brother coldly. I have no desire to engage in conflict. Just leave. With a fierce glare, Dog Brother was instantly enraged. He raised his hand and pointed at Ling Tian, cursing vehemently. Who the hell do you think you are? Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Tian suddenly seized Dog Brother's hand and forcefully slammed it onto the table. In an instant, the bamboo skewer plunged down, piercing through Dog Brother's palm and firmly nailing his hand to the table, blood splattering everywhere. A piercing scream echoed as Dog Brother, drenched in sweat from the pain, found his drunkenness abruptly shaken off. Su Qingya's delicate face turned pale, her mouth agape in terror, unable to utter a sound. She had never anticipated that Ling Tian would strike with such ferocity. Nearby, the ruffians who had been eagerly watching were stunned into silence. Damn it, let's kill him. These thugs, brandishing bottles and stools, charged forward. Terrified, Su Qingya grasped Ling Tian's hand, urging him in a panic. Ling Tian, run, hurry. However, Ling Tian merely smiled calmly and reassured her. Don't be afraid, my dear. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. Before he could finish his words, the thugs had already reached them, swinging their bottles and stools menacingly at Ling Tian. With a disdainful smirk, Ling Tian barely moved. Yet those thugs were sent flying several meters away, crashing to the ground with pained moans. In less than 5 seconds, the scene unfolded. Ling Tian, we need to go. What is happening? Su Qingya was horrified, but her voice abruptly faltered, her astonishment rendering her speechless. They. She gazed at the thugs sprawled on the ground, disbelief etched across her face. Ling Tian chuckled softly, offering her reassurance. Don't worry, my dear. They are just a bunch of thugs. Back in the village, I faced far worse bullies. I have fought my way through dozens of villages. Su Qingya took a deep breath, finally calming down. Suddenly, she realized that her small hand was still clasped around Ling Tian's. Flushing with embarrassment, she quickly let go, her cheeks turning crimson. The tender sensation vanished, leaving Ling Tian with a sense of loss. How wonderful it would have been to hold on longer. Suddenly, Su Qingya's gaze darted to Dog Brother, panic rising in her features. She then noticed that Dog Brother's hand was still pinned to the table, blood pooling ominously. His face had drained of color, staring at Ling Tian in terror, suppressing his cries of pain. Despite having a dozen capable subordinates who were adept in street fights, they had been utterly overwhelmed by Ling Tian, felled in the blink of an eye. After years of navigating the underworld, Dog Brother could recognize a formidable opponent when he saw one. Young master, I was blind to your prowess. I beg you spare me. Dog Brother, drenched in cold sweat and enduring excruciating pain, implored Ling Tian for mercy. Ling Tian let out a cold snort and abruptly made his move, yanking out the skewer. Ugh! Dog brother gritted his teeth, enduring the pain without uttering a sound. Get lost! Ling Tian snapped, as dog brother clutched his wound and fled in disarray with his gang. After such a commotion, both Ling Tian and Su Qingye were unable to enjoy their meal any longer. When Ling Tian approached the counter to settle the bill, the owner, terrified, refused to accept payment. The ferocity of Ling Tian's actions had left everyone in the establishment awestruck, and the owner dared not ask for money. With no other option, Ling Tian turned to the owner and said, "Then please keep a tab for me. My wife and I will return in the future. If the debt accumulates, we shall settle it together. What do you think, dear?" Su Qingye nodded in agreement, without objection. The barbecue at this place was truly delightful, and Su Qingye relished it. More importantly, she cherished the vibrant atmosphere. It was only in such bustling surroundings that she felt like a living being, rather than a mere profit-generating machine groomed by her family since childhood. She adored this feeling. After enjoying a few drinks, the two knew they could not drive. So they hired a chauffeur to take them back to the Su family villa. Upon entering the house, Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback to find Song Jishir present. Song Jishir was engaged in conversation with Su Zhenkuan and promptly stood up upon seeing Ling Tian. "Ling Xiaoyu, you have returned. Little Tian. Dr. Song has been waiting for you for quite some time," Su Zhenkuan said with a smile. Ling Tian glanced at Dr. Song in surprise and inquired, "Dr. Song, do you need something from me?" "Indeed," Dr. Song replied, hastily producing a bank card from his pocket and handing it to Ling Tian. "Did you not say the old master of the Li family today? He left this card for you, containing 100,000 yuan as a consultation fee, and asked me to pass it on to you." "The old master of the Li family?" Ling Tian accepted the bank card without hesitation and handed it to Su Qingye. "Why are you giving this to me?" Su Qingye was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend. "The bank card is for you to manage," Ling Tian responded, astonished. "Did the old man not say that a husband should entrust his money to his wife? It seems my wife is a bit oblivious to this notion." "Ha." Su Zhenkuan and Song Jishir burst into laughter at this. It was only then that Su Qingye realized, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot Ling Tian a glare. "How annoying. Who wants your money?" With a smile, Su Zhenkuan addressed Su Qingye. "Qingye, if Ling Tian is offering it to you, you should accept it. This is his way of showing respect. If you refuse, what will Ling Tian think?" "Exactly." Ling Tian chimed in eagerly. Su Qingye's brow furrowed. Although she was reluctant to accept it, her grandfather's words weighed heavily on her. It would not bode well if she refused. "All right, I will keep it for you." Su Qingye finally relented, reaching out to take the bank card. Su Zhenkuan and Song Jishir erupted into laughter once more. "Dr. Song, please make yourself comfortable. I shall return to my room now." Su Qingye, blushing from the laughter, turned and ascended the stairs. Seeing this, Song Jishir prepared to take his leave. But Ling Tian stopped him. "Dr. Song, please stay a moment. I have a few inquiries I wish to present to you." Song Jishir paused momentarily before resuming his seat. "Please, Ling Xiaoyu, do proceed." Ling Tian's expression grew solemn as he regarded Song Jishir, furrowing his brow. "Are you aware of any information regarding the witch doctor sect?" Upon hearing the mention of the witch doctor sect, Su Zhenkuan's interest was piqued, and he attentively leaned in. It was said that the individuals who had previously harmed him with malevolent energy were affiliated with that very sect. "What, precisely, is this witch doctor sect?" Song Jishir's brow arched, and he spoke gravely. "Ling Xiaoyu, the witch doctor sect is a branch of traditional Chinese medicine, with very few disciples. In our Yuhai city, only a handful of rural villages have individuals acquainted with the art of witch medicine. However, these practitioners are typically limited to calling souls and performing ceremonial dances. They cannot be deemed true inheritors of the witch doctor sect. In the provincial capital, there was once a genuine successor of the sect. Regrettably, he vanished 3 years ago." "Vanished?" Ling Tian frowned, rendered speechless. Previously, he had sent Yi Feng to investigate the witch doctor sect, but to no avail. If even the esteemed Song Jishir was unaware, then it would be exceedingly difficult to locate them. Ling Tian decided to temporarily set this matter aside and, with a sudden coldness in his gaze, spoke again. "There is another matter I wish for you to disclose, Song Shini. What ailment does the head of the Yang family suffer from?" Ling Tian's eyes burned with intensity as he inquired. Song Jishir's expression shifted, his brow knitting in concern. "Ling Xiaoyu, when I attended to the head of the Yang family, I promised him I would not disclose his condition to anyone. Therefore, it is with regret that I cannot provide that information." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian could not help but smile, refraining from pressing further. After exchanging idle chatter for a while, Song Jisha rose to take his leave. Ling Tian's smile gradually faded, replaced by a chilling glare. It seemed that Su Kuan's conjecture was indeed highly plausible. The head of the Yang family was likely suffering from a terminal illness. Otherwise, there would be no need for such secrecy regarding a common ailment. One could only speculate how much longer he had to live and what grand schemes he might set in motion before his demise. However, considering Su Kuan's deductions, it was almost certain that the Yang family intended to take action against Yu Hai. It appeared that their tranquil existence was nearing its end. Just as Ling Tian prepared to return to his quarters, Su Xiangdong arrived. Upon seeing Ling Tian, he erupted in fury. "Humph! What trouble you have caused today?" Su Xiangdong scolded, glaring fiercely at Ling Tian before taking a seat before Su Jinkuan. "Father, Ling Tian can no longer go to the company. You have no idea the chaos he has unleashed today." The more Su Xiangdong reflected on the day's dangers, the more apprehensive he became. He was determined to persuade the elder to oust Ling Tian from the company. "Oh?" Su Jinkuan's interest was piqued. "Bring Qingya down as well." Shortly thereafter, a servant summoned Su Qingya. She had already changed into her nightwear, and the lingering effects of alcohol lent her cheeks a charming flush. "Now, tell us, what transpired today?" Su Jinkuan inquired with curiosity. Su Xiangdong let out a cold snort, casting an annoyed glance at Ling Tian. "You explain it yourself." Ling Tian's face revealed a hint of bashfulness as he scratched his head and mentioned, "In truth, there's not much to it. Qingya assigned me the role of a security guard, and I assisted in maintaining the company's image. Furthermore, the company has already awarded me a bonus. Therefore, I believe there's no need to convene a family meeting to commend me, is there?" "Huh." Su Xiangdong, upon hearing this, nearly spewed blood in disbelief. "Commend you? Are you perhaps overestimating your significance? How can you even say that? Dad, you simply do not know." Su Xiangdong recounted the events of the day to Su Jinkuan, subsequently gesturing angrily at Ling Tian. "This lad is a troublemaker. He nearly got Qingya dismissed. Under no circumstances should he be allowed at the company." However, Su Jinkuan, after listening, had a glimmer of insight in his eyes. Instead of rushing to a conclusion, he turned to Su Qingya and inquired, "Qingya, what is your opinion?" Su Qingya cast a glance at Ling Tian, her tone resolute as she replied, "Grandfather, I have awarded Ling Tian a bonus." "Ha." Su Jinkuan could not help but clap his hands in laughter. "Now I understand." Following this, he bestowed an encouraging gaze upon Ling Tian, patting him on the shoulder, and praised, "Ling Tian, receiving a bonus on your first day of work is truly commendable. Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you." "Ha." Su Jinkuan laughed heartily while Su Xiangdong's expression darkened beside him. "Dad, this is utter nonsense. If we allow him to remain at the company, he will inevitably cause a major disaster." "Enough." Su Jinkuan waved his hand with authority, his face adopting a serious demeanor as he coldly declared, "You will eventually come to appreciate Ling Tian's contributions. Now, off to bed with you." With a satisfied smile, Su Jinkuan rose and returned to his room, leaving Su Xiangdong fuming as he slammed his hand on the table and pointed accusingly at Ling Tian. "I do not know what kind of enchantment you have cast on the old man, but I warn you, if you cause any more trouble, I will not spare you." "Dad, what are you saying?" Su Qingya interjected, visibly displeased. "I haven't even scolded you yet. Awarding him a bonus is just encouraging his folly. Is Su Jinkuan so easily swayed? What am I to say to you?" Su Xiangdong grew increasingly agitated, ultimately standing up in a fit of anger and storming off to his room, slamming the door behind him. Ling Tian shrugged, feigning innocence. "Wife, shall we also retire for the night?" Su Qingya's enchanting face lit up as she teased. "You seem to call me wife quite effortlessly, don't you?" Ling Tian chuckled, "Of course." However, Su Qingya's expression darkened immediately as she retorted coldly, "Enough of that. Who is your wife?" With that, she stood up and left for her room with an icy demeanor. Ling Tian scratched his head, utterly bewildered. Everything was fine just a moment ago. How did it change so quickly? He truly found it perplexing. It seemed the old man's words held truth. Women were indeed capricious. Ling Tian shook his head and followed suit to his room. In the early hours of the following day, Ling Tian rose as usual to practice on the back mountain. "Ah, you are here again." Upon reaching the summit, he discovered Lu Mei also present. "I am waiting for you," Lu Mei stated bluntly. "Oh, waiting for me for what? Do you understand poisons?" Lu Mei gazed at Ling Tian, her voice cold. Ling Tian shook his head. "I do not." "Humph, you must be lying, if you do not understand. How could you know that I miscalculated the dosage of my previous herbs?" Ling Tian shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. While I may not comprehend poisons, I possess medical knowledge, he replied. Lu Mei bit her crimson lip, hesitating as she scrutinized Ling Tian for a long moment before suddenly asking, "Can you tell if I am poisoned?" "You are poisoned?" Ling Tian was taken aback, casting a curious glance at Lu Mei, then shook his head. "I cannot tell, unless you allow me to take your pulse." "Very well." Lu Mei stepped forward, extending her delicate arm, as white as lotus root, towards Ling Tian. He placed 2 fingers gently on her wrist. "Ah, soon." Ling Tian raised his brow, revealing a look of surprise. "Your pulse is entirely normal. Are you truly poisoned?" A glimmer of pride appeared in Lu Mei's beautiful eyes as she lightly huffed. "Indeed, I am poisoned. Can you remedy it?" Ling Tian's brow furrowed tightly. And after a moment of silence, he said, "The poison you have is quite peculiar. Merely taking your pulse does not reveal the issue. I must know the symptoms to further investigate. Perhaps I could reach a conclusion." Upon hearing this, Lu Mei felt a surge of excitement, smirking with satisfaction. Then there is no need. Having witnessed Ling Tian's remarkable detoxification skills, she felt increasingly delighted. If even Ling Tian cannot discern the poison, then those mediocre physicians surely cannot. "I shall not disturb your practice any longer. Farewell." With that, Lu Mei turned and merrily descended the mountain before Ling Tian could utter a word. Ling Tian was left speechless. How could she be afflicted by such a strange poison and not only show no fear but also appear somewhat pleased? What an odd girl. Shaking his head, he settled down cross-legged to meditate and began his morning practice. After finishing his exercises and enjoying breakfast at home, Ling Tian accompanied Su Qingya to her company. He naturally opened the passenger door, intending to take a seat. Suddenly, a cold gaze shot over. "Move to the back." Su Qingya frowned. Ling Tian was at a loss for words. Just yesterday, she had insisted he sit in front, and now she had reverted back? Dejected, he slid into the rear seat, casting glances at Su Qingya's alluring profile as he muttered under his breath, "She changes her mind so swiftly. Isn't this akin to abandoning one after lifting their trousers?" As Su Qingya began to drive, she suddenly slammed on the brakes, turning her head. Her teeth clenched in anger. "What are you saying? Who is abandoning anyone?" After speaking, Su Qingya realized something was amiss, her cheeks instantly flushing crimson. "Bah, you scoundrel." Ling Tian shrank his neck, silenced by her reaction. Yet his eyes began to involuntarily wander downward as thoughts of reproach swirled in his mind. The temperament of this wife is truly unbearable. It appears I must seize an opportunity to make some adjustments. Upon arriving at the company, Su Qingya led the way while Ling Tian followed closely behind. Throughout the journey, Ling Tian fixated on Su Qingya's silhouette, his thoughts a tumultuous whirl. To strike or not to strike? The temptation was undeniably strong. Yet, as Ling Tian hesitated, Su Qingya had already entered the building. "Good morning, President Su." The security guard at the entrance promptly saluted her. However, upon spotting Ling Tian, his heart skipped a beat, and his demeanor changed. Just yesterday, they had all been sent to the hospital by Ling Tian alone. Although their injuries were superficial, the experience had left an indelible mark on them. Ling Tian was simply terrifying. "Good morning." Ling Tian greeted the 2 guards with a cheerful smile. Completely oblivious to the fact that he had just bested them the previous day, the guards quickly forced smiles, involuntarily adopting a subservient posture. After changing into his uniform in the security room, Ling Tian made his way to the captain's office. Hudong was seated, engrossed in his phone. Upon seeing Ling Tian enter, he jumped up in fright. "What do you want?" Ling Tian shrugged, responding with a grin. "What could I possibly want? Just checking when I'm scheduled to start." Hudong's lips twitched, an unexplained irritation bubbling within him. "Am I supposed to let you work? After your brief stint yesterday, my captain got ousted. You needn't worry about working. Do as you please." Realizing that Ling Tian was not there to cause trouble, Hudong let out a sigh of relief and waved his hand dismissively. He had already heard about the previous day's events. Ling Tian had confronted Zhang Hao and thwarted Su Zhiming and his group of shareholders. Remarkably, not only did he escape unscathed, but he also received a bonus. This left Hudong utterly incredulous. While he was not intimidated by Ling Tian, he recognized the significant impression Ling Tian had made on Su Qingya. It was best to avoid provoking him within the company. "Is that so? Very well. I shall take a stroll," Ling Tian remarked before departing the captain's office and entering the collective office of the security personnel. The guards, who had been laughing and joking, fell silent upon his entrance, their expression shifting to one of apprehension. Just yesterday, Ling Tian had single-handedly taken on over 10 of them with ease. His prowess had effectively subdued them. The atmosphere grew awkward as no one spoke. The guards, feeling the pressure, averted their gazes and gradually exited one by one. Finally, only Lu remained. Lu, thank you for testifying on my behalf yesterday. Ling Tian smiled at him. Not at all. It was the least I could do. Lu quickly waved his hands, his tone tinged with a hint of timidity. Yesterday, while on duty, he had dared to joke with Ling Tian, subconsciously viewing him as merely a peasant pursuing Su Qingya. However, after the events of the previous day, Lu had come to terms with reality. Though Ling Tian was a security guard, he was also a force to be reckoned with. However, if one foolishly places oneself on the same pedestal as Ling Tian, then one must indeed be lacking in sound judgment. Ling Tian, after all, is the husband of the president. He has single-handedly confronted the arrogant Zhang Hao, leaving a cadre of shareholders unscathed in his wake. Even if he were to take on the role of a security guard, it would merely be an experience of life for him. What could one possibly compare to him? Yesterday, I stumbled upon a delightful barbecue spot. After work tonight, I shall treat you, Ling Tian remarked, nodding towards Lu with a grin. Ah, splendid. Lu replied awkwardly, yet a wave of unease washed over him. His inner insecurities suddenly made it difficult for him to engage with Ling Tian. After leaving the security room, Ling Tian made his way to the front desk, where Zhang Xiaowei was on the morning shift. Ling Tian leaned against the counter, resting his chin on his hand. Good morning, beautiful, he greeted. Hello, Zhang Xiaowei replied shyly, offering a bashful smile. Thank you for yesterday. Ling Tian expressed sincerely. It was nothing. I merely spoke the truth, Zhang Xiaowei quickly responded. I would like to treat you to barbecue this evening as a token of appreciation. What do you think? Zhang Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback. Yet Ling Tian had already turned to leave, leaving her in a state of turmoil. She had learned that Ling Tian was indeed the husband of President Su. The thought of dining with the president's husband at night, should the president become aware. Zhang Xiaowei dared not dwell on it further. Ling Tian, feeling rather bored, wandered around the company. The events of the previous day had created quite a stir, and news had spread throughout the office. Nearly everyone was aware that a new security guard had arrived, being the husband of President Su. On his very first day, he had confronted Zhang Hao, taken down several security personnel, and even turned away shareholders like Su Zhiming. His audacity was unmatched, yet he emerged unscathed and even received a bonus. Instantly, he became the focal point of the company, the subject of much discussion. Hey, you, a security guard, what business do you have wandering around the marketing department? This isn't your territory. As Ling Tian strolled through a certain floor, a young man, eager to impress the female employees, began to scold them. However, an older colleague nearby swiftly covered his mouth, whispering urgently, Are you out of your mind? That is Ling Tian. Ling Tian? The security guard? The young man's face turned ashen, his legs trembling in fear. Am I truly that intimidating? Ling Tian asked, bewildered, shaking his head in resignation. Completely unaware that he had already gained a fearsome reputation following the events of yesterday. As he continued to stroll, Ling Tian's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Wang Feiyu. Once the call connected, Wang Feiyu's respectful voice came through. Young Master Ling, today is your son's 25th birthday celebration. You had promised to attend. Where would you like me to pick you up? Bored with his aimless wandering, Ling Tian contemplated for a moment before replying. No need for you to pick me up. I will go there myself. Just provide me with the address. Very well, young Master Ling. The address is at Yanyan Grand Hotel. Wang Feiyu hurriedly provided the address. By the way, I don't have an invitation. Is that acceptable? Wang Feiyu was taken aback, as he was certain he had delivered an invitation to the Su family. Nevertheless, he dared not inquire further and quickly responded, It's no problem, young Master Ling. I will specifically inform the reception. You can simply state your name upon arrival. Ling Tian glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. He decided to return to the security room, change his clothes, and leave the company. He needed to go home first to gather the medicinal herbs, which were intended as a birthday gift for Wang Shi. Hudong, observing from the window, smirked coldly as he watched Ling Tian depart. Yesterday, Ling Tian had caused him to lose face and even resulted in his demotion. This indignity was not something Hudong could easily swallow. He took out his phone and made a call. Cat brother, I need you to deal with someone for me. After retrieving the herbs from home, Ling Tian hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Yanyan Grand Hotel. As he approached an intersection, several vans suddenly surged forth. The taxi driver slammed on the brakes, nearly colliding with them. What kind of reckless driving is this? Seeking death, he yelled, but his tirade was abruptly cut short as panic washed over him. The doors of the van swung open, and a dozen fierce-looking men adorned with tattoos emerged, brandishing steel pipes. They approached the taxi menacingly. one of them smashing a pipe against the windshield. "Get out," one of them shouted menacingly at Ling Tian. Ling Tian opened the car door and stepped out. "Oh, what a coincidence," he remarked nonchalantly, a hint of amusement in his tone. "It's you." The man's expression shifted dramatically, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. "Is there something you need?" Ling Tian asked, a sly smile playing on his lips. The man before him was none other than one of Dog Brother's subordinates from the previous night. Having witnessed Ling Tian's ferocity firsthand, he felt a tremor of fear coursing through him at the sight of him. Trying to muster a smile that was more painful than a frown, he stammered, "No, nothing. Just wanted to ask if you want to see some pole dancing?" "Very well, then do perform one," Ling Tian replied, crossing his arms with evident interest. "But if you fail to impress, you won't be leaving." Puffed. The man's legs nearly buckled beneath him. "I was just joking, looking for an easy way out." "You're actually going to make me perform?" The other burly men stood around, bewildered. "Cat brother, what is going on? Just beat him up and be done with it. Why are we adding theatrics?" Smack. Cat brother, upon hearing this, turned and slapped the man, exasperated. "Shut your filthy mouth. This gentleman wishes to see some pole dancing. So all of you get to it. What are you standing around for? Start dancing." Having said that, Cat brother was nearly in tears. Was this not self-inflicted misery? However, with Ling Tian's command, they dared not refuse. Gritting their teeth, one of them planted the steel pipe in the ground and lifted one leg, awkwardly twisting his waist as he began to dance. Upon noticing his bewildered subordinates behind him, Brother Cat was instantly incensed. "Am I to be humiliated here while you stand by as mere spectators? How dare you? Jump, all of you. Those who refuse shall find their legs broken upon return." At this, his men were thrown into a frenzy. Brother Cat was known for his unwavering authority. To disobey meant dire consequences. What a predicament this was. Reluctantly, the dozen or so fierce-looking men grasped their steel pipes and began to dance, astonishing the taxi drivers and passers-by alike. "What on earth is happening here?" One bystander gasped. "Is the underground scene so intense now that the big brothers are reduced to street performers?" Though their dancing was rather grotesque, one could argue they were carving out their own path. Indeed, the prodigal son returns, and gold cannot compare. Some bystanders, amused, began tossing coins their way. In no time, a small fortune had accumulated at Brother Cat's feet, turning his face a deep shade of purple. "I am a figure of the underworld, not a performer. This is truly humiliating," Ling Tian observed for a moment, shaking his head in disdain. Back in the village, the old man would secretly watch captivating pole dances. Now, these burly men are performing this. Absurdity. "Enough, enough. Depart." Ling Tian, unable to bear the sight any longer, waved his hand as if shooing away flies. Upon hearing this, Brother Cat felt as if he had been granted a pardon, almost moved to tears. Finally, the ordeal was over. "All right, brother, we're leaving. We're leaving this instant." With that, Brother Cat and his crew hastily boarded the van and sped off. "Hey, what about the money for our performance?" Brother Cat nearly choked on his own indignation. "What nonsense. You are the performers. Your entire family is made of performers." The few subordinates in the van could no longer contain their confusion and turned to Brother Cat. "What in the world is going on? Were we not here to fight? Why are we dancing instead?" This question reignited Brother Cat's fury. He pulled out his phone and dialed furiously. "Hudong, I curse your ancestors for 8 generations. Do you wish to die? Must you drag me into this? You've made me perform a pole dance in the street." Furious, Brother Cat smashed his phone down. What on earth happened? "Please, explain clearly." His subordinates, now frantic, pressed him for answers. Images of the horrific events from the previous night at the barbecue stall flooded Brother Cat's mind. He swallowed hard, his face reflecting sheer fright. The hand of Dog Brother was the one that was ruined. What? His subordinates gasped in shock, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had heard that Brother Cat and his companions had been out with Dog Brother for barbecue the night prior. They had crossed paths with a fierce individual, resulting in a brutal beating, and Dog Brother's hand had been impaled on the table with a skewer. It was a gruesome affair. To my astonishment, that ruthless individual was none other than the person I had just encountered. The mere thought of their near misstep following in the footsteps of Brother Dog ignited a flame of fury among my subordinates. Hudong, the scoundrel, seems intent on leading us to our doom. Had it not been for Brother Cat's recognition, we would likely have met our demise. Darn it. Let us seek retribution against Hudong. As Ling Tian alighted from the vehicle at the entrance of the Yinyun Grand Hotel, he cast his gaze upward, noting the festival-like decorations adorning the entrance. 2 rows of tall girls clad in kipayos warmly welcomed the guests. Ling Tian, carrying a bundle of herbs, strode confidently inside, only to be halted by the head of the welcoming committee. "Sir, may I kindly request your invitation card?" Ling Tian shook his head and replied, "I do not possess an invitation." The welcoming supervisor's demeanor instantly shifted to one of coldness, retorting with an unfriendly tone, "I'm afraid without an invitation, you cannot enter." Furrowing his brow, Ling Tian prepared to state his name when suddenly, a young man of remarkable stature approached, accompanied by a bandaged individual. "Young Master Chong, I sincerely thank you for bringing me here to broaden my horizons. Rest assured, I will handle that matter personally," the bandaged man remarked, ingratiating himself like a lapdog. Yet, as he passed Ling Tian, he abruptly froze. "What are you doing here?" The bandaged man shot a venomous glare at Ling Tian, disdain evident in his voice. Ling Tian turned to face him, only to discover it was Zhang Hao, the very individual he had injured the previous day. "I have come to attend Wang Shi's birthday banquet. Do you have a problem with that?" Ling Tian responded coldly. "Huh?" Zhang Hao scoffed, a derisive smile spreading across his face. "Have you even looked in the mirror? Young Master Wang is the son of the chairman of Feiyu Group. What gives you the right to attend this banquet? I suggest you return to your post and spare yourself the embarrassment." "Who is he?" the young man addressed as young Master Chong inquired, casting a glance at Ling Tian. Though his voice was low, it carried an air of superiority. Zhang Hao promptly donned a sycophantic smile, bowing slightly as he replied, "Young Master Chong, he is merely a security guard from our company." "Oh, and he claims to be Su Qingya's husband." "Oh?" Young Master Chang's interest was piqued as he smirked disdainfully. Even if Su Qingya sought a shield, she could have chosen better. With a dismissive shake of his head, he proceeded toward the hotel entrance. "Young Master Chong." The rows of hostesses called out in unison with sweet voices. With a haughty lift of his chin, young Master Chong entered, while Zhang Hao trailed behind, casting a contemptuous smile towards Ling Tian. "If you're capable, why don't you come in too? A lowly security guard like you will likely never have the chance to step into such an upscale venue." Ling Tian frowned, pointing at Zhang Hao as he addressed the welcoming supervisor. "Why is he allowed to enter without an invitation while I am not?" The supervisor, having overheard Zhang Hao's earlier remarks, now wore a displeased expression. "So, this young man is merely a security guard, it seems. Today, those gathered here are all prominent figures from Yunhai City, and there is no room for error. You, a mere security guard, aspire to mingle among them? Such a fanciful notion." Upon contemplating this, the reception supervisor could hardly maintain a pleasant demeanor. With a disdainful huff, he remarked, "Why are you so verbose? If you were capable of accompanying young Master Chong, you wouldn't need an invitation." Ling Tian, taken aback, inquired, "Is this young Master Chong truly so remarkable?" The reception supervisor offered no reply, merely gazing at Ling Tian as though he were a fool. "You don't even know young Master Chong?" "Indeed, a lowly individual, utterly lacking in experience. Be off quickly, this is not a place for you." As Ling Tian was about to speak, a girl rushed over, breathless. "I apologize, Supervisor Wang. I am late." Just as she finished her sentence, she turned to Ling Tian, momentarily stunned. "What are you doing here?" "Zhang Xiaowei." Ling Tian, equally astonished, recognized her as the receptionist. "Look at the time." Supervisor Wang interjected coldly, letting out a dismissive snort. Zhang Xiaowei, flustered, hastily explained, "Supervisor Wang. I received a call and rushed over immediately. However, the distance was too great. I couldn't possibly arrive in 10 minutes. Supervisor Wang, frowning, maintained an air of arrogance, sneering. "Do not offer me excuses. Your tardiness on such a significant occasion has caused considerable losses. Your salary for this month is forfeited." "What?" Zhang Xiaowei's face turned pale with urgency. "Supervisor Wang, you cannot withhold my salary. You are aware of my family's circumstances." "Humph. I am indifferent to that." Supervisor Wang retorted coldly. "If you wish to receive your pay, come to my office tonight for a discussion." Zhang Xiaowei's expression turned ashen, panic nearly bringing her to tears. She understood Supervisor Wang's implications all too well. "Supervisor Wang, I beg you." With a sudden shift in tone, Supervisor Wang spoke earnestly, "Xiaowei, I am doing this for your own good. Let us have a deeper conversation tonight to strengthen our rapport. It will be easier for me to look after you in the future." As he spoke, he reached out toward Zhang Xiaowei's hand. Terrified, she quickly withdrew, taking 2 steps back, her face pleading. "Supervisor Wang, please don't do this. I implore you, do not deduct my salary." Supervisor Wang's expression darkened, and he snorted derisively. "Xiaowei, if you persist in this manner, I may find myself in a difficult position." Supervisor Wang, please. Zhang Xiaoyi's desperation was evident, tears streaming down her cheeks. However, Supervisor Wang remained aloof, clearly intent on manipulating her. Ling Tian, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected, Xiaoyi, do not worry. I will advocate for your salary. With a scoff, Supervisor Wang mocked, you will advocate for her? Do you even know your place? A filthy security guard daring to act grandiose at the entrance of the Yinyun Grand Hotel. Get lost. As soon as Supervisor Wang's words fell, Ling Tian suddenly struck him across the face. Ouch! Supervisor Wang staggered back, spitting out 2 teeth, his face immediately swelling. You bastard, how dare you hit me? Security! Security! He shouted. A few security guards rushed out from the hotel. Supervisor Wang, what's going on? One of them inquired. Wang pointed at Ling Tian, his face twisted with rage. This little brat is causing a scene at the hotel entrance. Arrest him. Upon hearing this, the guards' eyes turned cold, and they aggressively approached Ling Tian. Zhang Xiaoyi's face turned pale. She anxiously clutched Ling Tian's arm. Ling Tian, what should we do? Don't worry, I'm here. Ling Tian reassured her, gently patting her delicate hand. He then raised his head to the guards, frowning. Hold on, let me make a call first. After all, it was Wang Shi's birthday celebration. And Ling Tian had no desire to resort to violence. Unfortunately, the security guards were not in a mood to listen. You bastard! One of them yelled, throwing a punch at Ling Tian. With a cold glare, Ling Tian swiftly kicked the guard in the stomach. Ouch! The guard cried out, collapsing to the ground, clutching his abdomen and unable to rise. Still dare to act? Beat him. The other guards, seeing this, were instantly enraged and rushed towards Ling Tian. Thuds echoed as several guards fell to the ground, howling in pain. Damn it, if I don't beat you to a pulp. Supervisor Wang, who had been threatening, abruptly fell silent, his face turning to one of astonishment as he gazed at the fallen guards, utterly bewildered. How could one person take down so many? Before he could process the situation, he suddenly felt a tightening around his neck, as if gripped by an iron vice. Are you going to pay Xiaoyi's wages? Ling Tian asked coldly, tightening his hold on Wang's throat. Wang's face turned crimson, struggling for breath. Yes, I will. Just let go first. I can't breathe. He managed to gasp, fear rising within him at Ling Tian's frigid expression, terrified that a moment's pressure might end his life. Humph. Ling Tian finally released his grip, turning to Zhang Xiaoyi with a radiant smile. Xiaoyi, he agreed to pay you. Zhang Xiaoyi opened her mouth, hesitating to speak, her heart heavy with bitterness. Pay? How is that possible? Ling Tian's coercion and his assault on Supervisor Wang would surely provoke retaliation. The notion that he would actually pay her was naive. It seemed her wages were irretrievably lost. However, knowing Ling Tian was trying to help her, she refrained from voicing her discontent, resigning herself to her misfortune. At that moment, Supervisor Wang had already pulled out his phone and dialed out. As soon as the call connected, Supervisor Wang immediately shrank in stature, speaking with deference. President Wang, something terrible has happened. There are troublemakers at the entrance. They have assaulted our security personnel. What? You want to come over? Very well, understood. After hanging up, Supervisor Wang's expression darkened, his teeth clenched as he muttered. You're finished, kid. President Wang will be here shortly. Dare to cause a ruckus here? Prepare for your demise. Ah, Zhang Xiaoyi, standing nearby, gasped in alarm, her face pale with fear. Ling Tian, this is bad. The Yinyun Grand Hotel is a property of Feiyu Group. The President Wang he mentioned is Wang Feiyu, the chairman of Feiyu Group. What should we do? Upon hearing this, Ling Tian could not help but display a hint of amusement. Wang Feiyu is coming? That simplifies matters. Shall we have you at lunch? If not, shall we go inside and grab a bite? Zhang Xiaoyi stared at Ling Tian, her gaze perplexed as she fell silent. Brother, are you even listening to me? Wang Feiyu is the chairman of Feiyu Group. You've assaulted his security and still wish to dine inside? You must be dreaming. Ha ha. Supervisor Wang laughed heartily, looking at Ling Tian with disdain. Kid, have you lost your mind? Spouting nonsense? You still want to eat? If you get thrown out, at least you'll have a good meal. Who dares to stir trouble on my territory? At that moment, a commanding voice resonated through the hotel. Wang Feiyu emerged, his expression stern, flanked by 4 bodyguards, exuding an impressive aura. Upon seeing him, Supervisor Wang hurriedly scampered over, bowing deeply, speaking submissively. President Wang, you've arrived. Our security has been taken down. Look, it's this little brat. He pointed at Ling Tian, a sinister smile creeping into his eyes. You little rascal. Weren't you all bravado? Now that President Wang is here, let us see you keep up the act. Wang Feiyu's gaze sharpened as he looked up, and suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, cold sweat pouring from him. What the hell? Is that not young Masterling? Supervisor Wang, still wearing a malicious expression, continued to stoke the flames. President, you have no idea how arrogant this little brat is. If we don't beat him senseless today, slap. Before Wang's supervisor could finish, Wang Feiyu delivered a resounding slap to his face. Damn it. He cursed angrily, kicking Supervisor Wang to the ground. Not satisfied, he charged forward and unleashed a flurry of kicks while berating him. Wang Qian, you fool. What did I tell you? Young Masterling is here. He must be treated with the utmost respect and welcomed accordingly. And you let the security confront young Masterling? Why don't you go die? Wang Feiyu was genuinely furious. Who is Ling Tian? Such an individual, capable of engaging in light-hearted banter with Master Kuan and Chief Yi, is truly a person of considerable stature. For Wang Feiyu, to gain favor with Ling Tian is no trivial matter. Today, with Ling Tian attending the banquet, it is an immense honor for him. Yet unexpectedly, he finds himself misidentified as a troublemaker by a dim-witted fool, resulting in the security taking action. Should Ling Tian suffer even the slightest injury, the Feiyu group would likely face utter obliteration. The mere thought sends a chill down Wang Feiyu's spine. That imbecile Wang Qian has truly brought ruin upon me. Wang Feiyu paced back and forth, breathing heavily as he struggled to regain composure. Wang Qian lay on the ground, groaning in pain, nearly soiling himself in fear. He had never witnessed such fury emanating from Wang Feiyu before. You know how I instructed you? Wang Feiyu thundered. His face darkened with rage. Wang Qian, trembling, replied, Mr. Wang, you mentioned that a distinguished guest named Ling Tian would be arriving today. You told me to extend the utmost courtesy in welcoming him. But, he never explicitly stated that he was Ling Tian. Wang Qian glanced at Ling Tian, a mix of astonishment and terror in his eyes, even tinged with a hint of grievance. If you are indeed Mr. Wang's esteemed guest, why did you not reveal your identity? Isn't this rather underhanded? Why didn't you inquire? Wang Feiyu retorted, delivering a sharp kick to Wang Qian. Yet internally, he breathed a sigh of relief. This was precisely the admission he had sought from Wang Qian. He needed Ling Tian to comprehend that all necessary instructions had been conveyed to Wang Qian, and it was Wang Qian's own folly that had provoked Ling Tian. Consequently, should Ling Tian express dissatisfaction, Wang Feiyu's culpability would be significantly mitigated. Turning, Wang Feiyu, engulfed by trepidation, addressed Ling Tian with a forced smile. Young Master Ling, the incompetence of my subordinate has caused a grave offense. I sincerely apologize and hope you will not take it to heart. How would you like to handle this? With merely a word from you, I shall act immediately. Upon hearing this, Wang Qian's heart raced, a wave of profound dread washing over him. He knew all too well the reputation of Wang Feiyu, a ruthless figure capable of murder. If Ling Tian were to demand his life, Wang Feiyu would not even flinch. The mere thought sent a torrent of cold sweat cascading down Wang Qian's back as he cried out, Young Master Ling, please spare my life. I was blind to your greatness, unaware of your identity. I beg you, let me go? Ling Tian then turned to Zhang Xiaowei, a smile gracing his lips. Xiaowei, what do you think? Huh? Zhang Xiaowei, still in shock, finally snapped back to reality upon hearing Ling Tian's question. Gazing at Wang Qian, whose face was a mask of terror and pleading, she felt as though she were in a surreal dream. Was this truly the same arrogant and overbearing Supervisor Wang, who had harbored designs on her since her first day as a part-time hostess? I merely wish to reclaim my wages, she stammered, gathering her courage. Wages? Wang Feiyu's interest piqued, and he promptly turned to Zhang Xiaowei. Miss, are you an employee of our company? May I inquire your name? Zhang Xiaowei hurriedly shook her head and explained, Mr. Wang, my name is Zhang Xiaowei, and I am an employee of the Su Group. However, due to the company's shift system, I am working part-time here as a hostess during my spare time. A warm smile immediately appeared on Wang Feiyu's face as he responded. In that case, you can be considered as half an employee of my Feiyu Group. With your stunning beauty and outstanding demeanor, it would be a disservice for you to merely serve as an ordinary hostess. From this moment forth, you shall be the hostess supervisor at the Yin Grand Hotel, with a monthly salary of 20,000. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback. Hostess supervisor? A monthly salary of 20,000? Good heavens, is this a dream? Wang Feiyu, thinking that she might be unwilling, quickly added. Miss Xiaowei, please do not misunderstand. You can continue working part-time here. There is no need for you to come every day. Furthermore, if the salary does not meet your satisfaction, we can negotiate. Wang Feiyu was cautious not to poach talent from the Su group. Yet he noticed that Ling Tian seemed to take special care of Zhang Xiaowei. Such an opportunity for flattery was not to be missed. 20,000 a month for a favorable impression from Ling Tian was an exceedingly worthwhile trade. Moreover, Zhang Xiaowei was exceptionally beautiful, with an outstanding figure and grace, making her a rare gem. Even without the connection to Ling Tian, it was a profitable gain. I'm more than satisfied, Mr. Wang. Thank you so much, Zhang Xiaowei exclaimed, bowing deeply to Wang Feiyu, overwhelmed with excitement and at a loss for words. A monthly salary of 20,000 was something she had never dared to imagine. Ha ha ha, shall we? There is no need for such formality. We are family now. Wang Feiyu, experienced in the business world, adeptly bridged the gap with Zhang Xiaowei, thus tightening his association with Ling Tian. As for Wang Qian, well, let him be, Ling Tian remarked lightly. Given Wang Feiyu's skillful handling, Ling Tian felt it unnecessary to leave him with no face at all. Wang Feiyu then turned his gaze to Wang Qian on the ground, his tone cold as he said, "Humph, Mr. Ling and Miss Xiaowei are magnanimous and choose not to stoop to your level. Hurry up and leave." Overjoyed, Wang Qian scrambled to his feet, nodding profusely to Ling Tian and Zhang Xiaowei. Thank you. I'm leaving right away." With that, Wang Qian, like a chastened dog, hurriedly departed. Wang Feiyu then turned to Ling Tian and Zhang Xiaowei, offering a flattering smile as he respectfully suggested, "Mr. Ling, Miss Xiaowei, the banquet is about to commence. Shall we head inside?" Zhang Xiaowei felt somewhat nervous and glanced at Ling Tian. Standing before her was the esteemed chairman Wang Feiyu of the Feiyu Group, who had just promoted her to hostess supervisor and now personally invited her to the banquet. It felt surreal, as if she were caught in a dream, leaving her momentarily at a loss. Ling Tian, however, smiled and said to Zhang Xiaowei, "Let us go, shall we?" It was already mealtime, and skipping it would be a missed opportunity. After speaking, Ling Tian took Zhang Xiaowei by the hand and entered the hotel. Wang Feiyu hurriedly followed behind, respectfully introducing Ling Tian. "Sir Ling, the banquet hall today is located on the second and third floors. The second floor primarily serves as a gathering place for the youth, while the third floor is designated for those attending the banquet to engage in business exchanges. Which floor would you prefer?" Upon hearing this, Ling Tian pondered for a moment before directly inquiring, "Which floor provides the meals?" Wang Feiyu's mouth twitched in surprise, nearly choking on his words. "Sir Ling is jesting. Both floors serve meals," he replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Reflecting to himself that Ling Tian indeed had a unique sense of humor. "Since both floors offer meals, let us proceed to the second floor," Ling Tian decided, relieved. After all, he preferred a place bustling with youthful energy rather than the dreariness of business discussions on the third floor. "Very well, I shall accompany you," Wang Feiyu promptly offered. "There's no need. You attend to the guests. Xiaowei and I will make our way there ourselves." Ling Tian observed that Wang Feiyu's presence made Zhang Xiaowei quite tense and uneasy, so it was best to send him away. Wang Feiyu, skilled in reading the room, immediately understood and smiled, saying, "Then I shall not intrude upon your time with Miss Xiaowei. Please feel free to call upon me if needed. I will be on the third floor." Once Wang Feiyu departed, Zhang Xiaowei exhaled deeply, patting her chest. She then seized Ling Tian's hand, her face brimming with excitement. "Ling Tian, am I dreaming? I truly am not dreaming, am I? I have become the etiquette supervisor at Yunhai Grand Hotel, with a monthly salary of 20,000. Ling Tian smiled and nodded. "Of course, this is no dream." "Unbelievable, simply unbelievable," Zhang Xiaowei murmured, still in a daze. Until now, she struggled to accept the reality. However, she was no fool. She quickly realized that all of this was due to Ling Tian's influence. Otherwise, how could someone as prominent as Wang Feiyu treat her with such courtesy? "Ling Tian, thank you." Zhang Xiaowei looked earnestly at him, her eyes unexpectedly moist. No one knew better than she how significant that 20,000 monthly salary was to her. "There's no need for gratitude. You assisted me yesterday," Ling Tian replied with a radiant smile. "Now let us go upstairs and enjoy some food." Zhang Xiaowei nodded vigorously, only then realizing she still held Ling Tian's hand. Flushing, she hurriedly released it, her heart racing. Ling Tian felt a pang of regret, wishing he had held on a little longer. How soft a girl's hand could be. Upon reaching the second floor, they were instantly awestruck by the opulent decor and the brilliance of the crystal chandeliers. "It's so beautiful here," Zhang Xiaowei exclaimed softly, her mouth agape. Ling Tian was equally astounded, nodding in complete agreement. "Indeed, this place is infinitely more splendid than the hall in our village." His words elicited a chuckle from Zhang Xiaowei, who cast a playful glance at him, her beauty captivating. What do you mean, your village? You speak as if you hail from there yourself. Who would believe you? The two of them resembled Lu Lao in the Grandview Garden, wide-eyed and seemingly oblivious to the world around them, marveling at every corner. Shall we look over there? Suddenly, Ling Tian pointed excitedly to a spot in the distance. The banquet on the second floor was organized in a buffet style. Ling Tian and Zhang Xiaowei made their way to a corner bar and settled down. The food is truly delightful, Ling Tian remarked as he sampled some dishes. Zhang Xiaowei, meanwhile, gazed up at the spacious banquet hall. Her eyes filled with envy as she observed the elegantly dressed girls holding glasses of red wine. When would she be able to embody their youthfulness, radiance, nobility, and confidence? Yet, a sudden thought of her own family cast a shadow over her heart. Perhaps she would never have that opportunity in her lifetime. The banquet hall was expansive, and the men and women present appeared to know each other quite well, gathering in groups of 3 or 5, laughing and toasting with their glasses. Ling Tian and Zhang Xiaowei, not clad in elegant attire and engrossed in their food, stood out as a stark contrast. Their presence quickly drew the attention of many. Who are these two? I've never seen them before. They certainly look impoverished and don't seem to belong to our circle. Could they have snuck in? It's quite possible. They might just be here to mooch off the food and drinks. Whispers of disdain and contempt began to circulate among the guests. Those fortunate enough to attend such a banquet were all prominent figures in Yunhai City, and Ling Tian and Zhang Xiaowei were evidently out of place. Wait, isn't that Ling Tian? Zhang Hao, with a bandaged head and flirting with a girl, was taken aback upon seeing him. How did he get in here? At that moment, a sharply dressed young man, exuding confidence, approached them. Hello, may I ask which family you belong to? I don't believe I've seen you before. He inquired politely, directly addressing Zhang Xiaowei. Caught off guard, she hurriedly swallowed her food and stood up. Hello, I work at the Su Group, she replied. The Su Group? The young man paused, his interest piqued. You must be Su Qingya, the most beautiful woman in Yunhai City? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaowei quickly waved her hands in denial. No, Su Qingya is our president. I'm Zhang Xiaowei, just a receptionist. A receptionist? The young man hesitated, his interest waning instantly. For individuals like him, social status and familial standing were of utmost importance. Initially, he found himself rather captivated by Zhang Xiaowei's beauty. However, upon learning that she was merely a receptionist, his enthusiasm swiftly dissipated. What business do you, a mere receptionist, have here? He frowned, filled with disdain. Zhang Xiaowei, taken aback, lowered her head in self-doubt. Clutching the hem of her clothing, too intimidated to utter a word. Ling Tian, observing from the side, felt a surge of discontent. What is wrong with being a receptionist? Did you disturb your ancestors' graves? Mind your own business and go where it's more comfortable. The young man's expression darkened, anger flashing in his eyes. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Before Ling Tian could respond, a sycophantic voice emerged from beside them. Young Master Qi. Allow me to introduce you. Zhang Hao then hurried over, pointing disparagingly at Ling Tian. This brat is Ling Tian, a security guard from our Su Group. And her. He continued, gesturing towards Zhang Xiaowei, is Zhang Xiaowei, our company's receptionist. I wonder how they managed to sneak into such a prestigious event. But a security guard paired with a receptionist? What a fitting match, both equally lowly. The individual referred to as young Master Qi was Qi Mingyuan, the son of the chairman of Feiying Group and a close associate of Wang Shi. His family boasted assets worth billions, making them well known in Yunhai City. Hearing these remarks, his expression soured, and he coldly retorted, what audacity for a lowly security guard. How did you even get in here? Speak. Ling Tian merely lifted his eyelids and glanced at him, responding nonchalantly, naturally, we were invited. Just then, a middle-aged man hastily approached. Young Master Qi, what seems to be the trouble? Upon seeing him, Qi Mingyuan's lips curled into a smirk. Zhao Supervisor, it appears your oversight today is rather lacking. How could you allow a security guard and a receptionist to infiltrate the banquet hall? How are we supposed to enjoy ourselves? Zhao Supervisor's face paled at this realization. As the event's chief supervisor, he bore significant responsibility if that were true. How did that fool Wang Qian let this happen? He cursed inwardly, turning coldly to Ling Tian. Hello, I don't believe we've met. Please show me your invitation. Ling Tian met his gaze and shook his head. I don't have an invitation. I knew it. Zhang Hao interjected with a scoff. Zhao's supervisor's expression darkened, filled with dread. Allowing irrelevant individuals to mingle in such an important setting was a grave mistake. The attendees were all either affluent or noble. If anything went awry, he could not bear the consequences. Come here. Zhao's supervisor shouted. And immediately several burly men in black surrounded Ling Tian and Zhang Xiaowei. Throw these two out, he barked, his face ablaze with fury. When could it be that such despicable individuals as security personnel might gain entry? This is utterly absurd. Wait a moment. At that instant, Zhang Hao suddenly spoke, flashing a smile at Supervisor Zhao. Supervisor Zhao, throw them out. It is too lenient a treatment for them. Such lowly beings should be made to crawl out like dogs. Teaching them a lesson. Qi Mingyuan, overhearing this, brightened up and laughed heartily. How amusing. Supervisor Zhao, let us proceed with that. Make them crawl out like dogs. A hint of disdain flickered in Supervisor Zhao's eyes as he regarded Ling Tian and Zhang Xiaowei. Did you hear what young Master Qi said? Immediately crawl out like dogs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaowei tightened her grip on Ling Tian's arm, her face paling with fear. Ling Tian, what should we do? Ling Tian, leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg, replied nonchalantly, Fear not. I am here. He then pointed at Zhang Hao, saying, he has no invitation either. Should he not crawl out like a dog? Supervisor Zhao was taken aback, then cast a confused glance at Zhang Hao, his expression shifting. The guests invited today were primarily friends of Wang Feiyu and Wang Shi, along with some business magnates. While Supervisor Zhao couldn't claim to know them all, he was familiar with the majority. However, he had no recollection of Zhang Hao, particularly with the bandage wrapped around his head, which hardly suggested nobility. May I inquire as to which esteemed family you belong? How shall I address you? Supervisor Zhao asked, his tone courteous yet tinged with skepticism, causing Zhang Hao's heart to leap. He quickly responded, Supervisor Zhao, my name is Zhang Hao from the Su Group. Another from the Su Group? Supervisor Zhao snorted coldly, his gaze chilling. If I recall correctly, only 2 invitations were granted to the Su Group. So, you're saying you snuck in? And no, Zhang Hao hastily clarified. I was brought in by young Master Chang. You can verify with him. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Zhao's heart quivered. If young Master Chang had indeed brought him in, he could not dare to question it. I will verify with young Master Chang shortly, he said, uttering a polite remark before turning his icy gaze back to Ling Tian, coldly commanding, Why are you not crawling out yet? Must I compel someone to take action? Zhang Hao immediately joined in the derision. Did you hear that? Filthy security. This is not a place for scoundrels like you. Crawl out like dogs. Ha. Qi Mingyuan chimed in with a mocking grin. Crawl, hurry up. And that female dog too. All of you, crawl out for this young master, huh? As the unrestrained laughter of Qi Mingyuan and Zhang Hao echoed around, Zhang Xiaowei's face turned pale, her head sinking low. Tears began to well up in her eyes, a mix of shame and anger making her wish she could vanish into the ground. Ling Tian's expression suddenly darkened. Suddenly, he rose abruptly and approached Qi Mingyuan. What do you call her? Ling Tian queried coldly. Ha. Didn't he catch that? Of course. Its mother. Before Qi Mingyuan could finish his sentence, Ling Tian swiftly raised his hand and struck Qi Mingyuan's face with a resounding slap. Qi Mingyuan let out a piercing scream, spinning 2 or 3 times on the spot. As he opened his mouth, 3 bloody teeth flew out, and half of his face began to swell visibly. How dare you hit? With that, Qi Mingyuan attempted to retaliate, but Ling Tian retaliated with another fierce slap. Qi Mingyuan stumbled and fell to the ground. The entire scene unfolded so rapidly that Supervisor Zhao stood in a state of shock, only just beginning to comprehend the gravity of the situation, overwhelmed with both astonishment and fear. You dare to strike young Master Qi. Dispose of him, Supervisor Zhao commanded. And in an instant, the black-clad bodyguards surged forward, exuding an oppressive aura far exceeding that of the security guards at the entrance. Beat him to a pulp. I will take responsibility if anything happens. Qi Mingyuan shouted angrily as he clambered to his feet, his fury surging within him, reddening his eyes. How could he, the son of the esteemed Flying Eagle Group, have ever been touched by anyone? To think he was struck twice by a lowly security guard. He felt he could not show his face again unless he ensured that this insolent fool was left incapacitated. As the bodyguards charged forward, Zhang Xiaowei was filled with panic, her face draining of color. Ling Tian, however, narrowed his eyes, disdain etched across his features. You overestimate yourselves. With that, he stepped forward, unleashing a flurry of punches. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed through the air, accompanied by grunts of pain. In less than 10 seconds, the once menacing bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, defeated, leaving only Ling Tian standing, exuding an air of dominance. What? Qi Mingyuan, who had been shouting fiercely, was now rendered speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. Supervisor Zhao's pupils constricted in shock, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. These bodyguards were elite fighters, many of whom were veterans, skilled in combat. Yet, they had all been taken down by Ling Tian single-handedly. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. A profound silence enveloped the scene, with everyone rendered astonished. Ling Tian, his gaze icy, stepped before Qi Mingyuan and coldly remarked, "Earlier, you mentioned wanting to beat me to a pulp?" Qi Mingyuan, intimidated by Ling Tian's piercing gaze, shuddered and nearly lost control of himself. He hastily retreated a couple of steps, his voice trembling in terror. "What do you want? I warn you, my father is Qi Jinwei, the chairman of the Flying Eagle Group. If you dare touch me, my father will not spare you." "Is that so?" Ling Tian smirked disdainfully, then suddenly delivered a powerful kick to Qi Mingyuan's abdomen. Qi Mingyuan's body was propelled several meters back, crashing to the ground. Blood spewed from his mouth as he fell unconscious. "Young Master Qi," Director Zhao gasped, his complexion drastically altered. Could it be that Qi Mingyuan was kicked to death by this security guard? Terrified, Director Zhao hurriedly rushed to the third floor to report the incident. However, Ling Tian did not even cast a glance at Qi Mingyuan. Instead, he turned his attention to Zhang Hao. At that moment, Zhang Hao was utterly petrified. The moment he met Ling Tian's gaze, he was struck with fear and turned to flee, only to be knocked to the ground by Ling Tian's swift kick. Ling Tian then towered over Zhang Hao, speaking coldly. "If you don't wish to be treated like him, then crawl out yourself." "What?" Zhang Hao's expression shifted, a chill flickering in his eyes as he retorted angrily. "Ling Tian, do not go too far." Ling Tian sneered, his face a mask of disdain. "This splendid idea originated from you, did it not? Yet, you never anticipated it would come back to haunt you, did you? I ask you this, will you crawl or not?" Fury radiated from Zhang Hao as he glared at Ling Tian, torn between hatred and fear. "You want to crawl? Will you? Very well, then your hands and feet shall serve no purpose." After speaking, Ling Tian suddenly pressed his foot down on Zhang Hao's leg. A searing pain shot through him, eliciting a cry of anguish as he shouted in terror, "I'll crawl, I'll crawl." Ling Tian then released his grip. His gaze icy as he commanded, "Then hurry up." Zhang Hao grimaced, on the verge of tears. To crawl out like a dog under the scrutiny of so many eyes would be utterly humiliating. Yet, if he refused, he had no doubt that Ling Tian would break his leg. After much internal conflict, Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, thinking, a wise man avoids immediate loss. "I will endure this today." Reluctantly, he knelt on the ground, his head bowed in shame, and began to crawl towards the door, step by step, under the astonished stares of the crowd. Seeing this, Ling Tian scoffed, his voice cold and indifferent. "Zhang Hao, in light of our shared affiliation with the Su Group, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Those who insult others shall themselves be insulted. Wisdom my foot." Zhang Hao cursed inwardly, but dared not speak. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he vowed to remember this humiliation, swearing that one day he would repay Ling Tian 100-fold. Just as Zhang Hao was about to reach the door, a figure approached. Upon reaching Zhang Hao, the figure kicked him down and shouted angrily, "Damn it! Why aren't you standing up? I've lost face following you." "Chang Xiao?" Zhang Hao looked up, his face lighting up with surprise. He then suddenly clung to Chang Xiao's leg, crying out pitifully, "Chang Xiao, you must stand up for me. This filthy security guard has bullied me to death." Chang Xiao kicked Zhang Hao away, brushing off his pants with disdain, and retorted scornfully, "Useless fool. How dare you show your face? Get out of my sight." "Yes, yes, yes." Zhang Hao scrambled to his feet, standing behind Chang Xiao, glaring at Ling Tian with venomous intent, grinding his teeth. "Now that Chang Xiao is here, let us see how arrogant you can be." Chang Xiao tilted his head, casting a disdainful glance at Ling Tian, lazily uttering, "You little security guard. You have quite the audacity. You dare to strike my dog?" Zhang Hao, initially brimming with arrogance and provocatively staring at Ling Tian, nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing those words. He gazed at Chang Xiao's retreating figure, filled with resentment. "Brother, while you may flaunt your bravado, could you perhaps show a modicum of respect for my dignity? What do you mean by your dog?" Ling Tian, without lifting his eyelids, replied nonchalantly, "A vicious dog is fair game for all." Chang Xiao burst into laughter but quickly composed himself, leaning closer to Ling Tian, nearly touching noses, and pronounced each word deliberately. "Haven't you heard? When striking a dog, one must consider its master." Ling Tian raised his head to glance at Chang Xiao, then slightly leaned back, disdainfully waving his hand and frowning. "Could you keep your distance? Your breath reeks." Chang Xiao's expression immediately stiffened, and he erupted in fury, pointing a finger at Ling Tian's nose. "You're courting death." Ling Tian smirked derisively, taunting. What's the plan? Are you going to unleash your dog on me? Or will you take matters into your own hands? You. Chang Xiao's face flushed with rage, his features contorted as he growled. Do you even know who you're speaking to? Ling Tian regarded him as if he were a fool, expressing sympathy. Are you truly that dim-witted? You don't even know your own identity, yet you ask me? You are the fool. Chang Xiao shouted in anger, his face turning green. This security guard speaks with such venom. Not a single word he uttered resembled human speech. It's infuriating. Filled with rage, Chang Xiao glared fiercely, gritting his teeth. You're arrogant, aren't you? Do you dare to believe I want to end you? Ling Tian raised his head, wearing a look of disdain, and replied playfully, I must admit, I find that hard to believe. The two exchanged fierce gazes, defiantly challenging one another as if invisible sparks were colliding in the air, thick with tension. Just then, a panicked voice pierced the atmosphere. Hey, gentlemen. Let us keep this civil. Wang Feiyu rushed over, having been informed of a confrontation involving Qi Mingyuan that could have dire consequences. The thought of Qi Mingyuan facing trouble on his turf left him alarmed. Although the strength and status of the Flying Eagle group did not quite match that of his own Feiyu group, they were not far apart. If anything were to happen to Qi Mingyuan under his watch, it would spell significant trouble. Wang Feiyu hurried downstairs, disregarding greetings to the guests above. Upon arrival, he was met with the sight of Ling Tian and Chang Xiao locked in a standoff, leaving his head spinning as he nearly stumbled. Oh my heavens! How did these two come to blows? I cannot provoke Ling Tian, but Chang Xiao is no pushover either. Among those present today, he is undoubtedly the most formidable. Even as the chairman of Feiyu Group, I find myself diminished in his presence. Should these two unmanageable individuals clash, the repercussions would be dire. Regardless of which party makes a misstep, as the host, he cannot afford to bear the consequences. Quickly summon the young master. Wang Feiyu urgently instructed Supervisor Zhao before hastily approaching to mediate. Upon seeing Wang Feiyu's arrival, Zhang Hao's eyes lit up, and he quickly exclaimed, Mr. Wang. These are our company's security and front desk staff. These two despicable lowly individuals somehow managed to infiltrate. This wretched security guard even killed young Master Qi. And these bodyguards were also assaulted. You must not let him go. Zhang Hao pointed at Ling Tian, a cold smirk gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with disdain and triumph. Aren't you arrogant? You made me crawl on the ground like a dog. Now that Wang Feiyu is here, no one can save you. Wang Feiyu's expression darkened instantly, rage surging within him. Who are you? He asked Zhang Hao, his gaze icy and his tone chilling. Observing the change in Wang Feiyu's demeanor, Zhang Hao felt a surge of delight. It seemed his words had successfully provoked Wang Feiyu. This time, Ling Tian would be unable to withstand it. Mr. Wang, I am Zhang Hao from the Su Group. You need not thank me. It is my duty to expose these pests and uphold the order of the banquet. I thank you and your ancestors 8 generations back. Wang Feiyu's face turned ashen as he raised his hand and slapped Zhang Hao across the face. Smack. I see that you are the true pest. Wang Feiyu roared in fury. It was infuriating to think that such a prominent figure as young Master Ling had graced the banquet with his presence, only to be obstructed at the entrance by that blind fool Wang Qian. Now, to be insulted by this nameless individual, repeatedly causing trouble for young Master Ling. How would that reflect on him as the organizer? If he angered young Master Ling, Wang Feiyu could hardly bear to contemplate the repercussions. It was utterly intolerable. Mr. Wang, what do you mean by this? Zhang Hao covered his face in shock, staring at Wang Feiyu in disbelief, unable to comprehend why he had been struck. What is the meaning of this? Wang Feiyu snorted coldly, his gaze piercing. If it were anyone else insulting young Master Ling, it could be overlooked. But how dare someone from the Su Group utter such words? Without young Master Ling, the Su Group wouldn't even qualify to attend the banquet. Did he not have any self-awareness? Wang Feiyu was disinclined to waste further words on Zhang Hao. He turned to Ling Tian and Chang Xiao, offering a slight smile. Today is my son's birthday banquet. I kindly ask both of you to grant me, Wang, the favor of overlooking any prior incidents in light of my position. Having spoken, Wang Feiyu looked earnestly at Ling Tian and Chang Xiao, his eyes betraying a hint of pleading. For in the presence of Ling Tian and Chang Xiao, his authority might not hold much weight. Since Mr. Wang has said so, I shall not pursue the matter further, Ling Tian replied, and Wang Feiyu instantly displayed gratitude. However, Ling Tian's tone shifted, his gaze sweeping over Chang Xiao and Zhang Hao as he coldly warned, do not provoke me again. Though brief, the warning was laden with meaning. With a derisive smirk, Chang Xiao raised his chin, casting a provocative glance at Ling Tian. What will you do about it? Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, a chill emanating from him. This was a blatant display of disrespect. Witnessing this, Wang Feiyu's expression changed in alarm, and he hurriedly stepped in between them, urging, Chang Xiao, show some restraint. Please, say a few less words. With indignation etched on his face, Chang Xiao glared, gritting his teeth defiantly. Mr. Wang, you see, it's not that I am unwilling to give you face. It's this insufferable security guard who dared to challenge me first. I, Chang'ing, will not be intimidated. As tensions escalated, Wang Feiyu grew increasingly anxious. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed over. Wang Feiyu's heart lifted upon seeing him. Oh, you've arrived. Father. Did you need me? Wang Shi hurriedly approached, puzzled. He had been in the private room preparing his speech for the banquet, but upon noticing Supervisor Zhao's panicked demeanor, he quickly followed. Wang Feiyu pulled Wang Shi aside, his expression serious, lowering his voice. Son, there has been an unpleasantness between Ling Xiao and Chang Xiao. If a conflict arises, we cannot afford the consequences. You're on good terms with Chang Xiao. Go and persuade him. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi's heart raced. Although he often lounged about, he understood the gravity of the situation when it mattered. He had witnessed Ling Tian's influence firsthand. Yet Chang Ying's family was not to be underestimated. If these two were to clash at his birthday banquet, the repercussions for the Wang family would be dire. Not to mention the loss of face. Leave it to me. Wang Shi nodded resolutely, plastering a smile on his face as he approached. He extended his arm, draping it over Chang Ying's shoulder. Chang Xiao, when did you arrive? Why didn't you come find me? Seeing Wang Shi, Chang Ying playfully punched his chest, laughing. With so many beauties around, why would I seek you out? I'm here to enjoy the view. Wang Shi burst into laughter. Do you really lack for beautiful women? Chang Xiao? Enough of that. Let us go somewhere to talk. Wang Shi, with his arm still around Chang Ying, attempted to lead him away, but Chang Ying remained still. Addressing Wang Shi. Wait a moment. There's a pest who dared to provoke me. I must deal with him first. Wang Shi's expression shifted, and he quickly interjected. Chang Xiao, let it go. Just do this for my sake, will you? Chang Ying paused, looking at Wang Shi with surprise, his dissatisfaction evident. Are you out of your mind? Pleading for a pest? After all, today is my birthday. Wang Shi chuckled. All right, let us go have some fun over there. Without further ado, he pulled Chang Ying along. You've gotten lucky today. Chang Ying called back, pointing at Ling Tian as they walked away. Chang Xiao is magnanimous and will not hold a grudge against you. Should you dare to offend Chang Xiao again, prepare for your demise. Zhang Hao, feigning authority, snorted coldly before hastily following Chang Ying. Ling Tian, however, chose to disregard him entirely. A mere jester, unworthy of Ling Tian's attention. With a sigh of relief, Wang Feiyu felt the weight on his heart finally lift. Ling Xiao, I sincerely apologize for today, he said, bowing deeply, his face etched with guilt and apprehension. It was shameful that a figure of Ling Tian's stature had been repeatedly disrespected at an event he organized. The thought alone filled him with embarrassment. It's of no concern to you, Ling Tian replied with a shake of his head and a warm smile. Wang Feiyu felt a surge of gratitude upon witnessing Ling Tian's lack of anger. Perhaps this was the magnanimity of a truly great person. Oh, Qi Mingyuan. Wang Feiyu suddenly recalled the purpose of his descent. Ling Xiao, he glanced nervously at Qi Mingyuan on the ground, seeking Ling Tian's insight. Rest assured, he won't perish, Ling Tian reassured. However, his audacity to insult Xiao Hui will certainly have repercussions. Indeed, Wang Feiyu quickly affirmed, feeling relieved within. As long as no lives were lost, matters could be managed. If Qi Mingyuan's father were to lay blame, he could subtly hint at Ling Xiao's formidable background, knowing that the Qi family wouldn't dare to pursue the matter further. The bodyguards had now risen from the ground. Wang Feiyu ordered for Qi Mingyuan to be taken to the hospital, then turned to Ling Tian, saying, Ling Xiao, the banquet is about to commence. I must prepare and will leave you for now. Once Wang Feiyu departed, Zhang Xiaohui finally exhaled the breath she had been holding. During the tense standoff between Ling Tian and Chang Ying, she had hardly dared to breathe. Glancing at Ling Tian, her expression turned somber as she spoke. Ling Tian, I'm feeling a bit frightened. Perhaps we should leave. Ling Tian chuckled, gently ruffling Zhang Xiaohui's hair. Why fear? Rest assured, with me around, no one can bully you. As Zhang Xiaohui gazed at Ling Tian's radiant smile, her heart softened unexpectedly, prompting her to ask, why do you protect me so? Because you assisted me yesterday. Ling Tian replied with a grin. Oh, Zhang Xiaohui nodded, yet a sense of inexplicable disappointment lingered in her heart. Come, let us eat something more. I wasn't full earlier. Meanwhile, as Ling Tian and Zhang Xiaohui shared food, Chang Ying had been led to a private room by Wang Shi. Shizi, tell me honestly, Have you truly given up on Su Qingya? Chang'ing lounged in his chair, crossing his legs casually. Wang Shi felt a flicker of reluctance, but quickly suppressed it, offering a wry smile. Yes, I have relinquished my pursuit. At this, Chang'ing sat upright, his face lighting up with surprise. You said it yourself. If you've given up, then I might just pursue her. When I win her over, don't accuse me of disloyalty. Wang Shi's expression shifted as he exclaimed in surprise. Chang Xiao, are you pursuing Su Qingya? I advise you to abandon that thought. Su Qingya is already married. Chang'ing curled his lip disdainfully and retorted, I know, you mean that security guard, don't you? Even a fool can see that he is merely Su Qingya's shield. If you hadn't stopped me earlier, I would have taken him down right then. Wang Shi's lips twitched as he regarded Chang'ing with a complex gaze, gravely remarking, Chang Xiao, although we are both known as the 4 young masters of Yunhai City, I am acutely aware that it is merely due to my brother's kindness towards me. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be worthy to carry their shoes. Therefore, I must earnestly remind you that Ling Tian is not to be trifled with. Chang'ing patted Wang Shi on the shoulder, dismissively stating, Shi, enough of that. I know. That kid can easily take down a dozen bodyguards alone, which is indeed impressive. But at most, he is just a stronger ant. Crushing him would be a piece of cake. Exactly. Zhang Hao chimed in eagerly from the side. He has just a country bumpkin. For Chang Xiao to eliminate him would be as simple as child's play. How dare he provoke Chang Xiao? He is courting death. Wang Shi wished to say more. But Chang'ing stood up and raised his hand, interrupting him. Stop it. If you keep advising me, I might suspect you of harboring feelings for Su Qingya. In that case, my brother would never agree to it. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted them, and Supervisor Zhao entered. Young master, it's time for the banquet. Ha ha, let us go, birthday boy. Chang'ing laughed heartily. Wang Shi sighed inwardly, realizing that his words were futile, straightening his attire and putting on a smile. He made his way towards the banquet hall. At the entrance, he coincidentally crossed paths with a girl. Chang'ing, who had previously appeared relaxed, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart upon seeing her, his eyes widening in astonishment. The girl also noticed Wang Shi and smiled gently at him. Wang Xiao, happy birthday. Wang Shi, taken aback by the girl's breathtaking smile, stammered, thank you. The girl nodded, her smile radiant. I'll head in first. As she entered the banquet hall, her graceful figure stirred something deep within Wang Shi's heart, leaving him with a bittersweet sense of longing. The enchanting beauty seemed like a dream. Yet she was beyond his reach. Whoa, Shi, who is that girl? I can't take it anymore. I feel a spark. She is stunning. And I must have her. Chang'ing exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement, fixated on the girl. Before Wang Shi could respond, Zhang Hao quickly interjected eagerly, Chang Xiao. That is Su Qingya. Really? Chang'ing exclaimed with delight, disbelief etched across his face. He had long heard of Su Qingya's reputation as the most beautiful woman in Yunhai City. However, he had always believed that he had encountered countless beauties before. Su Qingya might be attractive, but he thought she was merely comparable to those peripheral women. Yet, upon seeing her today, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. Not only was Su Qingya's figure exceptional, but her beauty was also stunning. She exuded an aura of purity and aloofness, offering a distinct charm. In comparison, those peripheral women appeared as mere caricatures of beauty. Unable to contain himself, Chang'ing licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with desire. Shizi, even if you still harbor feelings for Su Qingya, I have no intention of letting you have her. After saying this, Chang'ing beckoned to Zhang Hao, who hurriedly approached like a devoted dog. Do not forget the task I assigned you, Chang'ing reminded him. Zhang Hao, bending slightly in a servile manner, responded with a beaming smile, rest assured, young Master Chang. I will certainly introduce Su Qingya to you at the banquet. Chang'ing nodded in satisfaction, already feeling impatient. With Wang Shi's entrance, the birthday banquet commenced. All the guests gathered in the banquet hall on the second floor, dressed in splendid attire and radiating joy. Wang Shi addressed the attendees. Subsequently, the guests began presenting their gifts. Mr. Zhang Minglu has gifted a Rolex watch, wishing young Master Wang a happy birthday. Mr. Du Qing has presented a golden membership card to the business club, wishing young Master Wang a happy birthday. Ms. Lu Chang has offered a piece of Tang Dynasty blue and white porcelain, wishing young Master Wang a happy birthday. The guests continued to present their congratulatory gifts. Standing below the stage, Su Xiangdong and Su Qingya exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat troubled. These gifts are exceedingly extravagant, Su Xiangdong murmured in shock. The gift prepared by the Su family for Wang Shi was a jade pendant in the shape of a Buddha, symbolizing peace. This pendant had cost Su Qingya a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan. Upon learning the price, Su Xiangdong felt a pang of regret and reproached Su Qingya for being overly extravagant. It's merely a birthday celebration. A gift around 10,000 yuan would suffice. Spending 100,000 is far too lavish. Little did he expect that all the other gifts would be of such high value, with hardly any below 1,000,000. Suddenly, their gift of 100,000 yuan jade pendant felt inadequate. Dad, what should we do? Su Qingya asked, bewildered. What else can we do? We cannot encourage such vulgarity. This jade pendant is worth 100,000. It is already quite generous, Su Xiangdong replied grimly, though even he felt a lack of conviction in his own words. With a sigh, Su Qingya stepped forward to present their gift. The Su group presents a Haitian jade Buddha pendant, wishing young Master Wang a happy birthday. As the host finished speaking, the room erupted in a chorus of boos. Countless eyes turned towards Su Qingya with disdain. What is this Su group? This small piece of Haitian jade is only worth at most 100,000. How miserly! What sort of rural bumpkin would deliver such inferior products? Lacking any sense of shame? Indeed, if I were Wang Xiao, I would have tossed her out without hesitation. The murmurs of the crowd, though subdued, resonated clearly in Su Qingya's ears. Instantly, her cheeks flushed crimson, humiliated to the point of wishing for a crevice to hide in. Su Xiangdong, equally embarrassed, lowered his head, unable to bear the gaze of others. The host scoffed, continuing to announce the gifts. Each item presented far exceeded the value of that jade pendant. To Su Qingya and Su Xiangdong, the remarks felt like barbs, igniting a wave of heat across their faces. Standing there, they were acutely aware of the scornful glances directed at them, making the moment stretch interminably. Today was indeed a monumental embarrassment. Ling Tian presented a bundle of herbs, wishing young Master Wang a happy birthday and a swift recovery. The host, upon realizing the absurdity of the situation, was momentarily stunned. Holding the packet of herbs with a bewildered expression, shocked, he stared at Ling Tian, struggling to comprehend. Surely you jest? The host's lips twitched in disbelief. The earlier embarrassment from the jade pendant presented by the Su group was already substantial, but now, herbs? Was this even worth 100 yuan? Most importantly, on someone's birthday, you dare to present medicine. Was this not a curse upon the celebrant? Ling Tian remained remarkably composed, smiling at the host as he asserted, I assure you, my gift surpasses all others. Wang Shi will surely be delighted. Delighted, you say? Wang Shi, standing on stage, glared at the bundle of herbs, his face dark with anger. This insufferable Ling Tian was relentless in his mockery, was he not? Just the other day, due to Ling Tian's words, he had been coerced into spending several days in the hospital. Having just emerged that very morning, Ling Tian had the audacity to present him with herbs again. Did he not feel at ease unless Wang Shi was ailing? Wang Shi was truly at a loss for words. Had he not felt threatened by Ling Tian, he would have rushed over to slap him across the face. How infuriating! Ling Tian? Su Xiangdong and Su Qingya, upon hearing the name, abruptly lifted their heads. They were taken aback to see Ling Tian standing there, his demeanor utterly unperturbed. How did he arrive here? Su Xiangdong gasped, a surge of anger flooding him. This scoundrel! The birthday banquet of the young master of the Feiyu group was a gathering of the affluent and elite. What business did a poor boy like him have being present? Their earlier embarrassment from presenting a jade pendant worth 100,000 yuan was already significant, yet he had the audacity to bring a mere packet of herbs. Was he intent on further sullying the Su family's name? Should Wang Feiyu become enraged, the Su family might very well be doomed because of his reckless actions. Ling Tian, what are you doing? Su Qingya, her face pale with fury, stormed over and pulled Ling Tian aside, her earlier humiliation finding its outlet in her ire. Her cheeks flushed with indignation. She lowered her voice and questioned, do you even realize where we are? What chaos are you causing? After speaking, Su Qingya quickly turned to the host, offering an apologetic smile. I apologize, dear host. He was merely jesting. Please hand me the herbs. I shall dispose of them immediately. Upon seeing Su Qingya, the host's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. Ah, so you are together. The Su group? Truly impressive, I must say. Though the host feigned admiration, the condescension and mockery in his tone were unmistakable. Both Su Qingya and Su Xiangdong were utterly mortified, their heads bowed in shame. Just take it away. Don't embarrass yourselves any further. The host flung the herbs at Su Qingya as if discarding refuse. However, they were snatched mid-air by Ling Tian, who coldly regarded the host and retorted, a dog's mouth cannot produce ivory. Who is truly embarrassing themselves here? The host, taken aback, shrugged his shoulders in amusement and replied, Who else could I be referring to? Some individuals lack any self-awareness. Zhang Hao seized the opportunity to insult Ling Tian further. Chiming in, Ling Tian, you have brought disgrace upon the Su group. Take this rubbish and get lost. Chang Ying scoffed, casting a knowing glance at Wang Shi. Her expression filled with mockery. This fellow seems intent on causing disruption, doesn't he? With your temperament, can you truly endure this? Wang Shi's face turned crimson. His brows knitted with fury. Internally, he seethed. Endure? Not a chance. If it weren't for his formidable background, I'd have slapped him long ago. Is it normal to gift medicine on my birthday? Yet, contemplating Ling Tian's terrifying connections, Wang Shi could only muster a bitter smile. What choice did he have but to endure? Ling Tian's expression darkened. He had come with good intentions to deliver medicine that could save Wang Shi's life, only to be met with ridicule. Did he not have a temper? Wang Shi, you don't want this medicine, do you? Fine, don't regret it. Before Wang Shi could respond, the host interjected, dripping with disdain. What a joke. How could young Master Wang ever have regrets? You're nothing but a clown. Just leave. Silence. A sudden, furious voice thundered through the air. Wang Feiyu stormed down from the stage, his face pale with anger. Apologize to young Master Ling immediately. He confronted the host, his gaze icy as he bellowed. The host was momentarily taken aback, hastily stammering, Mr. Wang, this lad. Smack. Wang Feiyu swung his hand, delivering a sharp slap to the host's face, his voice booming. I command you to apologize. The host, stunned, covered his face in shock, unable to comprehend why Wang Feiyu demanded an apology from him. However, being merely a lowly MC, he dared not defy Wang Feiyu and quickly turned to Ling Tian, saying, I apologize, young Master Ling. I must admit my fault and offer my sincerest apologies. Such a minor character, not even daring to inquire about the reason for the apology. Since Wang Feiyu has spoken, an apology is all that is required. Wang Feiyu gazed at Ling Tian with a face full of forced smiles, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. In his heart, he could not help but curse the host. Truly, a blind fool, he should simply fulfill his role at the banquet. Why provoke this esteemed individual? Is that not courting death? From the moment Ling Tian arrived at the banquet, he had been insulted for the third time. As the saying goes, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, but thrice is enemy action. Even Wang Feiyu could no longer tolerate it. If Ling Tian truly became enraged, Wang Feiyu would bear the brunt of it. Young Master Ling, I am truly sorry. This host lacks any decorum and has caused you displeasure. I shall have him removed immediately. Wang Feiyu declared, his gaze sharp as a knife, glaring at the host while shouting, Why are you still here? Leave at once. Terrified, the host trembled and dared not utter a word of dissent, hastily bowing his head and retreating in shame. Ling Tian, shaking his head, furrowed his brow and sighed, boring. With that, he began to leave. Wang Feiyu felt a chill creep up his spine, his legs nearly giving way beneath him. It was evident that Ling Tian was genuinely angered. Should Ling Tian depart in a huff, Wang Feiyu's fate would be sealed. Young Master Ling, please wait. Do stay. Wang Feiyu hurriedly intercepted Ling Tian, cold sweat streaming down his face, almost pleading. It is all my fault. For my sake, please remain. Observing the remorse and desperation etched on Wang Feiyu's face, Ling Tian's displeasure lessened somewhat. He raised the medicinal herbs in his hand and remarked nonchalantly, I am merely offering these worthless items. Do you not feel embarrassed? Upon hearing this, Wang Feiyu instantly erupted in righteous indignation. Who dares to call this trash? That is utter nonsense. In my eyes, there is no gift more precious than this. Young Master Ling, I thank you on behalf of my son, Wang Feiyu asserted, taking the herbs from Ling Tian's hand without hesitation. He then hurried over to Wang Shi, placing the herbs into his embrace. You should express your gratitude to young Master Ling. Wang Feiyu urged Wang Shi, gesturing emphatically. Wang Shi, clutching the herbs, felt tears nearly welling in his eyes. It was his birthday, and instead of receiving gifts, he was cursed with herbs. And now he had to express thanks? What kind of situation was this? The frustration within Wang Shi was immeasurable, yet with Wang Feiyu's command, he dared not defy. He could only manage a smile more grotesque than tears as he addressed Ling Tian. Thank you, young master. With that, Wang Shi turned and handed the herbs to a nearby attendant. Where shall I place these, young Master Wang? The attendant inquired softly. Throw them in the trash. Wang Shi replied tersely. The attendant nodded and discreetly exited the banquet hall. Young Master Ling, please have a seat. Director Zhao, please take the helm, Wang Feiyu said, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as Ling Tian chose not to leave. He hastily invited Ling Tian to take a seat. Upon returning to the stage, He realized that his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. Su Xiangdong also sighed deeply, experiencing a newfound respect for Wang Feiyu, and whispered to Su Qingya, "No wonder Feiyu Group has achieved such greatness. Chairman Wang's generosity is truly unparalleled. Even someone of Ling Tian's lowly status is treated with such courtesy." He even accepted those herbs, which nearly signify humiliation, allowing Ling Tian to save face. "Qingya, you must learn from Chairman Wang in the future." After speaking, Su Xiangdong's gaze fell upon Ling Tian, and his expression darkened. There were only 2 invitations from the Su family. How did Ling Tian manage to infiltrate? Moreover, he had brought the company receptionist along? Had he already begun to form connections after just 1 day of work? Thankfully, Wang Feiyu was magnanimous and did not inquire further. Otherwise, the Su family would be in serious trouble. Upon returning home, he would certainly have to teach that brat a lesson. Hearing Su Xiangdong's words, Su Qingya fell into a daze, casting a puzzled glance at Ling Tian. Being young and already at the helm of the Su group, Su Qingya was undoubtedly intelligent. She did not believe that Wang Feiyu's actions were merely due to his generosity. His demeanor towards Ling Tian seemed excessively polite, bordering on reverence, as if he feared inciting Ling Tian's ire. This was rather unusual. Although Ling Tian had mentioned that Wang Feiyu was grateful to him for pointing out Wang Shi's ailment, there was no need for such deference. Something was certainly amiss. Unable to contain her curiosity, Su Qingya moved closer to Ling Tian and whispered in his ear, "Be honest with me. What is your relationship with Wang Feiyu?" Her breath was like a fragrant breeze, sending tingles through Ling Tian, making him feel electrified. He turned to gaze at her enchanting face, his heart racing, yearning to steal a kiss. Instead of answering her question, he could not help but exclaim, "Wife, don't forget our wager." Wager? Su Qingya was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shot him a reproachful glare. Yet to Ling Tian's eyes, her reaction was irresistibly charming, prompting him to suggest, "Why don't we fulfill it right here?" Su Qingya let out a cold snort, her delicate brows knitting together in disdain. Wang Shi appeared to be in excellent spirits, hardly resembling an ailing individual. "You might want to prepare yourself for being unceremoniously dismissed." Ling Tian shrugged, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes as he leaned closer to Su Qingya. "I assure you, in a moment, you shall find yourself kissing me." "Bah, shameless rogue." Su Qingya muttered under her breath, casting Ling Tian an exasperated glare. The way he spoke made it seem as though she had any desire to kiss him. Their whispered banter, unbeknownst to them, was perceived by others as playful flirtation. Chang Ying, not far away, watched Su Qingya with an intensity that betrayed his ire. His face paling with fury, he felt as if a verdant hue had enveloped his head. "How dare he toy with a woman that belongs to me? Such audacity is intolerable." Chang Ying seethed internally, directing a murderous glare at Ling Tian, his gaze sharp as a blade. At that moment, he had already claimed Su Qingya as his own. Witnessing the closeness between Ling Tian and Su Qingya was more than his heart could bear. "Thank you all for your generous gifts. Please, enjoy your meal. I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality." Shortly thereafter, as the gifts were presented, Wang Shi delivered a speech. Wang Feiyu, beaming with a smile, expressed his gratitude to the guests before the banquet transitioned into a period of free mingling. Young individuals lingered on the 2nd floor while some business professionals returned to the 3rd floor to seize the opportunity for collaboration. "Young Master Chang, please enjoy your meal and entertainment. I shall take my leave. Young Master Ling, feel free to call upon me should you require anything." Wang Feiyu exchanged pleasantries with Ling Tian and Chang Ying before ascending to the 3rd floor. "Qingya, let us hurry to the 3rd floor. If we manage to facilitate a deal or two, our visit today will not be in vain." Su Xiangdong, noticing Wang Feiyu's ascent, urged Su Qingya to follow suit. Su Qingya offered no response, instead preparing to confront Ling Tian for clarity. A strong premonition gripped her, suggesting that the relationship between Ling Tian and Wang Feiyu was far from ordinary. However, upon turning around, her anger flared anew. There, in the corner, was Ling Tian, who had abandoned her side to indulge in a feast with Zhang Xiaowei. Ling Tian. Su Qingya clenched her teeth, fury boiling within her. This insufferable scoundrel had left her. The president, to fend for herself, opting instead to gorge himself with the receptionist. How excessive. Su Qingya, teeth gritted, approached Ling Tian with displeasure etched across her face. "Ling Tian, the president is making her way over here. I'm so nervous." Zhang Xiaowei's heart raced, her appetite lost in the face of anxiety. Had it not been for Ling Tian's insistence, she would have fled the scene long ago. As Su Qingya approached, she quickly lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Trembling in fear, unwilling to meet Su Qingya's gaze, In that moment, she felt as if she were caught in an act of infidelity. Fear not, she one tea bite. Ling Tian remarked nonchalantly, continuing to eat. Just as Su Qingya neared, a sly voice interrupted the air. Qingya, cousin. Zhang Hao, wearing a lecherous grin, blocked Su Qingya's path. Su Qingya furrowed her brow, a flicker of disdain dancing in her eyes as she coldly inquired, Is there something you need? Zhang Hao narrowed his eyes into slits, a smile gracing his features as he replied, Come here, I wish to introduce you to a person of distinction, pointing towards Chang Ying, who stood not far away. Zhang Hao spoke with a tone of pride. Do you see that young gentleman? Do you know who he is? He is Chang Ying, the scion of the Chang family. A close friend of mine. The mention of the Chang family caused Su Qingya to momentarily pause. They were one of the 5 prominent families of Yuhai, having held their esteemed position for many years, with deep-rooted influence and stature. Even the Feiyu group paled in comparison, akin to a small fish before a great whale. To her astonishment, a member of the Chang family had graced this occasion. Could it be that Wang Feiyu held such sway? Curiosity piqued. Su Qingya turned her gaze towards Chang Ying. Upon noticing her, Chang Ying met her eyes with a radiant smile, nodding graciously while raising his goblet in a gentlemanly manner. He then approached her with measured steps. Zhang, is this truly a member of the Chang family? Su Xiangdong happened to walk by and, upon hearing this, became visibly excited and whispered his inquiry. Zhang Hao lifted his chin, a look of smug satisfaction illuminating his face as he replied, Is there any doubt to be had about that? With that, he hastily stepped forward, exclaiming, Young Master Chang, allow me to introduce you. This is my cousin, Su Qingya, the president of the Su group. Chang Ying feigned surprise, as if just discovering this information. Ah, so it is the illustrious President Su, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Yuhai. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. He extended his hand with grace. Chang Ying? A realization struck Su Qingya as she recalled the name. Was he not among the 4 distinguished young men of Yuhai, much like Wang Shi? Instantly, her expression soured, a sense of repulsion welling within her. The reputation of the 4 young masters was anything but commendable. They were known as frivolous scions who squandered their family's wealth on indulgence, lacking any academic or moral substance. Su Qingya had always held such individuals in contempt, opting to maintain a respectful distance. Even for a member of the Chang family, she would offer no warmth. Greetings, young Master Chang, she said, her demeanor frosty as she nodded without extending her hand. Chang Ying's hand lingered awkwardly in the air, his smile faltering. President Su, do you hold me in such disdain? Chang Ying's gaze turned icy as he inquired languidly. Ah, young Master Chang, it is a pleasure to meet you, interjected Su Xiangdong, drenched in cold sweat as he rushed to grasp Chang Ying's hand, his face a mask of servility. He then turned to Su Qingya, chastising her. Qingya, how can you be so impolite? Hasten to apologize to young Master Chang. Su Xiangdong incessantly signaled to Su Qingya, his heart racing with anxiety. This Chang Ying is indeed the young master of the Chang family, his status and influence far surpassing that of Wang Feiyu. Usually, Qingya is quite adept at navigating social intricacies. How could she be so foolish today as to leave the young master of the Chang family in such an awkward position? Was this not akin to publicly slapping him in the face? Should she provoke this young master, a mere word from him could spell disaster for the Su group. With a frown, Su Qingya reluctantly acknowledged the gravity of the situation, understanding that the Chang family was not one to be trifled with. I apologize, young Master Chang. I was momentarily distracted and acted inappropriately. Please accept my sincerest apologies. After saying this, she offered a slight bow to Chang Ying. Ha ha ha, no harm done. No harm done. I take no offense, Chang Ying replied, donning a facade of magnanimity as he smiled. Come, Uncle Qingya, let us sit and converse. I have long admired the esteemed reputation of the Su group. Perhaps our families could explore potential collaboration in certain domains. Oh, that would be splendid, Su Xiangdong exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. If the Su group could indeed align itself with the Chang family, it would be a meteoric rise. However, Su Qingya's expression darkened, her distaste intensifying. The familiarity with which Chang Ying addressed her was intolerable. I apologize, young Master Chang. Matters of cooperation should be discussed between you and my father. I have other obligations and must take my leave. With that, she turned her back on Chang Ying and walked away with an air of indifference. Hey, Qingya. Su Xiangdong was left bewildered. Yet, Su Qingya appeared to be deaf to his calls, not even glancing back. Chang Ying's gaze suddenly turned icy, his smile faltering, his countenance transforming into a mask of displeasure. Su Xiangdong stood to the side, cold sweat trickling from his forehead, engulfed in a mixture of fear and embarrassment. Qingya, what on earth are you doing? This is quite disrespectful to Chongying, isn't it? I truly apologize, Changxiao. Qingya has such a temperament, cold on the outside, warm on the inside. Please do not take it to heart. Let us converse without her interference. Su Xiangdong hastily nodded, his demeanor subservient as he forced a smile. Converse? What is there for us to discuss? Changying retorted with a cold snort, tossing his sleeve aside in frustration and taking a seat at a distance. His gaze was icy, brimming with ire, fixed upon Su Qingya as he breathed heavily. Su Qingya's blatant disregard had genuinely angered him. At that moment, Su Qingya approached Ling Tian, her delicate face reminiscent of frost as she coldly inquired, "Have you had enough to eat?" Ling Tian, still chewing, grinned widely, "Not quite." "Why not sit down and share a meal? Here, let me feed you." He picked up a piece of roasted meat and brought it to her lips. Open wide. Fuming, Su Qingya's face darkened. "Do I need you to feed me?" Zhang Xiaowei, observing from the sidelines, was on the verge of tears. Su's countenance was so grim. It seemed she was truly upset. "Su Zong, my encounter with Ling Tian today was purely coincidental. We are entirely innocent. Please do not misunderstand and let it affect your relationship." Zhang Xiaowei mustered the courage to say timidly, looking at Su Qingya. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "Relationship? What nonsense are you spouting? This has nothing to do with you," she retorted angrily. "Really?" Zhang Xiaowei inquired, her face a mask of confusion. "Then why aren't you eating what Ling Tian is offering you? Surely you must have misunderstood us and become upset." Su Qingya gazed incredulously at Zhang Xiaowei, utterly speechless. "Could you please refrain from such wild conjectures? Su Zong, if you truly are not angry, just eat. If you do, I will believe you," Zhang Xiaowei pleaded, her demeanor pitiful. "Eat? Of course I can eat." Su Qingya's chest heaved with indignation, nearly losing her composure. "What does it have to do with you? Your imagination is quite excessive." With that, she opened her mouth and took a bite of the roasted meat Ling Tian had offered, chewing it fiercely. Then, she glared at Zhang Xiaowei and said, "Is that satisfactory now?" Zhang Xiaowei exhaled in relief, nodding with a smile on her face. "Yes, that is sufficient. Su Zong, you may continue your conversation. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Su Qingya's reply, she hurriedly exited the hotel. The pressure of being in the presence of the legitimate partner was too overwhelming for her. "Come, have another bite," Ling Tian urged, noticing Su Qingya had eaten, and promptly offered her another piece. "If you're going to eat, just do it. I want to hold back." With a frown, Su Qingya, still sulking, grudgingly took another bite. "Haha, doesn't it taste delightful?" Ling Tian observed her cooperation, continuously picking up food and feeding it to her mouth. In the distance, Chong Ying was seething with rage, his veins bulging as he approached the brink of collapse. Damn it, he exclaimed, infuriated. How could his beloved be publicly fed by another man? Who could possibly endure such humiliation? "Shizi, come here." Chong Ying shouted towards Wang Shi, who was engaged in light banter with others. Wang Shi hurriedly approached, holding a glass of red wine. "My apologies, Chang Xiao, for the delay. Let us have a toast," he said with a broad smile, raising his glass. "Toast my foot. I'm utterly green with envy." Chong Ying gritted his teeth. Wang Shi paused, his face a mask of surprise. "What do you mean, Chang Xiao? Look for yourself." Chong Ying pointed furiously at Ling Tian and Su Qingya, who were intimately feeding each other. Wang Shi lifted his gaze and felt a pang in his heart. He was overwhelmed with sorrow, almost brought to tears. "Chang Xiao, it seems I too have been left in the lurch." Though Wang Shi refrained from pursuing Su Qingya due to Ling Tian's presence, he harbored deep affections for her. Seeing her so close to Ling Tian was like 1,000 needles piercing his heart, far more painful than Chang Ying's plight. "Damn it, Shizi. You need to take action now. If this brat isn't dealt with, I want to be able to swallow my anger." Suddenly, Chang Ying's expression shifted as he noticed Wang Shi clutching his upper right abdomen and crouching down, his face contorted in pain, cold sweat pouring down. "Chang Xiao, it hurts so much, it really hurts." Panic swept over Chang Ying as he knelt beside Wang Shi, supporting him. "Shizi, it's not worth it. She is just a woman. We can share her once you're in a better position." Wang Shi could no longer contain his agony, emitting a painful cry that startled everyone in the banquet hall. "Young master, what is the matter?" Steward Zhao rushed over, supporting Wang Shi with a look of alarm. But Wang Shi was in such pain that he could barely speak. Steward Zhao was horrified and quickly took out his phone to call for help. "Director Zhang? Young Master Wang has suddenly fallen ill. Please come quickly to the second floor of the Yin Grand Hotel. Chaos erupted in the venue. Staff members rushed upstairs to inform Wang Feiyu, who, engrossed in a business discussion, felt a wave of dizziness upon hearing about Wang Shi's condition. Forgetting all etiquette, he dashed downstairs. Son, what is wrong? Don't scare your father. People gathered around, witnessing Wang Shi's suffering and pale complexion, utterly bewildered. No one could comprehend how he had been perfectly fine moments ago, only to succumb to such an ailment so suddenly. Only Su Qingya, standing off to the side, was stunned, her disbelief palpable. Then she suddenly realized something, her eyes widening in shock as she turned to Ling Tian. Heavens, it can't be. Su Qingya's heart raced as she spoke to Ling Tian. Wang Shi, what has transpired? Are you not well versed in medicine? You ought to attend to the situation without delay. Su Qingya forcibly steadied herself, striving to dissuade her thoughts from veering in that disconcerting direction. After all, should it truly be the case, it would be utterly unfathomable. Ling Tian did not even cast a glance at Wang Shi. Instead, he picked up a piece of meat and offered it to Su Qingya's lips. Without needing to look, it was likely that liver cancer had manifested. Here, dear wife, partake in this meat. Su Qingya brusquely pushed Ling Tian's hand aside, responding with irritation. Ling Tian, such matters cannot be trifled with. I'm not jesting. Ling Tian replied with utmost seriousness. I had already informed him long ago. Moreover, this is in its early stages and is quite treatable. Just a moment ago, I administered some herbal medicine to him. After consuming the remedy, he shall improve immediately. Can cancer truly be cured with mere herbal medicine? Su Qingya shot him an incredulous glance, at a loss for words. Such a statement was utterly implausible. Step aside, the doctor has arrived. At that moment, several medical personnel clad in white coats rushed in with urgency. Director Zhang, you have arrived. Wang Feiyu exclaimed, hastening to greet him. Mr. Wang, please do not fret. Let me first ascertain the condition of young Master Wang. A middle-aged doctor parted the crowd and knelt before Wang Shi, inquiring, what ails you? Wang Shi, drenched in cold sweat from pain, pointed to his upper right abdomen, rendered speechless. The doctor's expression shifted dramatically. That location was indicative of the liver. Could it be that there was an issue with the liver? This was inconceivable, as he had conducted a thorough examination on Wang Shi just days prior, confirming robust health. Moreover, Wang Shi was rather peculiar, exhibiting no ailments yet lingering in the hospital. Earlier that morning, he had still been residing there. If there were an issue, it should have been detected by now. We must proceed to the hospital for a comprehensive examination, Director Zhang, an expert in internal medicine, declared. Albeit lacking the necessary equipment for proper assessment, there is no need for such inconvenience. Just then, a languid voice echoed through the room, followed by the entrance of a young man who ambled over, gnawing on a chicken leg. Casting a glance at the prostrate Wang Shi, he stated, he is in the early stages of liver cancer, and it appears to be commencing its onset. If he consumes the herbal medicine I provided earlier, he will be well shortly. There is no necessity to disturb him with a hospital visit. Nonsense, Director Zhang retorted, incensed. This malady, once detected, is typically in its advanced stages. How can one speak of early onset? And claiming that herbal medicine will suffice is utterly baseless. Especially since the young man was casually munching on a chicken leg, his demeanor appeared frivolous and untrustworthy. Who are you? Cease this disruption. If you delay the treatment, can you bear the responsibility? Another doctor in a white coat scolded with evident displeasure. Meanwhile, Wang Feiyu felt a jolt of panic rise within him. His eyes widening in shock as he implored, Ling Xiao, is it true that my son is afflicted with liver cancer? Ling Tian shrugged, his expression one of exasperation. Haven't I already stated it clearly? It's definitely early-stage liver cancer. At this, Wang Feiyu's heart skipped a beat. Had anyone else uttered such words, he would have undoubtedly struck them across the face on the spot. However, given that it was Ling Tian who spoke, he felt compelled to take it seriously. Especially since this was not the first time Ling Tian had made such a claim. Logically speaking, someone of Ling Xiao's stature should have no reason to jest about such matters. Could it be that his son truly was afflicted with liver cancer? Mr. Wang, do not heed his nonsense. Young Master Wang had a blood test this morning, and everything came back normal. If it were liver cancer, it would surely have been detectable. We should expedite a hospital visit for further examination. Otherwise, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it would be regrettable. Director Zhang interjected hastily. Wang Feiyu found himself in a quandary. Yet his instincts leaned towards Director Zhang's counsel. Although Ling Tian's background was unfathomable, he was not a doctor. Conversely, Director Zhang was a renowned internist at the municipal hospital, esteemed within the medical community. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Feiyu reached a resolution. Professional matters should indeed be entrusted to professionals, particularly when they pertain to his son's life. Director Zhang, I must entrust this matter to you, Wang Feiyu said urgently. He was acutely aware that this decision might offend Ling Tian. Yet he could hardly afford to dwell on that now. Quickly, get him onto the ambulance. Director Zhang nodded in agreement and promptly instructed the staff to carry Wang Xian to the ambulance, which sped towards the hospital. Everyone, feel free to continue. I must excuse myself. Wang Feiyu acknowledged the others before hastily following suit. Ling Tian observed this, shaking his head and sighing. I already mentioned it's early-stage liver cancer. A dose of herbal medicine would suffice. Why won't anyone listen? Su Qingya, standing beside Ling Tian, huffed in annoyance, her brow furrowed. What are you doing at a time like this? If a life is lost, can you bear the consequences? Ling Tian turned to her, astonished. Darling, you don't believe me either? Su Qingya rolled her eyes, retorting sharply, I'm not foolish. Ling Tian forced a smile, feeling utterly speechless. Was it truly foolish to trust his words? Yet, he was speaking the truth. Why did no one believe him? Let us not dwell on this, my love. Once while she has been examined, the results will speak for themselves. And remember our wager when that time comes. Now, let us return to our meal. Allow me to feed you another bite, he said, offering her a half-eaten chicken leg. Irritated, Su Qingya swatted his hand away. What on earth are you doing? Just then, a sharp voice rang out. Ling Tian and Su Qingya turned to see Chang Ying striding towards them, clearly incensed. Following closely behind was Zhang Hao, acting like a sycophant. Ling Tian cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Hao. What do you want? Can't you see? Zhang Hao was momentarily rendered speechless, his anger flaring as he exclaimed. Su Qingya, you are the president of the Su Group. Can you not conduct yourself with a modicum of dignity in public? Unable to best Ling Tian in their verbal duel, he turned to Su Qingya and reprimanded her. Su Qingya's expression shifted, her temper rising as she retorted, Zhang Hao. Clarify your words. In what way have I failed to uphold my dignity? Zhang Hao scoffed, sarcasm dripping from his voice. Do you even have the audacity to ask? We all witnessed him feeding you in public. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving her momentarily speechless. In that moment, her actions had merely been a reaction to her anger, a gamble against Ling Tian. Ling Tian, upon hearing Zhang Hao, became displeased and shot him a bewildered glance, questioning. Are you feeling a bit too full? Is feeding someone in public a crime? With a derisive smirk, Zhang Hao replied, not a crime, but rather a disgrace. Just then, Ling Tian struck, delivering a resounding slap to Zhang Hao's face. Why is your mouth so foul? Have you been feasting on excrement? Zhang Hao cried out in pain, bloodied teeth spilling from his mouth, a mixture of fury and indignation coursing through him. He turned to Chang Ying, seeking sympathy. Young Master Chang. He hit me again. At that moment, Chang Ying's expression was as dark as the depths of the ocean, his gaze piercing through Ling Tian, filled with seething hatred. The intimacy displayed between Ling Tian and Su Qingya cut deeply into Chang Ying's heart, igniting a desire to eliminate Ling Tian on the spot. He raised a finger, pointing at Ling Tian with a venomous glare, enunciating each word. I have stated before, one must consider the owner when striking a dog. You repeatedly strike my dog. Do you think I am showing you leniency? Zhang Hao, overhearing this, felt a pang of despair. Young Master Chang, please mind your words. They deserve respect and dignity. Ling Tian lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a glance at Chang Ying, a cold smile gracing his lips as he replied, if that is your stance. Then allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Manage your dog, lest it barks indiscriminately. Otherwise, I shall not only strike the dog, but also its master. What did you say? Chang Ying was momentarily taken aback, his fury igniting. He glared at Ling Tian, nearly pressing his face against Ling Tian's, defiantly demanding, Are you threatening me? Ling Tian flashed a seemingly harmless smile, shaking his head. This is not a threat, it is a warning. If you find yourself on the receiving end of a beating later, do not claim I did not forewarn you. Stop pretending, you arrogant fool. I dare you. Zhang Hao interjected loudly, unable to contain himself. With that, Ling Tian delivered a resounding slap to Chang Ying's face. Chang Ying felt a ringing in his head, his left cheek ablaze with pain, leaving him dazed. Su Qingya and Zhang Hao stood nearby, their faces etched with shock, rendered speechless by Ling Tian's sudden aggression towards Chang Ying. Not far off, Su Xiangdong witnessed the scene, his scalp prickling with fear, nearly collapsing from the shock. Ling Tian, that brute. But a tremendous disaster has befallen us. The Su family is on the brink of ruin because of you. Su Xiangdong rushed over, his face filled with terror, and looked at Chang Ying, almost in tears. Chang Xiao, this Ling Tian has no connection to my Su family whatsoever. His actions against you are his own affair. Even if you were to kill him, my Su family would not utter a word of protest. Su Xiangdong, in a state of panic, quickly distanced himself from Ling Tian. Chang Ying shoved Su Xiangdong aside, his eyes reddening as he glared at Ling Tian. You dare strike me? How dare you? Chang Ying roared, veins bulging on his forehead, nearly driven to madness. He had never endured violence in his entire life. Ling Tian, however, furrowed his brows, his expression icy. I warned you earlier. If your dog barks recklessly, it deserves to be punished. Zhang Hao, standing nearby, was seething with anger, his face darkened. You struck Chang Xiao and expect me to take the blame? Dream on. He immediately pointed at Ling Tian, shouting, Ling Tian, you dare to hit Chang Xiao? You're as good as dead. Slap. As soon as Zhang Hao spoke, Ling Tian swung his palm and struck Chang Ying's face again. Then, shrugging helplessly, he remarked, My apologies, your dog is barking again. Ling Tian, you. Zhang Hao is livid, pointing at Ling Tian, ready to unleash a barrage of curses. Slap. Before he could utter another word, Chang Ying was again struck hard across the face by Ling Tian. Zhang Hao nearly lost his composure, pointing at Ling Tian, preparing to speak once more. Slap. Before he could open his mouth, Chang Ying turned and delivered a resounding slap to Zhang Hao's face, frantically shouting, Stop talking. Chang Ying felt darkness closing in around him. He was truly infuriated. 3 slaps in such a short time, how could he ever show his face in public again? It was all Zhang Hao's fault for barking senselessly. You've brought ruin upon me. Chang Ying's gaze was as sharp as a knife as it fell upon Ling Tian. Gritting his teeth. Kid, very well, you are indeed formidable. If I don't deal with you today, I will gladly take your surname. Ling Tian merely smirked, a look of disdain on his face. Oh no, please don't. If you take my surname, I fear my ancestors will rise from their graves to chastise me. With descendants like you, my Ling family cannot afford such disgrace. Uft. Chang Ying nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Gasping for breath, he glared with malice. Fine. Just wait. Chang Ying trembled with rage, pulling out his phone and dialing furiously. Bring people to the Yinyang Grand Hotel. I'm going to kill someone. After hanging up, Chang Ying glared at Ling Tian, a murderous glint in his eyes. Today, no one can save you. Su Qingya, standing nearby, turned pale with fright. She wanted to step forward to plead for Ling Tian, but was abruptly pulled back by him. Dear, let us go eat something. Su Qingya was speechless. What are you thinking? At a time like this, you're worried about food. When those people arrive, whether you can leave alive is a question in itself. However, Ling Tian, without hesitation, took Su Qingya by the hand and seated her aside. Here, my dear wife, allow me to feed you. Ling Tian picked up a morsel of food and brought it to Su Qingya's lips. This blatant display incensed Chang Ying, who was seething with indignation, his chest heaving with barely contained fury. Oh, so you think you're invincible? Just wait. I hope you can maintain that arrogance for long. Ling Tian chose to disregard Chang Ying completely, and when Su Qingya showed no desire to eat, he decided to indulge himself instead. To be fair, the flavors of the dishes here were quite delightful. Ling Tian savored his meal with an air of nonchalance, leaving all present utterly astonished. Who exactly is this young man? After striking Chang Xiao, he remains so brazen? He's even in the mood to eat. If he survives this, he will likely be incapacitated. Perhaps he is resigned to his fate and wishes to die with a full stomach. The onlookers, hiding at a distance, whispered excitedly among themselves, pointing and speculating. The spectacle of Chang Ying being publicly humiliated was indeed a juicy piece of gossip that they were keen to savor. Moments later, a group of men clad in black suddenly burst through the entrance. As they entered, a chilling aura of menace enveloped the banquet hall, causing an involuntary shudder to ripple through the hearts of the attendees. Even from a distance, the oppressive atmosphere was palpable. Chang Xiao. The black-clad men surveyed the room until they finally spotted Chang Ying. They swiftly approached him, and a sinister gleam appeared in Chang Ying's eyes. He pointed a finger at Ling Tian, gritting his teeth. Zhang Hu, incapacitate him, break his limbs, and bring him back. I want to torment him thoroughly. The man known as Zhang Hu nodded and gestured. The burly figures in black immediately moved to encircle Ling Tian and Su Qingya. Su Qingya gasped, her delicate face paling in fear. Even the spectators from afar felt their hearts leap into their throats. Go, Zhang Hu ordered coldly, and the black-clad men prepared to strike. Just then, Ling Tian's phone rang unexpectedly. Wait. Ling Tian raised his hand, causing the men to halt, their vigilance directed at him. I need to take this call, he stated calmly as he retrieved his phone. The audience nearly collapsed in disbelief. How audacious could he be? In the face of such peril, he still had the composure to answer a phone call? Does he not comprehend the gravity of his situation? Chang'ing, infuriated yet amused, regarded Ling Tian as one might look upon a fool, coldly remarking, "Let him take it. I shall indulge his last request." Ling Tian did not even glance in his direction as he answered the call. Upon connecting, a voice filled with panic erupted from the other end. "Mr. Ling, please help me." Ling Tian furrowed his brow, intrigued. "Who is this?" "I am Li Shanhai, from the Li family." The voice trembled with fear. "Li Shanhai?" Ling Tian paused, recollecting the name. "Isn't that the man with late-stage stomach cancer whom we encountered at the hands of the renowned physician Song? He seems to belong to the esteemed Li family, behaving rather arrogantly. What brings you here?" Ling Tian asked, his tone devoid of warmth. His impression of Li Shanhai was far from favorable. "Mr. Ling, I was blind to your worth and have offended you in the past. I've been to the hospital, and it turns out I truly have late-stage stomach cancer. I beg you, please save me." Li Shanhai's voice trembled with desperation over the phone. Ling Tian furrowed his brows and shook his head, replying coolly, "I'm afraid I cannot assist you. I am currently entangled in my own troubles." He glanced at the imposing figures clad in black nearby and chuckled bitterly. Upon hearing this, Li Shanhai hastily responded, "Mr. Ling, what troubles do you face? Please, tell me, and I shall help you resolve them." Ling Tian smirked playfully, responding languidly, "Let us not dwell on that now. I'm at the Yanyan Grand Hotel, surrounded by Chang'ing and his men, who are eagerly awaiting the opportunity to break my limbs and torment me further. I cannot keep them waiting. You should seek assistance elsewhere." With that, Ling Tian hung up the phone before Li Shanhai could utter another word. "Hello? Mr. Ling." Li Shanhai heard the beeping tone on the line, and an overwhelming sense of dread washed over him. What had Ling Tian just said? Surrounded by Chang'ing's men, with threats of dismemberment? Goodness, if anything were to happen to Ling Tian, no one would be able to cure his illness. "Quick, to the Yanyan Grand Hotel." Li Shanhai shouted frantically at his driver, panic consuming him. Li Shanhai was genuinely terrified. Just yesterday at Jishitang, Ling Tian had diagnosed him with late-stage stomach cancer. Although he had lashed out at Ling Tian, anxiety gnawed at him, prompting him to seek confirmation that very morning. The results left him paralyzed with fear. It was indeed late-stage cancer, with malignant cells already metastasized. According to the doctor, he had at most a month left to live, rendering any treatment futile. Li Shanhai felt as if the heavens had collapsed upon him, engulfed by terror and despair, unable to accept this grim reality. When he conveyed this news to Li Jinxiang, Li Jinxiang was equally stunned. He never imagined that the vigorous Li Shanhai, the captain of the Li family's ship, would succumb to a terminal illness. For the Li family, this was akin to a cataclysm. "Dad, what do we do? I don't want to die," Li Shanhai cried out in terror, nearly losing his composure. As one of the 5 prominent families, Li Shanhai had wealth, women, and status at his disposal. He had not yet savored the pleasures of life sufficiently to even contemplate death. Li Jinxiang, furrowing his brow in anguish, suddenly had a thought. "Do you remember that young man from Jishitang who treated me? He could see immediately that you were afflicted with cancer. Perhaps he possesses a means to save you." This suggestion ignited a flicker of hope within Li Shanhai's heart. In a hurry, Li Shanhai rushed to Jishitang, seeking the contact information of Ling Tian from the esteemed physician Song. After finally reaching Ling Tian, he pleaded desperately for assistance. According to Song's words, if Ling Tian could not save him, then no one in this world could. "Can you drive? Why are you so slow? Hurry up." The thought of Ling Tian potentially being in peril made Li Shanhai break into a cold sweat. His entire fortune and life depended on Ling Tian. Ling Tian must not falter. The driver gripped the steering wheel tightly, palms slick with sweat. The vehicle was already speeding at 120 miles per hour. Yet Li was still dissatisfied. After all, this was the city. Suddenly, Li Shanhai slapped his forehead in realization, in his prior panic. He had forgotten that Ling Tian mentioned being surrounded by Chang'ing. He hastily dialed Ling Tian again. At the Yanyan Grand Hotel, Chang'ing glared at Ling Tian with a menacing expression, sneering, "You finished your call? Haven't you? Now, savor the taste of severed limbs." He commanded his henchmen to act. Just as they were about to strike, Ling Tian's phone rang once more. "Wait." Ling Tian raised his hand, exasperated. "Let me take this call." Chang'ing nearly spat blood in frustration, muttering, "You seem to have a lot of calls." "Let him answer," he growled darkly, revealing a fierce intent in his eyes. Death itself is not frightening. What is truly terrifying is the fear preceding it. Ling Tian, fully aware that he was moments away from a gruesome fate, could hardly muster the composure to answer the call. Clearly, he was feigning calmness to mask the dread within. Upon answering the phone, Ling Tian's demeanor soured when he recognized Li Shanhai's voice. "Mr. Ling, do not be afraid. Make Chong Ying answer the phone. If he lays a finger on you, I will end him," Li Shanhai insisted urgently. Ling Tian glanced at Chong Ying, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Someone is asking you to take the call. Will you?" he asked languidly. "Not a chance," Chong Ying retorted with venom, his tone chilling. "Today, even the King of Heaven cannot save you." Ling Tian shrugged, turning to the phone with an air of resignation. "You heard that. He won't answer." Li Shanhai, incensed, roared through the phone. "You little brat, you dare defy him. Mr. Ling, do not worry. I will call Chong Mingyi right away. I'll inquire whether the Chong family intends to cut ties with the world." With that, Li Shanhai abruptly ended the call. Ling Tian looked up at Chong Ying, a smile spreading across his face. "Who is Chong Mingyi?" Chong Ying, momentarily taken aback, quickly widened his eyes in fury, grinding his teeth. "Needless to say, Chong Mingyi is my father." "Oh, I see." Ling Tian nodded in understanding. "Then you'd best refrain from making a move against me. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a precarious situation. He said he would call your father." Ling Tian shook his phone, casting a playful glance at Chong Ying. "Nonsense," Chong Ying erupted, his voice laced with disdain. "Do your so-called friends ever look in the mirror? How dare they call my father? They're not worthy." Chang Ying regarded Ling Tian with contempt. His father held a significant position as the head of the Chang family, a status not far removed from the leaders of the 5 great families. What could a mere security guard from a small company like Ling Tian possibly know of influential figures? To boast about calling his own father was truly audacious. Ling Tian shrugged nonchalantly, continuing to lower his head and eat. Chong Ying, incensed, could no longer contain his fury. The sensation of being overlooked was intolerable. Pointing at Ling Tian, he bellowed, "Deal with him." The men in black exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing in readiness to act. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted them, causing the black-clad figures to halt in their tracks, their frustration palpable. What on earth? Another call? They thought, exasperated. Yet this time, it was Chong Ying's phone that rang. Taken aback, Chang Ying hesitated to answer, but upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted dramatically. Silence. He gestured for quiet before answering the call. "Dad, what's up?" he asked with a forced smile. However, an irate roar erupted from the other end, nearly shattering Chong Ying's eardrum. "You little brat, what have you done to provoke the wrong people? Are you trying to ruin the Chong family?" Chong Mingyi's furious tirade left Chong Ying momentarily speechless. "Dad, I haven't offended anyone," Chong Ying replied, his face contorted with grievance. "Nonsense. They've come to us. It can't be false. Where are you right now?" Chong Mingyi thundered. "I'm at the Yinyun Grand Hotel, attending Wang Shi's birthday banquet. Stay there and don't do anything until I arrive," Chong Mingyi ordered. "Remember, this matter concerns the survival of the Chong family. Do you understand?" Chong Ying's heart raced, his face paling in shock. How could this be related to the family's very existence? The gravity of his father's words struck him deeply, leaving him momentarily dazed. But when his gaze fell upon Ling Tian, an ominous shiver ran down his spine. A dreadful premonition surged within him. Could what he just said be true? Chong Ying stared at Ling Tian, his expression one of horror. Ling Tian remained there, absorbed in his meal, not sparing him a glance. Yet, in Chong Ying's eyes, there was suddenly an unfathomable depth to Ling Tian's demeanor. "Young Master Chong, are we not to take action?" Zhang Hu inquired, unable to suppress his impatience. Having been interrupted 3 times during what should have been a simple brawl, he felt he might burst from frustration. "There's no rush," Chong Ying replied coolly. "Let him savor his final moments a little longer." After Chong Ying spoke, a wave of anxiety surged within him. He beckoned Zhang Hao over and whispered, "Are you certain he is merely a security guard? Does he lack any background?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao immediately pounded his chest in assurance. "Young Master Chong, I wouldn't dare deceive you. I've investigated thoroughly. This Ling Tian hails from a village and somehow became Su Qingya's husband. Su Qingya, leveraging her power for personal gain, secured him a position as a security guard. This matter is well known within our company and cannot be false." Chong Ying, upon hearing this, was filled with doubt. If that were the case, was his father's call not related to Ling Tian? Yet, he hadn't provoked anyone recently. He decided to wait until his father arrived to discuss it further. "I'm full now. Qingya, let us go," Ling Tian said as he grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth. He stood up and addressed Su Qingya. "Yes." she promptly replied. Chang Ying, watching intently, looked fierce and menacing. He had long wished to leave. Following Ling Tian, they headed outside. Upon seeing this, Chang Ying grew anxious. If Ling Tian left, what was the purpose of summoning so many people? Until the situation was clarified, he could not allow Ling Tian to depart. Stop right there, Chang Ying shouted. Zhang Hu immediately crossed his arms, blocking Ling Tian's path. Step aside. Ling Tian frowned, his displeasure evident. Kid, since young Master Chang has permitted you to leave, you better stay put. Take one more step forward, and I'll break your legs. Bang. As soon as Zhang Hu finished his threat, Ling Tian launched a swift kick like a flash of lightning. Ah! Zhang Hu screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Revealing the stark white bone of his knee, sweat pouring down his face from the pain. Damn it! The scene shocked everyone, their faces pale with terror. No one anticipated that Ling Tian would dare to strike under such circumstances, and with such ferocity, he had broken Zhang Hu's legs. Truly, he was a man of few words, yet fierce actions. Kill him. Zhang Hu, gritting his teeth in pain, bellowed in a fit of rage at Ling Tian. The men in black surged forward. Hey, wait. Stop. Chang Ying, horrified, shouted urgently. His father had warned him not to act hastily. Unfortunately, it was too late to intervene. The black-clad men charged at Ling Tian. Su Qingya's face turned pale, her beauty drained of color. Don't be afraid, my love. I will protect you. Ling Tian grasped Su Qingya's icy hand in his own, gazing at the advancing attackers with a disdainful smirk. Suddenly, he kicked out with one leg, unleashing a flurry of kicks that dazzled the eye. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds accompanied by screams echoed as the black-clad men were sent flying like ragdolls. Fallen to the ground, he groaned in agony, unable to rise. Throughout the encounter, he hadn't even managed to graze the hem of Ling Tian's garment. Goodness! Chang Ying, standing nearby, gasped in disbelief. These burly men clad in black were all bodyguards employed by the Chang family. It should have posed no challenge for a single individual to handle 3 or 5 of them. How was it that, when over a dozen rushed forward, they were instead subdued by Ling Tian alone? Was Ling Tian truly this formidable? At that moment, Ling Tian approached Chang Ying, with a smirk and a hint of amusement. He inquired, do you wish to impede my passage as well? A tremor ran through Chang Ying's heart, prompting him to hastily step aside, realizing the folly of obstructing Ling Tian after witnessing his prowess. Was he seeking death? Dear, let us depart. Seeing Chang Ying's reluctance to intervene, Ling Tian took Su Qingya's hand and strode away. Just as they reached the entrance, a figure rushed in with urgency. Chang Ying, if anything happens to Mr. Ling, I will obliterate your family. Li Shenhai burst in, his face awash with panic, his voice booming with fury. As he finished his declaration, he suddenly noticed Ling Tian standing before him, gazing at him with an expression of incredulity. Mr. Ling, you are unharmed? Li Shenhai felt a rush of relief, his heart finally settling. He had been fearful that Chang Ying, in his youthful arrogance, might have harmed Ling Tian, leaving him without a savior. Do you wish for me to be harmed? Ling Tian replied with a teasing glint in his eyes. No. I fear Chang Ying's lack of discretion might cause you harm. Li Shenhai's words faltered abruptly as he took in the scene of scattered black-clad bodyguards, rendered immobile. Chang Ying's lips twitched in indignation, a profound sense of grievance swelling within him. I lack discretion? Open your eyes and see who is truly reckless. Zhang Hu's leg is broken, and a dozen bodyguards lie incapacitated, and you still fear that I am the one lacking judgment. Is there no reason left to discuss? It seems Mr. Ling is indeed a hidden gem. Li Shenhai marveled. These individuals have offended Mr. Ling and truly deserve their fate. He spoke with indignation, completely oblivious to the fact that he himself had offended Ling Tian just the day before. Ling Tian harbored no fondness for Li Shenhai and continued to lead Su Qingya outside. Noticing this, Li Shenhai hurried to follow, pleading earnestly, Mr. Ling, I apologize for the offense from yesterday. I implore you to show me some grace. Just as Ling Tian was about to respond, a middle-aged man, drenched in sweat, rushed in. Chang Ying, you come here this instant. Chang Mingyi shouted in terror. Only after shouting did he realize Li Shenhai was standing at the entrance, coldly observing him. A jolt of fear coursed through Chang Mingyi, and he was drenched in cold sweat. He quickly bent down, his face a mask of subservience. Mr. Li, you are here as well. I came as soon as I received your call. Chang Ying, he has caused any repercussions, has he? Li Shenhai sneered, his disdain evident. What do you think? Chang Mingyi's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily glanced towards the banquet hall. Upon witnessing the bodyguards sprawled across the floor, A wave of shock surged through him, his face a mask of horror. Father. At that moment, Changming timidly approached, her voice barely a whisper. An ominous premonition suddenly gripped Changming, and in a state of panic, he exclaimed, Did you take action? You beast! What have I told you? Are you intent on bringing ruin upon the Chang family? With a sharp motion, Changming struck Changming across the face, his eyes ablaze with fury. Just moments ago, Li Shanhai had issued a stern warning over the phone. If anything were to happen to that esteemed personage, the Chang family would face dire consequences. Changming, cradling her face, looked up with a face full of grievance and a quiver in her voice. Father, why did you hit me? It was our people who were attacked. What? Changming froze momentarily. Then a sigh of relief washed over him, his expression transforming to one of gratitude. So it was our people who got beaten. Huh. Well done. Well done. Ling Tian, standing to the side, shook his head in disbelief. Is this person deranged? How can he seem so pleased when his own side has been harmed? Perhaps he is simply a fool. Best to keep our distance. With that, Ling Tian took Su Qingya by the hand and maneuvered around Changming, making their exit from the banquet hall. Hey, Mr. Ling. Seeing this, Li Shanhai hurriedly attempted to follow, but was stopped abruptly by Changming. Mr. Li, please don't leave. What on earth is happening? Li Shanhai, anxious to catch up with Ling Tian, was momentarily halted by Changming's grip, causing him to grow agitated. Let go of me. Li Shanhai pushed Changming aside and swiftly pursued Ling Tian, leaving behind a thunderous proclamation that reverberated in Changming's ears. Changming, heed my words. Your family's offense against Mr. Ling is unforgivable. If Mr. Ling chooses not to forgive you, prepare for your family's annihilation. Changming trembled, his face pale with fear, rendered utterly speechless. Mr. Ling? Who is this Mr. Ling? He implored, panic etched across his features. Changming recoiled slightly, pointing at Ling Tian's retreating figure, her voice barely audible. He has already left. Changming quickly turned to look, only to see a tall young man, arm in arm with a young woman. Following them was none other than Li Shanhai, the current head of the illustrious Li family, who appeared almost servile, bowing his head in deference. The revelation struck Changming like a thunderclap, nearly causing him to faint. Even Li Shanhai was so subservient before this Mr. Ling. Good heavens! What extraordinary figure had the Chang family offended? Who exactly was this Mr. Ling? In a fit of rage, Changming shouted at Changming, What have you done? Before Changming could respond, Zhang Hao rushed over like a sycophant, declaring, You must be Mr. Chang. That Ling Tian is nothing but a mere security guard at our Su group, as lowly as they come. As lowly as they come? Are you saying that Li Shanhai should be wary of those he must please, as lowly as a dog? Changming shot Zhang Hao a bewildered glance before suddenly throwing a punch. What the hell? Mr. Ling, I beg you, please. If you can spare my life, I will do anything you ask. Li Shanhai sprinted forward, nearly in tears, desperately pleading with Ling Tian. Ling Tian, thoroughly exasperated, finally snapped, Could you possibly stop following me? Li Shanhai quickly bent at the waist, his demeanor utterly humble, his eyes brimming with tears as he implored, Mr. Ling, please save me. I truly do not wish to die. All right, all right. Ling Tian was genuinely impatient. Does this Li Shanhai possess no sense at all? Can't he see that I have finally taken my wife by the hand? Can't he refrain from being a third wheel? Tomorrow morning. Wait for me at Jishir Hall, Ling Tian said, irritation evident in his tone. Did you agree? Li Shanhai exclaimed, elated and trembling with excitement. Ling Tian's expression darkened, and he said with palpable disgust, If you do not vanish from my sight immediately, I will retract my promise. Frightened, Li Shanhai turned to flee, calling out as he ran, Mr. Ling, I will wait for you at Jishir Hall tomorrow. You must come. With Li Shanhai dispatched, Ling Tian's mood instantly brightened. My dear, shall we go for a stroll? He asked, holding Su Qingya's delicate hand with a smile. His heart soared with joy, finding her hand so soft and pleasant to touch. Have you had enough? Su Qingya suddenly inquired coldly. Not at all, Ling Tian replied without a moment's hesitation. Pervert. Su Qingya's face flushed crimson as she withdrew her hand, leaving Ling Tian feeling a pang of disappointment. How wonderful it would be to hold Qingya's hand at every moment. How do you know Li Shanhai? And why does he want you to save him? Su Qingya's curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to voice her questions. Ling Tian shrugged, looking somewhat at a loss for words. I met him yesterday at Jishir Hall. He has cancer and is seeking my help. Cancer? Su Qingya's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Ling Tian in astonishment. Cancer is terminal. What use is it to seek your help? Don't tell me you can cure cancer. Ling Tian's lips curled into a proud smile as he replied, My dear, you are quite right. I can indeed cure cancer. Pfft. Su Qingya scoffed, her face reflecting disdain. If you were capable of curing cancer, it would be a miracle. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian suddenly bore a mischievous smile and said, "You doubt me? How about a wager? And don't forget our previous bet. It's due to be settled today." Mentioning the wager caused Su Qingya's cheeks to flush, and she shot Ling Tian an exasperated glance, exuding charm and allure. Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback, his heart fluttering with excitement. This beautiful wife was truly a rare gem. Ling Tian, I know you possess some medical knowledge and skills. However, claiming you can cure cancer is a bit far-fetched. Cancer is, after all, an incurable disease. This much medical knowledge I do possess, Su Qingya said with a serious expression. With a smile, Ling Tian regarded Su Qingya, raising an eyebrow provocatively as he said, "So, are you daring enough to wager again? If I lose, I shall voluntarily leave the Su family. What do you say?" Su Qingya furrowed her brows, letting out a cold huff. "Do you really wish to lose that badly?" Suddenly, Ling Tian burst into laughter. Leaning closer to Su Qingya and whispering, "My dear wife, could it be that your hesitation to gamble stems from your unwillingness to cast me out? Who wouldn't dare to gamble?" Su Qingya's anger flared at his words. "If we are to wager, then should you lose, you must leave the Su family." "Very well. But if I win?" Ling Tian's gaze shifted towards Su Qingya's shoulder. "You rogue, where are you looking?" Su Qingya snapped, her face flushed with indignation. "My dear wife, if I win, may I give you a light slap? What do you think?" Ling Tian chuckled. "You, rogue." Su Qingya's cheeks turned crimson, infuriated. She turned to leave. "My dear wife, are you afraid to gamble? Just admit it. I won't mock you," Ling Tian said, hastily following her with a concerned expression. "Who is afraid to gamble? We shall wager. Prepare to be cast out." Su Qingya was truly furious, her face burning with embarrassment. This scoundrel dared to suggest such a thing. Though incensed, Su Qingya was not devoid of reason. Cancer was a global medical enigma, heralded as an incurable affliction. Ling Tian's desire to win was utterly unattainable, which was Su Qingya's greatest assurance in agreeing to his challenge. Fuming, Su Qingya entered the car, and Ling Tian promptly followed. Taking a seat in the back. "Shall we wait for my father?" Ling Tian inquired cheerfully. "No need. He is surely occupied with other company executives." Su Qingya began, but then her expression shifted. "What are you saying? My father, you don't consider yourself an outsider." With a huff, Su Qingya pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away. Ling Tian admired Su Qingya's exquisite profile, utterly captivated. After such a long time, Wang Shi's diagnosis should be available by now. Soon, his beautiful wife would publicly express her affection for him. Just the thought filled him with joy. Su Qingya, noticing Ling Tian's delighted gaze, felt a surge of annoyance and playfully scolded him. "What are you staring at?" Ling Tian quickly responded, grinning, "Of course. I'm admiring my beautiful wife. You are truly stunning." Su Qingya rolled her eyes, retorting with a dismissive huff, "Flattery will get you nowhere." Before long, they arrived at the company's entrance. Su Qingya exited the car, and Ling Tian followed her inside. "My dear wife, I'm off to work," he announced. "Should you require anything, simply call for me." Ling Tian waved cheerfully at Su Qingya, his voice resonating loudly. Su Qingya's face darkened instantly. Her silver teeth clenched tightly in silent ire. "Could you refrain from being so vociferous at the company entrance? Do you wish for the entire world to be privy to our affairs? It is utterly infuriating." As Ling Tian observed Su Qingya stepping into the elevator, he whistled and sauntered into the security office. "Where's Big Lou?" Upon entering, he was taken aback to find Big Lou absent. The other security personnel, who had been engaged in light-hearted banter, fell silent at the sight of Ling Tian, their gazes evasive as they turned away. Noticing this, Ling Tian's brow furrowed with concern. Something is amiss. Grabbing hold of one security guard, his demeanor turned icy as he inquired, "Where's Big Lou?" "He has been dismissed," the guard replied timidly. "What?" Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, an aura of intimidation emanating from him. The guard felt a chill wash over him, perceiving Ling Tian as a ferocious beast bearing its fangs. Trembling with fear, he stammered, "It is not my fault. I swear." Ling Tian brusquely shoved the guard aside, his expression darkening as he stormed towards the captain's office. Bang! Reaching the door, he kicked it open, startling Hudong, who nearly leapt from his seat. "Damn it! Who has the audacity to kick my door?" Hudong cursed angrily. But upon realizing it was Ling Tian, he promptly fell silent, his demeanor shifting to one of trepidation. Ling Tian's face was aflame with fury, and just as he prepared to speak, he froze in surprise, observing Hudong's swollen visage. "What happened to your face?" The mere mention of it caused Hudong to grimace, nearly on the verge of tears. How can you even ask? It is all because of you. Just over an hour prior, Hudong had received a call from Cat Brother, summoning him out. He had presumed that Cat Brother had dealt with Ling Tian. Eagerly, he had left the company, anticipating a convivial drink with Cat Brother. However, to his dismay, upon arrival, he found himself thrust into a car and subjected to a brutal beating. The most exasperating part was that he had no inkling as to why he was being punished. Eventually, a subordinate discreetly informed him that the individual he had urged Cat Brother to confront was someone Cat Brother dared not touch. Not only had Cat Brother refrained from retaliating, but he had also performed a public pole dance, tarnishing his reputation. Hudong was left utterly astounded. In his earlier days, Cat Brother had already established himself as a figure of some repute. Over the years, following Dog Brother, he had soared to prominence, especially in the southern part of the city. Yet, it was inconceivable that he could not stand up to Ling Tian. What on earth is Ling Tian's background? Panic-stricken, Hudong returned to the company, anxious that Ling Tian might seek him out for retribution. As fate would have it, Ling Tian burst through the door, instilling such fear in Hudong that he nearly lost control of his bladder. Ling Tian, let us discuss this calmly. Hudong quickly donned a conciliatory smile, his teeth chattering. Ling Tian seized Hudong by the collar, his voice cold and resolute. Why did you dismiss Big Lu? Dismissing Big Lu? Hudong was momentarily taken aback. Ling Tian had come to confront him about this matter? It sent a chill down his spine. He had thought Ling Tian was seeking revenge for having Cat Brother attack him. Ling Tian, Lu is a good comrade, he hastily began. However, it was Minister Wu from the administrative department who dismissed Lu. There's nothing I could do. I even pleaded for him for quite some time. Minister Wu? Ling Tian furrowed his brow, questioning why she would expel Lu. Hudong shook his head, an expression of helplessness crossing his face. How would I know? I'm merely a lowly security captain. I have no insight into the matters of the upper management. Ling Tian pushed Hudong aside, sensing that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Exiting the captain's office, he resolved to seek out Su Qingya. Just as he stepped outside, Hudong promptly took out his phone and dialed a number. Once connected, he bowed slightly, a forced smile on his face. Minister Wu, Ling Tian has returned. As Ling Tian prepared to ascend the stairs, he suddenly noticed Zhang Xiaowei approaching with a large box in her arms. Tears glistened in her beautiful eyes, her expression forlorn. Xiaowei, what are you doing? Upon seeing Ling Tian, her tears overflowed uncontrollably. Ling Tian, I've been dismissed. The administrative department notified me to come and collect my things. You two have been dismissed. Ling Tian's gaze turned icy, and a surge of anger welled within him. At this point, he could no longer feign ignorance. Both Lu and Zhang Xiaowei had testified on his behalf at the board meeting yesterday, and now they had both been expelled from the company. The meaning was all too clear. Xiaowei, please don't cry. Who ordered your dismissal? Ling Tian gently guided Zhang Xiaowei to sit in a reception chair in the lobby, suppressing his fury as he inquired. Through tear-stained cheeks, Zhang Xiaowei choked out. It was Minister Wu from the administrative department. Both our front desk and your security team fall under her jurisdiction. With a single phone call to the Human Resources Department, she terminated my position. As she spoke, her sorrowful tears flowed anew. Although Wang Feiyu had recently offered her a part-time position as a protocol supervisor at Yinyan Hotel, she had joined Su's group through a legitimate recruitment process. To be dismissed so inexplicably by a single utterance left her feeling utterly aggrieved. That Wu Yuyan? Ling Tian's gaze grew cold. He had heard Lu mention her name before. Lu had warned that there were 3 individuals in the company who were not to be trifled with, and Wu Yuyan was one of them. Not only was she the head of the administrative department overseeing the security division, but she was also involved with Su Jinming, serving as his mistress. As the second largest shareholder, Su Jinming was cunning and adept at courting favor with other shareholders. He wielded significant power within the company, leaving even Su Xiangdong and Su Qingya powerless against him. This had allowed Wu Yuyan to act with impunity, emboldened by her connection to Su Jinming, instilling fear in everyone within the company. Yet today, she had unwittingly drawn Ling Tian's ire. Yes, it is she. Zhang Xiaowei nodded, then suddenly recalled something, her expression turning urgent. Indeed, Ling Tian. As I was processing paperwork in the Human Resources Department, I passed by the Administration Department and overheard Minister Wu stating that you were to be dismissed. You should hasten to seek assistance from General Manager Su, lest it be too late. As soon as Zhang Xiaowei finished speaking, the elevator doors abruptly opened, revealing a woman in her 30s, adorned with heavy makeup and exuding an air of arrogance, who sashayed out. Zhang Xiaowei felt a jolt of apprehension and whispered urgently, "This is bad, Ling Tian. That is Minister Wu. You must hide at once and quickly seek help from General Manager Su." "Hide?" Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, observing Wu Yuyan with disdain as he scoffed. Even if Wu Yuyan were not present, he had already intended to confront her to demand an explanation. At that moment, Wu Yuyan spotted Ling Tian and strutted over, looking down at him with a hostile expression, her demeanor imperious. "So you are Ling Tian? You were absent during your shift, abandoning your post. I hereby inform you that you are terminated. Pack your belongings and leave immediately." Ling Tian paused, glancing around, and then curiously remarked, "Where is that barking coming from?" As the words escaped his lips, Zhang Xiaowei's face transformed in shock, her mouth agape in disbelief as she stared at Ling Tian. The security personnel, who were secretly observing from the security room, were equally astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Goodness, Ling Tian is incredibly bold. To insult her so brazenly. That is Minister Wu, the highest authority overseeing security. How dare you insult me? I shall teach you a lesson. Wu Yuyan's fury ignited instantly. Typically, she was accustomed to being revered, even by Su Xiangdong and Su Qingya, relishing the deference shown to her wherever she went. Never had she anticipated that a lowly security guard would dare to rebuke her. She could not tolerate such humiliation and, extending her hand, swung it towards Ling Tian's face. Seeing this, Ling Tian's eyes widened, and he exclaimed loudly, "Who is this deranged woman? How dare she cause a scene in the company and assault a security guard? Witness my shoulder throw." With that, he seized Wu Yuyan's arm, executing a shoulder throw that sent her crashing to the ground. Bang! Ah! Wu Yuyan let out a piercing scream as Ling Tian pinned her down with his knee, pressing her head to the floor. The security personnel who had been secretly watching were utterly dumbfounded. Hudong was so startled that he nearly fell to his knees, his legs trembling. This Ling Tian is exceedingly reckless. He actually performed a shoulder throw on Minister Wu. He truly dares to take action. Captain Hu, quickly, bring the handcuffs. This madwoman is dangerous. She must be restrained. Ling Tian called out towards the captain's office. Damn it. Why are you calling for me? Hudong's expression shifted dramatically. This wretched Ling Tian was surely digging his own grave. If Minister Wu misunderstood the situation, he would be in serious trouble. Hudong realized he could no longer pretend not to see. He steeled himself and hurried over, speaking urgently. Ling Tian, what are you doing? Stop it at once. This is Minister Wu. Hudong shouted sternly. Minister Wu? Ling Tian was taken aback, then resolutely shook his head. Impossible. As a high-ranking official in the company, Minister Wu must possess a certain level of decorum. The woman I have captured is acting like a rabid dog. How could she possibly be Minister Wu? Do not tarnish Minister Wu's reputation, Ling Tian declared with righteous indignation. Uft! Hudong nearly spat in Ling Tian's face, rendered speechless by his audacity. You truly have a talent for pretense. Wu Yuyan was disoriented, her head spinning. With Ling Tian's knee pressing down on her, she was utterly unable to speak. Yet her fury boiled within her. She clawed desperately, attempting to break free. Upon witnessing this, Ling Tian gasped. This madwoman is ferocious. She is dangerously unpredictable. Who? Lend me your stun baton. Without hesitation, he snatched the electric baton from Hudong's waist and jabbed it into Wu Yuyan's side. Ugh! Wu Yuyan emitted a painful cry, her body convulsing, her eyes rolling back in her head. Hudong, observing from the side, was on the verge of losing control. What the hell? Why did you have to use the stun baton? Moreover, that baton is mine. If Minister Wu decides to pursue this later, I will be the one who suffers. This scoundrel has put me in a dire predicament. Ling Tian, you've gone mad. Stop this at once. Hudong, flustered and frantic, shouted in exasperation. Knowing Ling Tian's formidable skills, he wished he could rush over and kick him aside. Captain, that is unacceptable. Did you not instruct us to be ruthless towards those who disturb the company? Watch me incapacitate her, Ling Tian declared, aiming the stun baton once more at Wu Yuyan's back. Hudong's legs weakened, nearly collapsing beneath him. Stop talking nonsense. When did I ever teach you that? You are truly despicable, blatantly casting blame upon me. Where are the security guards? Quickly, pull him away. Hudong, too fearful to act himself, shouted towards the security office. The security guards hesitated, shrinking back in trepidation, unwilling to approach. After all, they had been beaten by Ling Tian just the day before. How could they dare intervene now? Furthermore, Wu Yuyan was known for her domineering and unreasonable behavior, often treating the guards as mere insignificants. Whenever they encountered issues, she would make their lives exceedingly difficult. The guards harbored both resentment and fear towards her, having long been discontented. Now, witnessing her being subdued by Ling Tian, they felt a sense of satisfaction. Are you all deaf? Get in there. A bunch of useless fools. Hudong, in a fit of rage, bellowed, his frustration mounting. In his heart, he was consumed by anxiety. Minister Wu was being assaulted at the entrance by Ling Tian. Regardless of the circumstances, as the head of security, he could not escape culpability. If he did not intervene soon, Minister Wu would surely dismiss him afterward. The security personnel were reprimanded by Hudong, and immediately. Some were displeased and couldn't help but retort. Captain, don't just criticize us. If you're capable, you should do it yourself. I will. Hudong was momentarily at a loss for words, his face darkening with anger. I will, you fool. If I could, I would have done it long ago. What are we to do now? As he watched Wu Yuyan rolling her eyes incessantly, on the verge of fainting, Hudong felt terrified, his legs trembling. Yet he found himself helpless. Finally, gritting his teeth, he hastily took out his phone, preparing to call for assistance. Suddenly, he felt a tightness around his waist. The handcuffs had been seized by Ling Tian. Ling Tian's delighted voice rang out. Thank you for the handcuffs, Captain. I will take her to your office right away. Let her know whose territory this is. Let us see if she dares to act so recklessly again. Upon finishing his sentence, with a click, he handcuffed one of Wu Yuyan's wrists. Then, like a lifeless dog, he dragged the nearly unconscious Wu Yuyan toward Hudong's office. You bastard! Hudong nearly choked, almost succumbing to a heart attack. Ling Tian's words were akin to placing an even larger burden upon him. You be quiet. Hudong, both shocked and terrified, spoke with a tremor in his voice. Wu Yuyan, now in a daze and having her head pressed down by Ling Tian, couldn't see that the handcuffs had been taken from him. Should this blame fall upon him, he would find it impossible to explain his way out. However, Ling Tian paid no heed, dragging Wu Yuyan into Hudong's office and fastening the other end of the handcuffs to the radiator. Carelessly, he threw the key out of the window. Captain Hu, all set? Surprised, aren't you? Ling Tian tossed the electric baton to the panicked Hudong, grinning widely. Hudong's face turned pale, his lips quivering, unable to articulate a single word as he pointed at Ling Tian. Surprised. I am absolutely astonished. Trembling, Hudong approached the unconscious Wu Yuyan, a chill creeping up his spine. This was indeed a monumental disaster. Ling Tian, you have brought ruin upon me. Hudong stomped his foot, shouting in exasperation. Subsequently, his trembling hand dialed Zhao Qian's number. As soon as the call connected, Hudong frantically exclaimed, Minister Zhao, you must come to my office immediately. Something terrible has happened. After hanging up, Hudong sank into his chair, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Wu Yuyan had been assaulted at the company entrance by the security, with the weapon being his electric baton, now still shackled in his office. Hudong felt dizzy, his face a mask of despair. Was he not the scapegoat in this situation? Truly, calamity had struck from nowhere. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed urgently. A fragrant breeze wafted in as Zhao Qian hurried into Hudong's office. Hudong, what has happened? Just as Zhao Qian finished her question, she spotted Wu Yuyan handcuffed to the radiator, letting out a piercing scream. What is going on here? Zhao Qian's expression suddenly changed. Wu Yuyan was indeed Su Zhiming's mistress. How could she be handcuffed in the office by Hudong? Has Hudong lost his mind? Hudong, on the verge of tears, pointed at Ling Tian and gritted his teeth, exclaiming, it's all his doing. Zhao Qian abruptly looked up at Ling Tian, her anger surging as she scolded. Have you lost your senses? You dare to capture Minister Wu? Release her at once. Ling Tian, bewildered, remarked, I apprehended a madwoman. Not Minister Wu. Captain Hu can attest to that. I'll be damned if I attest to anything. Hudong nearly spat blood in frustration, his nose crinkled in anger. At such a moment, he still wanted to drag him down with him? How ungrateful. Just then, Wu Yuyan regained consciousness, and upon hearing Ling Tian's words, she let out a piercing scream. Hudong, I'll make you pay. Hudong's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, and he hurriedly protested, Minister Wu. This has nothing to do with me. It was all Ling Tian's doing. Wu Yuyan's face turned ashen, her gaze venomous, teeth clenched in fury, nearly losing her sanity. Why aren't you releasing me? Hurry up and set me free. Zhao Qian shouted urgently at Ling Tian. Reluctantly, Ling Tian lifted his gaze toward Hudong. Hudong, taken aback, felt his hair stand on end as he bellowed. What are you looking at me for? I told you to release her. Hearing this, Ling Tian immediately stood at attention, saluting Hudong with a loud declaration. Yes, Captain Hu. I shall carry out the order with utmost resolve. Damn it. Hu Dong felt darkness closing in, nearly collapsing. This little brat was truly treacherous. It seemed he would never be able to clear his name. Indeed. Wu Yuyan's eyes glared at Hu Dong like knives, seething with rage. Hu Dong, I never would have imagined. You truly are something. This isn't over. Hu Dong, on the verge of tears, looked panicked and aggrieved. Minister Wu, this is not my doing. It was Ling Tian, he set me up. Enough with the excuses. Zhao Qian interjected, frowning. First, unlock the handcuffs. I don't believe Hu Dong orchestrated this, but now is not the time for such discussions. Wu Yuyan is still handcuffed to the radiator. Hurry and unlock it. Hu Dong recognized this urgency and hastily turned to Ling Tian. You need to give me the key. Ling Tian, feigning innocence, extended his hand toward Hu Dong. You give me the key. The key? Hu Dong's face stiffened, then he wore an expression of disbelief. What key are you asking for? Ling Tian straightened his posture, seriousness etched on his face, and replied, Who else would I ask? You were the one who gave me the handcuffs. Who said I gave them to you? Hu Dong snapped, exasperated. You took them yourself, for goodness sake. Captain Hu. Your statement is inaccurate. When I was restraining this madwoman, how could I have taken your handcuffs? It was clearly you who handed it to me. You. How dare you? Hu Dong, infuriated, couldn't help but curse. This predicament was one he dared not confront, for the consequences would be dire. Ling Tian shrugged, expressing his helplessness. I have no other recourse. The handcuffs are not mine, and I certainly lack the key. You. Hu Dong gasped, nearly losing his breath, his lips trembling in fury. The key had previously been inserted in the handcuffs. If it's not with you, where else could it possibly be? This fellow, when it comes to trickery, does not even flinch. Wu Yuyan, seated on the ground, was on the verge of madness, yelling in desperation. I don't care where the key is. Unlock this at once. Otherwise, I shall make you security guards pay dearly for this. Ling Tian, taken aback, turned to Zhao Qian. Inquiring, Minister Zhao, are you certain this deranged woman is indeed Minister Wu? It seems impossible. Just look at her lack of decorum. Zhao Qian's lips twitched as she began to comprehend the situation. It was evident that Ling Tian was deliberately setting Wu Yuyan up, with both her and Hu Dong involved. There was no way Ling Tian would release Wu Yuyan. It seemed she would have to seek out Su Qingya. Resolving this, Zhao Qian addressed Wu Yuyan, saying, Minister Wu, please endure a little longer. I shall go find Su Qingya and see what she has to say. With that, Zhao Qian turned and departed, soon entering the elevator. Ling Tian then turned to Hu Dong with a smile, saying, Captain Hu, I trust this no longer concerns me? You carry on, I shan't intrude. After which, Ling Tian casually strolled out of Hu Dong's office, hands in his pockets, humming a tune. Hey, you. Hu Dong attempted to stop Ling Tian, but was brushed aside. Zhang Xiaohui stood in the lobby, having witnessed the entire episode, utterly astonished by the earlier scene. Although Ling Tian had already demonstrated his audacity by confronting Zhang Hao, assaulting security, and obstructing shareholders the previous day, today's events surpassed even that. To her shock, the woman they privately referred to as the ruthless Minister Wu had been physically subdued, electrocuted with a stun baton, and handcuffed by Ling Tian. Such audacity was simply outrageous. Now, Ling Tian strolled out as if nothing had happened, his demeanor carefree. Zhang Xiaohui felt a flutter in her heart, captivated by his nonchalant charm. How strikingly handsome he was. Unconsciously, she found herself experiencing a rush of emotions. Xiaohui, have you calmed down yet? Ling Tian approached her with a smile. Zhang Xiaohui was momentarily taken aback before suddenly realizing, her heart racing with astonishment, were you just standing up for me? Ling Tian shrugged, smiling. What else could I do? A wave of deep emotion surged within Zhang Xiaohui, causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. Having worked at Su's group for over 2 years, she was acutely aware of Wu Yuyan's formidable influence, a figure even Su Qingya had to treat with caution. In everyday life, one could hardly fathom the extent of her arrogance and tyranny. No one dared to provoke her. Unexpectedly, Ling Tian publicly struck Wu Yuyan and even had her handcuffed, all merely to vent his own frustrations. Zhang Xiaohui's voice faltered as she burst into tears, collapsing into Ling Tian's embrace. Brother Tian, you were so kind to me. In that moment, with the warmth of delicate beauty in his arms, Ling Tian's body stiffened, his heart racing uncontrollably, leaving him somewhat flustered. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohui soon released him. Her eyes glistening like pear blossoms in the rain, and bashfully inquired, Is it all right if I call you Brother Tian? Of course, I have no objections, Ling Tian chuckled, shaking his head. The longer you hold me, the more agreeable I am. How annoying. Zhang Xiaoyi's cheeks flushed instantly, playfully swatting at him, her charm undeniable. Unbeknownst to them, this scene was witnessed by Su Qingya, who had just emerged from the elevator. Her expression shifted abruptly, a wave of discomfort washing over her. Humph! With a disdainful snort. Su Qingya approached, her brow furrowed. Zhao Qian followed closely, casting a teasing glance at Ling Tian. Oh, engaging in flirtation in public? Ling Tian, aren't you putting our general manager in an awkward position? Zhang Xiaoyi, alarmed by Zhao Qian's words, quickly interjected, No, general manager, please don't misunderstand. However, Su Qingya disregarded her completely, brushing past her with an icy demeanor as she strode into the captain's office. Su Qingya, you immediately summon that wretched security guard and have him released. I won't let this slide. Wu Yuyan shrieked hysterically upon seeing Su Qingya, her face twisted with hatred. Su Qingya frowned slightly, turning to Hu Dong with a cold gaze. What is happening? Hu Dong felt an invisible pressure weighing down on him, replying hastily. It's all Ling Tian's doing. At that moment, Ling Tian staggered in, addressing Su Qingya with an air of indifference. General manager, this madwoman has caused a ruckus in the company and even assaulted a security guard. Thus, I apprehended her, only to discover she is the head of the administrative department. She is aware of her transgressions, which raises the question, should she be dismissed? The moment Ling Tian's words left his lips, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Dismiss Wu Yuyan? Zhao Qian and Hu Dong exchanged incredulous glances, momentarily stunned. Can you be any more arrogant, you insufferable security guard? Even Su Qingya was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. While she had contemplated Wu Yuyan's dismissal, the latter was a high-ranking official within the company, making it no simple task. Bah! You despicable security guard! Dream on if you think you can dismiss me. Release me at once, or I will make you pay. Wu Yuyan spat venomously, her face contorted in rage. Ling Tian furrowed his brow and turned to Su Qingya. General manager, you see this? This madwoman is akin to a rabid dog. If I do not restrain her, she may very well bite someone. It severely tarnishes the company's image. Su Qingya found the situation amusing, yet maintained a composed demeanor as she addressed Minister Wu. Minister Wu, your loud outbursts are indeed detrimental to the company's image. Wu Yuyan, witnessing the exchange between Su Qingya and Ling Tian, was consumed by fury and exclaimed hysterically, Su Qingya, are you blind? This wretched security guard has assaulted me and left me handcuffed here. If you were in my position, would you still care about appearances? Ling Tian glared, swiftly reclaiming Hu Dong's electric baton, causing Hu Dong to tremble in fear, his face paling. What do you intend to do with my baton? How do you speak to Miss Su like that? Have you no sense of decorum? Without hesitation, Ling Tian aimed the baton at him. Ah! Wu Yuyan cried out in pain, her body convulsing. Zhao Qian and Hu Dong nearby were startled, their pupils dilating in shock. Su Qingya's heart raced, taken aback by Ling Tian's impulsive actions. Ling Tian, have you lost your mind? After several agonizing seconds, Zhao Qian finally screamed in a fit of rage. Her face flushed with anger. She turned to Su Qingya, her expression grave. Miss Su, you witnessed this. Ling Tian is openly abusing Minister Wu. This is utterly unacceptable. He must be dismissed today. Su Qingya furrowed her brows, her tone icy. Very well, you may dismiss him. You can do so right now. Zhao Qian was momentarily speechless, staring at Su Qingya in disbelief, her eyes filled with confusion. She agrees? She had prepared a scathing retort, anticipating Su Qingya's refusal, only to be abruptly silenced. Ling Tian, I hereby inform you that you are dismissed, Zhao Qian declared sharply, pointing at him. But as the words left her lips, Su Qingya turned to Ling Tian, speaking calmly. As the company president, I am entitled to employ a bodyguard for my protection. Would you be willing to serve as my bodyguard? Ling Tian's face lit up with a radiant smile, his joy evident. From security guard to bodyguard, now that's an upgrade. I would be delighted. Su Qingya nodded, then turned to Zhao Qian, her demeanor icy. Minister Zhao, please initiate the dismissal paperwork for Ling Tian and concurrently prepare his employment contract. It must be completed by the end of today. Zhao Qian's expression darkened instantly. First dismiss him, then hire him back, and his status is elevated significantly. You certainly know how to play the game. I wondered why you agreed so readily. Su Qingya, you are truly impressive. Su Qingya then looked at Ling Tian, stating, Ling Tian, you are now my bodyguard. Wherever I go, you shall accompany me. Now come back to my office. With that, Su Qingya turned and walked out. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow at Zhao Qian, grinning. Minister Zhao, I shall take my leave now. Do not forget to process my paperwork. You. Zhao Qian was so enraged that her eyes seemed to blaze. Was this not akin to lifting a stone only to crush her own foot? Su Qingya, halt! She shouted. That wretched security guard dared to strike me with a baton. If you do not provide me with an explanation, I will not let this matter rest. At that moment, Wu Yuyan finally caught her breath and venomously exclaimed, Ling Tian has already been dismissed. What more do you desire? Do you take me for a fool? Wu Yuyan screamed in fury. The security guard is out of a job, yet he becomes a bodyguard instead. Can your favoritism be any more blatant? This is utterly unreasonable. Su Qingya coldly retorted and turned to leave. Su Qingya, you shameless harlot. Your wild man assaulted me, and I will not let this go. Wu Yuyan screeched in a fit of rage, clawing at the air as if she longed to scratch Su Qingya. Watch out, Miss Su! Ling Tian suddenly shouted, brandishing the electric baton once more and advancing towards Wu Yuyan. Zing! Wu Yuyan screamed in agony, her body convulsing as her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. That was close. This madwoman nearly harmed Ms. Su. Ling Tian exhaled, his face a mask of fear. Zhao Qian, watching nearby, was so furious that she nearly lost her breath, her expression one of disbelief. Can you be any more theatrical? Wu Yuyan was restrained against the radiator, a good distance away from Su Qingya. Just how long were her arms supposed to be to reach Su Qingya? Your vendetta is far too obvious. Truly disgraceful. Even Su Qingya struggled to suppress a laugh, her face taut with amusement. Was Zhao Qian and Hu Dong to be considered fools? Although Ling Tian's performance was overly exaggerated, it was indeed satisfying. Ms. Su, there are vicious dogs in this vicinity. It is extremely perilous. We must depart swiftly, Ling Tian stated gravely, adopting a vigilant stance as he escorted Su Qingya into the elevator. Damn it! Zhao Qian exclaimed in fury as the elevator doors finally closed. In the confines of the elevator, Su Qingya could no longer contain her laughter, her blooming smile captivating Ling Tian, who found himself entranced by her beauty. Noticing Ling Tian's gaze, Su Qingya's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot him a playful glare. What are you staring at? Ling Tian grinned broadly. I'm admiring my wife. What is wrong with that? Bah, who is your wife? Su Qingya playfully rebuked, her bashful demeanor exuding a tender charm. Wife, how are you so beautiful? Ling Tian couldn't help but inquire. Enough with the flattery. Su Qingya huffed, yet inexplicably, the corners of her mouth curled upward, a flicker of hidden pride swelling within her. As the elevator doors opened, Ling Tian followed Su Qingya into her office, taking a seat on the sofa, marveling at the spacious and comfortable working environment with a sense of nostalgia. It has not been an easy journey, but I am finally able to work alongside my wife. Su Qingya settled into the boss's chair, her demeanor shifting abruptly as she regained the icy arrogance of a formidable woman. Do not celebrate too soon, she cautioned. Wu Yuyan has powerful connections. You may have caused a significant problem by confronting her. Ling Tian, appearing nonchalant, replied with indifference, I too have strong backing. Do not forget, I am the husband of our esteemed general manager Su. Stop being foolish. Su Qingya chided, her brows furrowing as she inquired, what exactly transpired earlier? Ling Tian's smile faded, and with a hint of frost in his gaze, he responded, Wu Yuyan has dismissed Lu and Xiao Hui. Although Su Qingya was unfamiliar with Lu, the mere mention of Zhang Xiaohui's name caused her expression to harden. The scene she had witnessed moments ago replayed in her mind, igniting a sudden surge of irritation within her. So, it was a fit of rage, she muttered, noticing the shift in Su Qingya's demeanor. Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback before a mischievous grin spread across his face. Oh, my dear wife, are you feeling jealous? Su Qingya rolled her eyes, retorting dismissively, nonsense. Ling Tian rose and leaned over Su Qingya's desk, resting his chin on his hands as he gazed at her with a playful grin. I don't believe you unless you dare to meet my gaze directly. Su Qingya's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, and she glared at him fiercely. Yet, within 10 seconds, she relented. You are insufferable, she exclaimed, pushing him away and sighing as she rubbed her forehead. Wu Yuyan wields significant influence in the company and has always been accustomed to her domineering ways. After suffering such a considerable setback today, she will undoubtedly seek revenge. Trouble is likely to arrive soon. Ling Tian, however, remained unfazed, confidently assuring her, do not worry, my dear. With me around, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. Su Qingya rolled her eyes again, playfully retorting, you are the biggest troublemaker, you know? Ling Tian leaned in closer, grinning. My dear wife, do you not think we have always worked in perfect harmony? Su Qingya paused, an unusual expression crossing her face as she contemplated his words. She had not realized it until now, but upon reflection, it was indeed true. Whether it was dealing with Su Zhenming and Zhang Hao previously or confronting Wu Yuyan today, they seemed to collaborate remarkably well. My dear wife, I may not be well educated, but would you say this is a case of a meeting of minds or a connection of hearts? Ling Tian asked earnestly. Go away, Su Qingya scolded, unable to suppress a smile. Just then, the office door was thrust open unexpectedly. Su Qingya, this is your doing. Su Zhenming stormed in. Fury etched across his face as he pointed at her and shouted in outrage. Be careful, General Manager, Ling Tian shouted, swiftly positioning himself in front of Su Zhenming and delivering a powerful kick. Ouch! With a piercing scream, Su Zhenming fell backwards, landing flat on his back. Su Qingya was taken aback, her delicate features shifting in shock, her lips parting in disbelief. Ling Tian, what are you doing? She whispered urgently. Was Ling Tian not being overly reckless? This was Su Zhenming. After all, how could he resort to violence so easily? Su Zhenming scrambled to his feet, his complexion a stormy shade of fury, struggling to articulate his outrage. You hit me. How dare you strike me? Ling Tian feigned astonishment, expressing incredulity. Isn't this Su Zhenming? A shareholder? When did you arrive? Su Zhenming nearly retched with indignation, his rage rendering him speechless. When did I arrive? That kick you just delivered nearly ended my life. Why are you here, second uncle? Su Qingya inquired with a hint of nervousness, hastily approaching him. What do you mean? Why am I here? Su Zhenming bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Qingya. Su Qingya, you have truly outdone yourself. Not only did you unilaterally command this little wretch to detain Minister Wu, but you also dared to strike me, your elder. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, you may as well resign from your position as president. Ling Tian, upon hearing this, stepped forward, his demeanor icy. As a shareholder, Su Zhenming, if you dare to call me a little wretch, I ought to give you a resounding slap. However, seeing as you appear to be quite muddled, I shall let it slide. You are the one who is muddled, Su Zhenming retorted, nearly bursting with rage. Ling Tian, with a dispassionate gaze, continued, but aren't you curious about the reason behind Minister Wu's detention? You come here demanding answers without even asking why it happened? Are you two involved in some sort of scandal? Su Zhenming's face darkened, and he erupted in furious invective. You two are the ones involved. After venting, he suddenly realized his error and, in a fit of anger, shouted at Ling Tian, You're talking nonsense. Knowing he could not match Ling Tian in a war of words, he turned back to Su Qingya, exasperated. Su Qingya, you decide how to handle this. With a cold demeanor and a furrowed brow, Su Qingya replied, Ling Tian apprehended Wu Yuyan because she tarnished the company's reputation. Moreover, Ling Tian has consequently been dismissed. Wu Yuyan has learned her lesson. This matter should end here. How naive, Su Zhenming bellowed. Ling Tian's reckless actions against Wu Yuyan can't simply be brushed aside with his dismissal. He is a security guard you brought in through the abuse of your authority, and you, as president, must be held accountable. I propose we convene a board meeting immediately to remove you from your position as president. Furthermore, this incident of him kicking me is far from over, he declared, pointing at Ling Tian. Ling Tian shrugged, feigning innocence. I apologize, but I am currently President Su's bodyguard. Earlier, I perceived a vicious dog charging towards me, posing a threat to President Su. Thus, I acted in defense. I had no idea that the vicious dog was you. You are the vicious dog, Su Zhenming retorted, infuriated by Ling Tian's cutting remarks. Su Zhenming understood that he could not gain any advantage in verbal exchanges and was disinclined to continue conversing with Ling Tian. He turned his gaze towards Su Qingya, coldly declaring, Su Qingya, you shall have a spectacle to behold at the board meeting. Just await your downfall. Su Qingya furrowed her brows tightly, a flicker of anger evident in her expression as she retorted, I shall accompany you. It was clear that the situation was quite precarious. Su Qingya felt an immense weight pressing upon her, yet her inner tenacity refused to yield. Her facade of strength evoked a sense of empathy. Miss Su, you are a person of great ambition. Why waste your time on these clowns? Ling Tian interjected, his tone turning somewhat indifferent. An invisible aura suddenly emanated from him, filling the room with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Su Zhenming felt his breath hitch, grappling with an almost suffocating sensation in the presence of Ling Tian. Who are you calling a clown? Su Zhenming reprimanded, his voice fierce yet lacking true conviction. Ling Tian stepped forward, his gaze sharp and unyielding as he addressed Su Zhenming coldly. Listen well, Zhenming, Qingya is my wife. Regardless of the past, I will not permit anyone to bully her from this moment onward. Su Qingya's slender figure trembled slightly as she lifted her gaze to the robust form that shielded her. In that moment, an inexplicable emotion surged within her, one that was difficult to articulate. Su Zhenming scoffed derisively, his face contorted with disdain. What are you pretending for? You, a mere security guard, have no right to speak like that. Su Qingya must step down today. No one can save her. Is that so? Ling Tian's eyes remained cold, a glint of menace flashing within them. Zhenming, Zhang Hao is your grandson, correct? I have heard he is your favorite. Tell me, what if one day you were to lose an arm or a leg? And what if you were to accidentally meet with a car accident, perhaps? Su Zhenming's pupils constricted abruptly as he pointed at Ling Tian, his voice trembling with rage. You brat, are you trying to scare me? With an air of menace in his gaze, Ling Tian gently shook his head and replied with a smile. Incorrect, I am threatening you. Su Zhenming stared blankly at Ling Tian, utterly astonished. How dare you? After several seconds of silence, he erupted into a frantic shout. Ling Tian shrugged nonchalantly, a playful smirk adorning his face. Whether I dare or not, you'll find out if you try. If you dare to hold a meeting today and bully my wife, I assure you, I will return you a grandson who is utterly incapacitated by tomorrow. You. Su Zhenming's lips trembled with anger, yet a flicker of unease ignited within him. He had to admit, Ling Tian's words unnerved him. Given Ling Tian's recent conduct, he might genuinely follow through with his threat. Su Qingya, do you hear the nonsense he is spouting? Su Zhenming yelled at her, but Ling Tian perceived that Su Zhenming had already faltered. Su Qingya's delicate face turned cold as she replied indifferently. What Ling Tian said is not incorrect, is it? No man would stand by and watch his wife be bullied. Su Zhenming looked at Su Qingya in disbelief, exclaiming furiously, he is threatening me. He is brazenly threatening the company as shareholders. Are you, as the president, really oblivious to this? Ling Tian's expression darkened as he stepped forward, his voice icy. Darling, step back. I sense you may be in danger. As your bodyguard, I shall eliminate any threats. Seeing Ling Tian approach with an imposing demeanor, Su Zhenming's face paled, and he hastily retreated. You, just wait. He spat, turning to flee. There was no choice. If he lingered, Ling Tian might indeed resort to violence. Once Su Zhenming had been frightened away, Ling Tian turned to Su Qingya with a mischievous grin. Darling, look, the trouble has been resolved. Su Qingya gazed at Ling Tian in disbelief, caught between laughter and tears. You truly dared to threaten Su Zhenming to his face. Ling Tian shrugged lazily, responding. As it turns out, this tactic is the most effective. With people like him, you must be sufficiently ruthless, otherwise, they won't hesitate to provoke you. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Su Qingya paused, finding herself unable to refute him. Indeed, it seemed to hold a grain of truth. Ling Tian leaned closer, grinning. Earlier, it seemed you acknowledged that you were my wife. I did not. Su Qingya quickly denied, yet her heart raced uncontrollably. Damn it, she had indeed almost confirmed it. Stealing a glance at Ling Tian, she found him smiling at her, causing her cheeks to flush. How infuriating. Su Qingya pouted playfully, completely unaware that she had unconsciously shed her icy exterior. Her demeanor now resembled that of a girl in love. Just as Ling Tian was about to speak, the phone rang abruptly. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Wang Feiyu calling. Upon answering, Wang Feiyu's anxious voice came through. Ling, you're not at the hotel? Please, I implore you, save my son. Ling Tian remained composed, as if he had anticipated this, and inquired, have you found out? Yes. Wang Feiyu replied sorrowfully, after consulting with specialists, it has been confirmed to be early-stage liver cancer. The doctor stated that the discovery was timely and that immediate surgery was necessary. However, there was only a 50% chance of success. 50% chance? Isn't that akin to gambling? I lamented. He is my only son. I cannot risk his life on a mere gamble. Please, Ling Xiao, on my behalf, I implore you to save my son. Ling Tian smiled gently and replied, why the urgency? Put your worries aside. Did I not assure you that after consuming that herbal remedy, everything would be fine? Upon mentioning the herbal remedy, Wang Feiyu felt an overwhelming urge to chastise Wang Shi. Filled with regret and shame, I apologize, Ling Xiao. My son and I were blind to your wisdom and did not heed your words. That rascal Wang Shi discarded the herbal remedy as if it were trash. What? Ling Tian was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Ling Xiao, I understand you must be furious. However, I beseech you, spare my son's life. We are willing to accept any punishment afterward. Wang Feiyu, fearing Ling Tian might abandon them, hurriedly pleaded. Very well. I shall go there. Ling Tian sighed, feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet, Wang Feiyu had always shown him respect and goodwill, making it difficult for Ling Tian to turn a blind eye. Thank you, Ling Xiao. Thank you. Wang Feiyu exclaimed joyfully, visibly relieved and repeatedly expressing his gratitude. After hanging up the phone, Ling Tian turned to Su Qingya with a hint of exasperation. Darling, please take me back to the Yinyuan Grand Hotel. Wang Shi is in desperate need of help. Su Qingya gazed at Ling Tian in shock, incredulous. Wang Shi truly has liver cancer? Ling Tian shrugged, his expression conveying his disbelief. Indeed, I mentioned it long ago, but no one believed me. What can be done? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Qingya wasted no time and quickly descended the stairs alongside Ling Tian. Ling Tian, stop right there. Just as they reached the entrance of the company, an enraged voice suddenly rang out. Su Zhiming charged toward them like a rabid dog. You scoundrel, release Minister Wu at once. Zhao Qian's face reflected her displeasure as she glared at Ling Tian, her anger palpable. Ling Tian, you have gone too far. Where's the key to the handcuffs? Aren't you going to unlock Minister Wu? Wu Yuyan was still shackled to the radiator in Hu Dong's office, and despite their efforts, they had been unable to free her. Wu Yuyan was beside herself with rage, crying and cursing in her frenzy. Ling Tian, however, raised his gaze to Hu Dong, causing Hu Dong to shudder, a sense of foreboding washing over him. What are you looking at me for? The handcuffs are indeed mine, but they were taken from me. The key is not in my possession. Hu Dong hastily exclaimed, fearing that Ling Tian would blame him for the predicament. Ling Tian, with a perplexed expression, responded, Why are you so anxious? I never claimed the key was with you. Upon hearing this, Hu Dong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that perhaps Ling Tian still possessed a semblance of conscience. Yet, the next words from Ling Tian sent a shiver down Hu Dong's spine. Captain Hu, did you not say that after I handcuffed her, I should throw the key out the window onto the lawn? You are uttering nonsense. Hu Dong sprang up, trembling as he shouted, When did I ever say that? You brat, do not slander me. Meanwhile, Su Zhenming and Zhao Qian glared at him with murderous intent. Their teeth gritted. Hu Dong, terrified, hurriedly explained. President Su, Minister Zhao, do not listen to him. He is framing me. Humph. Su Zhenming snorted coldly, angrily shouting at the security guards. What are you standing there for? Go find the key on the lawn outside the window. The security guards, fearing disobedience, rushed outside. In less than a minute, one of the guards exclaimed in delight. We found the key. It really is on the lawn. The guard hurriedly took the key and unlocked Wu Yuyan's handcuffs. Wonderful, wonderful. Hu Dong, relieved as if escaping a disaster, quickly helped Wu Yuyan up from the ground. Minister Wu, I apologize for the distress you endured. No sooner had Hu Dong finished speaking than Wu Yuyan let out a piercing scream and clawed at him. Hu Dong, I will scratch you to death. Minister Wu, I am innocent. Hu Dong was instantly left with a face full of scratches, fleeing with his head held low. The frustration and gloom within him were beyond words. You filthy security guard, Wu Yuyan, her hair disheveled, was like a madwoman, ready to pounce on Ling Tian. Ling Tian glared, commanding, stand there. If you dare to cause more trouble, I will strike you. Wu Yuyan immediately shuddered, halting in her tracks. She glared at Ling Tian, her face contorted with rage, yet she truly dared not move. Su Zhenming, did you see that? He is bullying me. I cannot go on living. Wu Yuyan shouted at Su Zhenming, then sat on the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Su Zhenming's face turned crimson with anger. What are you crying for? This is the company entrance. Aren't you ashamed? Security, take her away. The guards rushed forward, attempting to help Wu Yuyan up. Yet, like a shrew, she cried and shouted, scratching anyone who tried to assist her. This infuriated Su Zhenming, who turned on his heel and left the company. He could not afford to lose face here. Su Qingya, standing nearby, furrowed her brows tightly, feeling a mixture of anger and frustration. The dignified head of administration, a senior executive, was throwing a tantrum in public. What has become of this? Wu Yuyan, you have tarnished the company's image. Go back to the office immediately. If you dare to act out again, I will petition the board for your dismissal. However, Wu Yuyan completely disregarded Su Qingya's words, further incensing her. Her chest heaving with indignation. A mad dog must be restrained. Otherwise, it will bite indiscriminately. Ling Tian suddenly interjected, taking the handcuffs and approaching Wu Yuyan. Wu Yuyan's face changed in fear, and she immediately ceased her cries. Su Qingya, just wait. This matter is far from over. Wu Yuyan dared not let Ling Tian come near. She scrambled to her feet and fled the company in a panic. Driving away hastily, she left the security guards in awe, casting admiring glances at Ling Tian. Remarkably, this fellow had frightened the madwoman away with a mere statement. Come on, dear. Ling Tian casually tossed the handcuffs to Hu Dong and smiled at Su Qingya. Stunned, Su Qingya had not anticipated such a swift resolution. Was Ling Tian's way of speaking more effective than her own as the president? Clacking her high heels, Su Qingya exited the building. Yet she felt a peculiar sentiment towards Ling Tian. Although he hailed from the mountains with no background or resources, he seemed far from worthless. At the very least, he had managed to subdue formidable figures like Su Jinming and Wu Yuyan, something she herself found unattainable. Su Qingya drove Ling Tian to the Yinyun Grand Hotel, where she discovered Wang Feiyu waiting at the entrance. "Ah, young Master Ling, you finally arrived," Wang Feiyu exclaimed, hurrying to greet him. In the brief time apart, Ling Tian noticed that Wang Feiyu appeared significantly aged. Such is the plight of parental love. "Whereas Wang Shi, take me to him," Ling Tian instructed. Of course, Wang Feiyu promptly escorted him to a guest room. Wang Shi lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, while a middle-aged doctor, none other than Director Zhang, sat nearby, earnestly persuading him. "Young Master Wang, you must listen to me and return for surgery. A 50% cure rate for cancer is already quite high. It's fortunate you've been vigilant about your health and detected it early. Delaying even a single day will diminish your chances." "No way, I refuse to go." Wang Shi vehemently shook his head. "Is a 50% cure rate considered high? You must be joking. It's just a gamble, a 50-50 chance. I want to let you wager my life." "Son, young Master Ling has arrived." Upon hearing Wang Feiyu's voice, Wang Shi sprang up, rushing to Ling Tian and kneeling before him, clutching his leg. "Young Master Ling, please save me. I don't want to die," Wang Shi pleaded desperately, his face etched with fear and anxiety. He was utterly convinced of Ling Tian's capabilities. From their first meeting, Ling Tian had warned him about his early-stage liver cancer. After numerous tests and hospitalizations, he was told there was nothing wrong. Had he not suddenly fallen ill today, he would have thought Ling Tian was merely toying with him. This experience had shattered Wang Shi's trust in doctors. Apart from Ling Tian, he believed no one else. However, he had discarded the life-saving herbs Ling Tian provided, fearing that if Ling Tian were to get upset and refuse him treatment, he would be doomed. "Rest assured, you shall not perish. Release me, and I will prescribe another remedy," Ling Tian assured him. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi was overjoyed, rising to his feet and repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Ling Tian. "Thank you, Ling Xiao, thank you. It is entirely my fault for being blind and mistaking a life-saving treasure for mere refuse. I have been utterly foolish." With a sharp slap, Wang Shi struck his own face, expressing both regret and an apology to Ling Tian. Wang Feiyu hurriedly fetched paper and pen, presenting them to Ling Tian, who proceeded to inscribe a few herbal prescriptions and handed them to Wang Feiyu. "Go and procure the herbs. Take them for 3 consecutive days, and I assure you he will recover and be immune to cancer for the rest of his life." Wang Feiyu accepted the prescriptions with both hands, overwhelmed with gratitude, tears brimming in his eyes. "I will go at once, right away." "Wait a moment." Director Zhang suddenly approached, casting a disapproving glance at Wang Feiyu. "Mr. Wang, your son is young and inexperienced, but you two are engaging in this foolishness. Can cancer truly be cured with mere herbal remedies? This is sheer nonsense. I must warn you, your son's condition cannot be delayed. Every day postponed for surgery diminishes the chances of recovery." Wang Feiyu shot a scornful look at Director Zhang, a sense of disdain rising within him. "I foolishly regarded you as an expert. Now, it is evident you are no such thing. You are nothing but a brick. After all the examinations Wang Shi has undergone during his hospitalization, how many have you conducted without arriving at a conclusion? Yet, Ling Xiao discerned it merely a week ago. The disparity is clear. To trust you over Ling Xiao now would be sheer folly." With a cold retort, Wang Feiyu departed from the hotel, determined to procure the herbs himself. Director Zhang stood there, dumbfounded, embarrassment washing over his face. He soon turned, fuming, to confront Ling Tian. "Young man, you are perpetrating a fraud. Lives are at stake. You shall face retribution for this." Before Ling Tian could respond, Wang Shi interjected vehemently. "Silence, you charlatan. You nearly brought me to my end. Lacking skill yet claiming to be a doctor, this is nothing but a pursuit of profit at the expense of lives. You will indeed face consequences. I advise you to return home and sell sweet potatoes instead." You. Director Zhang's face paled with rage, his breath quickening as he pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Shi. "I, Zhang Rue, have practiced medicine for 20 years, healing countless patients. I have published over 100 papers in international medical journals and received national awards for 3 research achievements. I am a renowned internal medicine expert within the province, having conquered numerous complex ailments. You dare to label me a quack? To accuse me of endangering lives for profit? This is an affront to my character." Wang Shi, unfazed, looked at Zhang Rui with contempt. Have I wronged you by calling you a quack? Why did you not discern my illness sooner? Zhang Rui was momentarily speechless, nodding in frustration. Very well, Mr. Wang. Have you not gone to procure the herbs? Although I do not comprehend traditional medicine, Yunhai possesses eminent practitioners. I shall summon one to expose you in person. At that time, let us see what you have to say. With that, Zhang Rui, seething with anger, retrieved his phone and made a call. As soon as the phone call ended, Zhang Rui's demeanor shifted to one of submission. Teacher, I have encountered a young man who is deceiving others with traditional Chinese medicine. The patient is a cancer sufferer who requires immediate surgery. However, the patient does not trust me and instead believes that charlatan. I would like to request your presence to expose him. Very well, teacher. I am at the Yinyun Grand Hotel. Zhang Rui disclosed the room number before ending the call. He turned to Ling Tian and scoffed, Young man, you've met your match today. The teacher will arrive shortly. Prepare yourself to be unmasked as the fraud you are. Ling Tian, unfazed, turned to Su Qingya. Dear, shall we ascend to the second floor for another bite to eat? You still want to eat? Su Qingya exclaimed, exasperated. Right now? Experts from the municipal hospital are questioning your integrity as a fraud and are prepared to publicly expose you. You remain calm and wish to dine? You truly have a bold heart. Wang Shi, seizing the opportunity to display his loyalty, promptly approached with a grin. Ling Xiao, I presume you did not eat sufficiently earlier? It is my fault for falling ill and interrupting your meal. Come, let me accompany you to the second floor for a bite. Very well. Ling Tian nodded. Addressing Su Qingya, let us go, my dear. We cannot disregard Wang Xiao's kind offer. With an eye roll, Su Qingya reluctantly followed Ling Tian, leaving Zhang Rui standing there, both furious and embarrassed. Humph. Once the teacher arrives, let's see if you can remain so arrogant. Accompanied by Wang Shi, Ling Tian and Su Qingya ascended to the second floor where most guests were still present. Since Wang Shi had fallen ill, it would have been impolite to leave without prior notice. Upon Wang Shi's entrance, everyone instantly gathered around him. Wang Xiao, are you all right? What is the situation? Wang Shi smiled and waved his hand dismissively. I apologize for causing concern. I am perfectly fine. Do not worry. Enjoy yourselves. Naturally, Wang Shi Wu-Ti divulged the truth about his liver cancer. Once the crowd heard he was fine, they relaxed. Wang Xiao, you surely did not overindulge last night and find yourself a bit weak? Get lost. Wang Shi laughed, and the crowd erupted in laughter before gradually dispersing. My dear, should we not fulfill our wager? Ling Tian inquired, munching on a chicken leg while grinning. Su Qingya's expression suddenly changed, and a wave of nervousness washed over her. What wager? I don't recall anything, she murmured, her gaze evasive. However, her heart raced uncontrollably, silently cursing, this rogue. Surely he does not intend to make me kiss him in public. You don't remember? No matter, I recall it vividly. We wagered on whether Wang Shi has cancer. If he does not, I will be cast out. If he does, haha, you will kiss me publicly. Ling Tian pointed at his own face, gazing at Su Qingya's alluring red lips with palpable anticipation. Is there? Su Qingya lowered her head, clenching her fists, mentally cursing Ling Tian for remembering so vividly. Of course there is. Moreover, you lost, and the wager must be honored. After speaking, Ling Tian turned to Wang Shi and said, Wang Shi, why don't you personally inform Qingya that you have been diagnosed with cancer? Wang Shi, standing aside, nearly broke down in tears. Isn't it enough that she has cancer? And now you're betting on this, making her kiss you? How utterly inhumane. Indeed, I am in the early stages of liver cancer. Wang Shi's voice quivered. This is truly heart-wrenching. My dear wife, did you hear that? Come on, kiss me. Ling Tian leaned his face closer to Su Qingya, brimming with expectation. What on earth is happening? The first beauty of Yunhai, Su Qingya, seemed ready to kiss that little rascal. Oh heavens, she is my goddess. Can someone take him down and let me take his place? Everyone's gaze converged upon them. Su Qingya's cheeks flushed crimson. Her beautiful eyes filled with indignation as she glared at Ling Tian, teeth clenched. You despicable scoundrel. Have you cornered me into a situation like this? My dear wife, hurry up. A bet is a bet. You cannot go back on your word. If you feel embarrassed, I shall kiss you instead. Bah, who's trying to evade? Su Qingya retorted, glaring at Ling Tian as her temper flared. Ultimately, she steeled herself and decided to go for it. A kiss is just a kiss. What is the big deal? With that, Su Qingya leaned in, her crimson lips lightly pecking Ling Tian's cheek. A jolt of electricity surged through him, leaving him utterly entranced. The sensation was exquisite. Oh, come again. This time, lips to lips. The crowd erupted in cheers. Ling Tian touched the spot where he had been kissed. a look of bliss on his face as he chuckled. My dear wife, see how fervently they are requesting another? Shall we indulge once more? Get lost. Before Ling Tian could finish, Su Qingya shouted in embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. She stood there, unable to lift her head, her heart brimming with frustration. Damn it. That was my first kiss. I let this rascal trick me into it. Without thinking, Su Qingya reached out and pinched Ling Tian's waist fiercely. Ouch! Ling Tian gasped, his body stiffening instantly. He finally understood why the old man could endure pain, but not the twisting of his waist by the widow Qin. It truly hurt. At that moment, a call came in from Wang Feiyu, announcing that the medicine had arrived. Upon returning to the guest room, Ling Tian had yet to step inside when he overheard a heated argument. Mr. Wang, this is absurd. Can these herbs truly cure cancer? This is utter nonsense. Don't believe me, huh? All right, my teacher is on his way. You can ask him yourself if these herbs can cure cancer. Zhang Rui's face flushed with anger. Utterly bewildered by the folly of Wang Feiyu, the head of such a large company. Had it not been for his reluctance to witness Wang Shi miss out on treatment, he would have stormed off in indignation long ago. Director Zhang, please do not be upset. Perhaps it is your lack of medical prowess that prevents your understanding. Wang Feiyu remarked, his tone unhurried yet laced with derision. A mere glance from Ling Tian revealed Wang Shi's ailment with greater clarity than the hospital's instruments could provide. What reason could there be for him to doubt Ling Tian? Oh, Wang, you are truly mistaken. When lives are at stake, who can bear the consequences of delay? Zhang Rui exclaimed, pounding his thigh in exasperation. I can bear that burden. A soft voice interrupted as Ling Tian stepped into the room. Ling Xiao, Wang Feiyu. Upon seeing him, hurried over with respectful deference. The herbal medicine has arrived, Ling Tian acknowledged with a nod, a smile gracing his lips. Have it prepared for brewing. It will be consumed shortly. Wang Feiyu promptly complied, instructing someone to prepare the medicine. Zhang Rui, trembling with rage, pointed at Ling Tian, fuming, You charlatan. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? This concerns lives. Just as Zhang Rui's words fell, a furious voice echoed from outside. Who dares to deceive and endanger lives? Everyone turned to see an elder, exuding an aura of wisdom, entering the room. Zhang Rui's heart leaped with joy as he rushed forward. Master, you have arrived. This fraud claims that herbal medicine can cure cancer, yet Wang Feiyu believes him. Please, expose him. Lives are at stake. Zhang Rui coldly smirked, gesturing towards Ling Tian. You are finished. My master is a revered figure in traditional Chinese medicine, known as a divine healer. Your trivial tricks are insignificant before him. Ling Tian's lips curled into a subtle, playful smile. I wondered who it could be. It is the esteemed Physician Song. Physician Song. This man accuses me of being a fraud. What is your opinion? Song Jisher stood there, seemingly petrified, utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that the fraud Zhang Rui had summoned to be exposed was Ling Tian himself. Now, confronted by Ling Tian's inquiry, Song Jisher's countenance turned awkward. Oh, it is you, young Ling. Of course, you are no fraud. If you assert that herbal medicine can cure cancer, then it must indeed be so. Suddenly recalling Ling Tian's previous visit to Jisher Hall to procure medicine for treating cancer, he deduced that it was for Wang Shi's sake. Master, Zhang Rui interjected. Incredulity etched across his face. Have you lost your senses? Herbal medicine curing cancer is sheer nonsense. Are you not in league with this charlatan? Deep disappointment flickered in Zhang Rui's eyes. He held a profound admiration for Song Jisher's medical skills, consistently addressing him as a teacher to signify his respect. However, he was taken aback when Song Jisher surprisingly endorsed the claims of a charlatan. This revelation considerably tarnished Song Jisher's image in his eyes, and his words became increasingly less courteous. Silence. Suddenly, Song Jisher bellowed, his face ablaze with fury. Pointing at Zhang Rui, he unleashed a torrent of invective. Zhang Rui, do not presume that just because you hold some insignificant title as an expert at the municipal hospital, you are above all others. Let me enlighten you. Traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound, capable of remarkable feats. If this young friend Ling claims that herbal medicine can cure cancer, then it assuredly can. Zhang Rui stared in disbelief at Song Jisher, as if encountering a stranger. Ultimately, he could not help but laugh in exasperation. Huh. Herbal medicine can cure cancer, and traditional Chinese medicine is impressive, is it? Song Jisher, I have revered you as a master of traditional Chinese medicine. But today's encounter reveals you to be nothing more than this. With that, Zhang Rui turned to Wang Feiyu, his face flushed with indignation. Mr. Wang, I sincerely hope you do not regret today's decision. Farewell. Zhang Rui stormed out, seething with rage. As he reached the door, a faint voice suddenly echoed behind him. Dr. Zhang, it must be quite distressing not to feel like a man. In truth, a single herbal remedy could rectify that and restore your vigor. Would you care to try? Zhang Rui paused abruptly, his countenance shifting to one of extreme discomfort. Nonsense. Feeling as though his dignity had been stripped away. He lowered his head and departed, his face burning with embarrassment. Only after leaving the hotel did doubt begin to creep into his mind. How could he know of his struggles with masculinity? Could it be that traditional Chinese medicine truly held such miraculous powers? Was it possible that the herbal remedy he mentioned could genuinely resolve his issue? Zhang Rui found himself wavering, contemplating a return to seek clarification from Ling Tian. However, pride held him back, and he drove away, yet his mind was restless, unable to find tranquility. Meanwhile, Song Jisher, like an eager student, approached Ling Tian to inquire about the medicinal properties of herbs. Ling Xiaoyu, what is the underlying principle of using herbal medicine to treat cancer? I have not encountered any such records in my medical texts. Ling Tian smiled gently and replied. The principle is quite simple. It is merely a matter of using poison to combat poison. By eliminating cancer cells, one achieves the desired outcome. Song Jisher was momentarily taken aback. Then he let out a deep, sorrowful laugh. This principle, while seemingly straightforward, was incredibly challenging to actualize. The notion of using poison to combat poison may sound easy in theory, yet it is immensely difficult in practice. It requires an exceptionally precise understanding of the condition and an intricate knowledge of the properties of herbs. An inaccurate assessment of the ailment would lead to failure. Even if the diagnosis were correct, administering the medicine would still pose a significant challenge. If the toxicity were too mild, it would fail to eradicate the cancer cells. If too potent, it could be fatal for the patient. A slight miscalculation could result in catastrophic consequences. Despite decades of practice, even Song Jisher found this to be an unattainable feat. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance of success eludes him. This is precisely why Song Jisher has not considered the approach of fighting poison with poison, for it is utterly futile. However, Ling Tian exudes an air of confidence, stirring a tempest within Song Jisher's heart, rendering him restless. Should Ling Tian truly succeed, he would be akin to a living deity, achieving an immeasurable breakthrough for the entire traditional Chinese medicine system. After preparing the medicine, Ling Tian meticulously confirmed the dosage before allowing Wang Shi to consume it, advising him to return for a follow-up examination at the hospital after 3 days. Having conveyed these instructions, he departed the hotel alongside Su Qingya. Ling Xiaoyu, there is a matter I am uncertain whether to mention. Song Jisher hesitated at the hotel entrance before speaking. Please, do go ahead, Song Shini. Ling Tian replied with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Song Shini's expression turned grave. The illness afflicting the head of the Yang family in the provincial capital is quite peculiar. In my many years of practice, I have never encountered anything like it. Moreover, I find myself utterly at a loss, with no leads to follow. I wonder if Ling Xiaoyu would be willing to lend a hand? If so, I would recommend you to the head of the Yang family. Oh, a glimmer of light sparkled in Ling Tian's eyes, and a knowing smile graced his lips as he regarded Song Shini. Thank you for your trust, Song Shini. Allow me some time to ponder this, and I shall inform you of my decision. With that, Ling Tian flashed a radiant smile before getting into the car with Su Qingya, leaving the hotel. My dear, why does your expression appear so unpleasing? Ling Tian inquired curiously during the car ride. Su Qingya, biting her silver teeth, looked as though she might weep. How can you even ask? My first kiss is gone. The thought of it filled her with an inexplicable sense of grievance. She had envisioned countless times that her initial kiss would be bestowed in a romantically enchanting setting to the one she cherished. Yet, she never anticipated that. Due to a bet, she would lose it to Ling Tian, an occurrence that bore no resemblance to her romantic fantasies. It was utterly infuriating. Be quiet. I am not your wife. Su Qingya scolded, shooting him a disdainful glare. What a detestable man. Ling Tian, recognizing the gravity of the situation, chose to remain silent. Well, the first bet of the day has been fulfilled. Tomorrow, the second wager shall be settled, he mused, contemplating that he would need to exert himself to appease his beautiful wife's rather foul temper. Upon arriving at the company, Su Qingya refused to even glance at Ling Tian and ascended directly to her office. Ling Tian wished to follow, but was promptly dismissed by her words. Go wait in the security room. You are not allowed upstairs unless I call for you. It seemed he had not been elevated in status. He was still merely a security guard in her eyes. Ling Tian, feeling somewhat speechless, returned to the lobby and made his way to Hu Dong's office. Ah, are you busy, Captain Hu? Ling Tian entered with a cheerful demeanor. Upon hearing Ling Tian's voice, Hu Dong was startled, causing him to tumble from his seat onto the floor. Why are you here again? Hu Dong clumsily rose, his expression filled with trepidation as he gazed at Ling Tian. There was no denying it. Ling Tian's arrogance instilled a profound sense of dread in him. Encountering Ling Tian was a sure recipe for misfortune. I had nowhere else to go, so I thought I might as well sit here with you, Ling Tian casually remarked, pulling up a chair and reclining with his legs crossed in a relaxed manner. Who do you think you're talking to? We're not familiar at all, you know? Hu Dong silently cursed in his heart, though he dared not exhibit any dissatisfaction on his face. After all, Ling Tian was the type who would even dare to confront Zhang Hao and Wu Yuyan. Even more alarming was the fact that he remained unscathed after such confrontations. Hu Dong, lacking the courage, refrained from provoking Ling Tian. Just sit tight. I have a matter to attend to and need to step out for a moment. Hu Dong forced a smile, his anxiety palpable as he hurriedly made his way outside. Earlier, Ling Tian had placed the blame on him, which had already led to misunderstandings with Su Jinming and Wu Yuyan. If they saw him conversing with Ling Tian, he would be beyond redemption. Wait a moment. I have something to ask you, Ling Tian drawled lazily. Hu Dong halted in his tracks, managing a strained smile as he uneasily inquired, What is it? Do you have Wu Yuyan's phone number? Ling Tian asked nonchalantly. You want Director Wu's number? Hu Dong's heart skipped a beat. Just tell me, do you have it or not? Ling Tian pressed. Why yes, I do. Hu Dong dared not withhold the information and promptly relayed Wu Yuyan's number to Ling Tian. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Ling Tian signaled for Hu Dong to leave, and he promptly exited, yet his unease only intensified. What could Ling Tian possibly want with Director Wu's number? This rascal wouldn't be planning something, would he? The thought sent a shiver down Hu Dong's spine, and he cursed himself for his impulsiveness. What a disaster. If Director Wu discovers that I was the one who disclosed her number to Ling Tian, I would surely be in dire straits. Hu Dong lamented, his face contorted in regret, wishing he could turn back time. He could only hope that Ling Tian possessed a shred of conscience and wouldn't betray him. Ling Tian retrieved his phone and dialed Wu Yuyan's number. Who is this? Wu Yuyan's irritated voice echoed upon connection. Such a feisty woman. Your temper seems rather fierce today, Ling Tian remarked languidly. Bastard. Who are you calling a crazy woman? Wu Yuyan snapped, her fury palpable. As she unleashed her tirade, she abruptly paused, followed by a piercing scream. It's you. You're that foul security guard. Wu Yuyan unleashed a stream of invectives. Ling Tian hastily withdrew the phone from his ear, grimacing in distaste. Why does she have such a foul mouth? Crazy woman. I suppose you're feeling quite disgruntled after our last encounter. Here is your chance for revenge. Let us arrange a duel. Name the place. And bring as many people as you like. I'll be ready. It was only when Wu Yuyan had exhausted her insults that Ling Tian spoke again, his tone leisurely. Wu Yuyan was taken aback for a moment before responding through gritted teeth. Fine. You asked for it. 1 hour from now, at the abandoned brick factory in the western suburbs. If you are a man, come over. No problem. I promise to arrive on time. With that, Ling Tian hung up the phone, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Exiting the room, he made his way to the security office. The guards were engaged in light-hearted banter, but upon seeing Ling Tian enter, they were taken aback, hastily rising to their feet, their expressions tense and apprehensive. Brother Tian, greetings. After a brief moment of silence, the guards forced smiles and greeted him. What is with the tension? Please, take a seat. Ling Tian waved dismissively and sat down. The guards, however, dared not sit. They lined up against the wall, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Who knew what this esteemed figure intended to do by suddenly barging in? Ling Tian, uninterested in their fear, cheerfully inquired, Whom does the company vehicle belong to? It belongs to the Administrative Department, Vehicle Management Division, one guard quickly replied. If you need a car, you must seek approval from Minister Wu. That madwoman. Ling Tian thought to himself, exasperated. He had an appointment to attend in the suburbs, and hailing a taxi would be rather inconvenient. Seeking approval from Wu Yuyan was clearly out of the question. After a moment's contemplation, he took out his phone and called Su Qingya. What is it? Came her cold voice. My dear, I wish to step out for a while. Could you arrange a vehicle for me and send a driver? Ling Tian replied with a grin. Understood. I will have Assistant Shui take you to the parking lot. Su Qingya responded after a brief pause, then hung up the call. Who is Assistant Shui? Ling Tian asked, looking bewildered at the guards. The guards exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Brother, you call President Su your wife yet you don't know Assistant Shui? Assistant Shui is our president's assistant, named Shui Weining. She assists President Su with various matters of the company, one of the bolder guards explained. Oh? Ling Tian's eyes brightened. So, Assistant Shui is my wife's right-hand woman. Just then, the elevator doors opened with a chime. A stunning woman emerged, clad in a professional skirt suit, her makeup subtle yet effective, exuding an air of elegance and poise. Brother Tian, look. That's Assistant Shui, a guard pointed out. Ling Tian turned to gaze at her, his heart skipping a beat. Wow, she is beautiful, he thought, noting that she was every bit as captivating as his wife, Su Qingya, each possessing their own unique charm. Shui Weining, striding confidently in her high heels, approached the security office. Which one of you is Mr. Ling Tian? She paused at the entrance, smiling politely as she inquired. That would be me. Are you Assistant Shui? Ling Tian rose with a smile. Hello, I am Shui Weining. She nodded and smiled at him, then continued. President Su mentioned you would need a vehicle, so I'm here to take you to the parking lot. Please, follow me. With that, Shui Weining turned and walked ahead, while Ling Tian followed closely behind, his heart racing with excitement. This young lady was certainly a sight to behold. Two individuals arrived at the parking lot, where a driver was diligently polishing a vehicle. His eyes brightened at the sight. Assistant Shui, what brings you here? Assistant Shui Weining smiled politely in response. Where is Section Chief Wu? He is inside. The driver gestured towards an adjacent room. Thank you. Shui Weining nodded and proceeded towards the room. The driver watched her retreating figure, swallowing hard several times, unable to tear his eyes away. Damn, she is truly a sight to behold. She is on par with President Su. Upon reaching the door, Shui Weining knocked gently, her melodious voice resonating. Inside, a man in his 40s was engrossed in viewing some inappropriate videos on his phone. Startled by the sound, he hastily tucked his phone away. Opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of Shui Weining standing there, and his face broke into a broad smile. Ah, Assistant Shui, what brings you here? Welcome, welcome. Section Chief Wu extended his hand, his gaze wandering over Shui Weiying's impressive figure. A flicker of disdain crossed her beautiful eyes, and she declined to shake his hand. Yet, her face retained a warm, spring-like smile as she politely stated, Section Chief Wu, I am here to request a vehicle. Wu, discreetly retracting his hand, adopted a stern expression and feigned displeasure. Assistant Shui, this seems rather impersonal. If you need a car, simply call me. I can even drive you myself, if necessary. Shui Weining chuckled lightly and shook her head. Section Chief Wu, it's not for me. Turning slightly, she pointed towards Ling Tian and added with a smile. It's for him. Wu was momentarily taken aback, casting a sideways glance at Ling Tian, his tone dripping with arrogance as he inquired, who is he? What makes him so special that Assistant Shui comes personally? His name is Ling Tian. Ling Tian. Upon hearing the name, Wu's eyebrows shot up, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Humph, Assistant Shui, I'm afraid that vehicle cannot be dispatched. Section Chief Wu, what do you mean by that? Shui Weiying's brows furrowed, a hint of displeasure evident in her voice. Wu glanced at Ling Tian with a dismissive look. Assistant Shui, if it were for you, I, Wu Yong, would not hesitate. But for him? Humph, bring me Minister Wu's approval. Minister Wu is not in the office. This was personally instructed by President Su. Shui Weining replied coldly. I'm sorry, but that will not suffice. I must adhere to company regulations. Without Minister Wu's approval, the vehicle cannot be dispatched. Wu Yong waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor arrogant. Shui Weining was about to protest further when Ling Tian interjected, you also bear the surname Wu. What is your relation to Minister Wu? Ling Tian asked with a hint of amusement. Young man, that is none of your concern. Wu Yong retorted arrogantly, lifting his chin defiantly. He is Minister Wu's cousin, Shui Weining whispered from the side. Ling Tian suddenly understood, casting a teasing glance at Wu Yong as he remarked. I heard Minister Wu got a beating today. Have you heard who administered it? Wu Yong's face instantly contorted with fury, his eyes gleaming with menace as he gritted his teeth and said, Kid, do you dare to bring this up again? Don't think that just because Su Qingya is backing you, you can act with impunity. My sister will not let you off easily. Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, a scornful smile playing on his lips. Before you ponder whether she will let me go, consider this. I am bold enough to strike her. Do you think I would hesitate to deal with you? Wu Yong raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with anger. You are quite arrogant, aren't you? Bang. Before he could finish, Ling Tian launched a kick that sent Wu Yong sprawling onto his back, startling Shui Weining, who gasped in shock, her face pale. She never anticipated that Ling Tian would resort to violence so swiftly. How dare you hit me? Wu Yong bellowed as he rose, fury radiating from him. Everyone, come here. Wu Yong shouted, summoning the drivers who rushed out in response. "What's the matter with Section Chief?" they inquired. "This kid dared to strike me. Teach him a lesson." Wu Yong pointed at Ling Tian, his voice booming. Upon hearing this, the drivers immediately surrounded Ling Tian with an air of aggression. Shui Weining, seeing the unfolding chaos, quickly positioned herself in front of Ling Tian, her expression icy. Who dares to make a move? The security personnel hesitated, pausing in their tracks. As the assistant to the president, Shui Weining held a significant position within the company, while the drivers felt compelled to obey Wu Yong. They were even more reluctant to disregard Shui Weining's authority. "Assistant Shui, step aside. This matter does not concern you." Wu Yong, with a darkened expression, pointed a finger at Ling Tian, gritting his teeth. "Kid, aren't you the bold one? If you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman." Ling Tian coldly chuckled, a look of disdain on his face as he lazily replied, "It seems you truly deserve a beating. Allow me to oblige." No sooner had Ling Tian uttered these words than he charged forward, delivering a kick that knocked Wu Yong to the ground. "Ouch!" Wu Yong cried out, clutching his abdomen. Unable to rise, the driver's expression shifted, realizing their captain had been struck. If they did not retaliate, Wu Yong would surely make them pay dearly later. "Hit him!" someone shouted. And the drivers surged forward. "Stop! You must stop!" Shui Weining exclaimed, her face a mask of concern as she stomped her foot in distress. If Ling Tian were harmed, how would she explain it to Su Qingya? Yet, in the next moment, Shui Weining's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. There stood Ling Tian, appearing unfazed, weaving effortlessly through the throng of drivers. His fists moved with astonishing speed, striking the drivers with a grace that transformed the brawl into an elegant display. "Hey, it's over. What are you all staring at?" Ling Tian waved his hand in front of her eyes, jolting her back to reality. To her astonishment, she found that a dozen drivers had been swiftly incapacitated, groaning in pain on the ground. Stunned, Shui Weining could hardly believe her eyes. You are a master of martial arts?" she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ling Tian shrugged, a smug expression on his face. "Of course. How impressive." Shui Weining gazed at him in admiration, her eyes shimmering with awe. From a tender age, she has harbored a profound admiration for martial arts films, yearning to encounter a valiant hero of unparalleled prowess. To her astonishment, fate has granted her the opportunity to meet one today. "You flatter me," Ling Tian replied, scratching his head, feeling somewhat bashful under the fervent gaze of Shui Weining. "Director Wu, may we summon the vehicle now?" Ling Tian inquired, turning to look down at Wu Yong, relishing the moment. Wu Yong, having received a sharp kick from Ling Tian, winced in pain. When Ling Tian posed his question, Wu Yong glared back with an expression of deep-seated animosity. "Don't even think about it. How can you be so stubborn?" Ling Tian frowned, displeased by the response. Suddenly, he delivered another kick to Wu Yong's head. As if struck by a thunderbolt, Wu Yong rolled his eyes and collapsed, leaving the drivers trembling in fright and breaking out in cold sweat. "Director Wu, he hasn't died, has he? This guy is too ruthless. Hey, where are the car keys?" Ling Tian barked at one of the drivers on the ground, his demeanor fierce. In Director Wu's office, the terrified driver hurriedly replied. Ling Tian entered the room and soon emerged with a set of keys. "Isn't this just what we need?" However, before he could finish his thought, his expression shifted dramatically. "Oh no, we have the car, but the drivers are incapacitated." Ling Tian looked at the fallen drivers, his face etched with regret. "Who will drive now?" He turned to Shui Weining, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. "Assistant Shui, why not lend a hand? Would you care to take the wheel? Can you not drive?" Shui Weining asked. Ling Tian shook his head, explaining that he had spent his life in the mountains, adept at handling donkey carts, but utterly inexperienced with automobiles. "I should inform General Su," Shui Weining said, stepping aside to retrieve her phone and make the call. Ling Tian had knocked out both Wu Yong and the entire driver team, a situation of considerable gravity. Shui Weining had to ensure Su Qingya was informed. Upon hearing the report, Su Qingya pressed her forehead, utterly speechless. This Ling Tian is truly a calamity. Wherever he goes, disaster follows. He has managed to incapacitate the entire crew just to secure a vehicle. "All right, you drive him," she instructed. "Keep a close watch on him, and ensure he doesn't stir up any more trouble." After hanging up, she felt a wave of headache wash over her. Ling Tian truly was a source of constant concern. As Shui Weining returned after her call, Ling Tian greeted her with a broad smile. "So, Assistant Shui, has my wife given her approval? Mr. Ling, let us depart." With Su Qingya's directive, she had no choice but to assume the role of driver. Selecting an Audi A6, she pressed the accelerator. whisking Ling Tian away from the Su group. Where are we headed? Shui Weining elegantly maneuvered the steering wheel, inquiring. To the western suburbs, to an abandoned brick factory. Shui Weining raised an eyebrow, casting a puzzled glance at Ling Tian. That place is rather remote and desolate. What purpose do we have there? Ling Tian gazed ahead. His expression serene as he languidly replied, nothing much. I have a rendezvous for a duel. Just going to settle a score. Screech. Shui Weining abruptly brought the car to a halt, staring at Ling Tian in utter disbelief, rendered speechless. You took the company vehicle to engage in a brawl? She inquired incredulously. Indeed, the location is far too distant. It's inconvenient to reach otherwise. Shui Wanqing placed her hand on her forehead, a dark expression shadowing her face. Su Qingya had just instructed her to keep an eye on Ling Tian and ensure he didn't cause any trouble, only for him to turn around and announce his intention to fight. It was utterly exasperating. I should inform President Su, Shui Wanqing declared, retrieving her phone to call Su Qingya. Upon seeing this, Ling Tian hastily grasped her small hand. Do not make that call. Startled by his grip, Shui Wanqing shivered and shyly protested. Let go. No, unless you refrain from calling, he insisted, holding her hand firmly, preventing her from withdrawing it. President Su instructed me not to allow you to stir up any trouble. With a hint of annoyance, Shui Wanqing looked at Ling Tian. I am not causing trouble. In fact, this fight is for a professional matter, Ling Tian stated earnestly. A professional matter? Shui Wanqing laughed, bemused. Do you think I'm easily deceived? Assistant Shui, do you believe Qingya feels stifled at the company? Ling Tian's expression suddenly turned serious as he gazed at her. Shui Wanqing paused, regarding him with a puzzled look. Then slowly nodded. Need I even ask? Of course, she feels constrained. President Su has endured quite a bit, having worked closely with Su Qingya. She understood better than anyone how difficult it was for her. If I engage in this fight to avenge Qingya, would you consider that a professional matter? Upon hearing this, Shui Wanqing's eyes lit up, filled with excitement. You intend to stand up for President Su? Absolutely. Ling Tian asserted with conviction. Let us not forget, Qingya is my wife. How could I ignore her being mistreated at the company? Moreover, as you have witnessed, my skills are formidable. I can handle myself. So, will you take me to fight? We can avenge Qingya, which will improve her spirits and enable her to work better. Don't you agree? Shui Wanqing gazed at him, her lips curling into a playful smile. I must admit, you do show a certain concern for President Su. With that in mind, I might consider helping you this once. Ling Tian beamed with joy. Assistant Shui, you're quite generous. Shui Wanqing, with a triumphant smile, lifted her chin and said, Of course. Deep within my heart resides a heroine. Upholding justice and avenging grievances is the duty of a true knight. I've longed to rectify this matter for President Su. By the way, who are you fighting? Ling Tian inquired, a hint of disdain in his tone. A madwoman. You'll find out when we arrive. Now drive? Shui Wanqing's cheeks flushed suddenly, and she murmured, How can I drive when you're holding my hand? Ling Tian only then realized that he had been holding on to Shui Wanqing's delicate hand. Although her hand was smooth and tender, providing an indescribable comfort, he had no choice but to let go. Shui Wanqing steeled herself, determined to take a chance. Su Qingya was like a sister to her, and witnessing her friend's distress while feeling powerless was unbearable. Today, with this rare opportunity, she decided to follow Ling Tian and indulge in a little recklessness. After all, with Ling Tian's formidable abilities, there should be little danger. The vehicle sped along, heading towards the outskirts of the western suburbs. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived at a desolate expanse. The abandoned brick factory loomed before them. To her dismay, Shui Wanqing noticed several vans parked in front of the factory and felt a surge of fear. Though she had long fantasized about being a heroine, relishing adventure, she was ultimately just an ordinary girl. Imagining scenarios was one thing. Facing reality was quite another, and trepidation washed over her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Ling Tian gently patted Shui Wanqing's hand and stepped out of the car, striding towards the dilapidated factory. Shui Wanqing hurriedly followed behind him, her face paling with anxiety. Her heart raced to her throat. Are you sure this is safe? If it gets too intense, we can still run, she whispered, her breath quickening as doubts crept in. Rest assured, it's merely a trifling matter. Ling Tian replied with an air of calm confidence, exhibiting no signs of panic, which eased Shui Wanqing's tension ever so slightly. With a loud bang, Ling Tian kicked open the iron gate upon reaching the entrance. Is anyone breathing in there? He bellowed, walking in with an unrestrained swagger, leaving Shui Wanqing startled and pale. Big brother, I know you're strong, a true hero, but isn't this a bit too audacious? she exclaimed, gripping his arm nervously. Ling Tian looked quite aggrieved. I'm being quite low-key. Shui Weiniang stared at him, her lips moving as she found herself speechless. If this is low-key, then what could possibly be high-key? The commotion at the entrance quickly attracted attention from within. A group of ruffians, brandishing steel pipes and wooden clubs clad in garish attire, rushed out of the factory, encircling Ling Tian and Shui Weiniang in an instant. Seeing this, Shui Weiniang's face went pale, her legs trembling. The dream of being a heroine shattered in an instant, and she realized how impulsive she had been. Faced with so many armed individuals, the situation was dire. You little brat, you really dare to come. A sharp voice cut through the tension. Suddenly, a woman with a fierce expression approached. Minister Wu. Shui Weiniang gasped in shock. Wu Yuyan, upon spotting Shui Weiniang, was taken aback momentarily before sneering. How did you two end up together? Well, it works out. I'll have the two of you stripped and send the photos to Su Qingya. I can only imagine the delightful expression on Su Qingya's face upon witnessing this wild man with her assistant. Ha! Upon hearing this, Shui Weiniang's countenance shifted drastically, and she exclaimed urgently, Minister Wu, how could you be so despicable? Silence! Wu Yuyan barked, her expression dark and menacing. You little wretch. You have often aided Su Qingya in thwarting my endeavors at the company. Today, you shall rue your misfortune. Baldy, instruct the others to take action. With a commanding shout, Wu Yuyan summoned a bald man who swaggered toward Ling Tian, his arrogance palpable as he scoffed. You dare to bully my sister, Yuyan? Boy, if I don't beat you to a pulp today, I shall change my surname. With that, Baldy swung the wooden stick overhead, aiming for Ling Tian's head. Ah! Shui Weiniang screamed in terror, tightly shutting her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Finish him! Wu Yuyan screamed frantically, her eyes aflame with hatred and vengeance. Yet, in the next moment, her voice faltered, as though a hand had gripped her throat, staring in disbelief at Ling Tian. Ling Tian casually raised his arm, effortlessly seizing the wooden stick. Baldy, both astonished and terrified, could not fathom what he was witnessing. He knew the force behind that swing. Even a bull would likely have been felled. Yet, Ling Tian had grasped it with such ease. Is he even human? Baldy thought, straining to reclaim the stick. But despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to budge it. Let go. Release it. He bellowed. Very well, Ling Tian replied with a grin, relinquishing his hold. Ouch. As Baldy pulled with all his might, Ling Tian's release sent him staggering backward, landing flat on his back. Dispose of him, Baldy shouted in fury as he rose, pointing at Ling Tian. His thugs brandished steel pipes and wooden sticks, rushing forward. Ling Tian run. Shui Weiniang, pale with fear, clung tightly to his arm, exclaiming in alarm. Ling Tian, however, wore a playful smirk as he replied, Assistant Shui, did you not wish to be a heroine? Today, let me fulfill your dream. Before Shui Weiniang could react, she felt a sudden force strike her calf, followed by her long leg executing a swift kick. Bang! The sharp heel of Shui Weiniang's shoe struck a thug's vital point, causing him to double over in pain. With a powerful motion at his waist, Ling Tian spun Shui Weiniang, deftly avoiding a descending wooden stick. His palm struck under her arm, sending her arm flying to hit another thug squarely in the throat. He collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. Simultaneously, Ling Tian's foot deftly flicked at Shui Weiniang's ankle, propelling her further into the fray. Shui Weiniang's long legs shot up suddenly, delivering a powerful kick that struck one of the thugs squarely in the face. Ling Tian's hand embraced Shui Weiniang's slender waist as they navigated through the gangsters with grace and agility, akin to a butterfly flitting among flowers. With every movement, he adeptly guided Shui Weiniang's limbs, sending the thugs into a state of utter chaos. Initially, Shui Weiniang was so frightened that she dared not open her eyes, especially as her arms and legs flailed uncontrollably, which terrified her. However, she soon discovered that she had indeed transformed into a martial arts expert. Her heart raced with excitement and novelty. It was exhilarating. Ha ha ha, witness this heroine as she champions justice and eradicates evil. Strike. The fear that once gripped Shui Weiniang vanished, and her inner aspirations were unleashed. Under Ling Tian's control, it wasn't long before all the thugs were knocked to the ground, unable to rise. They lay sprawled out, gazing at Ling Tian in horror, as if confronted by a specter. The bald thug, gripping a wooden stick, trembled with fear, his legs quaking. He could hardly fathom that over 20 of his men had been taken down in an instant, seemingly at the hands of Shui Weiniang, orchestrated by Ling Tian. In other words, Ling Tian had effortlessly subdued them all? How absurd. Was this even humanly possible? At that moment, Shui Weiniang was in the midst of her fervent assault. One leg wrapped around Ling Tian's waist, her arms draped around his neck. Her flushed face beamed with excitement as she waved at the bald thug, her expression brimming with anticipation. Come on, hurry up. This heroine can hardly wait. The bald thug swallowed hard, his palms slick with sweat gripping the stick. Even he, despite his foolishness, realized he had bitten off more than he could chew today. Baldy, don't be a coward. Go on, take him down. Wu Yuyan shouted anxiously from the sidelines, her face betraying her panic. She had never anticipated Ling Tian's prowess. The bald thug was her only hope. Suddenly, with a clang, he dropped the wooden stick, raising his hands in surrender. Dude, you're impressive, I yield. This is no longer my problem. He then shouted at the thugs on the ground, you worthless lot. What are you still doing? Get up and move. The gangsters groaned in pain, struggling to rise and assist one another as they shuffled towards the exit. Baldy, you can't leave me. You all can't just walk away. Wu Yuyan nearly collapsed in fear. If they left, Ling Tian would surely exact a brutal punishment on her. Wu Yuyan, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. You've caused me enough trouble today. The bald thug cursed, ignoring her as he made his way to the door. Did I allow you to leave? A cold voice suddenly pierced the air. The bald thug froze, turning back to see Ling Tian's expression of icy indifference, his gaze sharp and unyielding. Indeed. Did I permit your departure? Shui Weinian chimed in urgently. Joking aside, after finally experiencing the life of a female hero, she has yet to fully savor the thrill. The bald man twitched his lips, gazing at Ling Tian with narrowed eyes and a frown. Bro, I've already admitted defeat. What more do you want? Ling Tian smirked disdainfully, his gaze turning chillingly cold. If it were me who fell today, what would my fate be? The bald man's expression shifted dramatically. If Ling Tian were to fall, he would certainly not allow him to leave so easily. What do you mean, kid? Ling Tian frowned, his impatience palpable as he coldly replied, you can leave, but leave behind a leg. Ling Tian's words caused the bald man's pupils to contract sharply, malice flickering in his eyes. You want to break my leg? Ling Tian's impatience grew, his eyes narrowing as he retorted coldly. You can choose. I could break both. The bald man bristled, pointing an accusatory finger at Ling Tian, his glare fierce as he shouted. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? You ought to know who I associate with. Ling Tian smirked dismissively. Call anyone you can. I shall wait. The bald man's eyes glinted like knives as he nodded vehemently. Fine. I didn't want to escalate this, but since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me. Having said that, he pulled out his phone and dialed. Once the call connected, the bald man's demeanor visibly shrank, adopting a servile tone as he ingratiated himself. Brother dog, it's me, Xiaojian. No. I'm not talking about the cheap goods. It's Baldy. Yes, we drank together last month. I'm at the abandoned brick factory in the west suburbs, and I'm being attacked. I mentioned I'm with you, but they showed me no respect. Now they want to break my leg. All right. Thank you, brother dog. Tonight, I'll treat you. Let us go to the grandest place in town. After hanging up, a sinister smile spread across the bald man's face as he glared at Ling Tian, teeth gritted. Kid, you're finished. Brother dog is on his way. Prepare for your demise. Beside them, Wu Yuyan's face lit up with excitement. Baldy, are you talking about brother dog from the south of the city? The bald man instantly beamed with pride, sneering. Indeed, he is known as the fiercest man in the southern city. Kid, weren't you so arrogant? Once brother dog arrives, you won't even be able to cry. Wu Yuyan exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. I've long heard of brother dog's reputation. In the southern city, he is legendary, and no one dares to provoke him. Baldy, you're impressive. Even brother dog knows you. Of course, I drank with him just last month, the bald man replied, chest puffed with pride. Brother dog? Ling Tian raised an eyebrow, feigning amusement. Does he bite? The bald man nearly choked, staring at Ling Tian with disdain. If you have the guts, say that when brother dog arrives. Ling Tian dismissed him entirely, turning to Shui Weinian with a playful smile. Assistant Shui, are you planning to remain this way? Shui Weinian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that she was still clinging to Ling Tian. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly let go, lowering her head and murmuring, I'm so sorry. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone fell silent, the air heavy with discomfort. Suddenly, after several minutes, the door was forcefully kicked open. A group of men stormed in with an aggressive demeanor. Upon seeing them, the bald man's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly approached. Ah, dog brother, you've arrived, he exclaimed. Who would dare disregard my dog brother? Today, I shall deal with him. The leader of the group was a burly man adorned with a large gold chain and a cigarette dangling from his lips. He swaggered in, exuding an air of arrogance, flanked by a cadre of intimidating figures, generating an almost palpable pressure. "Dog brother, that kid is right up ahead," the bald man said, smiling obsequiously. "Indeed, it's really dog brother," Wu Yuyan exclaimed with delight. "Ling Tian, you little rascal, you're in for it now." Shui Weiniang's complexion paled slightly as she grasped Ling Tian's arm anxiously. What if he is truly frightening? Fear not. Even the most fearsome are but dogs at heart. Wait a moment, and I shall teach you the art of dogfighting, Ling Tian replied nonchalantly, a smile playing on his lips. Though Dog Brother was still at the entrance, he overheard the exchange and became furious. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, his expression turning menacing as he barked, "Kid, for that remark, no one can save you today." With that, Dog Brother charged forward. "Give me," but before he could finish, his steps abruptly halted, a look of profound terror creeping into his eyes as he regarded Ling Tian. The rest of his words caught in his throat. "Dog Brother. Eliminate him," the bald man urged, a wicked grin plastered on his face. With a swift motion, Dog Brother slapped the bald man on the head, sending him staggering. "Why are you hitting me?" the bald man protested, rubbing his head in pain. "Get out of my way." Dog Brother kicked him aside, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he looked at Ling Tian. How could this man be so formidable? Ling Tian regarded Dog Brother with surprise. "So, you are Dog Brother?" Before Dog Brother could respond, the bald man pointed at Ling Tian, boasting, "Have your eyes gone blind? You don't even recognize Dog Brother. If you know what's good for you, kneel and apologize, or else Dog Brother will finish you off." With a swing of his wooden club, Dog Brother struck the bald man on the head. "If you wish to court death, don't drag me into it. How dare you offend this gentleman?" Dog Brother continued to rain blows upon the bald man, who collapsed to the ground, clutching his head and howling in agony, utterly terrified. I cannot fathom what has possessed Brother Dog to turn his aggression inward rather than against Ling Tian. Brother Dog, you have made a grave error. It is he who should be targeted. Wu Yuyan, equally bewildered, frantically pointed at Ling Tian and urged, "Hurry." With a thunderous curse, Brother Dog kicked Wu Yuyan to the ground, delivering 2 further blows for good measure. He then tossed the wooden stick to a subordinate nearby. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he approached Ling Tian, bending slightly and wearing a sycophantic grin. "My lord, what a coincidence to meet you here again." "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence, Brother Dog," Ling Tian replied with a hint of amusement. He had not anticipated that this Brother Dog was the very same ruffian who had caused a scene at the barbecue stall, disturbing Su Qingya. Brother Dog, suddenly alarmed, stammered, "My lord, please do not refer to me as Brother Dog. It is too much for me to bear. Simply calling me Little Dog will suffice." He quickly adopted a humble demeanor, smiling obsequiously. The subordinates who had accompanied him were utterly stunned. What was happening? How had Brother Dog transformed into Little Dog in the blink of an eye? The bald man and Wu Yuyan were equally dumbfounded, their expressions a portrait of disbelief. Was this truly the infamous Brother Dog from the underground circles of South City? How could he appear so subservient in front of Ling Tian? "Oh, you are here as well?" At that moment, Ling Tian's gaze fell upon a man standing behind Brother Dog, and he greeted him with a cheerful smile. Brother Dog's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "Old Cat, do you know my lord?" Old Cat grinned, nearly moved to tears, as he awkwardly shook the steel pipe in his hand. "Brother Dog, I have performed a pole dance for my lord." "What?" Brother Dog's mouth fell open in shock, utterly bewildered. "When did you acquire such a skill?" "I was forced into it." Old Cat felt a wave of deep grievance wash over him as he choked out, "Ever since I met my lord, I have taught myself." Ling Tian frowned slightly, shaking his head in discontent. "Old Cat, it is not my intention to criticize you, but your pole dancing leaves much to be desired. You need more practice." Upon hearing this, Old Cat felt a jolt of alarm and quickly replied, "What my lord says is true. I shall practice diligently at home. Keep it up. I have faith in you," Ling Tian encouraged, patting Old Cat on the shoulder with sincerity, nearly bringing him to tears. "Could it be that I have potential beyond merely being a thug? My lord, has that bald scoundrel offended you? Just say the word, and Little Dog will promptly take care of him." Brother Dog, relieved that Ling Tian bore him no ill will, eagerly approached with a solicitous demeanor. The bald man, terrified, turned pale and nearly lost control of his bladder. He scrambled before Brother Dog, pleading in panic, "Brother Dog, spare me. It was all Wu Yuyan's doing. This vile woman urged me to deal with young Master Ling. I truly had no idea you were acquainted with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared." Upon hearing this, Brother Dog abruptly turned to Wu Yuyan, his eyes flashing with menace. Wu Yuyan trembled, her face ashen, and stammered, "No, Brother Dog, this is a misunderstanding. With a fierce reprimand, Dog Brother rushed forward and struck Wu Yuyan across the face. She let out a piercing scream, trembling in fear. Her face a mask of terror, unable to move an inch. Gone was the previous audacity and arrogance. Young master, what should we do? Dog Brother vowed earnestly, thumping his chest. Just give the word, and I shall not hesitate. With a cold expression, Ling Tian turned his gaze towards Wu Yuyan. She seemed to grasp at a lifeline, hastily crying out in desperation, Ling Tian, it was all my fault. I swear I won't dare again. I apologize. Please spare me. Spare you? Ling Tian scoffed, his tone devoid of warmth. Wouldn't that be too lenient? Dog Brother immediately caught on, shouting at Cat Brother, what are you waiting for? Strike her. Cat Brother's eyes glinted with coldness as he charged forward, wielding a steel pipe that he brought down mercilessly upon Wu Yuyan. Do you really think I'm only good at dancing with the pipe? I can fight too. In an instant, Wu Yuyan's anguished screams echoed, sending chills down spines. Shui Weining, standing nearby, turned pale with fright, clutching Ling Tian's arm tightly, too afraid to breathe. Cat Brother, enough. We still need her, Ling Tian said with a frown. Cat Brother quickly halted, nodding humbly toward Ling Tian with a sycophantic smile. Yes, yes, young master, just call me Little Cat. I cannot dare to assume the title of Cat Brother. The nearby thugs twitched their lips, bemused by how quickly the two big brothers had become Little Cat and Little Dog. Ling Tian nodded and glanced at Dog Brother. Come with me. After saying this, he took Shui Weining's hand and walked outside. Dog Brother's heart raced as he hurriedly followed. Young master, sister-in-law, is there something you wish to command? Upon exiting the factory, Dog Brother bent slightly, wearing a beaming smile. Don't call me that. Shui Weining blushed, her heart racing, quickly responding with shyness. Dog Brother immediately understood and chuckled knowingly. Understood. I get it. Last time at the barbecue stall, the one Ling Xiao brought was indeed not this one. What do you understand? Ling Tian replied, exasperated, realizing Dog Brother had misunderstood. However, he was too lazy to clarify. Keep that woman confined for a night. Release her tomorrow morning. She must be thoroughly frightened. Can you manage that? Upon hearing this, Dog Brother pounded his chest, speaking earnestly, Young master, rest assured. I excel at intimidation. I guarantee that when she sees you tomorrow, she'll be scared to the point of wetting herself. Ling Tian shook his head, chuckling softly. That won't be necessary. Just ensure she no longer dares to provoke me. And, by the way, do not strike her again. Understood, Little Dog comprehends. Dog Brother nodded eagerly, responding with respect. Ling Tian paused in silence before suddenly fixing his gaze on Dog Brother, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Why do you heed my words so readily? Don't you wish to avenge that night's grievances? Dog Brother trembled in fear, hastily shaking his head and replying, Young Master Ling, please do not jest. Though I am not a significant figure, I have navigated this world for over a decade. My abilities may be limited, yet I possess discernment. I am certain that if I were to oppose you, the outcome would be dire. Ling Tian regarded Dog Brother with surprise, then patted him on the shoulder, offering praise. Your insight is indeed commendable. Does your hand still ache? Ling Tian inquired, glancing at Dog Brother's bandaged left hand. Much improved, Dog Brother responded quickly, though inwardly he smiled bitterly. After all, a large iron rod had pierced through. How could it not hurt? Yet, regardless of the pain, he dared not voice it. Upon your return, follow my instructions and procure some herbal remedies to apply to your hand. I assure you, the pain will dissipate by tomorrow, Ling Tian instructed. Sharing the remedy with Dog Brother, they exchanged contact information before Ling Tian departed with Shui Weining in the car. During their journey, Shui Weining remained silent, her earlier vivacity replaced by a palpable tension. Assistant Shui, are you afraid of me? Ling Tian asked, sensing the unusual atmosphere. Not at all, Shui Weining replied, feigning nonchalance. Yet her expression betrayed her. She was undeniably more apprehensive in Ling Tian's presence than before. Do you believe I was too harsh with Wu Yuyan? Shui Weining fell silent. After a lengthy pause, she exhaled deeply and responded earnestly. I do think it was somewhat excessive. Those men, including Dog Brother, are far too ruthless. Although Director Wu is rather despicable, she is merely an ordinary woman. The thought of her falling into their hands is unsettling. Ling Tian gazed at Shui Weining, a smile suddenly gracing his features as he calmly stated, Have you heard the adage? Evil begets evil. Individuals like Wu Yuyan must be dealt with by people like Dog Brother. You and Qingyao have shown her considerable courtesy, but what has that yielded? Shui Weining was taken aback, clearly unprepared for this perspective. You, like Qingyao, are far too kind-hearted. Wu Yuyan has exploited this very trait, allowing her to act with impunity. Fear not. I merely instructed Dog Brother to keep her for one night to instill some fear. She will come to no harm. Shui Weinian remained silent, yet her mind spiraled into deep contemplation. Her inherent kindness did not equate to foolishness. In fact, she was quite astute. Ling Tian's words illuminated her understanding, prompting her to regard him with newfound respect. Initially, when she learned that Su Qingya had taken a security guard from the mountains as her husband, she felt indignant, believing that Su Qingya was a flower placed amidst dung. Privately, she had even inquired if Su Qingya was under any form of duress. Although polite to Ling Tian, Shui Weinian harbored little fondness for him. However, after the events of today, her impression of him underwent a significant transformation. At the very least, Ling Tian was far from the unfavorable image she had conjured in her mind. The two returned to the company in silence, just as the workday drew to a close. Shui Weinian returned the car, while Ling Tian made his way directly to Hu Dong's office. Hu Dong was on the verge of leaving when he unexpectedly collided with Ling Tian, startling him into a moment of panic. Upon recognizing him, he exclaimed, "Why are you here again?" Hu Dong had heard the rumors that Section Chief Wu from the Vehicle Management Department had been thoroughly beaten by Ling Tian, along with the entire driver staff of the parking lot. The news had delighted Hu Dong, for finally, another department had experienced the same treatment as his security team. The embarrassment would no longer fall solely on him. Just as he was reveling in this misfortune and preparing to discuss the aftermath of the beating with Hu Yong, he was taken aback by Ling Tian's sudden return. Could it be that this young man was not yet satisfied and had returned to showcase his martial prowess once again? "Captain Hu, it seems you are not particularly welcoming of my presence," Ling Tian remarked with a curious expression. Hu Dong's lips twitched, internally cursing himself for being so transparent. "You are aware of that, huh?" he thought, but refrained from voicing it. Instead, he quickly mustered a smile and replied, "What nonsense is this? Although you are now President Su's bodyguard, the security team is still your home. You are always welcome here." Ling Tian nodded sincerely, responding, "Captain Hu, your words truly touch my heart. I was worried you might not want me around and was considering not coming tomorrow. If that is the case, I shall just make myself comfortable in your office from now on." Hu Dong clutched his chest, nearly choking on his own distress, wishing he could slap himself for his previous words. "What a fool I am," he lamented. "Captain Hu, do you have the phone numbers for Lu and Zhang Xiaohui?" Ling Tian smiled at Hu Dong and inquired. "Why, yes, I do," Hu Dong stammered, promptly providing the numbers. "Thank you," Ling Tian said, jotting down the information before turning to leave. Hu Dong exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of cold sweat wash over him. Being around such an audacious individual was a constant source of pressure. Even a simple conversation felt daunting. Ling Tian made his way to the reception area in the hall and called Lu and Zhang Xiaohui. "Lu, at 7 tonight. We're going to Lao Yang's barbecue in the south of the city. It's on me, and you must come. Xiaohui, remember I mentioned treating you to dinner? Lao Yang's barbecue, 7 o'clock. Ling Tian did not grant Lu and Zhang Xiaohui a chance to decline. After relaying the time and place, he promptly hung up. These two, despite being at the bottom of the company hierarchy, had managed to withstand Su Jinming's pressure and vouch for him. For this reason alone, they were worthy of his trust. Now that both had been dismissed from the company as a form of retaliation against him, Ling Tian could not stand idly by. He informed Su Qingya and took a taxi to Lao Yang's barbecue. Shortly thereafter, both Lu and Zhang Xiaohui arrived. However, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Ling Tian ordered beer and skewers, pouring drinks for both companions. He raised his glass and said, "To Lu, Xiaohui, although our acquaintance has been brief, I, Ling Tian, consider you both my friends. I toast to you." With that, he tilted his head back and downed his beer in one go. The Lu and Zhang Xiaohui, equally bold, also emptied their glasses in a single gulp. As they ate and chatted, the drinks flowed, and the conversation finally began to flow freely. "Ling Tian, I've been dismissed, yet you still invite me to dinner. You're truly thoughtful, and I thank you," De Lu said. His face flushed from the alcohol as he addressed Ling Tian. However, the thought of his dismissal brought a glimmer of sorrow to his eyes. Having been a long-standing employee of the Su Group, he had cherished his job, and it pained him to be dismissed without just cause for merely speaking the truth. How could De Lu not feel distressed and frustrated? Zhang Xiaohui pouted, tears welling in her eyes. "De Lu, don't be sad. You're such a good person. You will find a better job." "I hope so," De Lu sighed, pouring himself another drink and downing it in one gulp. Ling Tian felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Looking at De Lu and Zhang Xiaohui, he said with remorse, "De Lu, Xiaohui, I'm sorry. I brought you trouble." Upon hearing this, Delu's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, Ling Tian, what are you saying? I hold no grudge against you at all. If I did, I wouldn't be here today. This is all the doing of those scoundrels Su Jinming and Wu Yuyan. It has nothing to do with you. Zhang Xiaohui, clutching Ling Tian's arm, hurriedly added, Yes, Brother Tian, please don't overthink it. We bear no ill will towards you. Besides, you've even helped me find a better job. Ling Tian looked at the two of them, smiled faintly, raised his glass, and solemnly declared, Delu, Xiaohui. Thank you. This situation arose because of me, and I want to allow you to suffer injustice. Today, they have bullied you into dismissal, but tomorrow, I will ensure they beg you to return. Ha ha, well said. Delu laughed heartily, patting Ling Tian on the shoulder. Ling Tian, you're quite impressive. You've become Mr. Su's man. You're really going places. I believe one day you will rise. When that time comes, make sure to deal with those scoundrels properly. Let us see if they dare to be so arrogant. Zhang Xiaohui chimed in eagerly. Exactly. Once Brother Tian has power in the company, I must return for a visit. I'll confront Wu Yuyan and scold her. If she dares to retaliate, I'll have Brother Tian handle her. Delu and Zhang Xiaohui, united in their indignation, spoke with fervor. However, it was evident that none of them took Ling Tian's words seriously. Would Wu Yuyan really beg them to come back? That seemed utterly impossible. Unless the sun were to rise in the west. They were acutely aware that this was merely an unattainable aspiration. By the way, Brother Lu, you may not be aware, but this afternoon, in a bid to vindicate us, Tiange actually confronted Wu Yuyan. Zhang Xiaohui recounted the events of the afternoon with an exuberance that left Brother Lu enthralled, pounding his thigh in exhilaration. What a relief! Wu Yuyan, that tyrant, has finally met her match. Ling Tian, I have nothing more to say. I toast to you. I also raise my glass to Tiange. The three of them clinked their glasses and drank heartily, indulging until well past 10 o'clock that evening. Brother Lu's residence was nearby, so Ling Tian and Zhang Xiaohui accompanied him home. Xiaohui, where do you live? Let me escort you back, Ling Tian offered. Zhang Xiaohui, having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, blushed charmingly, her captivating eyes gazing at Ling Tian as she shyly bit her lip. Tiange, tonight. I don't want to go home. Ah? Ling Tian was taken aback, looking at Zhang Xiaohui in confusion. Where else would you go? Sleep on the street? Zhang Xiaohui rolled her eyes at him, her tone playful yet exasperated. How could I possibly sleep on the street? Ling Tian, perplexed by her response, pondered aloud. If you don't want to go home, then where do you intend to stay? Frustrated by his lack of understanding, Zhang Xiaohui pouted and stamped her foot. Tiange, how can you be so oblivious? I want to stay at a hotel. Her head bowed, she spoke softly, her cheeks flushed. Oh, you mean a hotel? Ling Tian finally comprehended, his expression one of exasperation. You could have just said so. I thought you genuinely intended to sleep on the streets. How could I say that? It's too embarrassing. Zhang Xiaohui shot him a look of reproach, feeling wronged. After all, the notion of staying at a hotel could easily lead to misunderstandings. Ling Tian's mind raced, and he suddenly interjected, embarrassed to say, I see. Is it that you didn't bring any money? Don't worry, I have a bonus. You really are infuriating. Zhang Xiaohui retorted with a playful stomp. Who doesn't have money? I was just afraid you would misinterpret my intentions. Ling Tian scratched his head, bewildered. What had he said to provoke her ire? Seeing Ling Tian's dazed expression, Zhang Xiaohui couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then, with a teasing glint in her eye, she asked, Tiange, have you ever been in love? Ling Tian nodded, responding candidly, yes. How did you know? That makes sense. Zhang Xiaohui gazed at him with admiration, her eyes sparkling. It's quite rare to encounter someone as innocent as you, Tiange. I only need to stay at the hotel ahead for one night. It's getting late. You should head back. She pointed towards a nearby budget hotel. No worries. I'll take you to the hotel. Let us go, Ling Tian said, noticing that Zhang Xiaohui was swaying slightly from the effects of her intoxication. He swiftly wrapped his arms around Zhang Xiaohui's delicate waist to prevent her from falling, guiding her towards the hotel. As Zhang Xiaohui felt the warmth of his hand against her body, her figure stiffened abruptly. Could it be that Tiange? A flutter of excitement surged in her heart. Surely not. Could it be true? If Tiange truly meant something more, what would she do? Would she accept or decline? Zhang Xiaohui's heart was thrown into disarray. Little did Ling Tian know that his casual remark had left Zhang Xiaohui utterly flustered. Supporting her, they entered the hotel and booked a room. The attendant glanced up briefly, prompting Zhang Xiaohui to hurriedly present her ID to complete the check-in process. The toiletries were in the bathroom. The attendant handed over the room key, speaking in a suggestive tone. Zhang Xiaoyi's pretty face flushed crimson, reaching all the way to her neck, and she dared not lift her head. Xiaoyi, you can go up first. I'll take my leave, Ling Tian smiled, placing the room key in Zhang Xiaoyi's hand before waving goodbye and drifting away. Zhang Xiaoyi stood there, gazing blankly at his retreating figure. He just left like that? While she felt a wave of relief wash over her, an inexplicable sense of deep disappointment lingered within her. After leaving the hotel, Ling Tian hailed a taxi to return home, completely oblivious to the hateful gaze from a car park not far away. The next morning, as usual, Ling Tian ascended the mountain for his morning exercises. Upon reaching the summit, he spotted Lu Mei, her face pale, standing beside a large rock. I can't control the poison anymore, she bluntly stated upon seeing Ling Tian. Ling Tian, at a loss for words, sat cross-legged nearby, turning away and coolly responding. What does that have to do with me? Lu Mei's beautiful eyes widened in anger. Hey, do you have any conscience? I'm on the verge of being poisoned to death. Ling Tian glanced around, nodding in agreement. This place has good feng shui, perfect for burying a corpse. You. Lu Mei was infuriated, but suddenly she felt dizzy and collapsed. Thud. Ling Tian furrowed his brow at the sound of her fall. After a moment, he sighed. Is it so difficult for a guy to enjoy his morning exercises in peace? Reluctantly, he got up and approached Lu Mei, who lay on the ground, her brow furrowed, lips turning blue, and her complexion frightfully pale. What are you staring at? Hurry up and detoxify me. Lu Mei managed to utter, and as her words fell, she fainted. Truly troublesome. Ling Tian muttered irritably. He had no desire to deal with this little poison girl anymore. She was a true oddity, playing with poison as if it were a game. However, Ling Tian was not one to abandon someone in distress. Despite his annoyance, he placed his finger on Lu Mei's pulse. A few seconds later, he exclaimed softly, discovering that her pulse was normal, just like before, showing no signs of poisoning whatsoever. How strange. Well, since it was evident she was poisoned, he might as well expel the toxin directly. Ling Tian extended his hand, unfastening Lu Mei's garment to reveal her delicate, fair skin. He produced a silver needle and, in an instant, pierced her body with 36 precise strikes. A gasp of pain escaped Lu Mei's lips as she gradually opened her eyes. Upon realizing their intimate encounter, a murderous rage surged within her. You scoundrel! I shall pluck out your eyes one day. Lu Mei, utterly powerless, could not even shield herself, her eyes glaring at Ling Tian with venomous resentment. Ling Tian smirked, disdain evident on his face. Do not be ungrateful. I am beginning to suspect that this spectacle was intended for my eyes alone. Otherwise, why would you poison yourself only to seek me out? Bah, who would want you to see? Lu Mei retorted, a mix of shame and fury in her voice. You men are all despicable. Turn around. Ling Tian, brimming with contempt, responded mockingly, do you think I wish to behold such a sight? You are but a fried egg adorned with cherries. Lu Mei's face darkened in anger as she screamed, are you blind? You are the fried egg. And your entire family is a fried egg. Don't move. Suddenly, Ling Tian exclaimed in alarm, his gaze fixated on Lu Mei, his breath becoming rapid. Seeing this, Lu Mei was engulfed in a whirlwind of fury and indignation. If you keep staring, I shall gouge out your eyes. Enough with the noise. Ling Tian barked, his voice sharp. He then pressed his palm firmly against Lu Mei's body. A buzzing sensation filled her head, leaving her mind blank. Good heavens, he is actually touching me. A cry of humiliation and rage escaped her lips, nearly piercing Ling Tian's eardrums. Remove your hand. I shall chop it off. Yet Ling Tian seemed oblivious, urgently insisting. If you wish to live, be silent. If it senses you, there will be no salvation. Lu Mei, on the verge of further indignation, suddenly noticed the intense focus etched on Ling Tian's face, a seriousness she had never seen before. Particularly in his palm, a fierce heat radiated, causing her immense discomfort. Then, to her horror, a small white, soft worm, no larger than a grain of rice, crawled out from her skin. Accursed insect. Ling Tian gasped internally, his expression shifting to one of alarm. He quickly retrieved another silver needle, his eyes locked onto the white worm, holding his breath in anxious anticipation. Lu Mei's countenance turned ghastly upon seeing the worm. She bit her lip, her anxiety palpable, hardly daring to breathe. How could such a repulsive creature be within her? The worm, seemingly repulsed by the heat emanating from Ling Tian's palm, leapt onto Lu Mei's arm, attempting to burrow into her flesh. At that moment, Ling Tian sprang into action. With a swift motion, the silver needle darted forward like lightning. The worm, sensing imminent danger, attempted to flee at an indescribable speed. However, it was ultimately a moment too late, as Ling Tian's needle pierced it, ending its life on the spot. Ling Tian exhaled a sigh of relief, his forehead slick with cold sweat. The needle that pierced the goo worm appeared deceptively simple. However, it exacted a tremendous toll on the spirit. Even the slightest error could allow the goo worm to escape, making it exceedingly difficult to kill it afterwards. You actually dabble in goo? Ling Tian asked Lu Mei, astonished. During his time learning from the old master, he had heard numerous accounts of the mysterious and terrifying nature of goo techniques. He never anticipated encountering such a thing merely days after leaving the mountain. No wonder he could not diagnose it with his medical expertise. Lu Mei's mouth fell agape, her expression one of disbelief. Am I afflicted by goo poison? Ling Tian raised his brow, puzzled and incredulous. You don't know? Did you not cast this goo upon yourself? Lu Mei shot him a disdainful glance, as if regarding a fool. Am I so foolish as to curse myself? Upon uttering her words, a profound fury and hatred flickered in her eyes. How dare you cast a goo on me? Wretched woman, I will not let this go. With a surge of determination, she attempted to rise, only to be seized by excruciating pain that caused beads of sweat to form on her brow. Hold on. The poison in your body has yet to be fully expelled. Ling Tian quickly interjected. Humph. Lu Mei scoffed, indignantly shutting her eyes. Unable to prevent Ling Tian from observing her, she resorted to burying her head in the sand, choosing to ignore it. Yet, she secretly vowed to one day gouge out Ling Tian's eyes and sever his hands. Half an hour later, the 36 silver needles embedded in Lu Mei's body had transformed to a mottled half-white, half-black appearance. The poison had finally been expelled. All done. Ling Tian carefully removed the needles, ensuring their safekeeping. Now tainted with goo poison, they required proper handling upon his return. Lu Mei felt an overwhelming sense of relief and hastily donned her clothing, while Ling Tian busied himself with the needles. A sudden glint of cold light flashed as a dagger lunged toward his eye. Without lifting his head, Ling Tian sidestepped gracefully, simultaneously delivering a swift slap. Smack. Ah! Lu Mei let out a piercing scream, nearly leaping to her feet. Damn it, not again. Her face flushed crimson, a mix of shame and anger. Are you asking for another beating? Ling Tian asked, his expression stern. You. Lu Mei ground her teeth, yet refrained from making another move. Having failed her sneak attack, she lacked the courage to provoke him further. Ling Tian meticulously stored the silver needles, casting a glance at Lu Mei. His expression one of exasperation. Come now, speak plainly. What exactly are you up to? Lu Mei huffed, her tone sharp. What does it matter to you? Fine. Ling Tian nodded. If it has nothing to do with me, then don't come looking for help when you're poisoned again. With that, he turned to descend the mountain. Lu Mei's lips moved as if to speak, hesitating momentarily before finally uttering, Do you know Zhang Biao from Wanrong Group? Zhang Biao. Upon hearing that name, Ling Tian abruptly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade. Is this matter related to Zhang Biao? He inquired, his brow furrowing. In a way, Lu Mei replied. Brushing a lock of hair away from her forehead, a flash of hatred gleaming in her beautiful eyes. Ling Tian, no longer in a hurry to depart, remained attentive. Zhang Biao, however, is a traitor of the Underworld Palace. He and Su Kuan have devised a plan to eliminate him during Zhang Biao's upcoming birthday celebration next month, thus heralding the formidable return of the Underworld Palace's young master. With merely a fortnight remaining until the banquet, Ling Tian expressed his desire to learn more about Zhang Biao. Could you elaborate on this matter? He inquired. In an instant, a venomous glint appeared in Lu Mei's eyes as she clenched her silver teeth and declared, I shall poison him. Oh. Ling Tian's eyes brightened, intrigued. Is Zhang Biao your enemy? Lu Mei shook her head, her voice cold as ice. Not an enemy per se. However, he must die? Ling Tian's confusion deepened as he furrowed his brow. If you are not enemies with Zhang Biao, why do you wish to kill him? Lu Mei's emotions surged, her agitation palpable. Because I can achieve what he has accomplished. Why does he not believe in me? Why does he treat me this way? I shall prove that I am 100 times stronger than Zhang Biao. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow, striving to soothe Lu Mei's fervor. Calm down. Could you please clarify? I'm somewhat perplexed. Startled, Lu Mei took a couple of steps back, her expression filled with wariness. Why should I divulge anything to you? What do you wish to know? Are you planning to betray me to Zhang Biao? You men are all the same. Ling Tian found himself at a loss for words, bewildered by the turn of events. It dawned on him that Lu Mei possessed an exceedingly extreme disposition, seemingly scarred by past experiences. Her mindset was undoubtedly unbalanced. Who compelled Zhang Biao to act? Who doubts you? To whom do you need to prove your worth? Ling Tian pressed straightforwardly. I will not share anything with you, vile man. Lu Mei retorted before swiftly departing, her movements remarkably agile as she vanished from the mountaintop in the blink of an eye. What a lunatic! Ling Tian gazed at Lu Mei's retreating figure, shaking his head in disbelief. Nevertheless, Lu Mei's intent to kill Zhang Biao compelled Ling Tian to take the matter seriously. Zhang Biao must perish, yet it cannot be at the hands of another. It must be Ling Tian who personally delivers the fatal blow. Furthermore, it must occur publicly on the day of Zhang Biao's birthday celebration, where he shall demand Zhang Biao's life in front of all. He intends to use Zhang Biao's blood to serve as a warning to others and to restore the underworld palace's former might. Before this can transpire, Lu Mei must not be allowed to derail his plans. As Ling Tian descended the mountain and made his way home, he placed a call to Su Kuan, instructing him to investigate Lu Mei's background while closely monitoring her movements. Should she pose any threat to Zhang Biao, immediate action must be taken. There can be no room for error regarding this pawn, Zhang Biao. After returning home and having breakfast, Ling Tian accompanied Su Qingya to the car. Wife, please take me to Jishir Hall. I promised Li Shunhai that I would treat his cancer today. Su Qingya furrowed her brows, casting a vexed glance at Ling Tian. Ling Tian, is this truly amusing? Li Shunhai is not someone you can provoke. Once he discovers your mockery, even your grandfather cannot protect you. Ling Tian raised his eyebrows in astonishment. I did not mock him. I genuinely possess the ability to heal. Su Qingya replied, exasperated yet amused. Her gaze towards Ling Tian filled with disappointment. Cancer is a terminal illness, a formidable challenge the world grapples with, particularly in its advanced stages, where hope for a cure is virtually non-existent. I understand your competitive spirit and desire to triumph over me. However, this wager you propose is exceedingly foolish. Do you not realize that? Ling Tian rubbed his forehead, offering a wry smile. My dear, why do you not trust me? Was it not I who discovered Wang Shi's cancer? Did I not also prescribe him medication? Therefore, cancer is not as terrifying as you believe. Upon mentioning Wang Shi, Su Qingya scoffed coldly. Just yesterday, I pondered this matter. Why could the hospital not detect Wang Shi's cancer? Yet you were able to? Eventually, I deduced the only possibility is that you were merely guessing, correct? That herbal remedy had no effect on Wang Shi's condition, did it? Ling Tian was rendered speechless. He knew that no matter what he said, Su Qingya would remain unconvinced. How about this, my dear? Accompany me today. I shall allow you to witness firsthand whether cancer can indeed be treated. I was just thinking the same, Su Qingya retorted defiantly, pressing the accelerator as the car sped towards Jishitang. Upon arriving, they spotted Li Shihai anxiously waiting at the entrance, his demeanor fraught with trepidation. He had spent a sleepless night, arriving at Jishitang before dawn. His fate hinged entirely on this morning. As Ling Tian exited the vehicle, Li Shihai rushed towards him, as if he had spotted a savior. Mr. Ling, you have arrived. I implore you, please save me. Li Shihai pleaded, his face etched with terror. Let us discuss this inside, Ling Tian replied, maintaining his stride as he entered Jishitang. Song Jishitang was engaged in conversation with Li Jinxiang. Upon seeing Ling Tian, he quickly rose to greet him. Xiaoyu, you have come. Li Jinxiang also smiled and nodded, expressing his sentiments. Last time I was here, you saved my life. Who would have thought today I must trouble you once more to save my son's life? You are indeed a benefactor to the Li family. Ling Tian waved his hand dismissively, his expression neutral. Let us not indulge in superfluous words. I cannot treat Li Shenhai's illness for free. Li Jinxiang paused momentarily, then quickly responded with a smile. Of course, name your price. The Li family will not hesitate. Ling Tian regarded Li Jinxiang thoughtfully and asked, is the Li family particularly powerful? Hearing this, Li Jinxiang could not suppress a proud smile, and replied, I would not claim we are particularly powerful, but in Yunhai, there are few things my family cannot accomplish. Oh, Ling Tian nodded, suddenly turning to Su Qingya. My dear, what does the company require from the Li family? Feel free to speak. If he dares to refuse, I shall not treat him. Su Qingya was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape in shock. She was utterly unprepared for Ling Tian to resort to threats in front of Li Jinxiang. If the Li family were to harbor resentment towards the Su family, it would spell disaster for them. Ling Tian's immaturity was astonishing. Was he not aware that he was merely creating enemies for the Su group? Before Su Qingya could voice her thoughts, Li Jinxiang smiled and addressed her. You must be Miss Su Qingya, the president of the Su group. Please, feel free to express any request you may have. The Li family will not refuse. Su Qingya was taken aback. She had anticipated an angry outburst from Li Jinxiang. Perhaps even some misplaced ire directed at the Su group. To her astonishment, he was not only calm, but also exceedingly amiable. Excitement welled up within her. The Li family was one of the 5 prominent families, their strength almost beyond comprehension. Even the Feiyu group paled in comparison. If she could align the Su group with such a powerful ally, it would herald a new era of prosperity for them. Her heart raced at the thought, and she gazed at Li Jinxiang, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Mr. Li, may I truly make a request? Li Jinxiang laughed heartily and nodded. Of course. Please do not hesitate. Suppressing her excitement, Su Qingya ventured, Mr. Li, our Su group has a pharmaceutical factory. I wonder if there is a possibility for collaboration with the Li family? Absolutely, Li Jinxiang replied readily, turning to Li Shanhai. Shanhai, once you recover, draft a contract for the collaboration with Miss Su. Understood, father. Li Shanhai responded promptly. Thank you, Mr. Li. Su Qingya exclaimed, bowing deeply in gratitude. Unable to contain her joy, the Li family's pharmaceutical business was among the best in Yuhai City and even across the province. While the Su group had struggled in this domain, unable to find a breakthrough, a partnership with the Li family would indeed be akin to boarding a rocket to success. Ha. No need for such formalities. I believe our collaboration will be mutually rewarding, Li Jinxiang said with a smile, though a shrewd glint flickered in his deep-set eyes. Ling Tian, observing from the sidelines, could not help but chuckle inwardly. Li Jinxiang was indeed a crafty old fox. By ensuring Li Shanhai's recovery before drafting the contract, he was making it clear that if the illness were not cured, there would be no collaboration with the Su group. To Ling Tian, this was a form of coercion as well. Ultimately, it was merely a trade of interests. Why are you still standing there? Lie down. Ling Tian turned to Li Shanhai, feeling no need for pleasantries in this exchange of favors. Very well. Li Shanhai felt a surge of indignation. Who in all of Yunhai City dared to speak to him in such a manner? Yet, for the sake of his life, he had no choice but to endure. Lying on the hospital bed, he wore a conciliatory smile towards Ling Tian. Mr. Ling, I appreciate your assistance. What choice did he have? His life was in another's hands. Take off your shirt, Ling Tian commanded. Li Shanhai complied promptly as Ling Tian retrieved the acupuncture needles. Acupuncture? Li Shanhai furrowed his brow, suddenly feeling a sense of uncertainty. Mr. Ling, are you planning to start with acupuncture to help me with my condition and then consider the surgery? Why complicate matters? Ling Tian replied nonchalantly, deftly pinching a silver needle between his fingers. Are you suggesting that acupuncture alone will suffice? Why not? Ling Tian retorted sharply. Li Shanhai's expression shifted dramatically. This is cancer. A few needles cannot possibly cure it. Are you jesting, Mr. Ling? Li Jinxiang, standing nearby, frowned deeply. Though his tone remained courteous, there was a clear undercurrent of irritation. Treating cancer with acupuncture? Do you think we are fools? You jest, do you? Are we familiar enough for such banter? If you intend to treat, then proceed. If not, leave. I have no time for your nonsense. Ling Tian's face hardened, his displeasure palpable. Li Shanhai found himself momentarily speechless, his face reddening and veins bulging. Despite his typically composed demeanor, he was on the verge of losing his temper. How can you speak so rudely, Ling Tian? Su Qingya exclaimed, her face paling in fear. She quickly tugged at Ling Tian's arm, whispering urgently, this is Li Jinxiang, the true leader of the Li family, a figure whose mere stomp can shake the entire Yuhai. How could you be so disrespectful? If you provoke him, the Su family may suffer the consequences. Am I wrong? Ling Tian frowned, his voice icy. If you do not trust me, you might as well leave. Do not waste our time here. Li Jinxiang inhaled sharply, struggling to suppress his anger, managing to refrain from an outburst. Moments later, his expression returned to normal, adorned with a smile reminiscent of spring. Mr. Ling, I apologize for my rudeness. I trust you. Please proceed with the treatment for my son. Though Li Jinxiang's words were polite, Ling Tian could clearly sense the underlying threat. It was evident that Li Jinxiang had been incensed by their exchange. If Ling Tian succeeded in treating Li Shanhai, all would be well. However, failure would likely provoke Li Jinxiang's wrath. Nevertheless, Ling Tian was unfazed. His gaze suddenly sharpened, becoming intensely focused as if the world around him had fallen silent. In his eyes, there remained only the patient. With a swift motion, Ling Tian struck like lightning, the silver needle piercing the acupuncture point on Li Shanhai's chest. Li Shanhai felt a tingling sensation course through his body, as though he had lost all feeling, and he slowly closed his eyes. With remarkable speed, Ling Tian's hands danced, needles flying from his fingers in a mesmerizing display. Within minutes, Li Shanhai was adorned with a total of 81 needles, resembling a human porcupine. As the final needle was placed, all 81 silver needles began to quiver in unison. Li Jinxiang's pupils contracted in shock, his heart racing. Setting aside whether Ling Tian could indeed heal, the skill displayed was undeniably extraordinary. Do not touch the needles on him, I need to rest, Ling Tian said, drenched in sweat. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, weary yet determined, he entered the adjacent room to rest. The miraculous 9 turns revitalizing needle. This is the 9 turns revitalizing needle. How could this be possible? It was only at this moment that Dr. Song let out a gasp, his face a portrait of disbelief. Li Jinxiang raised an eyebrow and hastily inquired, Dr. Song, what is the 9 turns revitalizing needle? Doctor. Song's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he fixated on the needle piercing Li Shanhai, his breath quickening and his eyes reddening. It was as if an old rogue, long confined, had suddenly encountered a beauty. Trembling as he spoke, the 9 turns revitalizing needle, a legendary technique created by the illustrious physician Hua Tuo during the Three Kingdoms era, possesses the power to reverse life and death. No matter how grave the ailment, as long as there is a breath remaining, healing is possible. However, ancient texts record that this art has long been lost to time. To witness it with my own eyes is simply beyond belief. This is divine skill, truly divine skill. Tears of joy welled up in Dr. Song's eyes. As a seasoned physician who had dedicated decades to traditional Chinese medicine, how could he not be elated to witness such a mythical technique? Although Li Jinxiang did not grasp the intricacies of the matter, seeing Dr. Song's fervent excitement made it clear that the 9 turns revitalizing needle was indeed extraordinary. Dr. Song, can this 9 turns revitalizing needle truly cure cancer? Li Jinxiang asked. Concern etched on his face. With unwavering certainty, Dr. Song nodded and stated resolutely, traditional Chinese medicine is ancient and mysterious, harboring many incredible powers. While terminal cancer, according to modern medicine, is deemed incurable, in the realm of Chinese medicine, anything is possible. Li Jinxiang's heart surged with excitement, joy flooding his being. If that is indeed the case, then Shanhai is saved. Dr. Song nodded, his gaze drifting toward the doorway with a hint of complexity. Ling Xiao must have expended considerable mental energy using the 9 turns revitalizing needle. Once he is rested, we shall know more from Old Li. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Ling Tian finally emerged from the room, looking refreshed and at ease, having fully recovered. Mr. Ling, how is my son's condition? Li Jinxiang hurriedly asked. Ignoring him, Ling Tian walked directly to Li Shanhai. It was then that Dr. Song and the others noticed the needles on Li Shanhai had ceased trembling. With a swift and precise motion, Ling Tian withdrew the needles and, taking Su Qingya's hand, turned to leave. Seeing this, Li Jinxiang felt a pang of urgency and hurriedly caught up with Ling Tian, pressing for answers. Mr. Ling, what is the situation? Why are you asking me? Shouldn't you be going to the hospital for tests? Ling Tian replied impatiently. All right, I will take him for tests right away. Li Jinxiang said, his expression darkening. Engaging in conversation with Ling Tian was truly exasperating. By the way, Ling Tian suddenly halted and turned to Li Jinxiang. Bring the contract next time. Next time? What do you mean? Li Jinxiang had yet to comprehend the situation when Ling Tian had already taken Su Qingya and departed from Jisher Hall. Observing this, Song Jisher hurriedly pursued them. Ling Xiaoyu. Wait a moment. Ling Tian halted his steps, casting a smile at Song Jisher. Song Shini, is there something you wish to discuss? Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Song Jisher inquired, what you demonstrated earlier was indeed the 9 turns rejuvenation needle, was it not? Ling Tian's eyes brightened, and he regarded Song Jisher with admiration, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, Song Shini possesses a keen insight. It is precisely the 9 turns rejuvenation needle. Thud. As soon as Ling Tian's words fell, Song Jisher knelt before him. Ling Xiaoyu, please accept me as your disciple. Startled, Ling Tian quickly assisted Song Jisher to his feet. Song Shini, please, rise. No, unless you agree, I shall not stand. Their playful tug-of-war left passers-by in astonishment. The renowned Song Shini of Yunhai City was seeking to take a young man as his master? What on earth is happening? In an instant, some bystanders pulled out their phones, curiosity piqued as they began capturing the moment on video. Meanwhile, Su Qingya stood by, equally stunned. Song Shini, please, get up. Ling Tian is merely jesting. Late-stage cancer cannot be cured. No. Song Jisher resolutely shook his head, turning to Su Qingya. Miss Su, your words belittle Ling Xiaoyu. At a loss for words, Su Qingya could only manage a bewildered smile. She truly could not fathom why Song Jisher held such unwavering faith in Ling Tian. It was common knowledge that late-stage cancer was beyond remedy. Hadn't he, as a divine physician, grasped this reality? Seeing Song Jisher remain on the ground, Ling Tian sighed, a helpless smile gracing his lips. Song Shini, there is no need for the apprenticeship. If time permits, I would be glad to engage in discussions about traditional Chinese medicine with you. What do you think? Song Jishir was momentarily taken aback, disappointment evident on his face. However, he understood that continuing to kneel would imply coercion. Though unable to be accepted as a disciple, a sense of regret lingered in his heart as he reluctantly nodded. I beseech you, Ling Xiaoyu, to offer your guidance in the future. Only then did Song Jishir rise, his gaze towards Ling Tian filled with admiration and respect. The mastery of the 9 turns rejuvenation needle had utterly captivated this esteemed grandmaster of traditional Chinese medicine. At that moment, Li Zhenqiang and his son emerged. Mr. Ling. Songshini, we shall take our leave and head to the hospital. After exchanging farewells, they departed in their vehicle. Dear, we should also be on our way. Su Qingya, still in a daze, nodded and drove off with Ling Tian. Along the way, unable to contain her curiosity, Su Qingya turned to Ling Tian and inquired, can acupuncture truly cure cancer? Despite her profound skepticism, the extraordinary demeanor of the renowned healer, Song, was undeniably perplexing. Ling Tian flashed a grin and addressed Su Qingya. My dear, please prepare for the contract negotiations with the Li family upon our return. They will be reaching out shortly. And do not forget about our wager. At the mention of the bet, Su Qingya's cheeks flushed, and she shot Ling Tian an exasperated glare. Oh, you rogue. Upon their arrival at the company, just as they approached the entrance, a striking woman with an air of arrogance stood waiting. Wu Yuyan? Su Qingya's heart skipped a beat. After all, Ling Tian had severely offended Wu Yuyan the previous day. Encountering her now could provoke an uncomfortable scene. Good day, General Manager Su. Su Qingya furrowed her brow, bracing herself to ignore her. To her surprise, Wu Yuyan stopped a respectful distance away and bowed deeply, greeting her with an affable smile. Stunned, Su Qingya found herself momentarily speechless. When had Wu Yuyan ever shown such courtesy? Hello, Minister Wu. Su Qingya nodded, returning the smile. Even as they entered the elevator, she remained in disbelief over the encounter. Was this truly the same Wu Yuyan who usually exuded dominance and arrogance within the company? Meanwhile, Ling Tian lingered in the lobby. Observing Wu Yuyan with an amused expression, Wu Yuyan shivered slightly, her eyes betraying a flurry of anxiety and fear. Are you waiting for me? Ling Tian inquired with a chuckle. Wu Yuyan hastily nodded, a forced smile spreading across her face. Shall we have a chat? Yes, she quickly agreed, lowering her gaze, a look of timidity washing over her. Ling Tian walked ahead, with Wu Yuyan trailing behind, her demeanor now a far cry from the former haughtiness she had displayed. The security guard stationed at the entrance could only stare in disbelief. Wow, Brother Tian is incredible. Has he truly subdued the formidable Wu Yuyan? Bang! Ling Tian strode directly into the captain's office, pushing the door open. Who enters without knocking? Hu Dong, who had been dozing off in his chair, jolted awake and scolded. But his irritation dissipated when he caught sight of Ling Tian's radiant smile. Why, you're back again? Hu Dong stammered, his heart racing. In his eyes, Ling Tian was akin to a devilish figure. His presence never boded well. Captain Hu, what do you mean by that? I have no office of my own. And since we share a rapport, of course, I would come here. Who has a rapport with you? Hu Dong silently cursed. But his eyes widened in shock as he noticed Wu Yuyan. Good day, Minister Wu. He snapped to attention, standing rigidly and averting his gaze, saluting her. Internally, chaos ensued. What on earth is happening? Why are both Ling Tian and Minister Wu here together? My humble little office cannot accommodate 2 such esteemed figures. Please step outside for a moment. Wu Yuyan quickly regained her haughty demeanor in front of Hu Dong. Yes. Hu Dong hastily nodded. A humble smile plastered across his face as he rushed out, not forgetting to shut the door behind him. In his heart, he silently prayed that if the 2 deities were to clash, his modest temple would remain unscathed. How did it feel last night? Ling Tian casually seated himself and inquired of Wu Yuyan. Upon hearing his words, Wu Yuyan's complexion turned ashen, terror etched across her features. Young Master Ling, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistake. Please do not kill me. Do not chop me into pieces to feed the dogs. I swear I will never provoke you again. With that, Wu Yuyan collapsed to her knees before Ling Tian, her face a mask of fear. Ling Tian's lips curled into a satisfied smirk, his eyes gleaming with delight. It appeared that his little minions were quite effective indeed, managing to frighten Wu Yuyan to such an extent. Before the end of the day, I expect to see to Lu and Zhang Shaohui back at work. Otherwise, prepare to be dog food. With that, Ling Tian rose and departed without casting another glance at Wu Yuyan. She trembled, collapsing to the ground in despair. Minister Wu, what happened? Did Ling Tian strike you? Should we report this to General Su Jinming? Hu Dong rushed inside as soon as Ling Tian left. Wu Yuyan shot him a glance and, in a sudden fit of rage, slapped him across the face. Get out. Hu Dong grimaced, quickly retreating with a contrived smile, his heart heavy with frustration. Come back. Just as he reached the door, Wu Yuyan's voice rang out sharply. Hu Dong halted, nervously returning. Minister Wu, do you have any instructions? His eyelids fluttered, fearing another slap. Wu Yuyan had risen from the floor, irritation evident in her tone. Why is this floor so slippery? I nearly broke my bones. I will inform the finance department to deduct your bonus this month and buy me some supplements. Hu Dong's face twitched, nearly brought to tears. I knew it. Ever since Ling Tian arrived, nothing good has come of it. However, he dared not voice his objections. Yes, of course. Though his heart bled, he maintained a facade of compliance. Wu Yuyan let out a cold snort, her demeanor haughty as she commanded, You will call De Lu and Zhang Xiaowei immediately. I am generously giving them one chance to return and report for duty. Otherwise, let them face the consequences. Of course, Hu Dong dared not question further and promptly complied, pulling out his phone to dial De Lu. As the call connected, Hu Dong adopted a condescending tone. De Lu, where are you? You've truly hit the jackpot. Minister Wu has shown mercy and wants you to return to work. What? You're not coming back? De Lu, seemingly defiant. Are you turning down my kindness? Hu Dong's expression soured as he began to scold him. Wu Yuyan, standing nearby, snatched the phone from him. You insufferable security guard. How dare you not appreciate the opportunity? She thought to herself, at least you're a dog nurtured by the company, and that's why I'm granting you this opportunity. How dare you? You scoundrel. Who are you calling a bitch? However, De Lu had already hung up the phone. That wretched security guard. Wu Yuyan, in her fury, threw her phone against the ground. Hu Dong winced, nearly on the verge of tears. That was a phone he had just purchased last month. Call Zhang Xiaowei. Wu Yuyan screamed. Hu Dong, feeling utterly dejected, looked at Wu Yuyan and lamented, Minister Wu, you've broken my phone. How am I supposed to make a call now? Wu Yuyan paused for a moment, then shot Hu Dong a fierce glare, scolding, good for nothing. With that, Wu Yuyan stormed off, her face darkened with anger. She slammed the door shut, startling Hu Dong, who closed his eyes and inwardly cursed, what does this have to do with me? He hurriedly picked up the phone from the ground, only to discover the screen was shattered. Hu Dong nearly shed tears. What a string of bad luck he was having. Returning to the administrative department, Wu Yuyan instructed the staff to retrieve the phone numbers of De Lu and Zhang Xiaowei. I refuse to believe this. Wu Yuyan seethed with rage as she personally dialed both individuals. The moment De Lu's line connected, Wu Yuyan unleashed a torrent of curses. You filthy security guard. Do you think I'm giving you face? Don't forget, you're merely a dog of the company. I command you to return, and you will comply. De Lu, equally furious, retaliated over the phone. Wu Yuyan, how dare you? Do you really think you're someone important, you shameless creature? Everyone knows you're nothing but a disgrace. You are a pitiful plaything of Su Jinming. I may be a security guard, but I hold my head high with dignity, far more noble than you. You scoundrel. Who are you insulting? Wu Yuyan seethed with rage, but De Lu had already hung up. When she attempted to call again, she found that De Lu had blacklisted her. Fuming, Wu Yuyan nearly threw her phone again, but then remembered it was her own and restrained herself. Seething with indignation, she called Zhang Xiaowei. This is Wu Yuyan. You little wretch, where are you hiding? Out of the goodness of my heart, I'm giving you a chance. Get back to work immediately. Zhang Xiaowei, still asleep in her hotel room, was jolted awake by Wu Yuyan's tirade. While she had once feared Wu Yuyan at the company, now that she had been dismissed, she had no reason to be afraid. Sitting up, Zhang Xiaowei retorted angrily, Wu Yuyan, you are the real disgrace, known by all in the company as a shameless hussy. You are a disgrace to women. I spit on you. I've already found a better job. Even if you begged me to return, I wouldn't go back. Goodbye. After hanging up, Zhang Xiaowei promptly blacklisted Wu Yuyan as well. Wu Yuyan, her face dark with anger, gritted her teeth and cursed. Are people nowadays so oblivious to what is good for them? This is infuriating. However, almost immediately, a chill ran down her spine, and a wave of fear suddenly surged within her. As neither Lu nor Zhang Xiaowei has returned, how shall Ling Tian account for this? If they remain absent until the end of the workday, Ling Tian will undoubtedly instruct Brother Dog to dispose of her in a manner most gruesome. This is dire. Wu Yuyan suddenly felt a surge of panic, her face a portrait of confusion. Go, summon Hu Dong for me. She called urgently to a staff member. The employee, not daring to delay, soon brought Hu Dong to her. Minister Wu, you called for me? Hudong arrived, his countenance betraying unease. He was uncertain what task this formidable woman might assign him, especially given that his days had been anything but smooth. Do you know where Lu and Zhang Xiaowei reside? Wu Yuyan inquired with a sense of urgency. Yes, their home addresses were registered upon their hiring, he replied. Quickly, have Wu Yong dispatch a vehicle to fetch them. They must be brought back to the company by any means necessary. Wu Yuyan urged, her anxiety palpable. Yes. Hudong, noticing the redness in Wu Yuyan's eyes, dared not ask further questions. He hastily grabbed a phone from the office and called Wu Yong. Before long, a car arrived at the building's entrance. Wu Yuyan hastily entered the vehicle, accompanied by Hudong as they departed the company. Use your brain, direct the way, Wu Yuyan admonished Hudong, who remained silent in the passenger seat. She slapped him lightly, exclaiming, How can I guide you if you don't specify whose house we're heading to? Minister who? Who should we search for first? Hudong felt a wave of frustration, though he masked it with a forced smile. Whose residence is closest? Zhang Xiaowei's home is merely 2 or 3 kilometers from the company. Take us there. Hudong quickly instructed the driver, and after approximately 10 minutes, they arrived in front of an old, dilapidated apartment complex. What a wretched neighborhood. Is this even a place for people to live? Wu Yuyan grimaced as she stepped out, her expression full of disdain. Had it not been imperative to locate Zhang Xiaowei, she would never have set foot in such a place. Hudong guided Wu Yuyan up the stairs to the top floor, provoking another round of complaints from her. I'm exhausted. There is no elevator. I shall never return to this ghastly place. Breathless, Hudong knocked vigorously on the door. Knock, knock. Is anyone there? Zhang Xiaowei, open up. Enough with the shouting. I'm coming. A voice, tinged with impatience, responded. The door opened to reveal a woman in her 50s, peering out with suspicion. Who are you? And what do you want? Hudong furrowed his brow, raising his chin with an air of arrogance. Is this Zhang Xiaowei's residence? Yes. Are you here to see Xiaowei? The woman asked. Upon realizing they had indeed found the right place, Hudong adopted a commanding stance, hands clasped behind his back. Where is Zhang Xiaowei? She should come out and greet us. The company's Minister Wu is here. What a lack of decorum, the woman exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before her expression shifted to one of surprise. You are Xiaowei's superiors? Indeed, Hudong affirmed, using confidence. Wu Yuyan, with her chin held high and an imperious demeanor, looked down upon the situation with an air of superiority. Esteemed leaders, welcome. Please, do come in. The woman exclaimed with uncontained joy as she hurriedly opened the door, warmly ushering Wu Yuyan and Hudong inside. A wave of superiority washed over Wu Yuyan and Hudong as they strode in with an air of arrogance. Is this truly a place for habitation? Wu Yuyan remarked with disdain, surveying the dilapidated furniture and the meager decor. Where is Zhang Xiaowei? Hurry and bring her out. I cannot bear to stay in this pigsty for even a minute. Oh, leaders, now that you're here, you shan't leave. The woman's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Suddenly, she sank to the floor, clutching Wu Yuyan's legs. What are you doing? Wu Yuyan shrieked, panic evident in her voice. Hey, what are you doing? Hudong interjected sharply. Son, come out. Your sister's superior has arrived. We cannot let them leave. The woman shouted urgently. The bedroom door burst open, revealing a disheveled man with a scruffy beard. Mom, which one is Xiaowei's superior? He asked with eager eyes. I have caught them. The woman exclaimed excitedly. What do you intend to do? Wu Yuyan cried out in fright. The woman, beaming with a smile, clung to Wu Yuyan's leg and declared, Do not be alarmed, esteemed leader. I am Xiaowei's mother, Lu Hohat, and this is her brother, Zhang Xiaobin. Our family struggles greatly. Lu Hohat's voice cracked as she began to weep. 3 years ago, Xiaowei's father suffered an accident at the construction site, leaving him in a vegetative state. Xiaobin lacks education and cannot find work, leaving us without any financial support. Xiaowei is the sole breadwinner for our family, but her salary is far too meager. She cannot afford her father's medication, let alone money for Xiaobin's gaming expenses. Therefore, esteemed leader, since you are here, might you consider advancing Xiaowei's salary? Just 10 years' worth would suffice. You can deduct it directly from her wages. Wu Yuyan and Hudong stood in stunned silence, utterly flabbergasted. Advance 10 years of salary? What kind of mind could conceive such a notion? Hey, stop this nonsense. This is absurd. Let go of Minister Wu. Hudong scolded, his face darkening. Who is being absurd? Zhang Xiaobin retorted, seizing Hudong by the collar and shoving him against the wall with a fierce glare. Let me tell you, if you do not advance her salary, you shall not leave. If our family cannot thrive, neither shall you. Hu Dong's face turned a shade of green with rage. This is utter madness. There is no logic in advancing 10 years of salary. Wu Yuyan was equally enraged, realizing that she had encountered someone even more unreasonable than herself. Are you devoid of reason? Bring Zhang Xiaowei out. Where is she? Come out, Zhang Xiaowei. Wu Yuyan was on the verge of insanity, screaming in a fit of desperation. Xiaowei isn't home. Tell me, will you grant the advance? If not, you won't be leaving. Lu Hohat, with an air of indifference, tightened her embrace around Wu Yuyan. You are breaking the law, do you realize that? If you don't let me go, I will call the police. Wu Yuyan, exasperated, had never encountered such shamelessness before. Go ahead and try. If you dare to call the police, I will cause a scene at your company tomorrow, Lu Hohat retorted defiantly. Wu Yuyan was at a loss for words. How could such a brazen individual exist in this world? Hu Dong, are you a fool? Think of a solution. She vented her frustration entirely on Hu Dong, shouting at him. Hu Dong, pinned down by Zhang Xiaobin, was unable to move. Upon hearing her words, he quickly shifted his gaze and said urgently, Brother, please calm down. The matter of the salary advance can be negotiated. But we need Xiaowei to handle it at the company. Let her come out and join us. Sounds good. Lu Hohat replied with delight. Son, call Xiaowei. Zhang Xiaobin, equally pleased, took out his phone to make the call. I told you, I have no money left. Zhang Xiaowei's irritated voice echoed. Xiaowei, where are you? The leaders from your company are here. Hurry home. Zhang Xiaowei was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly hung up and took a taxi back home. Upon entering the house, she was taken aback. There stood Wu Yuyan, while her mother sat on the floor, clutching Wu Yuyan's leg. Zhang Xiaobin, with a wary expression, had Hu Dong cornered against the wall. The scene was inexplicably bizarre. Mom, what are you doing? Zhang Xiaowei exclaimed in disbelief. Xiaowei, you're back. Hu Dong sighed with relief upon seeing Zhang Xiaowei. Wu Yuyan's anger surged as she shouted at Zhang Xiaowei, don't let her hold on to me. Mom, what are you doing? Zhang Xiaowei rushed over, helping Lu Hohat to her feet. Xiaowei, this leader has promised to advance you 10 years' worth of salary. Lu Hohat finally released Wu Yuyan and turned to Zhang Xiaowei with an expression of astonishment. Advanced 10 years' salary? Zhang Xiaowei was utterly bewildered, having been dismissed. How could there be any salary? Xiaowei, we will discuss this in detail at the company. Auntie, we must take our leave now. Please wait for good news at home. Hu Dong, realizing the situation, quickly pulled Wu Yuyan and the still confused Zhang Xiaowei away, escaping as if for their lives. Xiaowei, remember, it's 10 years' worth. Do not yield during negotiations. Lu Hohat called out loudly as they departed, her face beaming with satisfaction. Only when they were out of sight did she return to her room, exclaiming, Son, we are going to make a fortune. Zhang Xiaowei, following Wu Yuyan and Hu Dong downstairs, wore a mask of indifference. I apologize for the earlier incident. You may leave now. Wu Yuyan, her veins throbbing with rage, spoke through gritted teeth. Zhang Xiaowei shook her head resolutely. I'm sorry, but I will not be returning. With that, she turned to leave, causing Wu Yuyan's expression to darken. Zhang Xiaowei, do not overstep your boundaries. Zhang Xiaowei abruptly turned her head, glaring at Wu Yuyan with indignation. Wu Yuyan, what grounds do you have to look down on me? I am no longer your subordinate. With such an attitude, I wouldn't return even if you begged. You. Wu Yuyan was instantly furious, breathing heavily as she glared at Zhang Xiaowei. Hu Dong, standing nearby, hurried to mediate. Xiaowei, please, just go back. The minister has come personally. What more do you want? This is already quite a favor. Is it? Zhang Xiaowei sneered, her expression dripping with disdain. Such a favor is akin to a beggar's meal. Forgive me, but I do not covet it. After saying this, Zhang Xiaowei turned to leave, and Wu Yuyan grew anxious. Zhang Xiaowei, what will it take for you to return with me? Zhang Xiaowei paused, staring at Wu Yuyan in astonishment. Why do you insist on my returning with you? A glint of resentment flashed in Wu Yuyan's eyes as she silently cursed. Isn't it because of that scoundrel Ling Tian? If you don't return, I'll be torn to shreds and fed to the dogs. Seeing Wu Yuyan's furious expression, a sudden thought struck Zhang Xiaowei. Could it be that Ling Tian sent her? She recalled how Ling Tian had mentioned last night that he would make Wu Yuyan beg on her knees for her to return. At the time, Zhang Xiaowei had dismissed it as Ling Tian speaking in anger on their behalf. Yet, unexpectedly, Wu Yuyan had indeed come seeking her today. Indeed, it must be Ling Tian. The thought brought an indescribable sense of elation to Zhang Xiaowei. With a cold smile, she regarded Wu Yuyan. If you wish for me to return to work with you, then you must kneel and beg. What did you say? Wu Yuyan's eyes widened in disbelief, her face ablaze with fury. Zhang Xiaowei, what nonsense are you spouting? Hu Dong interjected loudly. You want Minister Wu to kneel and beg you? Who do you think you are? Zhang Xiaowei smirked, her expression mocking. Not willing to kneel? Fine. Then I'll inform Ling Tian. I will absolutely never return to this company. Upon hearing Ling Tian's name, Wu Yuyan shivered in fear, her expression one of terror. Hu Dong, incensed, retorted, Zhang Xiaowei, do not overestimate yourself. A mere receptionist, and you think so highly of yourself? If you don't want to return, then so be it. Minister Wu will not miss you. Minister Wu, let us go. Even if she begs to return in the future, it should be denied. Silence yourself. Wu Yuyan screamed. With a sudden movement, she struck Hu Dong across the face, her expression twisted in a fierce scowl. What chaos are you adding here? She exclaimed. I'm on the brink of losing my life. Hu Dong covered his face, momentarily dazed by the slap. Yet, what transpired next was even more astonishing. Wu Yuyan, her face etched with bitterness, turned to Zhang Xiaowei and implored, if I kneel and beg you, will you return to work? Indeed. Zhang Xiaowei nodded, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. As long as you kneel and plead with me, I shall accompany you back at once. Wu Yuyan trembled with fury, her eyes blazing like daggers, wishing to rend Zhang Xiaowei to pieces. After glaring at her for a full minute, she clenched her teeth and replied, very well. I shall kneel and beg you. With that, Wu Yuyan dropped to her knees before Zhang Xiaowei, her gaze venomous. I beseech you, return to work. Minister Wu, are you truly kneeling? Hu Dong was astonished, scarcely believing his eyes. He hurriedly bent down to help Wu Yuyan up. What on earth is happening here? Is this necessary for a receptionist? Get lost. Wu Yuyan shrieked, her pent-up rage finding an outlet as she clawed at Hu Dong's face, leaving several bloodied scratches. Hu Dong winced in pain, stepping back, his mouth twitching in irritation. Inwardly, he cursed, this madwoman. If I involve myself any further, it's as if I'm the one supporting her. At that moment, Zhang Xiaowei was equally taken aback. Her initial intention was merely to torment Wu Yuyan as a means of venting her frustrations. Never did she anticipate that Wu Yuyan would genuinely kneel before her. Wu Yuyan. I have knelt. Now, come back with me, she declared, a mix of shame and anger evident in her voice. All right, I will accompany you back, Zhang Xiaowei responded. Nodding repeatedly, her demeanor now flustered. The turn of events had utterly surpassed her expectations, leaving her at a loss for how to proceed. Wu Yuyan rose, her expression returning to its usual indifference as she turned to leave. By the way, Minister Wu, what about Brother Lu? Can he also return to work? His family is quite struggling, Zhang Xiaowei suddenly spoke, somewhat hesitantly. Wu Yuyan's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Yes, please inform him. Have him come back with you. She was at a loss for how to reach out to Lu, so having Zhang Xiaowei relay the message was fortuitous. I will call him right away, Zhang Xiaowei said, her excitement palpable as she dialed Brother Lu's number. Brother Lu, I have splendid news. Minister Wu has permitted us to return to work. Yes, I agreed. Minister Wu even knelt to plead with me. What? You're coming over? Great. I'll be waiting for you. After hanging up, Zhang Xiaowei turned to Wu Yuyan. Brother Lu is nearby and says he will arrive shortly. This is quite troublesome, Wu Yuyan remarked, her brow furrowed in discontent. Minutes later, Brother Lu finally arrived. Brother Lu. Zhang Xiaowei greeted him with a beaming smile. Dai Lu nodded with a smile, then turned his gaze towards Wu Yuyan. What are you staring at? Aren't you supposed to get back to work? Wu Yuyan frowned and remarked. Dai Lu snorted dismissively. Wu Yuyan, if I don't return, Ling Tian will not spare you. Will he? Wu Yuyan's expression instantly shifted, and she shrieked. What does that have to do with him? I am being merciful. Don't take it for granted. Dai Lu's face was filled with disdain as he retorted, enough with the pretense. I already called Ling Tian on my way here. If it weren't for his orders, would you be so benevolent? Wu Yuyan's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, akin to being publicly humiliated. Just say it. Will you return or not? She snapped. You may return, but Ling Tian has stated that you will beg us to go back. Xiaowei has already knelt before me, yet you have yet to do so. Wu Yuyan's eyes widened in shock, her fury causing her hair to almost stand on end as she glared at Dai Lu. Trembling with rage, Dai Lu, however, remained indifferent, gazing at her with a mocking smile. All right, I will kneel. Is that satisfactory? Wu Yuyan screamed in desperation, her temper flaring. Yet, she understood that Dai Lu was not as simple-minded as Zhang Xiaowei, and he would not be easily placated. If she did not meet his expectations, he would certainly refuse to accompany her. Thud. Wu Yuyan knelt once more before Dai Lu, pleading, "I beg you, please come back with me." Dai Lu's heart raced, and suddenly his eyes brimmed with tears. Pointing at Wu Yuyan, he exclaimed furiously, "Wu Yuyan, you have your comeuppance. I, Dai Lu, have been diligent and honest, merely wishing to work earnestly and support my family. I have always adhered to the rules and never offended anyone. I have been cautious enough. So why do you continue to bully me? By what right do you dismiss me? By what right do you dismiss me?" Dai Lu was both agitated and furious, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks, revealing the profound impact this dismissal had on him. Wu Yuyan was taken aback by Dai Lu's emotional outburst, feeling a pang of guilt. "Am I not begging you to return?" she said hesitantly. "Without Ling Tian, would you have the kindness to plead with me?" Dai Lu roared. "You would not." "Dai Lu, please calm down," Zhang Xiaowei quickly intervened, trying to soothe him. Dai Lu's demeanor was indeed frightening, causing her to feel a sense of fear. He wiped his tears, and his emotions gradually subsided. Gazing at Wu Yuyan, his anger still simmered. "Although I, Dai Lu, am humble, I have always been upright. I cannot accept your unjust dismissal. I am willing to return, but you must apologize to me in front of all the security personnel. Otherwise, I would rather seek employment elsewhere than accompany you back." "Apologize publicly? You wish?" Wu Yuyan raised her eyebrows in irritation, but upon seeing Lu's stubborn countenance, she swallowed her words. She had come to understand Lu's character well. As the lowest-ranking security guard, he was not only plagued by profound insecurity, but also possessed an overwhelming sense of pride. He was a fool who valued his reputation more than life itself. If she didn't apologize, he would likely refuse to return. "Scoundrel!" Wu Yuyan cursed inwardly, suppressing her anger, and gritted her teeth at Lu. "Fine, I will acquiesce." Upon returning to the company, Wu Yuyan, with a stern expression, instructed Hu Dong, "Gather all the security personnel." Hu Dong hurriedly complied, assembling all the guards in the lobby. The guards were bewildered by the situation, but upon seeing Lu and Zhang Xiaowei, they exchanged puzzled glances. Hadn't these two been dismissed? Why were they back? Wu Yuyan's face was as cold as ice as she approached the security personnel, frowning. "Previously, Lu and Zhang made some mistakes, and I had to let them go. However, I am not heartless. Would I truly cast them out to beg on the streets? Therefore, I have decided to reinstate them today. That is all. You may disperse." With that, Wu Yuyan dismissively waved her hand. "Wait," Lu interjected, stepping forward with indignation etched across his face. "Minister Wu, that is not how you spoke when I arrived. What I require is your apology." Wu Yuyan's expression darkened immensely, and she retorted angrily, "Do not overstep your bounds." At that moment, a languid voice interrupted, "Lu, if you're dissatisfied, you are free to leave." Everyone turned to see a young man leaning against the doorframe of the captain's office, hands tucked in his pockets, a playful expression on his face. Who else could it be but Ling Tian? Lu's heart soared at the sight of Ling Tian, and he nodded emphatically. "Very well, I shall depart." With that, he turned to leave, startling Wu Yuyan. "Wait, do not go." Lu halted, scoffing. "If you do not apologize, what reason do I have to stay?" Wu Yuyan was about to explode in anger, but the sight of Ling Tian's mocking face made her tremble. She quickly averted her gaze, a flicker of hatred in her eyes, and seethed. "Fine, I shall apologize." Turning to face the security personnel, she took a deep breath and declared, "I hereby apologize to Lu. I am sorry, it was my mistake." The guard stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend that the usually arrogant Wu Yuyan was publicly apologizing to a mere security guard. Could this be a dream? Lu trembled, tears of emotion welling in his eyes as he clenched his fists to prevent them from spilling. "And I, too, demand an apology," Zhang Xiaowei urged from the side. Wu Yuyan, incensed, was about to retort when she caught sight of Ling Tian's icy gaze directed at her. Fine, I apologize. I am sorry. Is that satisfactory?" Wu Yuyan, feeling helpless, gritted her teeth and spoke. "Humph, that's more like it." Zhang Xiaowei, wearing an expression of triumph, cast her grateful gaze towards Ling Tian. Even in her innocence, she comprehended that all of this was due to Ling Tian. Otherwise, she and Lu De would have no chance of returning to the company, let alone regaining their dignity. "I will inform Minister Zhao to assist you in reprocessing your employment paperwork." Wu Yuyan, unable to bear the embarrassment any longer, uttered a brief statement before attempting to leave. "Wait." Suddenly, Ling Tian spoke and approached leisurely. Wu Yuyan's body tensed up instantly, her face turning pale with anxiety, revealing a hint of fear. Ling Tian looked at her and said calmly, "Remember, there is no hierarchy in profession. They are security guards and receptionists. Yet they are also part of the company. You are not superior to them. With her head bowed, her heart racing uncontrollably, Wu Yuyan dared not retort and could only nod repeatedly. I understand. As Ling Tian waved her off, it felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She hurriedly exited. It was only when she reached the elevator that she collapsed onto the floor, trembling with anxiety. Just moments ago, facing Ling Tian had felt akin to confronting death. She had become utterly terrified of him, even suppressing any thoughts of vengeance. Thank you, Brother Tian. As soon as Wu Yuyan left, Zhang Xiaowei cheered and rushed towards him, embracing him with teary eyes. Without Ling Tian's words, how could she possibly have returned to the company? How could she have compelled Wu Yuyan to publicly apologize and reclaim her dignity? Luda, brimming with gratitude, approached Ling Tian and patted him on the shoulder. Ling Tian, I won't say much. From now on, Luda, will follow your lead in everything. The other security guards lingered, observing the scene with deep contemplation. They suddenly realized that Luda and Zhang Xiaowei's return was entirely due to Ling Tian. Particularly, Ling Tian's statement to Wu Yuyan, you are not superior to them, instilled a newfound sense of respect among the security guards, who had grown accustomed to being treated as lesser beings. This feeling warmed their hearts and stirred an urge to weep. Brother Tian, I, Zhang Kuanpeng, admire you. I, Lu Zhao, also admire you. Brother Tian, we all admire you. Suddenly, the guards shouted in unison, their gazes towards Ling Tian filled with sincerity and fervor, tinged with respect. Ling Tian, with a broad smile, replied, please refrain from such remarks. Be cautious of Captain Hu's reprimand. Hu Dong, standing nearby, shivered in fear and quickly chuckled nervously. I wouldn't he dare. After speaking, he pointed awkwardly towards his office, saying, I'll be heading back now. As they watched Hu Dong scurry back to his office without daring to utter a word, the security guards felt a surge of excitement. In that moment, Ling Tian's stature seemed to grow immensely. Brother Tian, you are incredible. From now on, we'll stick with you. How about you become our security team leader? In the office, Captain Hu concealed himself, his teeth gritted in frustration as he heard the security guard's shouts. These wretches, unable to distinguish between a minor and a major issue? Just wait until Ling Tian departs. I shall deal with you then. Within a few minutes, Lu and Zhang Xiaowei received a call from the Human Resources Department, instructing them to reprocess their employment paperwork. Simultaneously, Hu Dong received a call from Zhao Qian. Hu Dong, you incompetent fool, what manner of work is this? Minister Wu just erupted in fury and is exceedingly dissatisfied with you. As of now, you are relieved of your captaincy and shall serve as an ordinary security guard. Hu Dong's complexion changed drastically, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, followed by a desperate roar. Who have I offended? At that moment, Ling Tian entered, a look of surprise on his face upon seeing Hu Dong seated on the floor. Hu Dong, trembling, nearly succumbed to tears. It's all your fault. You. In just a few days, Ling Tian had ascended from captain to vice captain, and now he was reduced to a mere security guard. He was a harbinger of disaster. Ling Xiao, I shall avoid your presence from now on. Hu Dong's voice choked with emotion as he hastily fled, as if fleeing from a plague. He feared he would lose even this job if he lingered. Why are you avoiding me? I am quite approachable and not at all fearsome, Ling Tian remarked with bemusement. Just then, the phone rang. It was Li Jinxiang calling. Upon answering, Li's excited voice resonated through the line. Mr. Ling, tomorrow morning, I will personally bring the cooperation agreement to visit the Su group. Ling Tian's lips curled into a smile, realizing that the results of Li Xinhai's examination had surfaced. It was time to fulfill the second wager with his beautiful wife. The mere thought of Su Qingya's alluring features filled him with anticipation. Why is she here? Suddenly, Ling Tian glimpsed a familiar figure entering through the window. Oh, is Miss Li coming to see President Su? The station security guards greeted her with cheerful smiles. Xia, a close friend of Su Qingya, frequently visited the company, and the guards, well acquainted with her, did not impede her entry. Xia, adorned with heavy makeup and her chin held high, strutted past the guards, her hips swaying as she entered the elevator. Ling Tian furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head. This Xiaoli was clearly not of reputable character. He needed to find an opportunity to keep Su Qingya away from her. Xiaoli navigated the familiar path to Su Qingya's office and pushed the door open. Su Qingya, deep in contemplation regarding the Chengnan project, beamed upon seeing Xiaoli. Xiaoli, what brings you here? Xiaoli plopped down onto the sofa, pouting in displeasure. Su Qingya, you are heartless. With a smile, Su Qingya poured a cup of tea for Xiaoli, tilting her head playfully. What do you mean? My heart is quite generous. With a playful chuckle, Xiaoli was instantly amused, casting a sidelong glance at Su Qingya. Oh dear, just look at our aloof Ice Queen CEO. Jumping right in. Stepping all over my face. Su Qingya playfully swatted Xiaoli, feigning annoyance. How intolerable. Work is exhausting enough as it is. Finally, you show up. And you want to even let me relax? Xiaoli huffed in indignation. Now you realize how good I am? That day, when that scoundrel Ling Tian tossed me into a trash bin, why did you pretend not to see? Su Qingya, you have forsaken friendship for the sake of appearances. Your conscience must be in tatters. Mentioning it only reignited the ludicrous scene in Su Qingya's mind, prompting her to burst into laughter, her mirth cascading like waves. You're still laughing? Just wait until I get my hands on you. Xiaoli, her face flushed with fury, charged forward. The two girls promptly engaged in playful banter, their laughter filling the air. After several minutes of delightful chaos, they finally composed themselves and sat back down. What brings you here today? Su Qingya asked, brushing her hair aside. Xiaoli leaned in closer, her voice lowered conspiratorially. Qingya, how are things between you and that scoundrel Ling Tian? Upon hearing his name, Su Qingya's heart inexplicably raced, and she felt a twinge of guilt. What else could it be? Just the same as before. Xiaoli seized Su Qingya's hand, her expression shrouded in mystery. Let me tell you, Ling Tian is no good. Do you know what he has been doing behind your back? Su Qingya furrowed her brows in confusion. What has he done? Xiaoli curled her lip, disdain evident, as she produced an envelope from her bag and tossed it onto Su Qingya's desk. Qingya, you've been deceived. Take a look for yourself. Stunned, Su Qingya hesitated before opening the envelope, revealing several photographs. As she glanced at the images, her mind went blank, overwhelmed by the sight. The photographs depicted Ling Tian with Zhang Xiaoli, his arm casually draped around her waist as they entered a budget hotel. Su Qingya's hands trembled uncontrollably. She hastily examined the other photographs, each one showcasing Ling Tian and Zhang Xiaoli in various compromising situations at the hotel. A sudden, inexplicable pain surged through her heart, leaving her feeling unbearable anguish. Her once radiant face turned pale, a ghastly shade. Qingya, you see it now, don't you? That scoundrel, glancing at the pot while eating from the bowl, is fooling around behind your back. With great effort, Su Qingya managed to steady her emotions. Casting the photos onto the table, her expression icy. My relationship with him is merely a ruse for my grandfather. Whoever he associates with is of no concern to me. Though Su Qingya attempted to appear nonchalant, the sting within her heart intensified, leaving her gasping for breath. Memories flooded back, particularly that moment in the lobby when Zhang Xiaoli had embraced Ling Tian. She recalled her confusion at the birthday banquet for Wang Shi, questioning how someone like Zhang Xiaoli, a mere receptionist, had the right to be there. Now, everything has become clear. Su Qingya clenched her silver teeth, her anger surging towards the crown of her head. It turns out they had been entangled for quite some time. Xiaoli, observing Su Qingya's struggle to contain her fury, immediately fanned the flames. Qingya, you cannot put it that way. Ling Tian is nothing but a hillbilly, a mere bumpkin from the mountains. How dare he betray you and tarnish your reputation behind your back? In my opinion, he should not be spared. Xiaoli's face was filled with indignation. Her teeth gritted in fury. One might think she was the one betrayed. All right, enough of your nonsense. Su Qingya pressed her forehead, vexed beyond measure. Yet her anger swelled within her. Xiaoli's words held some truth. After all, Ling Tian was her nominal husband. Yet now, he was clandestinely involved with a woman from the company. If word got out, how could Su Qingya face anyone? Xiaoli, however, was relentless, rising to her feet, her expression one of deep discontent. Qingya, where is that scoundrel? Tell me, and I shall confront him this very moment. No need, I will handle this matter myself. Su Qingya replied coldly, her tone resolute and unequivocal. She understood Xiaoli's nature, the kind that thrived on chaos. If she were to confront Ling Tian, the entire affair would surely become public knowledge. Oh, this is so bothersome. The more Su Qingya pondered, the more irritable she became, sweeping aside the documents on the table in a fit of frustration. Seeing her distress, Xiaoli quickly approached, wrapping her arm around Su Qingya's shoulders with a caring demeanor. Darling, don't let yourself be troubled over a worthless man. He is not worth it. By the way, I recently met a new friend, the son of the Wanrong Group. We are going out for dinner tonight. Why not join us? It could serve as a delightful distraction. Su Qingya instinctively wanted to decline, but upon hearing the name of the Wanrong Group, her brows lifted in sudden intrigue. The son of the Wanrong Group? Yes, Zhang Jisong, Xiaoli affirmed with a nod. Su Qingya felt her heart flutter slightly. The Wanrong Group was a venerable enterprise in Yunhai City, possessing formidable strength. It was said that Chairman Zhang Biao held a highly mysterious identity, commanding respect even from the 5 prominent families. If any company in Yunhai City could rival these 5 families, it would undoubtedly be the Wanrong Group. Just last month, the Wanrong Group invested 50 billion to acquire the development project in the eastern part of the city, creating a sensation throughout the city. Countless enterprises scrambled, eager to collaborate with the Wanrong Group, hoping to share in the spoils. The Su Group had also sought opportunities to meet, yearning for a partnership, but unfortunately, they had not even crossed the threshold of the Wanrong Group. This had left the senior executives of the Su Group lamenting their misfortune. Initially, Su Qingya had resigned herself to this reality. Yet, Xiaoli's sudden mention of knowing the son of the Wanrong Group reignited a spark of hope within her. If she could make the acquaintance of this young gentleman, perhaps the tides would turn, and the Su family might find a glimmer of hope. Observing Su Qingya's newfound excitement, Xiaoli eagerly encouraged her. "Oh, why are you hesitating? It's merely a meal. It's not as though I'm selling you off. Furthermore, Zhang Jisong is the heir of the Wanrong Group. Knowing him could indeed be advantageous for your company. Wouldn't you agree? It's settled then. I shall call you this evening." After saying this, Xiaoli playfully pinched Su Qingya's proud figure, eliciting a sharp cry from her. Hee, Xiaoli giggled, rising to depart. Su Qingya furrowed her brows, still somewhat indecisive. The events of the last time still haunted her. However, when her gaze fell upon the photograph on the table, an inexplicable anger surged within her. Why not go? Su Qingya, in a fit of vexation, tucked the photograph away and tossed it into the drawer. Zhang Xiaoyi and Dahlia had successfully completed their employment formalities. Both were overjoyed, expressing their gratitude to Ling Tian in the lobby. "Brother Tian, I shall treat you to dinner tonight. I owe you a great deal." Dahlia quickly interjected. No, Xiaoyi, let me take this opportunity." "Oh, come on, Brother Dahlia. Don't contest this," Xiaoyi insisted. "I am well aware of your family's situation, so this matter must be left to me." As they bickered, the elevator doors opened, and Xiaoli strutted in with an air of arrogance. Upon seeing Ling Tian, she abruptly halted. Then, casting a disdainful glance at Zhang Xiaoyi beside him, she sneered mockingly. "Oh, look who we have here. The illicit couple is present." "Hey, how can you speak like that?" Dahlia retorted, visibly displeased. Although he recognized that Xiaoli was Su Qingya's close friend, he frowned at her words, irritation evident on his face. Xiaoli, with a look of disdain, jabbed her finger into Dahlia's chest, expressing her contempt. "What business is it of yours? You filthy security guard, step aside." Dahlia's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. Yet he dared not retaliate. Zhang Xiaoyi's complexion soured, filled with indignation. "Who are you calling an illicit couple?" Xiaoli dismissed Zhang Xiaoyi with a scornful glance before turning to Ling Tian, ridiculing him further. "So, after your escapades, you dare not admit it? Some people really aren't team men at all." Ling Tian frowned, waving his hand near his nose, addressing Zhang Xiaoyi. "Xiaoyi, do you smell that? It reeks of garbage." Upon hearing the word garbage, Xiaoli shrieked in alarm, remembering how Ling Tian had once thrown her into a trash bin. "You wretched man!" Xiaoli raised her hand, aiming to slap Ling Tian's face. The security personnel in the room looked on with sympathy towards Xiaoli. How dare she strike Brother Tian? It seemed Su Qingya's friend was destined for misfortune. Indeed, as Ling Tian raised his hand, he seized Xiaoli's wrist. Before she could react, he bent down and hoisted her up by her legs. "What are you doing? Let me go?" Xiaoli exclaimed in a panic, flailing her limbs and shouting in distress. Ling Tian carried Xiaoli and made his way directly to the trash bin outside the company. With a resounding thud, he unceremoniously dropped her onto the ground. "Ah, this is indeed your rightful place," he remarked, brushing off his hands as if he were entirely unconcerned with the scene. The security guard stood dumbfounded, eyes wide in disbelief. Did he really just toss the general manager's dear friend aside like refuse? "Brother Tian is incredible." The guards were utterly impressed. Xiaoli crawled up from beside the trash bin, her white dress now soiled and emanating a foul odor. Anger surged within her, nearly causing her to faint on the spot. However, she dared not confront Ling Tian. It was clear that he was a brute, utterly lacking in sensitivity. If she approached him, that scoundrel would undoubtedly hurl her away again. "Ling Tian, you scoundrel! I will not let this matter rest." Xiaoli shrieked in a fit of hysteria, her face pale, as she drove off. "Brother Tian, that was the general manager's close friend. Won't she cause you trouble for treating her this way?" De Lu inquired, a note of concern evident in his voice. "It's nothing," She's merely a piece of trash. By disposing of her, I am contributing to the cleanliness of the company. The general manager will commend my efforts, Ling Tian replied nonchalantly. Delu was rendered speechless. Such a statement could only be uttered by someone like Ling Tian. Zhang Xiaowei, standing nearby, wore a troubled expression, clearly still affected by Xiao Li's words. Observing her distress, Ling Tian patted Zhang Xiaowei's shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Words of a trashy person should not weigh on your heart. If you allow a piece of refuse to affect your mood, you stand to lose. Her words were truly unbearable. Zhang Xiaowei pouted, feeling slightly better. By the way, I'll treat everyone to dinner tonight, and that is settled. Delu quickly changed the subject, smiling. No way, you must include me. Zhang Xiaowei insisted eagerly. After some back and forth, they agreed to split the bill and treat Ling Tian to a meal. Once the plans were finalized, Zhang Xiaowei, who would not be returning to work until tomorrow, departed the company. Delu returned to the security room, resuming his usual duties. Upon entering, the other guards surrounded Delu, expressing their envy. Delu, impressive. You've forged such a close bond with Brother Tian? Even when the head of the department personally tried to dismiss you, she couldn't succeed, and you even received an apology in public. You've certainly found a formidable ally. They exchanged mutual praise and camaraderie. Delu waved his hands in modesty. The public apology from Wu Yuyan and the flattery from former colleagues felt exhilarating. Suddenly, Delu's expression changed as he spotted Hu Dong lurking in the corner, looking forlorn. What are you doing here? Delu asked, noticing Hu Dong's pitiful demeanor. Hu Dong's lips quivered as he replied, What am I doing here? If I weren't here, where would I go? The memory of being demoted from captain to a mere security guard in just a few days caused him immense heartache. The admiration Delu was currently basking in had once been his own. All of this turmoil was instigated by Ling Tian, leading to a complete upheaval. Lu, feeling too daunted to confront Ling Tian, could not suppress his inner frustration. Lu, do not call me Captain Hu anymore. From now on, we are equals. Hu Dong uttered this line, nearly moved to tears. What had he done to deserve this? It truly felt like disaster had descended upon him from the heavens. Is Minister Wu present? I am here to seek Minister Wu. At that moment, a boisterous voice echoed at the entrance of the company. A disheveled man, dressed in a shabby manner, arrogantly inquired of the security guard. Do you have an appointment? The guard politely asked, blocking the man. Appointment? Nonsense. I am here to demand her salary in advance. Hurry and bring her out. I'm sorry, but without an appointment, you cannot enter, the guard replied, unwavering. Then let me speak to Zhang Xiaowei. Bring Zhang Xiaowei out. The guard looked at the man in surprise, questioning, Who are you to Zhang Xiaowei? I am her brother. The man was none other than Zhang Xiaobin, the brother of Zhang Xiaowei. After following Wu Yuyan and Hu Dong for quite some time, there had been no news from her. When Zhang Xiaobin attempted to call her, there was no answer. Zhang Xiaowei's mother, in a state of panic, urged Zhang Xiaobin to come and investigate. If Minister Wu were to have a change of heart, 10 years' worth of salary could be lost. Xiaowei just left. It hasn't even been half an hour, the guard quickly stated. She left? Then I must see Minister Wu. I'm sorry, but without an appointment, you cannot enter. The guard insisted. Zhang Xiaobin, now agitated, glared fiercely and commanded, step aside. With that, he pushed past the guard and attempted to storm inside. Call for help. Someone is causing a disturbance. If he were to breach the premises, the guards' jobs would be at stake. In an instant, a group of security personnel rushed over and shoved Zhang Xiaobin back outside. What is happening? Ling Tian, seated in the captain's office, emerged upon hearing the commotion. Brother Zhang Xiaowei is looking for Minister Wu, a guard explained. He claims to be demanding wages. Oh? Upon learning that it was Zhang Xiaowei's brother, Ling Tian hurriedly approached Zhang Xiaobin. How much does Wu Yuyan owe you? I will assist you in recovering it. Zhang Xiaobin was taken aback, scrutinizing Ling Tian before scoffing. Who are you? You're quite young yet speak boldly. Hey, how dare you speak to Brother Tian like that? A guard reprimanded, for Ling Tian had become their idol. They could not allow an outsider to treat him with such disdain. I am a friend of your sister. If you want money, follow me. Ling Tian smiled, gesturing for Zhang Xiaobin to follow as he headed toward the elevator. Though skeptical, Zhang Xiaobin trailed behind him. The guards, now hesitant to intervene, began to feel a sense of anticipation. It appeared that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. Ling Tian led Zhang Xiaobin directly to the office of Wu Yuyan in the administrative department, pushing the door open. Wu Yuyan was on the phone with Su Jinming, expressing her grievances and indignation. The door swung open with a jolt, and she instinctively opened her mouth to rebuke. However, upon recognizing Ling Tian, She was taken aback and hastily rose to her feet. Do you need something? Wu Yuyan asked anxiously, quickly ending her phone call. A subtle hint of humble appeasement crept onto her face, while her heart raced with trepidation. Wu Minister, your creditor has arrived, Ling Tian remarked with a playful expression, half smiling as he shifted his body aside. Zhang Xiaobin barged in without hesitation, pointing at Wu Yuyan and exclaiming loudly, Wu Minister, when will you pay my sister her 10 years' worth of salary? The moment Zhang Xiaobin spoke, both Ling Tian and Wu Yuyan's expressions changed simultaneously. Wait a moment. Ling Tian suddenly directed his gaze towards Zhang Xiaobin. You are here to demand Xiaoyi's salary? Of course. She is the only one working in our family. If not her salary, who should I ask for? Zhang Xiaobin retorted scornfully. He then turned back to Wu Yuyan, shouting, Wu Minister, as a leader of the company, you cannot go back on your word. If you refuse to pay this salary, I shall not leave today. Ling Tian's brows furrowed as he looked at Wu Yuyan, inquiring, what exactly is happening here? Wu Yuyan, unable to conceal the truth, recounted the series of events. Upon hearing her explanation, Ling Tian was left utterly speechless. Baffled by the absurdity of Zhang Xiaoyi's mother and brother, you advanced Xiaoyi 10 years' salary. How is she supposed to live? Ling Tian questioned. Zhang Xiaobin sneered and replied, women always find numerous ways to earn money. Ling Tian's gaze turned icy. Initially, she had suspected Wu Yuyan of intentionally withholding wages, perhaps intending to confront her. However, it became evident that Zhang Xiaobin was the one causing a ruckus, shamelessly selling out his own sister. Such a person was not one to be tolerated by Ling Tian. Without hesitation, Ling Tian stepped forward and seized Zhang Xiaobin by the collar, dragging him toward the window. What are you doing? Let go of me. Zhang Xiaobin exclaimed in panic, attempting to break free, only to discover that Ling Tian possessed immense strength. You're seeking death, Zhang Xiaobin shouted angrily, throwing a punch at Ling Tian's face. Ling Tian deftly caught Zhang Xiaobin's arm. Ouch, that hurts. Let go. Let go. I think my arm is broken. Zhang Xiaobin yelped in pain, bending over as he whimpered. Ling Tian paid no heed, reaching the window and removing the screen before abruptly lifting Zhang Xiaobin. Suspended by his collar, he dangled outside the window. Ah, my God. Zhang Xiaobin's face turned pale, and he screamed loudly, 2 streams of liquid trickling down his pants. He had soiled himself in terror. This was the 15th floor. If he fell, it would undoubtedly be fatal. Spare me, please. Zhang Xiaobin pleaded, his face a mask of horror, trembling like a leaf as he regarded Ling Tian as if she were a demon. Meanwhile, Wu Yuyan stood nearby, covering her mouth. Her complexion drained of color. In that moment, she truly grasped the extent of Ling Tian's terrifying nature, her legs uncontrollably trembling. Ling Tian gazed at Zhang Xiaobin with an expression devoid of warmth, akin to a piercing cold glare, and coldly declared, listen carefully, Xiaoyi is my friend. Never entertain any ill thoughts about her. Otherwise, even if you are her brother, I shall not hesitate to end your life. I won't dare again, I truly won't. Zhang Xiaobin exclaimed in sheer terror, repeatedly pleading, please pull me back, my clothes are not sturdy enough, they are about to tear. Zhang Xiaobin felt the fabric under his arms beginning to rip. If the garment could no longer withstand the strain, he would plummet to his demise. Only then did Ling Tian snort coldly, pulling Zhang Xiaobin back and tossing him onto the ground. Zhang Xiaobin trembled uncontrollably, gasping for breath, struggling to recover from the fright. Will my salary still be advanced? Ling Tian inquired coldly regarding Zhang Xiaobin. A shiver coursed through Zhang Xiaobin, who hurriedly shook his head in denial. No more advances. No more. It's a joke. If I dare to ask for an advance again, I might as well lose my life. Ling Tian regarded him with curiosity and asked, then why do you not leave? Are you contemplating a shortcut, hoping I will throw you out the window? At this, Zhang Xiaobin leapt to his feet, bolting towards the exit as if fleeing for his life. Ling Tian's lips curled into a smile as he took out his phone to call Zhang Xiaoyi. He recounted the events to her, and Zhang Xiaoyi fell silent, her heart a tumult of anger and sorrow, forcing a smile as she said, thank you, Tian Go. I'm sorry for causing you and the company more trouble. Do not mention it, Ling Tian replied, a smile still gracing his lips. If he dares to trouble you again, inform me. After ending the call, Ling Tian turned his gaze towards Wu Yuyan. Wu Yuyan felt a chill run down her spine, her nerves in disarray. Is Hu Dong's vice-captain also dismissed? Ling Tian inquired with intrigue. Wu Yuyan numbly nodded, her heart heavy with unease, uncertain of Ling Tian's motives. The security team cannot be without a captain, can it? What do you think of Delu? Ling Tian offered a playful smile towards Wu Yuyan. Before she could respond, He stuffed his hands into his pockets and whistled as he departed. Once Ling Tian left, Wu Yuyan exhaled deeply, feeling the atmosphere lighten considerably. The suffocating pressure that had enveloped her finally dissipated. With a thud, Wu Yuyan collapsed into her chair, shaken and filled with foreboding. The image of Ling Tian dangling Zhang Xiaobin out of the window sent shivers down her spine. From now on, I shall never provoke this devil again, even at the cost of my life. Suddenly recalling Ling Tian's words about the security captain, Wu Yuyan jolted, feeling a sense of urgency. Without hesitation, she grabbed her phone and dialed Zhao Qian. Minister Zhao, I need your assistance. The security team currently lacks a captain, and I believe Lu would be a suitable choice. Zhao Qian's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction as she replied, Minister Wu, our HR department is becoming like your household. One day we dismiss someone, the next day they are reinstated. Hudong's captain was dismissed without reason, and now we are suddenly appointing a new one. This makes my job exceedingly difficult. No matter how one puts it, Hudong remains Zhao Qian's person, and Zhao Qian is seething with frustration. Were it not for Wu Yuyan being Su Zhiming's mistress, she would have already severed ties. However, upon hearing this remark, Wu Yuyan became agitated. Appointing Lu as the captain was indeed Ling Tian's directive. Should she fail to execute this task, even if Ling Tian refrained from having Dog Good dismember her, she would likely be thrown out of the window. In either scenario, her survival would be in jeopardy. Zhao Qian, spare me the pleasantries. Will you be able to accomplish this? If you cannot, I shall inform Su Zhiming to appoint someone capable of fulfilling the role of personnel minister. Zhao Qian's face turned pale with rage upon hearing this threat. How dare she intimidate me? Although infuriated, Zhao Qian was acutely aware of the influence of the whispering winds and dared not offend Wu Yuyan too severely. She quelled her ire and forced a smile, saying, Oh, Minister Wu, you take this too seriously. It's merely some venting, nothing more. Very well. I shall make the arrangements immediately, rest assured. Once the call ended, the smile faded from Zhao Qian's face. She slammed her palm on the table in frustration, gritting her teeth. Damn that ruthless woman. Why didn't Ling Tian use a stun baton to put an end to you that day? Ling Tian, swaying slightly, had already returned to the security room. Ling Tian, Zhang Xiaoyi's brother, has left. Furthermore, it seems he encountered something terrifying. He left in a panic, even wetting his pants. Lu hurriedly approached, his expression one of bewilderment. Ling Tian grinned, savoring the moment. Ah, Lu, the most terrifying thing in this world is the human heart. Lu was momentarily taken aback, still not comprehending Ling Tian's words when the phone suddenly rang. Is it Minister Zhao? Lu wasted no time and quickly answered. However, Zhao Qian's first statement left him utterly dumbfounded. Minister Zhao, you cannot be serious. You wish to appoint me as the captain of security? Lu exclaimed, his voice trembling in shock. The position of security captain signifies a mid-level managerial role within the company, with a salary that would double and benefits far exceeding those of an ordinary security guard. Lu had never dared to imagine such fortune would fall upon him. You initially lacked the qualifications, and many within the company opposed this. However, I found you to be a decent individual and a long-standing member of the company. Thus, I argued on your behalf and secured this opportunity for you. I even had a heated discussion with Minister Wu regarding your case. I hope you do not squander my goodwill. Naturally, Zhao Qian would not disclose that Wu Yuyan had orchestrated this. She intended to claim the favor for herself. Upon hearing this, Lu was moved and resolutely replied, Minister Zhao, I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude. I will work diligently to repay the company and you through my actions. Zhao Qian's eyes sparkled with delight, her tone warm. Indeed, I shall be watching your performance closely. By the way, do you know where I live? Lu was momentarily taken aback. Where could he possibly know where Minister Zhao resided? What a fool. Zhao Qian inwardly cursed, questioning how she could accept his earnest endeavors when he was oblivious to such a fundamental detail about her life. Lu, I have made considerable sacrifices to secure you the position of security captain. Zhao Qian's tone turned frigid as she reiterated her point. If Lu remained oblivious, he would truly lack social insight. Indeed, although Lu was straightforward, he was not dim-witted. His heart leaped as he finally grasped the situation. It dawned on him that Minister Zhao was essentially requesting him to deliver a token of gratitude to her home. Minister Zhao, Lu hesitated, unable to complete his thought before Ling Tian intercepted the call. With a hint of amusement in his voice, Ling Tian spoke into Zhao Qian's ear, Minister Zhao. It's Ling Tian. I happened to be beside Wu Yuyan when she called you. By the way, you mentioned your sacrifices. Before Ling Tian could finish, Zhao Qian abruptly hung up, flustered and enraged. You scoundrel! How dare you be with Wu Yuyan? She felt utterly humiliated as Ling Tian had exposed her in front of him. Ling Tian returned the phone to Dai Lu, grinning widely. She hung up on you. Should I go to Minister Zhao's house to express my gratitude? Dai Lu asked nervously, looking to Ling Tian for guidance. Having lived for over 30 years, he had never engaged in such a gesture. Ignore her. Ling Tian waved his hand dismissively, a glint of disdain in his eyes. Do you truly believe she is acting out of kindness? It's merely a superficial courtesy, all a ruse to placate you. Dai Lu appeared perplexed. Then what about my position as security captain? He trailed off, suddenly realizing the truth, staring at Ling Tian in astonishment. Ling Tian, is it you? Ling Tian's lips curled into a smile as he patted Dai Lu's shoulder encouragingly. Dai Lu, do not forget your words from earlier. Work diligently and show your gratitude to the company through your actions. With that, Ling Tian whistled as he stepped into the elevator. Dai Lu gazed at Ling Tian's retreating figure, his fist clenched tightly and his eyes grew moist. A profound sense of gratitude took root in his heart. Ling Tian, you are my lifelong benefactor. Dear, what are you busy with? Ling Tian entered Su Qingya's office, pushing the door open. Su Qingya, driven by an inexplicable impulse, pulled out the photo of Ling Tian and Zhang Xiaowei. Staring at the intimate image of the two, she bit her lip in frustration. Upon seeing Ling Tian enter, her heart raced, and she quickly returned the photo to the drawer. However, a wave of unaccountable anger surged within her. Who do you think is your wife? You should knock before entering. Have you no manners? Su Qingya erupted in fury, particularly incensed by the thought of Ling Tian having stayed in a hotel with Zhang Xiaowei. The anger was overwhelming and impossible to suppress. Ling Tian, utterly bewildered, questioned, why are you so angry? It's not that time of the month, is it? Su Qingya's eyes widened in disbelief, her face flushed with rage. You rogue, get out of here. Su Qingya pointed outside, her anger palpable. Ling Tian furrowed his brow, his own irritation beginning to surface. What is the reason for your outburst? I haven't wronged you in any way. All right, I shall take my leave. However, allow me to offer you a word of caution before I go. Your friend Xiao Li is not to be trusted. It would be wise to keep your distance from her. Upon hearing this, Su Qingya erupted in laughter, her disdain for Ling Tian evident. Are you suggesting that she has some leverage over you? Have you come here to play the victim? Ling Tian raised an eyebrow, confidently retorting, nonsense. I have always held my own cards close. There is no way she could possess any against me. Su Qingya paused momentarily, then suddenly comprehended his implication. She picked up a document from her desk and hurled it at Ling Tian. Get lost, you rogue. Ling Tian effortlessly caught the document and placed it back on her desk, shrugging with a bemused expression. I've said my piece. Whether you heed it is entirely up to you. With that, he hummed a tune and sauntered away, leaving Su Qingya seething, her teeth clenched, her face flushed with indignation. It was evident he was the one playing the victim while refusing to admit it. How infuriating. Just moments ago, she nearly lost her composure and threw the photograph in his face. Slumping into her chair, a wave of frustration washed over her. That despicable man. How dare he pursue other women behind my back? What does he take me for? Does he even remember that I am his wife? As this thought crossed her mind, Su Qingya's expression shifted, startling even herself. Ling Tian was merely acting. He was not her husband, and she was not his wife. Everything was a fade. How had she allowed herself to take it so seriously? She chastised herself for becoming too immersed in the role. Yet, the memory of that photograph gnawed at her, leaving her inexplicably unsettled. Why did she care so much? Ling Tian was just an irrelevant figure in her life. Su Qingya's thoughts spiraled into chaos. A whirlwind of frustration and confusion. She was utterly perplexed by her own emotions. Suddenly, the office door swung open once again. Looking up, she saw Ling Tian re-entering with a cheerful grin. What do you want now? Su Qingya scowled, irritation evident in her tone. My dear wife, he began. I almost forgot to mention that Li Jinxiang will be coming to the company tomorrow morning to discuss a potential collaboration. Ling Tian's hands were tucked into his pockets as he spoke, his smile unwavering. Really? Su Qingya jumped to her feet, her face alight with excitement. Ling Tian's gaze shifted downward, a newfound determination evident in his eyes. This wife of his was developing quite the temper. When the time came to fulfill their wager, he resolved to be unyielding and ensure she learned her lesson. Indeed, let us teach her a lesson. At the Li residence, Li Shanhai held a medical report. Having scrutinized it for an hour, still in disbelief. Father, this is incredible. The cancer cells have diminished by a staggering 50%. I truly have hope, Li Shanhai exclaimed. overwhelmed with joy and excitement. Li Jinxiang's face glowed with a deep red hue as he nodded, expressing his astonishment with a tinge of sentiment. This Ling Tian possesses genuine prowess. The collaboration agreement with the Su family offers them the utmost advantages. We must ensure that Ling Tian perceives our sincerity. Only then will he be inclined to provide you with complete treatment. Li Shihai promptly nodded, gravely affirming, "Father, rest assured, I know what must be done." At that moment, the butler entered, respectfully announcing, "Master, Chang Mingyi of the Dingxin Group seeks an audience." Li Jinxiang appeared perplexed. After all, Chang Mingyi had little interaction with the Li family. What could have prompted this sudden visit? Beside him, Li Shihai scoffed, revealing a smirk. "Father, Chang Mingyi's son has unwittingly offended Ling Tian. I warned him that if he could not secure Ling Tian's forgiveness, the Chang family would face utter ruin. He has come to test the waters." Having said that, Li Shinhai turned to the butler and coldly instructed, "Tell him to leave. Furthermore, inform him that today marks his final deadline. If he does not obtain Mr. Ling's pardon before nightfall, the Li family will spare no effort to launch a full-scale assault on the Dingxin Group by dawn." The butler acknowledged the command and exited to convey the message. Li Jinxiang nodded with satisfaction, a smile illuminating his face as he regarded Li Shunhai with admiration. Chang Mingyi is a clever man. He would not dare to take such a risk and will undoubtedly plead for Ling Tian's mercy. The Li family can secure a favor from Ling Tian merely through an unfulfilled promise. "Shunhai, you have executed this matter splendidly." Outside the Li family villa, Chang Mingyi stood in stunned silence, his blood pressure surging upon hearing the butler's words. The Li family is indeed serious about this. They have even denied him the opportunity to meet and assess Ling Tian's background. There is no room for negotiation. The extent of Ling Tian's influence far exceeds my expectations. What a fool am I for having offended such a formidable figure. Enraged, Chang Mingyi turned and slapped Chang Ying. The latter recoiled, his face a picture of grievance. "Father, what kind of deity are you speaking of? I have thoroughly investigated. He is merely a lowly security guard from the Su group." Silence. Chang Mingyi's anger was palpable, nearly causing steam to rise from his head. How could I have given birth to such a foolish son? If he were indeed just a security guard, would Li Shinhai grovel so? Would the Li family gamble with their own safety, risking significant losses in a conflict with the Dingxin Group? Do they take the Li family for fools? You have truly landed us in a dire predicament. Chang Mingyi stomped in frustration, a cocktail of rage and despair. "What shall we do now?" Chang Ying asked, his expression one of utter dismay. How could he have anticipated that stepping on a seemingly insignificant security guard would unleash such calamity? What else is there to do? We must go to the Su group and apologize. Chang Ying's face paled in disbelief. Surely, Father, you cannot be serious about apologizing? Even if Ling Tian has the Li family backing him, we need not be afraid. The Li family is one of the 5 great clans. Yet our Chang family is not so inferior. What do you know? Chang Mingyi scolded loudly, furrowing his brow. If it were merely the Li family, my Chang family would have no cause for fear. However, I have received news that not long ago, the Li family entered into a strategic partnership with the Wanrong Group. Should we confront the Li family, the Wanrong Group would undoubtedly not stand idly by, and my Chang family would be outnumbered 2 to 1, leading to our certain demise. Chang Ying's expression immediately shifted to one of shock, his face filled with terror. If the 2 families join forces, my Chang family is indeed in peril. Humph. This is all your fault. Chang Mingyi bellowed in anger as he stormed into the car. Damn it. How did that wretched security guard manage to get in with the Li family? Chang Ying muttered, following suit, and they sped towards the Su group. Su Xiangdong was in his office sipping tea when he learned of Chang Mingyi's arrival, which startled him. He had witnessed firsthand at the banquet hall how Ling Tian had beaten Chang Ying. Surely, Chang Mingyi had not come to settle the score, had he? That wretched troublemaker. Ling Tian, quickly, notify the president and go down to welcome him. Su Xiangdong instructed his secretary before hurrying downstairs. Ah, Mr. Chang. I am truly sorry for not greeting you earlier. Upon seeing the Chang father and son standing in the lobby, Su Xiangdong approached with a broad smile, though his heart raced with anxiety. Chang Mingyi frowned, looking at Su Xiangdong, and inquired, "And you are?" Su Xiangdong's mouth twitched awkwardly as he replied, "I am Su Xiangdong, chairman of the Su group." He slightly bowed, wearing a humble smile, and extended his hand towards Chang Mingyi. "Oh, it is Mr. Su." Chang Mingyi nodded curtly, dismissively ignoring Su Xiangdong's outstretched hand. What a joke. A mere chairman of a small company, thinking he was worthy of shaking hands with him. Chang Mingyi. Su Xiangdong awkwardly retracted his hand, forcing a smile. I was unaware of your visit, Mr. Chong. How might I assist you? Perhaps we could discuss matters over tea in my office? That will not be necessary, Chong Mingyi replied coolly, then furrowed his brow again. I am here to find Mr. Ling Tian. May I inquire as to his current whereabouts? Looking for Ling Tian? Su Xiangdong's expression changed, and his heart tightened with anxiety as he muttered inwardly. Indeed. He was here to seek revenge on Ling Tian. Oh, that infuriating creature. May it not bring trouble upon my Su family. Ling Tian is merely a temporary security guard, still in his probation period. Please wait a moment. I will summon him at once for your convenience, Su Xiangdong said, attempting to distance himself from Ling Tian. He called out to the security guard stationed at the entrance, Go summon Ling Tian. The guard stood straight and replied loudly, Chairman. Brother Tian is no longer with the security team. He is now Mr. Su's bodyguard. What? Su Xiangdong's head buzzed as he nearly stumbled. His face instantly darkened. Damn it. How had Ling Tian become Qingya's bodyguard? This was surely inviting disaster. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Su Qingya hurriedly emerged. Welcome, Mr. Chong. I apologize for the wait. Su Qingya, with her stunning beauty and enchanting smile, greeted him warmly, radiating an aura of spring. Chongying was captivated, his heart racing at the sight of her. This girl was truly beautiful, irresistibly charming, and immensely alluring. If only he could win her affection. He would never tire of her company for years to come. However, upon noticing the languid figure behind Su Qingya, Chongying's pupils constricted, revealing a flicker of animosity. Ling Tian. Hello, Mr. Su. Chong Mingyi greeted with a smile, yet his gaze remained fixed on Ling Tian, filled with intricate depth. At that moment, Su Xiangdong also spotted Ling Tian and immediately scolded. Ling Tian, you scoundrel. You dare to strike Mr. Chong? Truly audacious. Get over here at once. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian frowned slightly, visibly displeased. What are you so anxious about? At your age, can't you be a bit more composed? You. Su Xiangdong was nearly apoplectic with rage. You little brat, you dare lecture me? Ling Tian, hands tucked into his pockets, approached Chong Mingyi, tilting his head lazily. Here to apologize? Ling Tian's words nearly caused Su Xiangdong to collapse in shock. You rascal, how dare you speak to Mr. Chong like that? He admonished, his face flushed with anger. This infuriating Ling Tian, couldn't he see the gravity of the situation? Mr. Chong had come to their door, and he still dared to act so arrogantly. If he sought death, he shouldn't drag the Su family down with him. Mr. Chong, Ling Tian is merely a temporary worker for the Su family. His actions represent only himself, not. But before he could finish, he saw Chang Mingyi bend slightly, a broad smile on his face. Yes, Mr. Ling. I brought my son here to apologize. What? Su Xiangdong froze in place, his expression one of disbelief. Mr. Chong, what are you doing? This rascal is just a temporary security guard. Silence. Chong Mingyi suddenly barked, his gaze icy as he turned to Su Xiangdong, his expression dark. Su Xiangdong. Who gave you the audacity to repeatedly offend Mr. Ling? Mr. Ling is magnanimous and chooses not to hold it against you. I, Chong Mingyi, will not tolerate your insolence. Dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Ling again, and I will ensure the Su Corporation's downfall. Su Xiangdong's complexion paled, his legs trembling in fear as he hastily replied, Mr. Chong, please calm down. It was my mistake. I will not dare again. He repeatedly offered his apologies, visibly anxious. With the formidable power of the Dingsheng Group, bringing the Su Corporation to its knees was merely a matter of words, and it was no idle threat. Su Qingya, standing nearby, also turned pale, bewildered by Chong Mingyi's unexpected behavior. Humph. Chong Mingyi scoffed before turning his attention back to Ling Tian, instantly adopting a demeanor of humility and flattery. Mr. Ling, my son is young and ignorant, and he has offended you. Before my arrival, I had already given him a stern lesson. I hope you can overlook this matter. Upon concluding his words, Chong Mingyi turned around and reprimanded Chongying. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Ling. Chongying frowned, his face a portrait of unwillingness. As one of the 4 distinguished young masters of Yuhai City and the heir of the Dingsheng Group, how could he possibly bow to a mere security guard? What would people think if this got out? However, since Chong Mingyi had spoken, he dared not disobey and reluctantly stepped forward, feigning sincerity. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Ling Tian cast a knowing glance at Chong Ying and scoffed. Is this how you apologize? It's hardly genuine. Chong Ying's eyes widened in indignation, his anger surging. I'm already giving you face by apologizing. What more do you want? At this moment, Chong Mingyi, startled, swiftly slapped Chong Ying. You brat, be more sincere. If you don't win Mr. Ling's forgiveness, I'll break your legs. Chang Ying, nearly brought to tears by the unfairness, felt a stubborn rage rising within him. Why should he be the one to suffer at the banquet? Only to apologize to this security guard afterward? And now, he was being criticized for not being sincere enough. What kind of logic was that? Are you dissatisfied? Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, teasingly. Dissatisfied? Absolutely. Chang Mingyi, fearing that Chang Ying would act foolishly, quickly interjected. He then kicked Chang Ying hard and shouted furiously, "You little rascal. Bow and apologize to young Master Ling. Are you trying to drive me to madness?" Chang Mingyi was genuinely frightened. It was evident that Ling Tian was displeased with Chang Ying's attitude and had grown angry. This was not a situation that would resolve easily. Gritting his teeth and suppressing his anger, Chang Ying finally bent deeply in front of Ling Tian and said through clenched teeth, "I apologize. I sincerely apologize to you." "Very well." Ling Tian nodded slightly, his tone indifferent. "I'll accept it, though reluctantly. Don't force it." Chang Mingyi, standing nearby, felt a jolt of anxiety. If Ling Tian was only reluctantly accepting the apology, who knew if the Li family would also act out against the Dingxing group? Problems needed to be resolved at their root. It seemed that placing hope in Chang Ying was futile. Hastily, Chang Mingyi plastered a smile on his face and humbly addressed Ling Tian. "Mr. Ling, as the saying goes, a father is to blame for a lack of education. Chang Ying's offense is my responsibility. On behalf of my son, I sincerely apologize to you." With that, Chang Mingyi bowed deeply to Ling Tian, his demeanor exuding sincerity. In truth, Chang Ying's misbehavior was trivial, and Ling Tian had not taken it to heart. With Chang Mingyi lowering himself to this extent, Ling Tian had no reason to hold a grudge. "All right, I will speak to Li Shanhai about this," Ling Tian conceded. Understanding that Chang Mingyi's humble apology stemmed from the fear inspired by Li Shanhai's words. Hearing this, Chang Mingyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Mr. Ling." Yet still somewhat apprehensive, Chang Mingyi hurriedly produced a diamond card from his possession and respectfully presented it to Ling Tian. "Mr. Ling, this is my esteemed diamond membership card from the Dingxing Group. You may indulge in the highest privileges across all enterprises under the Dingxing Group. A small token of my appreciation, I hope you will graciously accept it." The Dingxing Group's diamond membership card. Su Xiangdong's heart jolted. Utterly incredulous at the sight before him. How could Chang Mingyi possibly bestow a diamond membership card upon Ling Tian? What merits does Ling Tian possess to warrant such an honor? The Dingxing Group stands as a towering giant in Yuhai City, its enterprises permeating every sector. Particularly within the elite venues frequented by affluent nobility, nearly all of which belong to the Dingxing Group. To possess a membership card from Dingxing Group is indeed a symbol of status, and the diamond membership card is the pinnacle of their offerings. As Su Xiangdong knew, there are surely no more than 10 individuals in Yuhai City who hold a diamond membership card from the Dingxing Group, each a prominent figure of immense influence. Deserving of his reverence, he could scarcely fathom that a mere impoverished boy from the mountains, Ling Tian, would be graced with such a privilege. How could this be? It is worth noting that last year, Su Xiangdong went to great lengths, spending over $1 million, just to secure a silver card from the Dingxing Group. Even that brought him immense pride, a source of bragging rights for quite some time. Yet here he was, witnessing the boy he deemed beneath him, receiving a diamond membership card personally gifted by Chang Mingyi. Su Xiangdong's emotions were beyond description. "Well then, given your sincerity, I shall reluctantly accept it," Ling Tian said with a furrowed brow as he took the card and tucked it into his pocket. Su Xiangdong's jaw tightened, wishing he could deliver a couple of kicks to Ling Tian. "Could you not be so pretentious? That is a Dingxing Group diamond membership card. Something countless individuals long for yet cannot attain. If it were offered to me, I would be overjoyed beyond measure. Yet you, with that reluctant expression, are truly insufferable." However, from Chang Mingyi's perspective, he was profoundly shaken. Ling Tian's identity suddenly appeared even more enigmatic and profound. He dares to disregard a diamond card from the Dingxing Group? It seems the background of Mr. Ling is indeed unfathomable. What could his origins be? Could he possibly hail from the provincial capital? Chang Mingyi was struck by a wave of suspicion but dared not inquire further, smiling as he said, "Then I shall not intrude any longer. Mr. Ling, should you have the time, you are most welcome to visit the Dingxing Group. Chang awaits your presence." With that, Chang Mingyi departed with Chang Ying. Ling Tian, hands in pockets, turned to head towards the security office for a moment of respite, when suddenly a cold scoff pierced the air. "Stop right there." Ling Tian turned to see Su Xiangdong glaring at him, filled with indignation. "Is there something you need, Dad?" Ling Tian addressed him, nearly breaking Su Xiangdong's composure with that one word. "Don't call me that. Who is your father?" Su Xiangdong retorted. "Tell me." Why is Mr. Chang so courteous to you? Ling Tian furrowed his brow in contemplation before suddenly responding. Is it because of my handsomeness? Get lost. Su Xiangdong's expression darkened. What nonsense! And what is your relationship with Li Shanhai? At Wang Shi's birthday banquet. Although Su Xiangdong was at a distance and could not hear the conversation between Ling Tian and Li Shanhai, he could clearly see the profound respect Li Shanhai held for Ling Tian. This left Su Xiangdong utterly perplexed. There's no relationship at all. If I had to categorize it. He is my patient, Ling Tian replied casually, with his hands tucked in his pockets. Your patient? Has Li Shanhai also been bewitched? Su Xiangdong was taken aback. Ling Tian shook his head. Not quite. He is in the advanced stages of cancer. What? Su Xiangdong's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly exclaimed. Li Shanhai is in the advanced stages of cancer, and you are treating him? This is sheer madness. Ling Tian, I warn you, you are playing with fire. If you seek death, do not involve the Su family. Su Xiangdong was filled with dread. Advanced cancer is untreatable, a 1A street to demise. Once Li Shanhai passes away, wouldn't the Li family unleash their wrath upon Ling Tian? In that case, the Su family would inevitably suffer as well. No. I must swiftly sever ties with Ling Tian. With this thought in mind, Su Xiangdong turned to Su Qingya, urgently stating, Qingya, go and divorce Ling Tian immediately. He must be expelled from the Su family. We cannot be entangled with him. Su Qingya furrowed her brow slightly and replied, What about grandfather? Su Xiangdong, now agitated, retorted. What does that matter at this point? This scoundrel has somehow deceived Li Shanhai into trusting him. But it's cancer. Once Li Shanhai dies, will the Li family spare him? Anyone associated with him will be doomed. Su Qingya hesitated, looking at Ling Tian, her heart in turmoil. Do we really have to divorce? Although I have never truly accepted Ling Tian, even wishing for a swift divorce, now that it has come to this, I find myself at a loss. Ling Tian, standing nearby, shrugged helplessly and sighed, Rest assured, I will not bring misfortune upon the Su family. If you wish to divorce, I will accompany you now. Ling Tian's words inexplicably irked Su Qingya, and she retorted sharply, I see you are eager to seek a new romance. Ling Tian, you will not have your way. With that, Su Qingya turned on her heel, her face a storm of anger, and stormed off. Hey, Qingya, where are you going? We need a divorce. Su Xiangdong exclaimed, rushing after her. However, with a sullen expression, Su Qingya entered the elevator without uttering a word, leaving Su Xiangdong frustrated and helpless. Ling Tian stood there, grinning widely, genuinely amused. His beautiful wife may be fierce, but deep down, she still cared for him. You see, if it comes to a divorce, you will find it hard to let go, won't you? And you still dare to smile. Su Xiangdong, consumed by fury, pointed at Ling Tian, gasping for breath. I warn you, the Li family is not someone you can offend. You would do well to sever all ties with the Su family. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Do you hear me? Ling Tian, wearing a smile, nodded obediently. All right, Dad. Call me that again. Su Xiangdong was beside himself with rage, unable to articulate his frustration. He turned abruptly and stormed upstairs to persuade Su Qingya. Bro, you're amazing. You're my idol. As soon as Su Xiangdong left, the security guards rushed over, their faces radiating admiration. Ling Tian's handling of Wu Yuyan had already earned him their unwavering respect. Today's encounter revealed that what had transpired was merely a trivial affair. The formidable general manager Chang of the Dingxin Group could shake the very heavens with his presence, yet their own chairman lacked even the privilege of a handshake before him. Impressive, isn't it? Yet, such a titan would bow and scrape before Ling Tian, even eagerly offering membership cards, which Ling Tian dismissed with indifference. This is what true prowess looks like. At that moment, Ling Tian appeared as a deity descending from the heavens in the eyes of the security guards. Only Hu Dong stood at a distance, grappling with a mix of emotions, filled with regret. It was only now that he realized Ling Tian was akin to a star in the sky, utterly unattainable. How foolish he had been to oppose Ling Tian. It was akin to striking a stone with an egg. The predicament he now faced was entirely deserved. Just then, an angry voice erupted from outside. Ling Tian. I found you. Everyone turned to see Wu Yong storming in, seething with rage. Director Wu, what are you doing? Upon seeing him, De Liu immediately furrowed his brow and positioned himself protectively in front of Ling Tian. Now serving as the team leader, he held a status comparable to Wu Yong's, and thus felt no fear. Moreover, Wu Yong's demeanor clearly indicated he intended harm towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian had done him a great favor. How could he stand idly by? Get out of the way. This is not your business. Wu Yong thrust his hand towards De Liu. How dare you speak to our captain like that? The security guards immediately rallied against Wu Yong, pushing him back. Wu Yong was momentarily stunned, casting a disdainful smile at Dalio. Captain? You actually consider him a captain? Nonsense. Is Hudong eating shit now? Hiding in the security room. Hudong nearly spat blood upon hearing this. You should be the one to eat shit. Why is your mouth so foul? Hudong was already seething with anger. And now, Wu Yong had ignited his fury. With a grim expression, he marched forward. Upon seeing Hudong, Wu Yong smirked arrogantly. Hudong, how are you even fit to be a captain? You should be telling them to get lost. He is the captain. I am not. Hudong shouted defiantly. After uttering those words, Hudong felt his heart bleed. The reality was too cruel. Wu Yong was taken aback, his face a portrait of astonishment, as he never anticipated that Captain Hudong would truly relinquish his position. I do not care who the captain is. Today, I am here to confront Ling Tian. Ling Tian's actions of seizing company vehicles and assaulting the driver are utterly reprehensible. This matter is far from over. Having said that, Wu Yong pointed at Ling Tian and declared loudly, Ling Tian, you must provide me with an explanation. Ling Tian, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, regarded Wu Yong with a playful smile and replied nonchalantly, what kind of explanation do you seek? Upon hearing this, Wu Yong could not help but reveal a sinister grin, proclaiming arrogantly, compensate for the medical expenses and apologize to all the drivers. Furthermore, you should personally seek resignation from Minister Wu. A person like you is utterly unworthy of working at Sue's group. Oh, Ling Tian's smile widened even further. What do you suppose Minister Wu would look like upon hearing your words? After uttering this, Ling Tian took out his phone and dialed a number, coldly stating, you have 1 minute to arrive at the lobby on the first floor of the company. The timer starts now. Meanwhile, Wu Yuyan was retouching her makeup in the office when she received Ling Tian's call, nearly jumping out of her skin. She flung open the door and dashed toward the elevator, her face a mask of terror. It was only a minute's time. She could not fathom the consequences of being late. Upon reaching the elevator doors, she frantically pressed the button. Hurry, hurry. Cold sweat dripped down her brow as she truly grasped the meaning of time is of the essence. At last, after a breathless 50 seconds, she arrived before Ling Tian. Ling Tian glanced at the time on his phone and nodded in satisfaction. Congratulations, you have passed. Wu Yuyan finally exhaled, feeling utterly drained, nearly collapsing onto the floor. Heaven knows how torturous that minute had been for her. Wu Yong, standing nearby, was left utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined that Ling Tian's call was directed at Wu Yuyan, and that she would obediently appear before him within a mere minute. Minister Wu, what is this? Wu Yong asked incredulously. Ignoring him completely, Wu Yuyan turned to Ling Tian, her fear laced with eagerness, and asked, Brother Tian, do you have any instructions? Brother Tian? Upon hearing this title, Wu Yong and the security guards all twitched at the corners of their mouths. Was this truly the same formidable figure they once knew? Had she become so subservient? Ling Tian then gestured toward Wu Yong, a playful smirk on his lips, and remarked, it's nothing of great concern. It's just that Section Chief Wu has requested me to compensate for medical expenses and to apologize. Additionally, he suggested I voluntarily resign. Perhaps you could assist me with the resignation process? Upon hearing this, Wu Yuyan was incensed. Wu Yong, you scoundrel. She charged at him, scratching in a frenzy, nearly sending him into a panic. If you wish to meet your demise, must you drag me down with you? Is it easy for me to survive? How dare you make Brother Tian pay and apologize? Why don't you go die instead? I suggest you resign instead. Wu Yuyan's outburst was akin to a raging tigress, instilling fear in the hearts of the security guards. To my astonishment, it appears that the formidable master of extinction remains unchanged, albeit transformed into a docile cat in the presence of Tian Ge. How impressive Tian Ge truly is. Wu Yong, cradling his head, dared not voice his anger and repeatedly pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, please, no more. Is it not enough that I let this matter slide? The situation left him utterly bewildered. Wasn't Wu Yuyan supposed to harbor a deep-seated hatred for Ling Tian after being struck by him? One would expect her to seize the opportunity for revenge, yet instead, she turned her aggression upon him. As Wu Yong was beaten and fled in confusion, he was left feeling utterly frustrated and baffled. After sending Wu Yong away, Wu Yuyan turned to Ling Tian and offered a sheepish smile. Tian Ge, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With her head lowered, she hurriedly exited. The pressure of Ling Tian's presence was simply overwhelming. Tian Ge, the eternal deity. The security personnel erupted in cheers, clearly reveling in the sight of the once dominant master of extinction being thoroughly subdued by Ling Tian. Let us maintain decorum in the company, reminded a voice. Lu. As the head of security, you must take charge. Why are you leading the cheers? Lu's face flushed with embarrassment as he chuckled. I couldn't help myself. Come, everyone. Return to the security room. No gathering. As the security team retreated, they remained animatedly discussing the recent events, having elevated Ling Tian to a status akin to a deity in their eyes. After work, Su Qingya, her face like frost, strode out, instructing Ling Tian. You should head home. I have engagements tonight. Just as Ling Tian intended to inquire about her destination, she had already entered her vehicle and slammed the door shut. With a swift press of the accelerator, she departed, leaving him speechless. This beautiful wife certainly had a foul temper. Tian Gu, we should also take our leave, said Xiao Hui, who was waiting at the restaurant entrance. At that moment, Lu approached, addressing Ling Tian as Tian Gu as well. All right, let us go. However, after a few steps, Lu suddenly remarked, Tian Gu, wait a moment. Isn't this the direction of the parking lot? Indeed, we are heading to the parking lot. Ling Tian confirmed, we need someone to drive us. Lu's mouth twitched in disbelief at the audacity of requesting a company vehicle for a private gathering. How impressive it would be if they could actually arrange transportation. With a mix of excitement and apprehension, Lu followed Ling Tian, uncertain of Wu Yong's cooperation. As Wu Yong prepared to leave for the day, he was startled to see Ling Tian approach with his hands in his pockets. Oh, Wu Kejong is here. I need a vehicle. Could you arrange one for me? Ling Tian inquired. Oh, but I lack Minister Wu's approval. The moment Wu Yong's expression darkened, he thought. Does he truly have the audacity to be this brazen? Speaking so openly without authorization? Look, the drivers have all clocked out. Wu Yong forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. I can arrange a car for you, but there's no one to drive it. Are you not still here? Ling Tian inquired, bemused. Wu Yong nearly choked, the veins on his forehead bulging as he gazed at Ling Tian in disbelief. You want me to drive? Ling Tian nodded earnestly. Yes, that is precisely the implication. Wu Yong, are you being unreasonable? He retorted, his anger flaring instantly. As the head of the vehicle management department, how could he possibly drive for someone as lowly as a security guard? What were you thinking? Aren't you going to do anything about this? I might just resort to violence. With that, Ling Tian frowned and approached Wu Yong. The latter's expression shifted dramatically, revealing his panic. Must you be so arrogant? I can drive, can't I? As Ling Tian seemed poised to act, Wu Yong hastily exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He knew full well that Ling Tian was not one to merely threaten. Wu, you mustn't overexert yourself. Ling Tian feigned concern. I am not overexerting myself at all. Wu Yong replied rapidly, cursing internally. How could I dare to insist? To do so would invite a beating, and a rather senseless one at that. How did I come across such a calamity? Wu Yong felt his frustration boiling over but ultimately conceded and procured an Audi, halting it before Ling Tian. Dai Lu. Get in the car, Ling Tian beckoned. Dai Lu, seated inside the vehicle, was utterly astounded. Not only had Ling Tian indeed found a car, but he also insisted that Wu Yong drive it. This was an unparalleled treatment. Where to? Wu Yong inquired. Ling Tian turned to Dai Lu, who promptly responded, Wu. We are headed to the Dingxing restaurant. Dingxing restaurant? Wu Yong's heart skipped a beat, utterly incredulous. These two wretched security guards were headed to such an upscale establishment? Could it be that they were applying for jobs as servers or security personnel, taking on two jobs to supplement their household income? Yes, that must be it. Wu Yong concluded, a cold smile creeping across his face. The security personnel at Dingxing Group are selected through rigorous processes. Do you think just anyone can get in? Prepare to be thrown out. At last, Wu Yong felt a modicum of satisfaction as he drove towards Dingxing Restaurant. Dingxing Restaurant, located on the ancient street of Yunhai City, boasted architecture reminiscent of royal palaces, exuding an air of nobility. The parking lot out front was filled with luxury vehicles, and those entering and exiting were either affluent or distinguished, their demeanor reflecting that of the elite. Zhang Xiaowei stood at the entrance, clad in snug jeans and a white t-shirt, radiating youth and beauty, yet appearing utterly out of place in such an environment. Is that not Xiaowei? A surprised voice suddenly exclaimed. Moments later, a flamboyantly dressed young woman approached, adorned in exquisite attire. Zhang Xiaowei turned to look and gasped, Lu Jing. Xiaowei, it truly is you. Lu Jing surveyed Zhang Xiaowei with astonishment. Oh my, I thought I had mistaken you for someone else. What brings you here? Are you seeking employment? I recall you were working as a receptionist at a small company. Are you no longer there? Zhang Xiaowei shook her head and replied, No. I am still with the Su Group. I came here to dine today. Dining here? Lu Jing exclaimed in astonishment. Shall we? Are you jesting? With your salary as a receptionist, can you truly afford a meal here? Zhang Xiaoyi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she felt a twinge of displeasure. She and Lu Jing were university classmates. During their college years, Zhang Xiaoyi was universally acknowledged as the campus beauty. Although Lu Jing possessed a measure of charm, she was invariably overshadowed by Zhang Xiaoyi, which fueled Lu Jing's jealousy and prompted her to oppose Zhang Xiaoyi at every turn. Whenever an opportunity arose, Lu Jing would mock and deride Zhang Xiaoyi with biting sarcasm. To her surprise, a year after graduation, their reunion held no warmth, only the same old routine. Though my salary may not be substantial, I can certainly afford a meal, Zhang Xiaoyi replied coldly. Jingjing, who is this? At that moment, a young man with a round face and a light-footed gait approached. Lu Jing quickly linked her arm with his and said sweetly, Darling, this is my university classmate. She works as a receptionist at a small company, earning a few thousand a month, hardly enough to buy a piece of clothing. She actually claims to dine at the Dingxing restaurant. How amusing. The young man's eyes suddenly gleamed as he fixated on Zhang Xiaoyi. Oh, so you are Jingjing's classmate. Hello, I am Lu Qin. My family runs a business, he said with a beaming smile, exuding an air of superiority as he extended his hand toward Zhang Xiaoyi. Zhang Xiaoyi smiled politely and nodded. Hello, I am Zhang Xiaoyi. Noticing that Zhang Xiaoyi did not reciprocate his handshake, Lu Qin felt an increasing itch of desire. Xiaoyi, since you are Jingjing's classmate, you are not a stranger to us. We are here to dine as well. Why not join us? Zhang Xiaoyi hurriedly waved her hand, saying, No, thank you. I have made plans with a friend. Just as Lu Qin was about to speak further, a white Porsche pulled up. The door swung open, and a haughty young man stepped out. Ah, Qi Xiao, you have arrived, Lu Qin exclaimed, hastily scurrying to greet him like a sycophant. Qi Mingyuan raised his chin and nodded, looking down from his elevated position. Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I just arrived. Lu Qin quickly replied with a forced smile. You are indeed Qi Xiao. My boyfriend often speaks of your charm and elegance. Seeing you today, it is indeed true. Lu Jing, standing beside them, smiled radiantly, casting flirtatious glances at Qi Mingyuan. However, Qi Mingyuan ignored her completely and suddenly turned his gaze towards Zhang Xiaoyi. It's you? Qi Mingyuan narrowed his eyes, instantly recognizing Zhang Xiaoyi. Who are you? Zhang Xiaoyi replied, her expression one of confusion, as she had no recollection of him. Qi Xiao. My apologies for being late. Before Qi Mingyuan could respond, a figure hurriedly approached him, bowing and nodding. Halfway through the conversation, they suddenly noticed Zhang Xiaoyi's presence and were momentarily taken aback. Zhang Xiaoyi? What brings you here? Zhang Xiaoyi's heart raced. She hadn't anticipated running into Zhang Hao. Hello. Section Chief Zhang. I'm here for a meal. Here for a meal? Ha. Zhang Hao erupted in laughter. Zhang Xiaoyi, as a receptionist earning just a few thousand yuan. You come here to eat? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Zhang Xiaoyi's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. What's wrong with being a receptionist? It's just a meal. Can I not afford it? Lu Jing, standing nearby, immediately chimed in with a sarcastic tone. Exactly. What's wrong with being a receptionist? Xiaoyi earns a few thousand a month. Lu Jing's words provoked hearty laughter from Lu Qin and Zhang Hao. Zhang Xiaoyi seethed with humiliation. She was well aware of the mockery in Lu Jing's comments, yet the truth of her situation left her defenseless. Tears welled up in her eyes from the anger. A few thousand yuan may not be much, but it certainly pales in comparison to those who sell themselves. Suddenly, a teasing voice broke through the tension. The crowd turned to see a young man, hands tucked into his pockets, approaching. Tian Gu. Upon seeing Ling Tian, Zhang Xiaoyi's spirits soared, feeling a surge of confidence. Lu Jing, however, was incensed, pointing at Ling Tian and scolding him. Who are you calling someone who sells themselves? Ling Tian glanced at her, a smirk on his face. Who else would it be? Don't you realize that your strong perfume can't mask that pungent odor? Lu Jing's expression shifted dramatically, panic flashing in her eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you want me to slap you? Lu Jing was struck where it hurt and, in her anger, rushed toward him. But Lu Qin caught her arm, his face grim. No wonder that overwhelming perfume of yours is suffocating. You must have bathed in it before bed. Clearly. You're trying to cover something up. Honey, I didn't tea. Lu Jing protested hastily. Don't listen to his nonsense. Smack. Lu Qin's hand struck Lu Jing's face. His fury palpable. You filthy wretch. Didn't you claim I was your first man? Lu Jing clasped her face, on the verge of tears, pleading, Honey, he is wronging me. Ling Tian, observing the scene, tilted his head lazily. Whether I'm wronging you or not, a checkup will reveal the truth. Just a friendly reminder. If you don't get treated soon, it might become difficult to cure. Lu Qin's expression darkened, teeth clenched. Right now, go to the hospital for a checkup. Bring the report to me tomorrow. If I catch your infection, I swear I'll make you pay. Get out. Lu Jing's face fell, and though she wanted to retort, the murderous glare from Lu Qin silenced her. With a resentful glare directed at Ling Tian, she sulkily walked away. Shall we? Let us proceed inside. Ling Tian remarked with a smile, addressing Zhang Xiaowei, while completely disregarding Qi Mingyuan and Zhang Hao as if they were invisible. All right, Tian, go. Let's go. Upon Ling Tian's arrival, Zhang Xiaowei instantly felt a surge of confidence. With a cheerful affirmation, she led the way into the hotel. However, just as they reached the entrance, a tall female hostess extended her hand to halt Zhang Xiaowei. Good day, madam. May I kindly request your membership card? Membership card? Zhang Xiaowei was taken aback, responding instinctively. I don't have one. Is it necessary to have a card just to dine? A cacophony of exaggerated laughter erupted from behind her. Unbelievable. You didn't know that dining at the Dingsheng food house requires a membership card? How utterly provincial.